Chapter 1 The Great Creditor, Have You Returned from Dead? Hello everyone, my name is Wanda. Bah! I am Chinchua, 26 years old, with an incomplete university education, currently unemployed. I have just endured a harrowing battle, leaving me physically battered and formidable warrior has temporarily libico me marishada wolf's former self. I had intended to withdraw from the front line, return home, recuperate, and embrace a life of leisure. Little did expect that after 6 years away, it'd be promptly thrust into matchmaking scenario be mother just days of returning. In a pleasant calf, Chinchua, still groggy from sleep and reluctantly pushed into a blind date, re-steadishia donthidable. Onthidable I assign indicating table 9 and a reserved tag. At that moment, Chinchua worry an expression of utter despair, feeling thurged to cures. No taith his mother for arranging theblin date after all, it is natural for parents to desire grandchildren. Moreover, having vanished for 6 years without much contact, it was unreasonable for his mother to marry a dan settled. The crux of mother was that he found this life's narrative a painful cliche. Oh! A retired invincible war hero returning him for a blind date surely he would either be mocked by some petit individual or encounter oil the higher resurrecio. And the very own no show such stories unfold. Could it possibly be more predictable? Could it be any more melodramatic? Honey Arthcraft hath I's absurd script for his life? I fever found out who would make that person experience at the same fatias brothers I did with his infamous lamb spinadish. Ah! Had known he would have preferred to remain in Thibertlefield. At the very least, heckled have returned to the National Academy of Sciences. After all, those old men would still provide for him, ensuring he had food and shelter. They would gladly fimther for life, even if he spent his day snapping in the director's office. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor drew Chinchua's attention slightly. Instinctively, he looked up and was instantly captivated. A stunning woman in a black professional outfit, her legs elegant liquid in black stockings, approached him, her figure well-earring, and her beauty was breathtaking. Asher replied to message Chinon calidly to Kazeta cross from him, oblivious to the fact that Samionu is a penly admiring her beauty from the other side of tea table. With an oval face and her glass figure and long hair cascading down her back, her legs, encased in stockings, various long his own life natuthan not to a plump just perfect. At first glance, her exquisite features, flawless proportions, and striking beauty, coupled with her unique cool and elegant demeanor, were mesmerizing. If this enchanting woman were to purse him, it would not be unwelcome. Ha. In Chinchu's mind, Annabelle began to take shape. However, as she looked again at the seemingly regale woman, a growing sense of confusion crept over his face. Something was amiss. It was profoundly amiss. Why did these women seem so familiar? Had he seen her somewhere before? Hiss. Oh me. At that moment, a long-buried memory surfaced in Chinchua's mind affaced into his memory. After a brief mental lapse, he snapped back to reality. Wait a minute. Wasn't the ton fortuna teckled supposed to be dead? Let me take another look. Justashua was about to scrutinize her more closely, the woman's phonorang. Shepa ketted up, answered, and simultaneously lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Chinchua. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. In Chinchuhisi was the reflection of this captivating woman. In her beautifulies, there was in Chinchua. They started in shock, wide-eyed. Chinchua recognized her features, and she in turn recognized him. His face was on a fast astonishment, while the woman's initial surprise gradually transformed into a knowing smile. A smile imbued with deeper meaning. Chinchua, Sheziden called out. Ha! Reacting to be atellate, Chinchua instinctively replied. Ashanata said her smile growing more pronounced, heffel their gaze a piercing thruffum, reminiscent of Fatigerai and Jitspri. Chinchua felt the chill run down his spine under her intense scrutiny. Holy cow! It really is great creditor. As she observed her increasingly unsettling smile, Chinchua finally recognized her identity, and his foggy mind cleared in an instant. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, Chinchua acted on his primal instinct. He turned to flee. However, Themomentha moved, Thuoman instantly rected. With no hesitation or doubt, she swiftly stood, lifted her leg, removed her heels with ugly, and with a swift turn, delivered said to kick that sent the fleeing Chincha crashing back into the sofa. In Ruth, he had anticipated this kick in the past, he would have easily evaded. Butilis, his body was no battered, his inner strength temporarily dormant, and he was unable to react in time, resulting in him being unceremoniously propelled back into the sofa. A sheet attempted to rise, a foot clad in black stockings firmly pressed against the chest, pushing him back down. Before Heinway's a flawless face alternate with a hint of a possessive smile. Her triumphant expression seemed to see run, go a dandrin, let's see where you can escape it. Hey, Su Yen, where are you, I'll be there soon. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed from the phone. Effortlessly subduing Chenchua, Su Yan said, I've arrived, come over, ye hate matters to tend to gotta go. After hanging up, Su Yan stood on Chenchua's chest, and seeing him still struggling, she leaned down, gazing at the fish she had lung in for over the past 6 years, a fest that haunted her dreams and sleepless nights. Su Yan's back teeth nearly crunched from the pressure of a roan-bidding run, keep running. Ya little delinquent tuoto as to repay his debts. Il si where think you can escape it. 6 years. 6 years. An entire 6 years. Doyenya how I've spent the 6 years? Do you even know? Gazing at the perfect face Marie inches away with those eyes tatsium to blaze with fury, inhaling the long-forgotten scent of her enticing perfume, and hearing the tension in her voice, Chunchuful tapping off quilt. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he managed a hesitant greeting. Well, it's been a long time, great creditor, I've missed you. Right. Great creditor, warranty as you pose it to be dead? How could I you possibly bra? Could it be thought you over returned from the dead? Chapter 2 Do you believe I went to defend my country? What do you mean I'm dead? Su Yan was taken aback. Who told you I was dead? Chuncha has lips led to his murka replied, 6 years ago, was tidio hosaidio were going to have a surgery, with only a 6% chance of success, you said would the and wouldn't return that night, you cried so heartbreakingly, and then you inexplicably stopped replying to my messages. I waited for several days, sent you hundreds of messages, and you didn't respond, naturally I assumed you had passed away. Chunchu was mention of Thyson fueled Su Yan's anger further. Shepra said on harder and Chencho heshest, her teeth gritted, her stunning beauty no more red be a fiercey expression. Yet he replied toileter, didn't I? I told you my surgery was successful and that I will commit a findy and say had recovered. And what about you, no ton lidded ween your my messages, beauty also vanished completely. And when you vanished, it was for 6 whole years. What, you don't want to repay your debts any more? This time, it was Chinchua's turn to bestand, you did reply to him, when, how come I didn't see it? I 'twas 3 months and 7 days of dirt hat night. Chinchua slapped his forehead realization dawning upon him. Sad hats waited and sayo your reply one liar responded to me 3 months later. Fatty can be quite cruel, just 7 days before I replied, me fo nu smasha do a tosa incident. It was completely shattered. How could I see your messages? Really? Su Yan frowned, clearly skeptical of Chinchua's words. Why will de Li, you wouldn't joke about getting it backer when is to outside, Chinchua grinned widely. Smack. Su Yan slapped him across his face, huffing, you made similar vows when you borrowed money from before. Chinchua rubbed his face, which didn't thurtle, blinking innocent Liasha said, Didi? What do you think? Su Yan pressed down harder with her foot, her expression radiating gay fierce intensity. That hurts. Creditor, be gentle. I'm going to di, Chinchua hegrimaced. Humph, it's her vessie right, you little scoundrel. Thufsha said this, Su Yan eased her pressure slightly, preparing to lift her leg. However, just as shedded, she seemed to remember something and pressed down again. Chinchua, who had been contemplating using Themament to push her away, found himself pinned on Ansmari. Tears brimmed in his. Damn it, being trodden upon by a woman repeatedly if a subordinates her comrades from the Academy of Sciences office, they would surely laugh him to death. Yetha felt tutor powerless. Now he was in such poor shape, his body conjunable to Masterana's strength whose in a fraction of it would cause him to collapse. Besides, even if he could fight back, how could he confront this formidable creditor? After all, during his most vulnerable and helpless years, it was this very creditor who had lent the money, allowing him to overcome one hardship after another. Sigh. Leather trage upon him it wasn't the first time. Whoever said that debtors worry at the mercy of their creditors? I stood up, who wouldn't sure that the next person who made such a claim would be turned into a porcupine. Wait a moment. Suyan suddenly realized even if your phone was broken you could have replaced the SIM card. Are you avoiding because you don't want to repay your debts? Chencha foreseed a bitter smile. I will love to replace it, but sigh, forget it, it's too tiring to explain, and it wouldn't make sense anyway. Belly evader not, ayon liga to Newfoundland 3 years ago, by then it was impossible to replace the old and mine barred bean delete and sold to Somi O'Neill's. Furthermore, how could have he known that our surgery would take over 3 months? That's even more absurd than what I said. Humph, belly evader not, Suyan lifted her chin, revealing her delicate neck resembling a proud swan. Chencha cautiously poked her toe hidden beneath her black stockings, awkwardly saying, great creditor. What? Could you please move your foot just a bit, is quite uncomfortable with you standing on. And could you at least consider that we're in a public place? Unleffended Suyanada set the curious gazes soft hosey round them. Some wary astonished, some intrigued, some puzzled, others suitable to each any longer, and if when via of course, the last twagas were directed at Chenchua. After all, being step done by such a stunning beautyclad in professionality was a dream for countless men. Feeling the heated star surround them, Suyan's fair, exquisite face would ply flushed a shade of crimson. Instinctively, she lifted her foot. A perfect opportunity. Seeing her lift her foot, Chuncho he seized them and attempted to escape. Upon enticing his attempt to flee, Suyan's widened, and she delivered another swift kick, sending him crashing back down. Once again, her foot landed Hellion Chencho heshist. Heffeltas thought his eyes were about to pop out. Still there to run? Suyang glared him, grinding her foot down. Chuncho he raised his hands in surrender. All right, great creditor, I want true no more. Really? More a genuine than April. I feel unigan, ill break your legs. With that, Suyan finally removed her foot and returned to her original seat, slipping back into her high heels. As Chencho got up, rubbing his chest, he cold and felt but mutter, it's been 6 years, and door temper has certainly grown, great creditor. Humph, all thanks to a certain Simeon. Suyan pouted, her lips almost capable of folding to oil jars, yet a and smiling a red at the corners of her mouth. Thanks to home, who madam me great creditor stemper so formidable? Chencho feigned ignorance, rolling guffa sleeves, adopting a posture of righteous indignation as if you were ready to avenge Suyan. Tell me what is, and I'll deal with him. Really, seeing his demeanor, Suyan was both amused and exasperated. Absolutely. As the saying goes, one must bear the burdens of their benefactor. Suyan didn't direct Lakelheim out but merely noted, fine, when I find him illatuno you can help me deal with it then. Chencho patted his chest, giving Gear an oak gesture. Suyan turned her head away, unable to suppress sheer laughter any longer. After a moment, Shefa said him again, her expression returning to its former coldness. She's Chenchua, when did you come back? A few days ago. What have you been doing for the past 6 years? Chenchua leaned infeasible, he's starting around before you cuckold. I could say I was defending my country, fighting against the dark forces and heinous criminals lurking in the shadows, now having achieved my goals, I plan to turn and become living of my parents. Do you believe that? Chapter 3 Did I inadvertently approach the wrong table? The response to his jest was a significant eye roll from Su Yan, who retorted, stop fooling around, I am serious and I'm not fooling, I am serious too. Chenchua chuckled. Su Yan furrowed her elegant brows, seemingly lost in contemplation. By the way, what brings you here? After a prolonged moment, Chenchua suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit, gazing at the individual who had once been his formidable creditor. His expression abruptly shifted to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, please don't tell me you are my blind date. Blind date? Su Yan paused, her brows knitting tighter, and her lovely visage cooling slightly. You are here for a blind date, indeed, Chen Shua replied, the realization dawning upon him. Wait a moment, are you not? Not at all, Su Yan stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Chen Shua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, his blind date was not this intimidating creditor. However, it was also plausible that his mother was acquainted with this substantial creditor. If his blind date were indeed the creditor, his mother wouldn't need to resort to coercion. He would eagerly dash over himself. Su Yan noticed the myriad of expressions flitting across Chen Shua's face, seeing the evident relief that washed over him when she clarified that she was not his blind date. A surge of indignation ignited within her. What did it mean that this unfortunate youth felt relieved? Did Su Yan, the esteemed president of the Su Group, not merit being his blind date? Was he disdainful of her? Casting a glance at Chen Shua, she subtly remarked, it could be a possibility, let us not entertain that idea. If you were my blind date, I would have to flee at once, Chen Shua muttered. Upon hearing this, Su Yan could no longer restrain herself and seized his ear, demanding with an air of authority, What, do you find me unattractive? Am I beneath your standards? Are you perhaps disgusted by me? And no, absolutely not. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Please, esteemed creditor, let go. Allow me to explain. That was not my intent. Su Yan released her grip. Chen Shua rubbed his reddened ear, unable to suppress a grimace, inwardly grumbling, this creditor is as ferocious as ever. After 6 years, her penchant for tugging at my ear remains unchanged. What I meant was, given your striking beauty and considerable wealth, the line of suitors vying for your affection must stretch to the other side of the ocean. Why would you need to engage in blind dates? Wait, why would you even require a blind date? Hearing this, Su Yan's irritation diminished somewhat as she observed Chen Shua's awkward smile. However, she still pouted. Responding coolly, no, I am single, with no one interested. Really, is that so? You, the esteemed creditor, are still single? Chen Shua was taken aback, scratching his ear, utterly bewildered. That cannot be right. Although you can be a bit fierce, you shouldn't be without suitors. What did you just say? Su Yan furrowed her brow. I said nothing. Chen Shua found himself at a loss when it came to this formidable creditor, nearly resigned to his fate. Nonetheless, he voiced his curiosity. But if you are not here to meet me for a blind date, then what brings you here? To sip coffee and engage in conversation. Is that not permissible? Su Yan shot him a glance. Her teeth nearly grinding. How could this dimwit still be as oblivious as before? Did he not comprehend her earlier words? Sighing, she mused, had this fool been more astute, she might have already borne him numerous children 6 years ago. The thought made her cheeks flush involuntarily, and she quickly admonished herself, Su Yan, what are you thinking? Who would bear children for this imbecile? 8, no less. Chen Shua scratched his face, stating, it could be possible. But my mother arranged a blind date for me here. Could you possibly choose another venue? Not a chance, Su Yan replied firmly. The CAF has always been my favorite spot for coffee. I reserved this table long ago. Realizing something, she inquired, did I mistakenly approach the wrong table? Not at all, Chen Shua replied, holding up the table sign for her to see. Is this not table 9? The address my mother provided was for table 9 on the 3rd floor of the Sky Mirror. Su Yan examined the sign and immediately understood the situation. She pressed a button beside the table, and shortly thereafter, a young woman in a maid outfit approached, her demeanor respectful as she inquired. Good day, how may I assist you? Holding the sign, Su Yan inquired nonchalantly, I recall this table being designated as table 6, how has it now changed to table 9? Upon hearing this, Chen Shua's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief. Could this be the fabled tale of mistakenly attending the wrong table for a blind date, only to encounter a formidable female CEO, who conjured up such an absurd and cliché scenario? Surely no one would read a novel featuring such a trite plot. Furthermore, even if this creditor were wealthy, could she truly be a CEO? Are such executives so commonplace? The maid hesitated, and the manager, noticing the situation, swiftly approached with an apologetic smile, exclaiming, my sincerest apologies, Ms. Su. This is a new employee, and she seems to have confused the table numbers. My deepest apologies, it was entirely my oversight. Chen Shua's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Su Yan. Utterly flabbergasted. Wait, what? Ms. Su? You are indeed the CEO. This was all too embarrassing. Just as he contemplated his next move, the evidently inexperienced maid continued her profuse apologies. I am so sorry, it was all my fault. Su Yan chose not to dwell on the incident, waving them off dismissively, and turned to gauge Chen Shua's reaction. However, upon doing so, she discovered that the dim-witted boy had vanished. A quick search revealed him sprawled at the genuine table 9. Wearing the same expression of a fish washed ashore, lifeless and despondent. Su Yan's white teeth ground together, her delicate hands clenched into fists, radiating an aura of impending confrontation. What the devil? When did this fool scamper over there? Is he a rabbit? Does he think he will perish if he doesn't hurry? Goodness, 6 years later, and nothing has changed. His ability to run away has only improved, just as Su Yan was about to retrieve the errant rabbit. Another woman sat down across from Chen Shua, Chapter 4 Tit for tat, cursing without profanity. Before Chen Shua could even settle into his new seat, he heard a slow, heavy set of footsteps approaching. The pungent, cloying scent of cheap perfume assaulted his senses before the footsteps could reach him, making him nearly retch at the overpowering aroma. He had always been sensitive to strong scents, and this particular fragrance was unbearable. He would rather endure the stench of roasted durian than this. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, with arms thicker than his calves, thighs larger than his waist. Her skin dark, wearing oversized JK attire. As the woman settled into her seat opposite him, Su Yan, who had just taken a sip of water and was prepared to observe Chen Shua's blind date. Nearly choked, out of sheer politeness, Chen Shua straightened up, smoothing his attire, ready to greet her, yet he soon realized that while he was being courteous, the woman had no intention of reciprocating, without taking her eyes off her phone. She glanced at him with disdain and declared, "You must be the blind date that An Wang introduced. You look rather ordinary, much worse than my ex-husband. Your fashion sense is lacking, you are quite drab. I shall dispense with pleasantries. My name is Zhai Jinfeng, 29 years old, standing at 1 meter 51, weighing 151. I am slightly plump. I currently work at a supermarket, earning 3,500. Which is considered a decent income for a woman. My AGE.my demands are straightforward. Since you are average in appearance, not handsome, and lack taste, I require a betrothal gift of 1 million. After all, the customs in my region dictate that for a first marriage, the gift is 250,000, for a second, it doubles, and for my third marriage, it must be 1 million. Furthermore, once married, you are to return home no later than 10 o'clock each evening. Exceeding 5 instances will result in you being sent packing without a refund of the betrothal gift. If you cheat after marriage, in addition to the forfeiture of the gift, you will owe me 200,000 in damages. I will not lift a finger for household chores after marriage. I am a delicate princess unaccustomed to manual labor. Also, should your parents fall ill and require my assistance, that is not my obligation. If my parents fall ill, regardless of what you are doing, you must attend to their needs. Should you fail to do so, I shall seek a divorce, with no refund of the betrothal gifts. And you will owe my parents a compensation of 200,000. Your salary must be surrendered to me, leaving you a mere 200 for discretionary spending each month, for after marriage expenses abound, and it is unseemly for a man to possess excessive funds. Furthermore, our marriage must be accompanied by both a car and a house, fully paid for and registered in my name. As a man, you ought to provide me with sufficient security. Lastly, I absolutely refuse to live with your parents. However, my parents may reside with us. That is acceptable. Should you agree to these stipulations, I may consider marrying you. Of course, before I consent, I must ascertain your sincerity." Upon hearing these words from the young lady, who bore a striking resemblance to a water barrel and exuded an air of superiority akin to the character Bogang from Jackie Chan Adventures, the surrounding individuals were left astonished. Even Xinyanqing, Su Yan's closest ally and confidant, who had hurriedly arrived and not yet taken a seat, was taken aback by her declarations. As she settled down, Xinyanqing turned to Su Yan and exclaimed, "Goodness! Where does she find the audacity to lay down such momentous conditions? I wouldn't even dare to present such demands while seeking a boyfriend. Which man would dare to acquiesce to these stipulations? Surely no reasonable man would agree." Su Yan's already lackluster complexion grew even more pallid upon hearing the fairy's words. Her brows furrowed tightly, and a subtle chill flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Pray, who is that unfortunate soul seated opposite Bogang? Are they here for a blind date?" Su Yan directed her gaze towards Chen Shua, who had relaxed his posture and was beginning to yawn. She remarked, "A simpleton." Xinyanqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, anyone who would go on a blind date with such a person is certainly a fool. After she finished her remarks, Chen Shua yawned, straightened up, rubbed his eyes, and inquired, "Are you done?" "For now, those are my conditions," Zhai Jinfeng declared, lifting her chin with an air of arrogance. "However, whether we can be together depends on your sincerity. How about this? First, you must gift me an apple 20, then buy me a gold bracelet, a gold necklace, and a Chanel handbag. I might consider granting you an opportunity to dine with me at a 5-star hotel." Upon hearing her haughty demands, Chen Shua remained largely unperturbed, merely yawning and replying, "Now that you have finished articulating your requirements, it is my turn to speak and present my own conditions." Zhai Jinfeng was instantly displeased, scoffing, "How dare you present demands? I, a rare gem in this world, condescend to grace you, a mere commoner, with my presence, and you have the gall to impose conditions. Indeed, for this society is not one of gender equality. Moreover, during a blind date, it is essential to understand one another's needs, is it not? Chen Shua replied with a smile. Surely it cannot be that only the woman may impose conditions while the man is relegated to the role of a mere fish in the water? If that were the case, those who know you might say that such a wonderful woman is overbearing and unreasonable, akin to a wild bandit. Would that not tarnish your reputation? Zhai Jinfeng, caught in his verbal web, found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to formulate a response. Chen Shua continued unabated. Since you have no objections, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Shua. I am 26 years old, standing at 183 centimeters and weighing 135 pounds. Currently, I am unemployed, and I have no immediate plans to purchase a car or a house. I could either buy one myself or wait for a wealthy woman to provide for me. My demands are not as lofty as yours. You mentioned my lack of good looks, so I have no requirements for my partner beyond wealth, ideally someone 3 years my senior who can support me. I do not require a car or house, merely a place to reside would suffice. I simply ask for a monthly stipend of 5,000, allowing me to lounge at home without any obligations. I am lazy and have no desire to engage in labor. I merely wish to live comfortably and await the end of my days. As for other demands, a person in my position, living off the goodwill of another, has no right to make further requests. I understand my own circumstances and have not reached the point of shamelessness where I might impose lofty expectations without any substantial offerings of my own. Now, according to your earlier statements, your monthly income is merely 3,500, which clearly does not meet my requirements, so therefore, you may take your leave. These words rendered the entire room silent, leaving Su Yan and Shen Yanqing utterly flabbergasted. They had envisioned myriad ways Chen Shua might counter Zhai Jinfeng's assertions, even considering the possibility of him walking away, yet they never anticipated he would turn her own words against her, preemptively rejecting her. By refusing her first, he rendered her unable to reject him. After a lengthy pause, Shen Yanqing finally voiced the collective thoughts of those present. Goodness, he is not a fool, rather he is quite clever. He countered her with her own words and trampled her claims underfoot. Impressive. Su Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Truly, Zhai Jinfeng was visibly shaken by his seemingly mocking remarks that mirrored her own yet were imbued with sarcasm. She pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Shua, exclaiming, "Hold on, how dare you refuse me? You have the audacity to set conditions for yourself. Look at your own stature, a mud-footed commoner. You think you are worthy of demanding 5,000 a month for your upkeep? It is a miracle I even deigned to entertain a blind date with you." Upon witnessing her unraveling, Chen Shua maintained his calm demeanor, chuckling, "Indeed, I suspect my ancestors must have burned incense for 8 generations to have summoned a fairy such as yourself. Moreover, it is precisely because I have gazed upon my reflection that I understand my own worth, which is why I only demand 5,000 a month. How could I possibly compare to you? The exquisite fairy, with a physique akin to a beryl, your beauty surpasses that of Amina, your voice as gentle as a tiger's roar, and your spirit as radiant as phosphorus. Your qualifications warrant a bride price of 1 million. You are far too generous and humble, underselling yourself. Were I in your position, I would undoubtedly demand 5 million. Only those with true discernment can appreciate your exceptional worth. However, I must admit, I cannot perceive it myself. As for why I dare to present such conditions, it is simply the folly of youth. You see, the prime of a man's life is fleeting and precious. During those brief years, is it not wise to pursue a partner who can ensure a comfortable existence for the latter half of my life? Otherwise, should I reach your age, my vitality will have waned, and I would find it impossible to meet such expectations while seeking a partner who is not only sharp-minded but also capable of loving a man who has grown complacent and gluttonous. Do you not agree? Chapter 5. Dare to splash water on me? Just wait, I'll see you for 100 or 80,000, haha. Oh, this is too amusing. While Zhai Jinfeng, who had been subjected to verbal onslaught, struggled to comprehend whether she was being insulted or praised, Shen Yanqing, seated not far from table 6, was laughing uncontrollably, mimicking Chen Shua's posture as she sprawled across the table. One hand clutched her belly while the other pounded the table, her laughter akin to a boiled shrimp. Others, who had also processed the unfolding events, either mirrored her unabashed amusement or stifled their laughter with great difficulty. Su Yan let out a small huff, her eyes glimmering with mirth. However, her amusement abruptly froze at Shen Yanqing's next comment. Who on earth taught him such a way to insult? Goodness, not a single word was a direct insult. Yet the sum of it is more scathing than any curse. Such eloquence is a waste in the realm of blind dates. If any girl were to pair with him, she would likely find herself utterly devastated in any argument. Hey Su, why aren't you laughing? Is it not humorous? Shen Yanqing, tears of laughter nearly spilling from her eyes, noticed Su Yan's frosty demeanor, her once envied countenance now clouded with frost. Su Yan's expression subtly tightened, her tone growing colder. What do you think? Believing Su Yan had merely failed to grasp the nuances of Chen Shuai's words, Shen Yanqing wiped away the tears of laughter and inquired. Su, do you need me to translate for you? That fellow's insults are simply too entertaining. I'd be quiet. Su Yan cast a sidelong glance at her friend, the fleeting chill in her gaze causing Shen Yanqing to shiver involuntarily, prompting her to close her mouth in understanding. Shen Yanqing was perplexed by her friend's sudden anger, yet she understood that remaining silent was the wisest course of action at that moment. After all, her dear friend had been beset by troubles lately, leaving her quite irritable. Otherwise Shen Yanqing would not have invited her out for a cup of coffee to chat and share their innermost thoughts. It seemed that her old friend might still be in a foul mood, so it was best not to provoke her further. Zhai Jinfeng, still reeling from the scolding she had received, had yet to fully process the situation. However, upon noticing the laughter of those around her directed at her, she realized that this seemingly harmless individual before her had likely just delivered a sarcastic tirade. The cacophony of mocking laughter ignited Zhai Jinfeng's fury, and in a fit of rage she seized the steaming cup of coffee from the table, intending to hurl it at that infuriating face. Logically, one would expect anyone witnessing another person brandishing a hot cup of coffee in such a threatening manner to retreat hastily. Yet, Chen Shua leaned forward, unabashed, and with an air of indifference, taunted, "You wish to throw that at me, do you? Go ahead, I dare you. Today, if you have the guts, just do it. There are plenty of witnesses, and the cameras are rolling. If you dare to splash me, just watch. I will have you paying millions in compensation or ensure you sit in jail for a decade or more, with all utilities cut off. I'll make it so you can't even turn the lights on." Upon hearing these words, Zhai Jinfeng, still simmering with rage, momentarily froze. Faced with someone so articulate and brazen, she felt, for the first time, that the privileges of womanhood held no weight against such a man. She genuinely wanted to throw that freshly brewed hot coffee in the face of the person who had ignited her ire. However, surrounded by so many onlookers and with surveillance cameras capturing her every move, she knew that if she acted on her impulse, regardless of her brother's ability to protect her, she might still find herself in jail for a spell. After all, for reasons unknown, the city had recently intensified its crackdown on both illicit and legitimate activities, detaining anyone deemed suspicious without hesitation. Her brother's elder brother had been arrested just days prior, leaving her own brother terrified to show his face in public, fearing bad luck. You, just wait. How dare you provoke me? I swear, you won't escape unscathed. Just wait and see how I'll have someone deal with you. Zhai Jinfeng spat, her threats echoing as she hurriedly exited, despite her plump figure resembling that of a ball. She was surprisingly quick on her feet. In response to her fierce words, Chen Shua merely scoffed, rolling his eyes and muttering, "Humph, big talk. If you really have the guts, go ahead and splash me. Let us see if you can even make it out that door." What a pity. If you had truly done it, I'd have been doing society a favor. What a shame. What a shame. If I had known, I would have provoked you even further. As he grumbled, regretting not having allowed her to douse him, a sniper rifle atop a nearby high-rise, nearly 300 meters away, was trained on their direction. The scope was not aimed at the now distracted Chen Shua, but rather at the enchanting Zhai Jinfeng. Unbeknownst to her, since she had lifted that cup of coffee, a bullet had been precisely aimed at her forehead. The moment she made any movement, even a slight one, a bullet would traverse the distance, shatter the glass, and find its mark, only to vanish within her brain. Even as she stormed out of the CAF, the sniper's point of aim remained unwavering. It was only after she had distanced herself significantly that the rifle was slowly retracted. At that moment, Su Yan's clear, melodious voice drifted over, "If she really had splashed you, you wouldn't have been able to keep that handsome face of yours intact. Is it worth sacrificing your looks for such a woman?" Chen Shua turned to see Su Yan had appeared beside him. Unbeknownst to him, he yawned and then slumped back down, adopting his previous lethargic demeanor, replying, "It's nothing. I'm not one to rely on my looks. If my face can help rid society of such a nuisance, then I consider it a noble deed." Su Yan shot him an exasperated look, clearly unimpressed by his flippancy. Observing their exchange, Shen Yanqing, astonished, interjected, "Wait, Su, do you two know each other?" "Yes," Su Yan replied tersely, her tone clipped. "I just told you, he is an idiot." Shen Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at the yawning Chen Shua, exclaiming, He is the one you have been pining for all this time, the one you've been searching for." "Yes," Su Yan confirmed succinctly. Chen Shua shot her a look. "I say, big creditor, it's been 6 years. Have you become addicted to that nickname? Do you want me to come up with one for you? Shin Yanqing was flabbergasted, reaching out to touch Su Yan's forehead, incredulous. Wait, Su, are you out of your mind? You rejected someone as perfect as Zhou Yuyang in front of so many people just to wait for him, a person so utterly ordinary, really, wife, just because he saved your life once, but you've long since repaid that debt. Haven to you, you're square now, I don't understand. Chen Shua felt dizzy from her tirade and couldn't help but ask Su Yan, wait, big creditor, what are you two babbling about? What do you mean I've been on your mind? And you turned down some perfect guy for me, what is going on? You aren't planning to drag me into some convoluted scheme, are you? Please, let us not turn this into a klitsch drama. Ignoring his protests, Su Yan pulled a chair aside and sat opposite him, disregarding his words entirely. Just tell me, are you here for a blind date today? Chapter 6, here to collect a debt. Chen Shua rubbed his face in exasperation. Asking, can I say no? Not a chance, then why ask? Just going through the motions. He rolled his eyes dramatically. Su Yan pressed on, so why are you here for a blind date? Chen Shua slumped over the table. His expression one of despair. I'm being forced by my mother, she's worried I'll run off for another 6 years without returning, so she wants me to find a wife and produce a chubby grandchild for her to keep me in line. Your mother is forcing you, Chen Shua grimaced. Can we not focus on that? Realizing her choice of words had been inappropriate, Su Yan quickly apologized. Sorry, that slipped out. After composing herself, she smiled sweetly. Hey, idiot, what you said to that woman earlier, was it sincere? What did I say? That you'd give her 5,000 a month, buy her a house, a car, and do nothing but relax while she followed you. Sensing her intentions, Shin Yanqing interjected. No, Su Yan, don't be quiet. Su Yan shot back, and Shin Yanqing, exasperated, fell silent. Chen Shua, having grasped Su Yan's ulterior motives, tilted his head and asked, so, what's the deal? Are you offering to support me? Su Yan beamed. Yes, you can consider me your blind date. Just nod, and I'll take you home and give you everything you desire. I refuse, Chen Shua replied without hesitation. Su Yan was taken aback. Why not? Isn't that what you wanted? Yes, but don't forget. I wanted those conditions so I could laze around for the rest of my life. I'm talking about doing nothing, just lying around like a salted fish, soaking up sunlight and enjoying the breeze. Occasionally rolling over to bask some more. Chen Shua had seen through Su Yan's intentions. While I still don't know your true motives for wanting to support me, I'm sure it involves a heap of trouble. I am trying to take it easy and enjoy my youth. You can't expect me to help you with your mess. I won't do it. Furious at his refusal, Su Yan gritted her teeth. Do you have a crystal ball or something? Not really. I just recently read a klitsch story by a certain not-so-reputable author. The plot twists were so predictable that I could guess what would happen just from the table of contents. Chen Shua languidly remarked, your scheme is just as predictable as there's easy to see through. So, big creditor, you might as well give up on your fantasies and find someone else to bother. I'm off to catch some sleep. As he attempted to stand, Su Yan quickly pressed him back down. Wait, Chen Shua protested, beginning to wail. Oh come on, big creditor, after all these years, can't you let me be? I hail from an ordinary family. A mere salted fish without grand aspirations. Life is satisfactory, and death is equally acceptable. I have no lofty ideals for the latter half of my life. My thoughts revolve solely around eating and sleeping. Whether I am laid to rest in a grave or perish on the streets makes little difference to me. Upon my demise, feel free to use my ashes to coat the walls with whitewash. Do not expect me to shoulder your burdens. I am incapable of doing so. Upon hearing these words, Shin Yanqing's face twitched with incredulity, the intensity and frequency suggesting that one might think she had developed Parkinson's at a young age. While she had encountered those who wished to lay flat or had already done so, she had never seen someone so adept at it. To summarize in his own words, one can live, but not die. Strangely enough, after his lamentations, Su Yan's expression returned to normal, her brows lifted slightly, her hands clasped before her, accentuating the already grand curvature. Su Yan exhaled. Very well, it's up to you, if you choose not to act. So be it, for a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Before Chen Shua could breathe a sigh of relief, Su Yan's next words tightened his nerves once more. However, since we have fortuitously met today, let us discuss the debt you owe me. Point 6, here to collect a debt. This is a change of tactic to coerce my compliance. Chen Shua, having seen through it all, promptly replied, very well, I shall repay you now. I have calculated it. I owe you 522,314, correct? I shall repay you. As he spoke, Chen Shua retrieved his phone. Observing this unexpected turn of events, Su Yan hastily pressed down on the phone he had just taken out. Her large twinkling eyes spinning with ideas. Frowning, she said, that's not right. What's wrong? The amount. Chen Shua nearly ground his back teeth to dust. I have even included the red envelopes you sent me during the holidays and on my birthday. I've counted it several hundred times, ensuring not a single cent is miscalculated. How could there be an error? Su Yan replied coolly. Can the prices from 6 years ago be compared to those of today? I could buy a cup of milk tea for 5 yuan back then. Can I do the same now? Chen Shua interjected slyly. The Snow Honey City Ice Can, Su Yan, 6. I almost forgot about that guy. Well then, let us consider this. If I were to offer you a life-saving bottle of water in the desert, would it be the same as a bottle bought from a convenience store? Chen Shua smirked. Dear creditor, we're straying further away from the point. Just admit if that logic holds. Su Yan puffed out her chest, embodying a stance of righteousness. Chen Shua lowered his head, resting on the table like a nearly lifeless fish. Groaning, fine, you just intend to collect interest, right? Name your figure, and I shall gather it for you. You said it yourself. Yes, I did. Chen Shua sighed inwardly. This was the feeling of knowingly stepping into a pitfall. It was truly discomforting, yet he had no choice. The creditor had a point. Had she not lent him money 6 years ago, he might have perished countless times due to that illness, had she not encouraged him to venture out to witness the world beyond. How could he have possibly emerged from that abyss? Had she not supported him, he might have lost his closest kin during his most helpless and desperate years. Although the creditor often emphasized that it was merely repaying her previous kindness, they were square, or so she claimed. But how could they be square? Moreover, he had never regarded her previous act of sheltering him as a significant favor. It was merely the companionship of a lonely person seeking solace. He had long considered it settled. Chen Shua had kept this debt of gratitude in his heart, otherwise he would not have cried so sorrowfully upon learning of her impending surgery 6 years ago. Thus Chen Shua had resolved, should the creditor request it, he would repay any sum.as for shouldering burdens. He had no intention of doing so. He planned to discreetly resolve the troubles that befell the creditor, thereby repaying her kindness, settling his debts. Alright, 50 billion. Transfer the funds. Chapter 7. What if we just cohabit together? What? It just as Chen Shua contemplated how to subtly assist the creditor with her burdens, a single phrase from Su Yan left him utterly dumbfounded. His voice taking on a sharper edge. How much did you say? Su Yan, beaming, extended her slender, alabaster hand, perfectly sculpted with distinct knuckles, slightly opening her palm, and stated, You heard correctly, 50 billion. Chen Shua was rendered speechless. Abruptly he seized Su Yan's delicate hand, placing it around his neck, rising as he stretched his neck forward. Come on, dear creditor, choke me, just choke me to death. 50 billion? Do I resemble a large fish? 50 million or 50 billion, even capitalists would revere you as their ancestor. 50 billion, do you think I am worth 50 billion? If you believe this large fish is worth 50 billion, then strangle me. And we shall be even. Xin Yanqing was left wide-eyed, incredulous, unable to refrain from voicing, Wait, Su Yan, have you taken the wrong medicine today? You want him to pay 50 billion, just look at his current attire and appearance. I suspect he'd struggle to muster 5,000. When he mentioned repaying 50,000, I reckon he was merely trying to frighten you, betting you wouldn't demand repayment. Chen Shua shot a glance at the girl, wondering what he had done to deserve such ridicule. What was wrong with his attire? What was wrong with his appearance? But let us not forget where they were. Guangfu, the elderly women buying vegetables by the roadside. The elderly men playing chess in the park could very well be millionaires. They might even be dressed more simply than he. With Chen Shua grasping her wrist, Su Yan tilted her head slightly, gazing at him with a captivating smile. You think 50 million is unfair compared to 50 billion, unfair to the extreme, Chen Shua lamented. No one has been as wronged as I. Do you believe it will snow heavily outside soon? Fine, unfair, is it? Snowing June, you say? I shall make sure you see it clearly. Su Yan retrieved her phone, unlocked it, navigated to a folder, entered a password, scrolled up and down, and found what she sought, presenting it to Chen Shua. With a smug hum, she declared, I recall that 6 years ago someone mentioned that when they had money they would return my debt 1,000-fold. I have always remembered that. Here, this is our previous conversation, clear as day. How about it? Is demanding 50 billion still unfair? As he gazed at the screenshot of their conversation, confirming it was indeed his own words, Chen Shua collapsed onto the table, inadvertently pinning Su Yan's hand beneath his face. Chen Shua shed tears. Why had he boasted so foolishly back then? 1,000-fold. Ynt he claimed to repay 100 billion-fold instead. Alas, can I take back what I said back then? Chen Shua continued to struggle for a final escape, yet, with her hand pinned, Su Yan did not withdraw it. Instead, she playfully scratched his throat, a smile gracing her lips, as if she had him firmly in her grasp. I take you at your word. Of course, you may also renege, you may choose to disregard your promises, and you need not repay even that 50,000. As long as you can live with yourself. If it were anyone else, Chen Shua might have actually considered evading his debt, but this was the creditor. Chen Shua resigned himself. Fine, let us cut to the chase. State your conditions. Chen Shua understood that this creditor was not genuinely concerned about the 50 million. She did not truly wish him to repay it. The only reason she wielded this incident against him was to coax him into shouldering burdens. Yet, Chen Shua was unaware of the nature of these burdens. Nevertheless, there was no escaping it. Monetary debts are easier to repay than emotional ones. When he uttered the possibility of evading repayment in front of the creditor, he knew he could not escape. Having reached this point, to run or play dead would render him less than human. Upon seeing this insufferable boy finally relent, Su Yan chuckled triumphantly, snapping her fingers joyously. Her lips curling into a victorious smile, she still relished tormenting him. Each time she saw him surrender and bow his head before her, a profound sense of satisfaction washed over her, for reasons unknown. Su Yan cherished this feeling more than her first bucket of gold, more than reclaiming her shares in the company, more than the exhilaration of outmaneuvering a group of business tycoons. This was a sensation she could not derive from anyone else. For other men, if they were defeated by her or fell short of her, Su Yan would not disdain them, but she would certainly ignore them. Yet this fool was different. When he surrendered, when he admitted defeat, Su Yan would not overlook him or look down on him. She would simply laugh heartily, feeling elated, as if they were old friends sharing a joke, akin to the peculiar competitive spirit between men, where one declares, "You are my child, I am your father." The deeper meaning eluded Su Yan, but it resonated as a strange yet delightful rivalry between them. She found it amusing, deeply engaging. It had been so 6 years ago, and it remains so now. "I mentioned earlier that you were coerced by your mother into an arranged marriage, correct?" Su Yan inquired. "Indeed, what is it?" Su Yan rested her chin on her hand, her sparkling eyes gazing intently at Chen Shua, who was slumped over the table. "How about we just pretend to be together for now?" Chen Yanqing choked, nearly spitting out her drink. She wanted to voice her thoughts but was silenced by a single look from Su Yan. Chen Yanqing felt wronged. It was the first time Su Yan had treated her this way, not allowing her to speak freely, all because of this man. She shot a furious glare at Chen Shua. "I'll go gather 50 billion for you." With that, Chen Shua attempted to rise. Hey. Su Yan quickly ceased his ear, a hint of anger in her voice. "Am I really that undesirable? You would rather gather 50 billion than just spend some time with me?" "Alas, it's not about you, it's just that I lack interest in that regard." Chen Shua wished to say more, but his lips moved without sound. Su Yan, keenly observing the subtle expressions on his face, seemed to grasp something. With a flick of her eyes, she proposed, "How about this? You pretend to be my suitor for 3 months. What do you say?" Noticing Chen Shua's silence, Su Yan continued, "Let me be frank with you. I have no intention of hiding this. I want you to act as my suitor to fool my parents. It's not just you being pressured to marry. I'm under the same stress. They keep introducing me to various people, and it's utterly exhausting. They even threaten me with certain matters. So if you could just be my suitor for 3 months, it would give me some peace. After that, you can go wherever you wish. Pursue whoever you desire. Not only will your debt to me be settled, but I'll also pay you 5,000, no 1,000, wait, 3,000, plus, I'll get you a car. You won't need to do anything during these 3 months. Just be my good luck charm, occasionally playing along with my little act, while I handle everything else. Is that agreeable? Please just help me this once. I'm truly at my wit's end." Chen Shua was at a loss for words. "But dear creditor, with such terms, couldn't you just find any random guy on the street? Why must you drag me into this?" Su Yan rolled her eyes at him, then sighed dramatically, resting her chin on her hands, her pink lips forming a pout. "Well, you know very well that ever since that incident, I've been wary of other men. While I'm not at the point of loathing men to the degree of feeling nauseous at their proximity, I just can't muster any interest. You might wonder why at my age I haven't found a boyfriend or gotten married. Do you honestly think I'm waiting for you, this heartless little wolf?" Chen Shua yawned, pouting slightly. "I'm not so narcissistic as to think I'm worthy of a woman's patience for so long. At least you have self-awareness." Su Yan chuckled before her expression turned solemn. To fool my family, I need to put on a show, and I can't just choose any man, even one I could recoil from at a mere touch. Among all the people I know, you are the only one who wouldn't trigger that reaction in me. If I don't choose you, then who else? Chen Shua's eyelids twitched. "Are you implying that I am your only option?" "Well, what can I say? Who told you to rescue me back then?" Su Yan tilted her head, her smile radiating mischief. It's rare for Chen Shua to describe a beauty in such a cheeky manner, yet she truly was. He rubbed his face in exasperation. "So I inadvertently saved a calamity." "Indeed," Su Yan enthusiastically agreed. If you hadn't rescued me from that heap of trash back then, I might have starved to death, been bitten by insects, or even carried off by dogs, dying without peace. Alternatively, you could have called the police. Allowing those brutes to find me, subjecting me to humiliation before tearing me to shreds. Or, at the very least, you could have contacted my parents, and those same brutes would have found me, repeating that dreadful cycle. All right, Chen Shua interjected, pinching Su Yan's incessantly chattering lips, feeling a headache coming on. Stop talking. If you keep this up, your words could fill an entire novel. Su Yan swatted his hand away, grinning. After all, you two are being coerced into this blind date. I need a temporary boyfriend. Why not just make do together? You can handle your side of things while I manage mine. It's a win-win situation for both of us. Besides, I'm familiar with your parents. So helping you navigate through this would be a breeze, and you'd get to enjoy a peaceful break, wouldn't you? Chen Shua's mind raced, struggling to devise a counter-argument against Su Yan's proposal. Ultimately, he resigned himself to compromise. All right, fine. Who am I to argue when I owe you money? But just 3 months, mind you. Seeing his agreement, Su Yan beamed, nodding vigorously. Yes, just 3 months. After that, you're free to go wherever you wish. I won't stop you. All right then, I'm off to get some sleep. If you need anything, just message me. Chen Shua rose with the lethargy of a zombie, arms drooping, wearing a face that screamed apathy. Wait, Su Yan grabbed his shirt. What now? She opened her WeChat, cheerfully saying, add me back. I don't have your current number. Beep, added, signing off. Goodbye, bye. As Chen Shua turned to leave, he seemed to remember something and glanced back at Su Yan. Asking, are you really not going to ask me for anything? Oh, just you being there to handle my family's affairs would be the greatest help. I'll take care of everything else. Just be my temporary boyfriend. Su Yan chirped with a radiant smile. Really not needed. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Chen Shua curled his lips, wanting to say more, but was cut off by Su Yan. Do you not trust my word? Do you doubt my abilities? Yes, dear creditor, you are the best, the most formidable, the most incredible. With that, he resigned himself to inaction, watching Chen Shua's retreating figure. Su Yan's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of emotion. Glancing down, she noticed a slight smile gracing her lips. How could this fool still look the same as 6 years ago? He was just like a wounded, laid-back orange cat, appearing as foolish as ever. Once Chen Shua finally departed, Shen Yanqing could no longer contain herself and asked, sister, are you really going to let him be your temporary boyfriend, carrying the burden for you? Not really, Su Yan admitted. Agreeing to a friend request while sending a playful emoji of a frog hitting someone's back, still feeling unsatisfied, she sent 7 or 8 more. Chen Shua only replied with an image of a girl pointing at him, accompanied by the text, "What's this? Want to kill me?" Then he sent another emoji of himself stretching his neck with a knife, clearly inviting a challenge. Seeing his outdated emojis and words, Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. So, what were you trying to imply earlier? Su Yan leaned her chin on her hand, her alluring red lips curling slightly as she mimicked his tone. What I meant to say is that I never intended for him to just be my pretend boyfriend. He is, in fact, my boyfriend. The 3-month thing was merely a pretext I devised to convince myself to. I can sense that this fool has not had a particularly ordinary 6 years. He seems quite resistant in matters of the heart. But that's all right. I used to be even more resistant than him. I know precisely how to handle it. Shen Yanqing was momentarily speechless, feeling as though the sky had fallen. She had never seen her best friend so invested in such matters. You're really pursuing him, aren't you? Su Yan conceded. What you said isn't entirely incorrect. Moreover, if it weren't for the fact that you lent him money later, allowing him to receive treatment, to explore the world, and to relax, given his heart more fragile than glass, one could hardly say he has made it to this day, considering he suffered from severe depression at such a tender age. Furthermore, even if that were indeed the reason for your affection towards him, it should not be so. Your bodyguard, Yi Buchan, has he not saved you several times as well? If you genuinely seek a temporary boyfriend to placate your family, would it not be more advantageous to choose him? Yi Buchan possesses the capability. He is the master of Yinglong Hall, a quintessential protagonist akin to a dragon king in a novel. Moreover, he was sought out by your father at great expense to protect you. Would it not be preferable to have him as your temporary boyfriend rather than this fool? This way, your parents would be more amenable. Wouldn't that make things easier for you? Why then must you pursue such a fool? Faced with Shen Yanqing's confusion, Su Yan merely gazed at her in silence before posing a question. What is Yi Buchan to me? This sudden inquiry left Shen Yanqing momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, she instinctively replied, he is your bodyguard, and what of it? Is it not his duty to protect me? Or is it not the responsibility of a bodyguard to safeguard their employer? Shen Yanqing found herself at a loss for words. Su Yan continued to retort, did I not pay him a salary, or did I not sign a contract with him? did I beg him on my knees, weeping and wailing, to be my bodyguard? Or did I not make it clear from the outset that I did not require his protection? It was he who stubbornly insisted on taking this job based on a so-called promise made to my father. Why do you equate his saving me with the fool saving me, as if they are one and the same? This is his job. If he cannot even protect me, what purpose does he serve as a bodyguard? He should leave at once. Moreover, is defeating a few petty thugs who barely rise to the level of second-rate nouveau riche truly a rescue? Do I need him to save me now? Was it that at that time I had no other bodyguards? Or that I had undergone genetic surgery, unlocking my genetic potential to the point where I could not defeat a few small-time thugs? Had he not been there to hinder me, do you believe I could not have dispatched those ruffians with a mere slap? As the president of the Sioux group, if I cannot handle a few thugs without him, I would rather leap into the Jiu River than suffer such disgrace. Indeed, a president worth billions cannot be injured by mere thugs. Otherwise she ought to be rebranded as a trillionaire or a quadrillionaire, the kind to be burnt as offerings to ancestors. At this point, Su Yin paused, conceding for the sake of argument, even if he did save me. Is that not simply part of his job? Is it not his duty to protect his employer? If a bodyguard does not protect their employer, what is their purpose? Would it not be more sensible for him to find a different job? This is akin to a white-collar worker who refuses to work yet expects a salary, hoping to charm their boss or have them subsidize their living. Such a scenario is utterly unrealistic. To protect an employer, fulfill one's duties, receive a salary, yet still expect the employer's affection. If I seek a boyfriend, even a temporary one, must he take precedence? What logic is this? Am I to consider my subordinates merely for completing their jobs and collecting their salaries, while also needing to entertain the notion of them as potential boyfriends? Shenyanqing, have you read too many novels or watched too many K-dramas? Just because he possesses ability and background, must I be enamored with him? Humph. There are plenty of suitors with more background and strength than him. Once more, if he cannot fulfill his duties as a bodyguard, he is free to leave, and I will settle his payment immediately. Should I choose to retain him, Su Yan shall henceforth be known as Dead Yan. Shenyanqing, overwhelmed by her barrage of retorts, could only raise her hands in surrender. All right, you are right, I was wrong. Furthermore, I am only suggesting for your benefit, merely presenting a hypothesis. If you choose not to accept it, then so be it. Calm down, you can like whoever you wish, I do not oppose. Su Yan crossed her arms. One leg clad in black stockings draped over the other, exhaling slowly, her brow furrowed as she remarked, I understand your intentions are for my good, and I am not angered by your words. But rather, ever since you Buchan became my bodyguard, too many people have come to believe what you assume. Even my father thinks so, that I would like him, that I should like him. I genuinely detest when others impose these so-called stereotypes upon me. Do not casually suggest that the Dragon King serves as a bodyguard to the president, leading the president to feel compelled to be touched or to pursue the Dragon King. I cannot speak for other presidents, but I am not one of them. I do not care if Yi Buchan is a Dragon King or a bodyguard. I simply do not like him. Dislike is dislike. Even if I were to seek a fake boyfriend, I would not consider someone I do not favor. Conversely, I like that fool, not because he saved me, but simply because I like him, and there is no other reason. As she spoke of that fool, it was evident that Su Yan's demeanor softened, her tone unconsciously gentler. I know you currently look down on him and believe he is unworthy of me, wanting me to find someone better. However, it would be best if you kept such thoughts to yourself, or shared them with others in private where I cannot see or hear. Do not voice them before me, Shenyanqing, if you dare to speak of such matters again in my presence. Do you believe we will not clash? Upon seeing Su Yan's serious demeanor, Shenyanqing finally realized how significant that seemingly lifeless fool was to Su Yan. It was the first time she had witnessed Su Yan express such intensity of emotion, startling her into a shiver. All right, I will not mention him again, nor will I bring up such topics. Is that acceptable? That was more like it. Su Yan's previously furrowed brow began to ease, not solely due to Shenyanqing's capitulation but because of the phrase "your little fool." For reasons unknown, the more she heard it, the sweeter it sounded, and the more it pleased her. Chapter 10. Do you really believe the matchmaker's words? Upon returning home, Chen Shua's mother Wang Mei eagerly approached him, inquiring, So, how was it? How did the blind date go? Do you think you are a suitable match? Chen Shua, holding a cup of old brown sugar pearl milk, took a sip and chewed on the pearls as he replied. Don't even mention it, Mom. What kind of blind date did you set up for me? She demanded $1 million right off the bat and listed a slew of outrageous requirements. Mom, if you set me up with such prospects again, you and Dad might as well prepare for a second child. As far as I'm concerned, your eldest son is dead. Wang Mei was taken aback by his words. What do you mean? $1 million? What outrageous conditions? my dear son, what happened? Come, tell me everything." Chen Shua sank into the sofa, lounging for less than 3 seconds before sprawling out, one foot resting on the opposite end, swaying back and forth. Wang Mei playfully slapped her son's thigh, shifting to sit beside him, placing his leg over her own as she chided, "You really can't sit still, can you? Now tell me, what transpired? Are you dissatisfied with the match your second aunt introduced you to?" Chen Shua sighed in exasperation, chewing on the straw, recounting his encounter with Zhai Jinfeng and her absurd demands without embellishing the story. Just those words alone were enough to provoke ire, upon hearing his account. Wang Mei slapped her thigh with force, exclaiming, "Those conditions are utterly excessive. A second marriage, earning only 3,500, yet still having such high expectations. Mom, my leg." Chen Shua nearly spewed his milk tea. Grimacing in pain as he cried out, "You should slap your own thigh, not mine." Wang Mei, realizing her mistake after leaving a large red mark on her son's fair thigh, finally acknowledged her error. No wonder she hadn't felt it. Wang Mei managed a sheepish smile, concocting an excuse for herself, chuckling, "Well, doesn't it hurt to hit oneself?" Chen Shua was brought to tears. "It hurts to strike oneself." "Yet you think it doesn't hurt to strike your child, It seems that holds some truth, as it does not land upon her. She indeed feels no pain, but I do. Woe is me, without a doubt. She is my biological mother." Wang Mei hastily diverted the conversation, continuing her indignant tirade. Does she truly believe she is akin to those domineering CEOs in novels, where the tyrannical CEO falls in love with the menopausal me? How dare she shamelessly present such conditions? With such demands, she could easily find a young woman in her 20s. Why settle for this dinosaur-like creature? And she dares to look in the mirror. Oh, why doesn't she look in the mirror? Is she worthy? A million, even 10,000 feels excessive. The more Wang Mei spoke, the angrier she became, cursing the second aunt in unison. That second aunt is utterly ridiculous. She promised to find you a peer, someone nurturing and sensible, whose appearance does not need to be stunning, but at the very least, not unattractive. Other than that, I have no further demands. How did she end up with such a specimen? She spent the last few days extolling the virtues of that woman to me. She nearly sang her praises to the heavens, and this is the result. Oh my, it's infuriating." Chen Shua grimaced while rubbing his thigh. Reddened from his mother's slap, saying, "I recall that the second aunt previously worked as a matchmaker, right? Indeed, or else how could I have relied on her to find you a match?" Chen Shua replied with a hint of melancholy. "Mother, do you truly believe what matchmakers say? 3 parts of what others say are mere fabrications, while 7 parts of what a deceiver states are lies. A matchmaker's every word is 12 parts deceitful. They turn flaws into virtues, virtues into characteristics, characteristics into specialties, and specialties into something unique. They speak of the deceased as if they were alive and the living as if they were divine. A height of 1.50 m becomes 1.90 m when they leap. Millions in debt are transformed into wealth. A security guard becomes a businessman, and a monthly salary of 3,005 turns into a stable profession. Even a welfare recipient can be portrayed as someone enjoying the benefits of the state. Mother, if you trust a matchmaker's words, I am at a loss as to whether to call you naive or innocent." Wang Mei chuckled awkwardly, then soothed him. All right, I understand my mistake. I will no longer trust her. Shall I personally find you a suitable partner? Find one?" Chen Shua lamented, his tone filled with reluctance. Wang Mei raised her hand and playfully slapped his thigh again. Chiding, "What else can we do? How old are you now? It is time for you to marry, and I ought to be a grandmother. Furthermore, if you continue to run away, it will be 6 years before I see you again. Leaving your father and me with heart issues, you must settle down at home and give me grandchildren. You cannot wander off. Indeed, your mother speaks wisely." Just then, Chen Shua's father, Chen Shang, returned home, overhearing their mother-son banter. And, in alignment with his wife, wore an expression of exasperation. "How old are you and still not married? In a few years, you'll be approaching 30, then, who would want you, when I was your age?" I had already brought home my girlfriend several times. Chen Shua, rubbing his thumb against his chin as if recalling something, grinned and asked, "Dad, I remember you were only 27 when you married Mom." "Right, you were even a year younger than I am now. Moreover, if I recall correctly, you only met Mom 2 months before your wedding through someone else's introduction, and not long after you married. Quite the whirlwind romance. You even met her parents just a month before the wedding." Upon hearing his precious son's somewhat sarcastic remarks, Chen Shang felt a pang of dread. Sure enough, when he looked up, he met Wang Mei's seemingly amiable yet piercing gaze. Brimming with an intention as sharp as a knife slicing through bone, Wang Mei swiftly moved from the sofa to Chen Shang's side, her delicate hand resting on his now trembling shoulder. Tilting her head and narrowing her eyes, unbeknownst to him, she had stealthily acquired a slipper in her hand. With a sweet smile, Wang Mei inquired, "Who is that girlfriend? Do I know her? Why haven't you introduced me?" "You've never mentioned her in all these years." Panicking, Chen Sheng hurriedly clarified, No, there is nothing, I was merely showing off to my son, it's all nonsense." "Oh really? I don't believe you, I've long heard that you were quite the rascal in your youth." "Speak up, who is she?" Now it was Chen Sheng's turn to lament. "No, there truly isn't anyone, I was just boasting to my son. I trust you as much as I trust a ghost." "Just wait and see how I deal with you, you fickle-hearted rogue." Watching his father being chased around the hall by his mother, and listening to his father's lamentations, Chen Shua, the instigator, took a sip of milk tea, smirked, and let out a hearty burp, feeling quite content. He had grown accustomed to such antics. A life, indeed, is vibrant and colorful. Let the battle commence. Go, mother, father, you're in trouble. Chapter 11. Yi Buchan, you are fired. In Guangfu, a city within a villa overlooking the Zhu River. What is that silly fool up to? He hasn't replied to my messages for quite a while. Clad in loose, casual attire, Su Yan reclined on a soft, snow-white sofa, one delicate leg draped over the edge, gently swaying, bathed in soft lighting and contrasted against the pristine sofa. Su Yan's already flawless long legs appeared even more tender and snowy, resembling the soft white of a peel egg white, a hint of rosy blush accentuating their allure. At this moment, a look of distress crossed Su Yan's face as she glanced at her phone, where her conversation with Chen Shua had stalled at his message requesting her to chop him with a knife. To which she had replied with a meme of an Italian cannon. Su Yan sighed repeatedly. "What's the matter? Still thinking about that little fool of yours?" Shen Yanqing approached with a cup of hot tea. Placing it on the coffee table, she sat beside Su Yan, unable to resist the temptation to caress Su Yan's thigh. As always, so smooth and white, the tactile experience was unparalleled, even though she was a woman herself. Shen Yanqing couldn't help but feel envious every time she beheld Su Yan's flawless legs, exquisitely sculpted like a precious jade. How enviable! If only I could lie here for 3 to 5 minutes. I would gladly face any consequence. Shen Yanqing harbored a deep obsession with experiencing the sensation of resting on Su Yan's thighs. Unfortunately, Su Yan seemed quite sensitive and opposed to anyone resting on her legs. Even her lifelong friend, each time Shen Yanqing attempted to recline on her thighs, she would invariably be kicked away. Even Su Yan's infrequently present sister had been sent sprawling on the floor more than once. In truth, Su Yan had not always been this way. Previously she was not so sensitive or resistant. As long as it wasn't a man, she had no objections. However, after her disappearance and subsequent return 2 years later, she forbade anyone from touching her legs, especially when it came to others lying on her thighs. She became exceedingly sensitive and intolerant. Even her old friend could only dare to give a gentle touch. "What a pity! If I were a man, I would certainly conquer you and caress you for 3 days and nights." Shen Yanqing, with a fierce determination, reached out once more to stroke Su Yan's enviable legs. "Get away, you little vixen! Why are you always fixated on my legs? Go touch your own." Su Yan shot her a glare, lifting her long leg to deliver a playful kick to Shen Yanqing's backside, then adjusted her loose attire to tuck her legs away, denying her friend access. "Greedy!" Shen Yanqing shot back, her teeth clenched. "If you're so skilled, then when you get married, don't let your husband touch you." "That depends on who my future husband will be." Su Yan seemed to ponder something, promptly nodding in agreement. Yes, let him touch, my future husband can touch." As Su Yan's lifelong friend and confidant, Shen Yanqing was well aware of the fleeting pause in her friend's thoughts. Shen Yanqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, "You can't possibly be considering that silly fool as your husband, can you?" "Why not, since that little fool had ceased reaching out to her?" And with no current reason to initiate a conversation, Su Yan unlocked a file, reviewing their chat history, and stated with conviction, as the saying goes, a relationship without the intention of marriage is merely a flirtation. "As the president of the Su Group, would I stoop to such frivolity?" Shen Yanqing reached out to touch Su Yan's forehead, then her own, muttering, "You don't have a fever, do you? How did your brain go awry?" "Go away, it is your brain that is malfunctioning." Shen Yan cast a sidelong glance at her and remarked, "If your mind were not muddled, how could you allow that simpleton to be your boyfriend? Let alone entertain the idea of making him your husband? Well, if you wish to persist, then so be it. I merely desire to indulge in the thrill of a youthful romance. Is that so wrong?" Su Yan turned her body and head away, facing the sofa, mumbling to herself. Realizing she could not sway this obstinate mule, Shen Yan decided to lay bare the various difficulties that Su Yan and her family would inevitably confront. "Have you considered the immense pressure and challenges he would face if you were to be together?" Regardless of the truth of it, what pressure, what challenges, do enlighten me, Su Yan inquired calmly. Shen Yan elaborated, firstly, there is the disparity between you two, your families are not compatible, and your relatives, your uncles and aunts, would surely disapprove. Then there are your suitors, who are practically lining up from afar. Most of them are prominent influential figures, first-generation entrepreneurs, second-generation rich, third-generation officials, who have pursued you for quite some time, though they present themselves as refined, cultured, humble, and modest. One can never truly discern the depths of their hearts. How can you be certain they harbor no possessive desires towards you? Take Zhao Su from the Zhao family, who has been vying for your affection. He is indeed a commendable individual of impeccable character. However, his brother Zhao Mingtian is a different story entirely. He views you as his brother's woman, his sister-in-law, and should anyone dare to lay a hand on you, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. I have heard that several of your admirers were nearly scared off simply for stealing a glance at you, fleeing a city under cover of night. If you were to be with that simpleton, Zhao Mingtian may not dare act against you, but the simpleton himself might not be so cautious. And what of Yi Buchan? Can you truly not discern his interest in you? That simpleton is just that, a simpleton. Can he hold a candle to anyone? After a moment of silence, Su Yan replied, my family's opposition is their concern. Whom I choose to love and whom I wish to marry is my affair, not theirs. Does their disapproval hold any weight? Their disagreement is inconsequential. They married, and so shall I. As for Zhao Mingtian, Su Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing through her gaze as she icily stated, if he knows what's good for him, then let it be, but should he dare to lay a finger on that simpleton, I shall not hesitate to turn him into a human pincushion and cast him into the Zhujiang River. As for Yi Buchan, that will be easily resolved. Shen Yan watched in bewilderment as Su Yan suddenly stood up, rummaging through drawers until she unearthed a card that had been lost in the depths of her clutter. After a prolonged effort, she found it and began dialing the number on her phone, her expression one of confusion, subconsciously asking, what do you intend to do? Beep, beep, beep. The call connected, and a male voice on the other end, imbued with a hint of playful mirth, greeted her. Hello, Suzone, what can I do for you? Have you encountered some trouble? I am honored that you personally called me. Whatever you need, just command me. I, Yi Buchan, would brave mountains and seas for you. Su Yan, despite never having called Yi Buchan before, realized that her father had undoubtedly provided him with her number. Her delicate features turned icy, her tone frigid as she enunciated each word. Yi Buchan, you are fired. Chapter 12. The rascals are a bit mentally challenged, but not devoid of sense. I will compensate you according to our contract. Please visit the finance department tomorrow, should you have any grievances or feel that my actions are unjust. You are welcome to file a complaint with the Labor Bureau. That is all, without allowing the other party a chance to respond. Su Yan decisively hung up the phone. Absurd. As the president of the Su Corporation, did she need to dither and waste time to dismiss someone? Merely notifying him was sufficient. The rest was of no concern to her. In her eyes, as long as the foundation of the Su Corporation remained intact, she would continue to be its president, and the company would retain its name. There was no notion of being unable to survive without anyone, especially not a mere bodyguard with slightly above-average physical prowess. Shen Yan was equally taken aback by Su Yan's swift and resolute actions. After swallowing hard, she raised her thumb in admiration, exclaiming, impressive. Since we are not inclined to resolve the issues, let us simply eliminate the source of the problems. You truly are remarkable, Suzone. Shen Yan then shifted the conversation. However, now that you've fired Yi Buchan, how will you explain this to your uncle? There's no need for an explanation, Su Yan retorted succinctly. Leaving Shen Yan momentarily speechless, Shen Yan managed a resigned smile, realizing that it was likely only she who could dismiss the notorious Su Fama without an explanation. What about your safety? Shen Yan inquired. There are numerous individuals eyeing your position, and they may strike at any moment. Surely someone must protect you. Humph, let them come. I fear them not, Su Yan scoffed, a cold smile gracing her lips. If they dared to act, they would have done so long ago. You truly believe that the mere presence of the master of the Shadow Dragon Hall would deter them? Shen Yan fell silent, eventually nodding in agreement. You do have a point. By the way, have you noticed a peculiar phenomenon? Su Yan suddenly asked him. What do you mean? Su Yan elaborated. Ever since Yi Buchan became my bodyguard, an array of troublesome incidents have surfaced around me, thugs and nameless rich kids daring to encroach upon my space. Such occurrences never transpired before his arrival. Shen Yan pondered for a moment, responding, that must be mere coincidence. Coincidence? Su Yan shot her a glance, stating, are you suggesting that those rascals are either blind or lacking in common sense? They clearly see a dozen bodyguards surrounding me, yet they still dare to approach. If they were unaware of my identity, that would be one thing, but what sane individual would approach someone surrounded by bodyguards? Seeking to provoke trouble, rascals may be somewhat mentally challenged, but they are not entirely brainless. Have you ever seen anyone daring to flaunt themselves in front of a billionaire or a second-generation rich kid? Xinyan suddenly grasped the implication. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. I personally have never encountered any ruffians or troublemakers while out and about. The few friends I have also experienced the same. Those who dare to obstruct their paths are typically of similar social standing. No one would be foolish enough to approach unless they were courting disaster. Furthermore, you are the president of the Su Corporation, whose name has graced the news headlines more frequently than even the most popular celebrities. Your fame surpasses that of top-tier stars. On Douyin, your content garners over 35 million followers, and on Weibo, 400 million. Without a doubt, you are a national goddess. In a city, it's rare to find someone who doesn't recognize you, unless they live under a rock or are utterly deaf. Leaning back against the sofa, Su Yan mused. So, do you still consider it mere coincidence? If it were a one-time occurrence, perhaps, but in less than a month, there have been 5 or 6 incidents. It is no longer coincidental. Moreover, it's particularly strange that every time it is Yi Buchan who intervenes to chase away those petty thugs and nuisances, while my bodyguards remain idle, merely watching me endure the attacks. At this point, Su Yan paused, a mocking smile creeping onto her lips. And just the other day, didn't I get harassed by a few particularly audacious individuals? Yes, I recall. They even drew knives. It was Yi Buchan who arrived just in time to handle the situation. Xinyan affirmed, her memory of the incident still fresh. Su Yan made a startling revelation. What if I told you that Yi Buchan was already there, having witnessed those individuals approach me, and only acted when the knife was nearly at my throat? Would you believe me? This revelation left Xinyan utterly astonished, her mouth forming an shape. That can't be true. Here, I obtained the nearby surveillance footage. See for yourself. Su Yan produced her phone, located the video, and played it for Xinyan. Xinyan's expression shifted to one of dread. Indeed, the surveillance footage showed that Yi Buchan had been present long before the trouble began, observing the situation until it reached a critical point before stepping in. What was most chilling was that the bodyguards assigned to ensure Su Yan's safety had merely watched her face danger without taking action. Xinyan's eyes widened in realization as she comprehended the gravity of the situation. Are you suggesting that, thus, do you understand now why I must expel Yi Buchan? Su Yan gestured elegantly, and the steaming cup of tea that had been on the coffee table was instantly in her hand. The warmth that had lingered in the tea vanished in an instant. Everything seemed remarkably strange. Xinyanqing had grown accustomed to such oddities and inquired, why did you dismiss him alone? The remaining bodyguards appear equally unreliable to me. Su Yan revealed a faint smile and replied, if someone can infiltrate my bodyguards, it proves they are extraordinary, likely someone close to me, perhaps even an acquaintance. Since they wish to glean my whereabouts or pursue some agenda through these bodyguards, I might as well indulge them, turning the tables in their favor. As for dismissing Yi Buchan, it's a subtle warning, an opportunity for them, a chance to act with courtesy before resorting to force. If they are perceptive, they will naturally retract their surveillance and spies placed around me. If not, I shan't hesitate to uproot them entirely. After all, a visible spy is preferable to a hidden one. Meanwhile, in City A, at the Su residence, Yi Buchan engaged in a chess match and conversation with the head of the Su family. Su Feima, known as the Tiger of Guangfu, listened in astonishment as the call with Su Yan abruptly ended, leaving him as still as stone. Noticing his demeanor, Su Feima chuckled and asked, what's the matter? Did Yan Yan summon you? If so, you should hurry over. We can resume our game another day. Yi Buchan snapped back to reality, offering a wry smile as he said, Chairman Su, it isn't Su Yan seeking me out. Rather, she has suddenly dismissed me. Chapter 13. Dare to compete with me, the king of mercenaries, for a woman? What? Su Feima's brow furrowed instantly. Yan Yan dismissed you? Though Yi Buchan was seething with indignation and fury, he maintained a facade of helplessness before Su Feima. Indeed, she just called to inform me of my dismissal. Perhaps my performance as her bodyguard was unsatisfactory, provoking her ire. It is true that my protection has been lacking recently, or she wouldn't have let me go. Su Feima clenched his hand on the table, the veins at his temples bulging in outrage. This is outrageous. Buchan, you needn't say more. I shall call Yan Yan and inquire about this matter. Hey, Chairman Su, please don't. But Su Feima had already pulled out his phone, and Yi Buchan's attempt to intervene was thwarted by a stern gesture. With no choice but to relent, Yi Buchan managed a barely perceptible smile. Moments later, the call connected, and Su Yan's voice came through. Hello, Dad, what's up? With barely contained fury, Su Feima demanded, what do you mean what's up? Yan Yan, why did you dismiss Yi Buchan? He has been protecting you splendidly during your recent troubles. Arriving just in time to save you from danger. Not only do you show no gratitude, you go and dismiss him. I will not permit this. Su Yan fell silent for a moment before asking. Isn't it his duty to protect me as my bodyguard, or do you believe that paying him means he is not obliged to do so, requiring your gratitude? Why not gift the Su group to Uncle Feng and his lot? Since they protected you back in the day, how dare you? Su Feimo was left speechless by her retort. Su Yan, uninterested in further debate, stated bluntly, your disagreement is your concern if you wish for him to remain my bodyguard. That is fine. Now I won't be returning home for a while. The company keeps me busy. So goodbye for now, Dad, and do remember to tell Grandpa that I'm swamped and shan't be home for some time. Wait, the line went dead. Listening to the dial tone, Su Feima nearly smashed the expensive phone worth over 200,000. With Yi Buchan's skills, even without speakerphone, he could hear every word exchanged between father and daughter. Upon hearing Su Yan's remarks, a glint of cold fury flickered in Yi Buchan's eyes before vanishing. He maintained his composure, feigning concern. All right, Chairman Su, please don't be upset, calm down. Su Feima ground his teeth in frustration, exuding an air of disappointment as he turned to Yi Buchan. Yi Buchan, can you believe it? Yan Yan is now the president of the Su group, yet she still behaves so headstrong and willful. Indeed, Yi Buchan, unsure whether to stoke the flames or genuinely console Su Feima, replied, it's quite normal for someone as young and accomplished as President Yan to exhibit a bit of youthful impetuosity and temperament. We must be understanding, but the key is, Su Feima sighed heavily, contemplating for a long while before making a significant decision, his expression torn. Buchan, my greatest regret in life is my youngest daughter. I have neglected her far too much over the years. Even if she is willful and troublesome, I can only tolerate her, can't I? I am truly sorry for you, from this day forth. You need not protect my rebellious daughter anymore. I will transfer the agreed-upon protection fee to your account, and I'll even double it as compensation for your troubles. I apologize sincerely, seeing Su Feima capitulate to his daughter's whims. Yi Buchan's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing. He exhaled deeply, declaring, very well, if that is the case, I shall take my leave now and move out. Please don't say that, Chairman Su, I can hardly bear it. I shall return to pack my belongings. Yes, indeed. Butler Jean, please assist Buchan with his packing and see him off. I have matters to attend to. Butler Jean nodded in agreement after bidding farewell to Su Feima. Yi Buchan turned to leave. As he watched Yi Buchan's retreating figure, Su Feima's face, once filled with rage, morphed into a sly smirk, a derisive snort escaping his lips. He picked up a chess piece and placed it atop Yi Buchan's unfinished move. Checkmate. Returning to the room arranged for him by Su Feima, Yi Buchan closed the door behind him and, in a sudden burst of rage, struck the wall with his fist, leaving cracks in its wake. His expression darkened, a storm brewing within. That little wench Su Yan actually dared to dismiss me. How dare she? I, the master of the Shadow Dragon Hall, humbled myself to serve as your bodyguard, and you dare to cast me aside. Despite his ulterior motives in approaching Su Yan and becoming her bodyguard, her dismissal ignited a sense of humiliation that wounded his pride. After venting his frustrations, Yi Buchan gradually calmed himself. He called out to the corner. Gue Mei. As soon as he uttered her name, a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in dark attire and masked. She appeared to be a woman. Upon her arrival, she knelt respectfully before Yi Buchan, saying, Master, I am here. Suppressing his fury, Yi Buchan inquired, has Su Yan exhibited any peculiar behaviors in recent days? Peculiar behaviors? None that I am aware of. Gue Mei replied. However, today, Su Yan did encounter someone at a coffee shop, an apparent acquaintance of hers. An acquaintance? Yi Buchan paused, intrigued. Who is it? Gue Mei shook her head. I'm not sure. However, when they met, she kicked him onto the sofa, placing her foot, clad in stockings, upon his chest, all in plain sight, without a hint of discretion. They appeared quite close, perhaps even intimate. A sense of unease crept into Yi Buchan's mind, discerning a potential link between his dismissal and Su Yan's encounter. His eyes narrowed, and after a moment, he exhaled slowly, declaring, within a day, I want all information on that individual. Furthermore, Yi Buchan paused before adding, inform the Zhao family that their plan has failed. Understood. As Yi Buchan approached the window, gazing into the distance, his once round pupils transformed into golden slits, a sinister glint flashing briefly within. Humph, I shall see just which insignificant wretch dares to compete with me, the king of mercenaries, for a woman. Chapter 14. I am truly taking a bath. Su, have you not yet found a reason to invite your foolish darling out for a chat? Just ask him out already. I have found a reason. Then call him, right away. Observing Su Yan, clad in casual loungewear, pacing back and forth in the living room while holding her phone and wearing slippers, Shen Yanqing couldn't help but feel utterly speechless. She simply could not comprehend why Su Yan who had so boldly confronted Yi Buchan, the master of the Shadow Dragon Hall, was now hesitating to send a simple message or make a phone call to a seemingly clueless and lackadaisical boy. Sister, this contrast is quite striking. Where's that aloof, domineering CEO vibe of yours? Did your foolish darling steal it away this afternoon? Shen Yanqing rolled her eyes dramatically. You've already said that 6 times in the past 3 hours. Ha, did I? Shen Yanqing pointed out the window. Look outside, it's already dark. If you don't ask him out soon, he'll fall into a deep sleep. Right away, right away, right away. With one hand gripping her phone and the other biting her thumbnail. Su Yan pondered aloud. What reason should I use to invite him out? Should I ask him to dinner or for a late-night snack? Aren't they essentially the same? Shen Yanqing's teeth clicked together in exasperation. Stop worrying about the reason. Just call him out already. Be decisive, will you? What are you hesitating about? With a bitter smile, Su Yan replied, I was planning to send the message this afternoon, but I was worried he might be taking a nap and I would disturb him. Then call him now. At this hour, if he sleeps any longer, he'll turn into a pig. Su Yan hesitated, but what if he's with his friends, eating and drinking? After all, he hasn't been back for quite some time. And if I call him, Shen Yanqing interjected, so call him later. But what if he's in the shower? Shen Yanqing pressed her hand against her forehead, then call him a little later than shower time. But before bedtime. Su Yan's face was filled with conflict. But what if he drinks and goes to bed right after showering? Shen Yanqing slapped her chest and took a deep breath. Sister, you are inviting your foolish darling out, not defusing a bomb. Do you really need to think so much? Moreover, even if you don't call, you can send a message. Just ask if he's available, and if he replies, it means he is not sleeping, eating, or dead, and then you can invite him out. Su Yan's eyes lit up with realization. Oh right, I can send a message. Shen Yanqing immediately buried her face into the sofa cushions like an ostrich, unwilling to face the situation. Just as Su Yan was about to send the message, she hesitated again. But it's been so long since I've seen him, and we only had a brief chat once. I even kicked and stepped on him. He can't possibly be angry and not reply. The moment she finished speaking, Shen Yanqing sprang up from the sofa, darting to Su Yan's side with swift decisiveness. She snatched Su Yan's phone, located the prominently pinned contact labeled Foolish Darling, and typed out a few words before sending it. Returning the phone to a bewildered Su Yan, Shen Yanqing stood on her toes, grabbing the collar of Su Yan's shirt, her bloodshot eyes wide open. The grinding of her teeth was so clear that even Su Yan could hear it. Su Yan, listen, you are the president of the Su Corporation. Have some confidence, will you? Don't be so flustered about inviting this foolish darling out. You could even invite the governor without this much fuss. Maintain your usual cool and proud CEO demeanor, will you? Stop acting like a lovesick girl who knows nothing, hesitating and dragging your feet for so long. Suddenly, a crisp notification sound interrupted Shen Yanqing's passionate speech. Su Yan wiped her face with her hand, picked up her phone, and her previously bright expression froze. What did he say? Let me see. Shen Yanqing leaned in closer to look. After her message asking what are you doing, the response was 3 simple words: taking a bath. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, Su Yan clenched her fist and struck Shen Yanqing on the head, exclaiming, see, I told you, look, he is taking a bath. He is in the shower. Whether it was due to the foolish darling's message or the impact of Su Yan's punch, Shen Yanqing rubbed her head and gasped, no way. Could it really be that coincidental? The next moment, Shen Yanqing realized something was amiss. Wait a minute, if he's in the shower, how can he reply to you? This is clearly a lie. Su Yan hesitated. That can't be, he hasn't lied to me before. He wouldn't lie just because I sent him a message. Seeing her friend in such denial, Shen Yanqing couldn't hold back. Come on, let him do a video call. If he doesn't, it proves he is guilty and is indeed lying to you. Su Yan asked, but what if he does? Then it proves he is not lying. Shen Yanqing replied matter-of-factly, okay, fine. Su Yan sent the message. I don't believe you, unless you do a video call to show me. After sending it, she suddenly realized, wait, who takes a video call while showering? What if the phone gets wet, you silly? Su Yan angrily punched her unreliable friend again, causing Shen Yanqing to stick out her tongue. Just as Su Yan prepared to retract the message, her phone screen lit up with a video call invitation. It was from the foolish darling. Shen Yanqing covered her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. Oh my goodness, he actually dares to call. Su Yan shot her a glance and asked irritably, now what, should I answer or not? Of course answer it, Shen Yanqing insisted. But what if he is in the shower? Shen Yanqing retorted, you just said, who takes a call in the shower, not afraid of getting the phone wet. Besides, if he is really that bold to call you while showering, it is likely he just finished and wants to prove it to you. Answer, you must answer. Su Yan thought it over and found it reasonable. Alright then, I'll listen to you. She pressed the answer button. And as the screen shifted, the sight of her foolish darling appeared, bare-skinned, one hand rubbing his hair, standing under the showerhead, trying to open one eye to look at her. "What's up, big creditor? I really am in the shower. Why would I lie to you?" Chapter 15. Mom, I have a girlfriend. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Two pairs of wide eyes were locked on the phone screen, staring at the half-closed eyes. And the atmosphere was thick with awkwardness. Suyan's previously fair face, tinged with a hint of pink, suddenly flushed a deep crimson. After a moment, the living room erupted with a sharp scream. "Aw. You really are in the shower." Suyan instinctively tossed her phone onto the sofa, her face burning with embarrassment. Her already ample bosom surged like crashing waves, rising and falling uncontrollably beside her. Shinyanqing snapped back to reality from Suyan's scream. She too felt a flush rising to her cheeks, her mind reeling from the earlier sight. Thoughts raced through her head. Oh my goodness, that skin, those pecs, those broad shoulders, that narrow waist. Goodness, Suyan has struck gold. In that moment, Shinyanqing felt an overwhelming urge to grab the phone and take another good look. Although they could only see the upper half due to the angle, the impact was still quite powerful. Glancing at the phone lying on the sofa and then at Suyan, whose face was still flushed, Shinyanqing could only sigh silently and mutter to herself, "This eternal virgin, is it really necessary to react this way over just a glimpse? It is no different from a woman wearing a bikini at the beach. It's not like she saw anything inappropriate." Nonetheless, Shinyanqing suppressed the urge to take another peek, reminding herself that her best friend's boyfriend was off limits. Although it was tempting, she hadn't sunk to the shameless depths of coveting her best friend's partner. Moreover, she always harbored a premonition: if she dared to pick up her phone for just one more glance, President Su would undoubtedly ensure that she would not see the sun rise again. On the other end of the line, Chen Shua rinsed the foam from his head, shook it off, and placed the phone on a stand. Hearing Suyan's sharp exclamations, Chen Shua retorted with irritation, "It's not that you don't believe me. Do you want me to video call? Now you're blaming me for my hair, the creditor. Do you have any sense of reason?" Suyan, feeling both embarrassed and furious, spat back, "How was I to know you were really in the shower? I thought you were just playing with me or that you had already finished." Chen Shua, while applying shower gel and scrubbing himself with a towel, naturally responded, "Since the day we met, when have I ever played with you?" "Well, that's true," Suyan sighed, patting her chest before asking, "But wait. If you're showering, why are you video calling? Aren't you afraid of getting your phone wet?" "Relax, this phone of mine could be submerged in the ocean for 2 years and still not get wet. Let alone just a shower," Chen Shua replied. This piqued Suyan's interest and conveniently shifted the topic. "What kind of phone do you have that's so remarkable? Don't tell me it's some knockoff used by Phelps." "Not at all," Chen Shua said. "My previous phone broke, so I just randomly got this one to use for now. I've been using it for several years." "Oh, I see," Suyan inquired curiously, "you can actually fix phones?" "I don't recall you having that skill. I didn't know before, but I learned it later," Chen Shua explained. "Why, should I get one for you?" "Sure, that way I can watch shows while I shower," she replied. I might as well design one with a real-time video transmission feature, so I can sneak a peek at you whenever I want." Suyan rolled her eyes dramatically. "Get lost. Do you believe I won't hit you?" Chen Shua chuckled. All right, just teasing you. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up, okay?" Wait. As soon as he mentioned hanging up, Suyan hurriedly grabbed her phone back. While picking it up, she sneakily glanced at the screen. Noticing that the camera angle was directed at the ceiling, indicating the phone was likely resting on a shelf or chair, only then did she breathe a sigh of relief, retrieving her phone to ask, "Are you free tonight?" No," Chen Shua replied. "My cousin just invited me out for a late-night snack. What's wrong?" Upon hearing he was unavailable, Suyan's disappointment was palpable, her voice stretching out. "Oh fine then, well. In that case, I'll hang up. Goodbye." Just as Suyan was about to end the call, Chen Shua suddenly reappeared on her screen, startling her so much that she nearly dropped her phone again. She covered her head with her hands, blushing fiercely. "Great, now I can't even forget it. Wait a minute." Reflecting on the sight of that fool's bare upper body, a particular image froze in her mind. Suyan's previously flushed cheeks turned pale with astonishment, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of concern that even she was unaware of. She quickly picked up her phone again, eager to take another look. Unfortunately, the other party had already hung up completely. Observing this, Shinyanqing teased her. "President Su, your true nature has been exposed, hasn't it? Just a moment ago, you were shy and reluctant to look, but now that there's nothing to see, you're in a rush. If you really want to see, why not just call him again?" Ignoring her, Suyan repeatedly dialed several video calls, but none were answered. Biting her red lip, the image of what she had just seen replayed in her mind. stirring an inexplicable ache in her heart, for she had clearly noticed that Chen Shua bore several faint scars on his body, resembling knife wounds, and she distinctly remembered that those scars had not been present 6 years ago. Fool, what have you experienced in these 6 years? Why do you have those scars? Oh, what? Is my phone dead? Glancing at his now powerless device, Chen Shua shrugged it off and continued his shower. After finishing, he dressed and tossed the phone to charge in his room before heading off to dinner. At the dining table, having barely taken a couple of bites, Wang Mei cheerfully placed a large drumstick on Chen Shua's plate, saying, "Come on, son, enjoy a big chicken leg." Glancing at the drumstick in his bowl and then at his beaming mother, Chen Shua sighed and asked, "Mom, if you have something to say, just say it. You're making me anxious like this." "Oh, nonsense. What could your mother possibly have to say?" Wang Mei suddenly shifted the conversation. "Actually, I just remembered someone that she's single and quite nice. Why don't you give it a try? I guarantee you'll like her. At the very least, you won't dislike her." Chen Shua felt a headache coming on. "Mom, are you never going to stop? It's not that, son, your mother is doing this for your own good. That girl is genuinely great." "Not like that girl you met today. Who is she?" Before Wang Mei could finish, Chen Shua suddenly interjected, "Mom, I already have a girlfriend." Chapter 16. Talking it over is fine. A girlfriend, even if you have a girlfriend. You should still, huh? Wang Mei momentarily lost her bearings, her expression freezing in disbelief, while Chen Shang's chopsticks, poised to pick up a rib, halted mid-air. A clatter. The rib slipped from the chopsticks and fell to the table. Unnoticed by anyone, the atmosphere grew tense, with only Chen Shua unfazed as he continued to enjoy the chicken leg his mother had served him. Taking a bite of rice, Wang Mei snapped back to reality, swallowing hard as she widened her eyes at her precious son, unable to believe what she had just heard. "Wait, Echu, what did you just say? You have a girlfriend?" "I said, I have a girlfriend," Chen Shua confirmed. Chewing and swallowing his food, Wang Mei, still in disbelief, exclaimed, "When did you get a girlfriend? How come I didn't know? And wait, if you have a girlfriend, why are you still going on blind dates? You could have just told your mother. And I wouldn't have worried so much about your future," Chen Shua replied. "I only found her today. Oh, so you met her during the blind date?" Wang Mei and Chen Sheng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from disbelief to shock, and finally to joy. Before Chen Shua could finish his explanation, the couple quickly moved their chairs closer to him, sandwiching him between them, as if afraid he might escape. "Come on, son, eat the ribs. This is the pork rib your dad found in the countryside. Come on, eat more, strengthen your body. And fish face meat, this is the best part of the fish. Oh, and chives, I picked these fresh from your aunt's place this morning, the very first harvest. Eat more, we can't let our precious son go hungry, and there's more." Watching the pile of dishes nearly reaching his face, Chen Shua was left speechless. He glanced at his parents, who were eagerly surrounding him, their faces beaming with joy. After a long pause, he sighed and said, "Feel free to ask whatever you want. I promise I'm not just trying to fool you." Wang Mei, with a smile, eagerly inquired, "So, son, who is she? How old is she? What is she like? Is she good to you? Do your dad and I know her? When will you bring her home?" Chen Shua picked up a piece of the fresh chives, chewed thoughtfully, and replied, "You already know her. It's Su Yan." Upon hearing that name, both parents were taken aback. They exchanged glances, and Chen Sheng couldn't help but ask, "Is she the same girl you found in the trash 12 years ago? Brought back to your dorm, hid for 2 years, and then took home for New Year, claiming she was just a friend?" "Yes," Chen Shua nodded. "I ran into her at the blind date today, and we hit it off." Wang Mei and Chen Sheng exchanged looks once more, their expressions filled with complexity. Wang Mei let out a gentle sigh, saying, "Echu, it's not that your mother looks down on you. If it were 6 years ago, I would have wholeheartedly supported you and Su Yan, but now, alas." Chen Sheng placed a large hand on his beloved son's shoulder, speaking meaningfully. "Echu, don't blame your parents for speaking harshly. You and Su Yan aren't suitable." "Yeah, I think it's unsuitable too. I'll call her right now and break up." Seeing Chen Shua decisively stand up and turn to retrieve his phone, Wang Mei and Chen Shang were left dumbfounded. Wang Mei pointed at her son, bewildered. "Wait, why is he not following the script? Isn't he supposed to ask us why? Do you not even ask for a reason? Is it really that straightforward?" Chen Shang lightly tapped his forehead with his palm, expressing a look of exasperation. "Are you meeting your son for the first time? When has he ever played by the rules? While I am unaware of why he agreed so readily, I do know that soon the future daughter-in-law you have been eagerly anticipating will no longer be in the picture. If he truly breaks up with her this time, given his stubborn nature, combined with the fact that we previously rejected his girlfriend, it will be at least 3 to 5 years before he considers dating again." Hey, son, what on earth?" Wang Mei hurriedly stepped in front of Chen Shua, who was about to enter his room. What are you doing, Mom? Wang Mei forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. How about, you two have a chat first? Chen Shua rolled his eyes dramatically. Didn't you think I was incompatible with her? I agree. We're not suited for each other. Isn't breaking up precisely what you want? Then why not inquire why we believe you two are incompatible? Wang Mei added, just to clarify, it's not due to any flaws in you both. But, well, let's say it pertains to your circumstances. Chen Shua bluntly articulated what Wang Mei hesitated to say. Isn't it because she is now wealthy, being the president of the Su Group and the daughter of the Su family? While I have nothing to my name after 6 years of struggling and I'm left with injuries, she has been affluent for quite some time. When Dad needed surgery and we couldn't gather enough funds despite borrowing from relatives, it was she who lent me over 300,000 to make it happen. Moreover, had she not used her connections to find those renowned doctors to treat Dad, he would have had to spend the latter part of his life bedridden. Regardless of whether he survived, Wang Mei replied with a wry smile, I know this, your father and I are very grateful to her. She's a good girl. During the 6 years you were away, she would bring something for your father and me each year during the spring festival or mid-autumn festival, although she was always too busy to stay for a meal with us. It moved your father and me deeply. Chen Shua was taken aback and shocked to discover that this big creditor had visited his parents every year during his absence. However, more than that, he felt a complex emotion that was difficult to articulate. Chen Sheng continued, our concern about your compatibility doesn't stem from any other issue. It's simply that this girl is exceptionally remarkable, and we fear the pressure it may place on you to be with her. Of course, this isn't entirely your fault. It's also because your mother and I failed to provide you with a solid family background. Nonetheless, if you truly like Su Yan, and she feels the same about you, your mother and I will not oppose it, right? Chen Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Mei, who quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, as long as you both love each other, I won't oppose it. Chapter 17, Youthful Ignorance, Fighting, and Getting Hurt. Chen Shua nodded, responding with a simple alright. After finishing dinner and helping his mother wash the dishes, he returned to his room. He picked up his fully charged phone and pressed the power button. The phone turned on swiftly, displaying notifications almost instantaneously. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed several messages and video calls from his relatives, cousins, aunts, and so forth, asking when he'd go out or if he wanted to join his cousin for a late-night snack. Among the video calls, one was from Su Yan. What's up with this big creditor? Why is she calling me so much? Chen Shua mused as he settled onto a small swing by his bed. Typing a reply to Su Yan, what's up, big creditor? Is there something you need to discuss? He added, sorry, my phone was dead earlier, so I left it charging while I had dinner. After exiting the chat with Su Yan, Chen Shua responded to his relatives before calling his cousin Chen Long, who had been persistently inviting him but had always missed him due to his being asleep. Ding dong, just as the video call connected, Su Yan's message arrived first. Chen Shua glanced at it and saw her ask, it's nothing serious. I was just curious about how you got those injuries. Ding dong. Su Yan continued, just out of curiosity. Or perhaps I misinterpreted. If you don't want to talk about it, that is fine. This wasn't exactly a taboo subject. Just as Chen Shua was about to reply, the call to Chen Long connected first. Hey, you finally awake? Chen Long teased with a laugh. It seemed he was driving, occasionally glancing at the road before him. Chen Shua smiled faintly, nodding, just finished showering and eating. What's the plan? We're heading out for some cards and late-night snacks. It has been over 6 years since we've seen each other. We have to catch up now that you're back. Chen Long exclaimed cheerfully, sounds good. Where to? Come to my stall. I've prepared some good stuff and stocked up on drinks. I am not working tonight. It's a no-holds-barred kind of night, Chen Long replied with enthusiasm. Alright, I just hope you've got enough drinks to keep us satisfied, Chen Shua joked. Don't worry, I guarantee there is plenty of alcohol, Chen Long said confidently. Okay, I have to head back from the countryside now. You go ahead to my stall. My sister, brother-in-law, and cousin Shiding and Shiryun should already be there. Play some cards with them. I'll arrive shortly. Chen Shua nodded. Got it, I'm heading over now. Alright, talk later. Chen Long suddenly recalled something and teased, you still remember where my stall is, right? I don't remember. Chen Shua chuckled. Alright, I'll have my sister send you the location. Sure thing. See you soon and take care while driving. Bye. After hanging up, Chen Shua slipped on his sandals and stepped outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he grabbed a set of keys and called out to his parents, who were watching television in the living room. Dad, Mom, I'm heading out to. I'll take your car. Dad, okay, drive safely, Chen Shang replied nonchalantly. While Wang Mei couldn't resist asking, it's quite late. Where are you off to? Just going out to hang with Along and the others, Chen Shua responded. Alright, just be careful out there. Don T speed. Chen Shua gave an okay gesture before departing. Once outside, he received the address from his cousin, which he simply acknowledged with an okay gesture before heading to the elevator. While riding down, he texted Su Yan back. Nothing much, just youthful ignorance led to a fight, and I got a few cuts from showing off. Su Yan didn't reply. Upon reaching the first floor, Chen Shua hopped onto his father's small electric scooter and set off. He didn't even need to check the map his cousin sent. He knew the way to Qianlong's stall. In the 6 years he had been away, Chen Shua had kept tabs on his family and friends, discreetly assisting them whenever necessary. For instance, there had been some trouble with Qianlong's stall a couple of years back due to his booming business attracting unwanted attention, but Chen Shua had quietly intervened, ensuring his brother was looked after. This is why the stall had remained stable and trouble-free until now. Thus, Chen Shua was well aware of the family dynamics and the situations of those who had treated him kindly throughout his childhood. However, there were still certain things he was unaware of, such as Su Yan visiting his parents regularly over the past 6 years. Perhaps it was coincidental, or perhaps fate. Every time Su Yan visited, she would unwittingly miss Chen Shua, who had arranged for gifts to be sent to his parents. This led to the past 6 years passing without anyone mentioning her visits to him, contributing to his shock when he encountered the big creditor today. The distance from Chen Shua's home to Qianlong's stall was not far. Riding the electric scooter took about 10 minutes. Qianlong's stall is situated within a seafood shop and a bustling market. The establishment boasts an expansive area of over 200 square meters. Not far from the shop lies the main road, and its strategic location at one of the market's primary entrances ensures a steady stream of customers. After Qianlong took charge of the shop, he decided to sell seafood during the day and serve late-night snacks in the evening, thus achieving a dual purpose. Although he can only set up around a dozen tables in front of the store, the freshness of his late-night ingredients, coupled with an open kitchen where patrons can witness their seafood being prepared right before their eyes, has resulted in his shop being perpetually packed every night. However, this evening, Qianlong's establishment appeared significantly quieter, with merely a large table set up and a prominent sign at the entrance, written in chalk, "Closed for the night." As Chen Shua arrived, still in the process of parking his vehicle, he was greeted by a melodious and somewhat surprised voice. "Biaogua?" Chapter 18, Maintain distance, don't let me die online. "Is that you, Chua Biaogua?" Turning towards the sound, Chen Shua spotted two girls sitting on a newly arrived electric scooter not far from the stall. One was clad in a white dress, her hair styled in twin ponytails, exuding a charmingly innocent demeanor with a slightly round face reminiscent of a doll. Her large bright eyes sparkled with vitality, and the white dress accentuated her alluring figure, particularly around the chest area, which appeared quite ample. The IT raised questions about whether this girl could see her toes when walking with her head down. Though in her 20s, her appearance and figure seemed to defy her age. The other girl wore a black dress, her long, jet-black hair cascading down her back. Compared to the first girl's delicate beauty, she appeared more ordinary, with a round face and large eyes that conveyed a quiet demeanor reminiscent of Dayu. Her figure was unremarkable, neither particularly tall nor short, yet she possessed an ethereal grace that made her unforgettable without striving for attention. Upon seeing these two girls, Chen Shua was momentarily taken aback but soon recognized them, smiling faintly as he raised his hand in greeting. "It's Cousin Shitting and Cousin Shiyun, long time no see." "Ah, it's really Cousin Shua," Lin Shiyun exclaimed, jumping off the scooter with an exuberant bounce, resembling an excited white rabbit as she hurried toward Chen Shua. Upon reaching him, Lin Shiyun leaped forward, attempting to envelop him in a grand hug. Observing her approach, Chen Shua's eyelids flickered, and he sidestepped her advance. He raised two fingers, slightly bending them, and before she could react, playfully tapped her forehead. Rolling his eyes at her, he remarked, "No physical affection between boys and girls, alright? We're not children anymore. Do you want me to die online?" Tilting his head slightly, he noticed Lin Shitting, who had been silently observing from a distance, and nodded in acknowledgement. Lin Shitting returned the gesture, their silent exchange sufficing as a greeting. "Hey, just because I tapped your head doesn't mean you can't give me a hug. I haven't seen you in ages and missed you," Lin Shiyun retorted, sticking out her pink tongue in playful reproach. "That's precisely why I can't hug you. If I do, I might just die online." Chen Shua replied. Lin Shiyun looked puzzled. "Isn't it normal for cousins who haven't seen each other in a while to embrace? What's the big deal? Why die online over it?" "It's easy for you to say," Chen Shua teased. "I once read about a web novelist who got nearly berated into depression for having the male lead hug his long-lost cousin. People don't care if you're related. Aside from the main couple, no hugging allowed, not even between siblings." Lin Shiyun elongated her tone. "But is it really that severe?" Then, suddenly realizing, she added, "But wait, this isn't a novel. It is real life, what are you panicking about? Who knows if our lives aren't just a novel being observed by a multitude of spectators, Chen Shua replied, playfully flicking her forehead again. Let us just maintain our distance, it's for the best. Lin Shuyun frowned, as if contemplating something, and then a knowing smile emerged on her face, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hey, Biaogua, could it be that you have a Biao Saw and are worried about being misunderstood? Well, it could be considered that, Chen Shua admitted without outright denial, regardless of the truth, since he had promised the significant creditor he had been playing the role of her boyfriend for the past 3 months. Although she hadn't imposed any strict expectations typical of romantic relationships, he felt a certain professional integrity was required in this charade. After all, should their relationship ever become official, her notoriously jealous nature would surely bring up old grievances. Of course, these thoughts were merely the clichés of novels that Chen Shua entertained as jest, not something he took too seriously. Upon hearing Chen Shua acknowledge the existence of a so-called Biao Saw, Lin Shuyun's smile widened, revealing her excitement and intrigue. Meanwhile, Lin Shiding, who had been quietly watching the playful antics between the two cousins, was initially taken aback before a gentle smile graced her lips. Biao Go, where is my Biao Saw? Why didn't you bring her out for us to meet? Lin Shuyun exclaimed, tugging at Chen Shua's sleeve with fervor. I want to see Biao Saw. I want to see Biao Saw. At that moment, the commotion outside drew their attention as two individuals emerged from the kitchen of a nearby stall, one male and one female. The woman appeared to be in her 30s. While the man was shirtless, wearing an apron, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and holding a large green stick in his left hand, Chen Shua instantly recognized them as Chen Long's sister and brother-in-law. His cousins. He greeted them with a smile. Third sister, third brother-in-law. Hey, isn't this a Chu, you're back. It's been ages, Chen Shulan exclaimed, stepping forward to lightly embrace him. The embrace was perfectly measured, not too close, yet not distant. Beside them, Lin Shuyun pouted, feeling a surge of suspicion. She began to doubt whether her Biaogo was simply reluctant to embrace her or if he was just being dismissive of her. 6 years ago, I was your cherished little cousin, and now I'm the one being rejected. Truly men are all the same. With a gentle expression, Chen Shua softly called out, third sister, it's good to be back. Their embrace lasted but a moment before Chen Shulan tenderly caressed Chen Shua's face, concern evident in her voice as she remarked, you've gotten fairer, more handsome, but also thinner. You must have faced quite a bit of hardship over the past few years. You hardly come back to see us. Let me cook some dishes and make you some nourishing soups to help you regain your strength. Chen Shua smiled faintly and replied, I'm alright. Really not too tough. He then jested, but now that I'm back, I need to make up for all the meals I missed out on. Just be prepared, third sister, if I eat too much, feel free to kick me out. Chen Shulan shot him a playful glare. With that talk, you think you could ever eat me out of house and home? Don't worry, I've got plenty of food, just tell me what you want, and I'll have your brother-in-law get it. I'll cook for you. Her words warmed Chen Shua's heart, and he nodded with a smile. Alright, come on, achoo, enough chit-chat, let us have a drink. Chen Shulan's husband Ouyang Qinghui stepped forward, offering a cold beer he had just opened with a lighter. Thank you, brother-in-law, Chen Shua replied, taking the bottle. They clinked their bottles together and began drinking heartily, not stopping until they had downed nearly half the bottle. Ah, refreshing. Ouyang Qinghui placed a hand on Chen Shua's shoulder and, with a grin, asked, by the way, what was that about Shuyun saying something about a Biao Sa? So have you got a wife while you've been away for 6 years? Well, I do have a girlfriend now. Chapter 19. Rumors spread like wildfire. A girlfriend? Chen Shulan teased. Isn't she your wife? And what about your kids? What wife? What kids? Chen Shua felt an ominous premonition creeping in. After all, he had only just started dating today. Where would a wife and children come from? Beside her, Lin Shuyun explained, oh dear, it's just that during the 6 years you were away, the rumors about you back home have gone wild. Some say you eloped with a rather peculiar girl and were too afraid to tell your parents, which is why you never returned, choosing instead to work tirelessly to support a child. Others, driven by envy of your family's recent prosperity, like that neighbor you affectionately call aunt, claim that you've latched onto a wealthy woman weighing over 300 pounds, being fed like a captive and bound to her home, where she bore you a multitude of children that aren't even yours, hence your prolonged absence. There are even tales of you being deceived and ending up in a dire situation, with your kidneys harvested, preventing your return. Listening to Lin Shuyun's elaborate account, Chen Shua's mouth twitched in disbelief. What absurdity is this? Lin Shuyun chuckled. It's quite normal. You see, rumors only grow more outrageous as they spread. 3 people can turn a tiger into a dragon, and 10 can concoct a tale of epic proportions. Once the ball starts rolling, it only escalates, just like my elder sister, after 3 years of absence. They spun tales of her being deceived into marriage or secretly having 5 children with some man. It's entirely expected that your 6-year disappearance would lead to such wild speculation. Chen Shua stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, but why must the rumor depict my wealthy benefactor as over 300 pounds? Can't she be a bit more slender, though I'm the subject of these slanders? I still have my standards. 300 pounds, given my slight frame, I'd likely be crushed under her weight. Even the most ludicrous rumors should maintain a semblance of reason. These people really ought to consider the realities before weaving their tales. Lin Shiyun teased, come on now, cousin, how can you say that? You were quite plump yourself 6 years ago, otherwise shitting, and I wouldn't have taken so long to recognize you just now. Hey, don't drag me into this. I spotted you right away. It was you who took so long to realize. Ling Shitting chimed in with a gentle smile, inching closer to Chen Shua, adopting an expression that suggested her innocence in the matter. Oh, Shitting, you're favoring your cousin over your dear little brother now, aren't you? You 1T deceived me, your good sister, Lin Shiyun replied through gritted teeth. What happened to the promise of lifelong sisterhood? Lin Shitting shot her a glance and retorted, who was it that once claimed lifelong sisterhood without love or marriage, only to bring a boyfriend home instead? Lin Shiyun was left speechless, finally crossing her arms and pouting. I just thought I wouldn't find true love so soon. Lin Shitting rolled her eyes, snorting softly, and nearby, Chen Shulan inquired, hey, Achu, you mentioned having a girlfriend, who is she? Why didn't you bring her along for a late-night snack so we could meet her? Chen Shua replied, you know her, it's Su Yan. Chen Shulan paused, taken aback, before realizing, is she the one you often spoke of, the one with all the debts? You two are together now? Yes, we just started dating today. Oh, I see. While surprised, Chen Shulan wasn't entirely shocked. She was aware that Su Yan had transformed from the little girl who once celebrated the new year with them into the illustrious president of the Su Group. Worth billions and a renowned figure in Guangfu, often hailed as the most beautiful woman in the region, yet Chen Shulan had long sensed that these two, who would bicker every time they met, would inevitably find themselves in an interesting predicament. Sure enough, upon learning that Chen Shua's girlfriend was the famous Su Yan, Ouyang Qinghui was momentarily stunned before giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, impressive, you've managed to snag such a high-caliber beauty. Little brother, I knew you had it in you, you're a natural at living off a rich woman. Realizing his comment might be inappropriate, Ouyang Qinghui quickly added, I'm not belittling you, after all. The art of living off a wealthy woman requires a certain talent. He sighed wistfully, I once fantasized about being supported by a rich woman, living worry-free from then on, but alas, let us not dwell on it. Observing her husband as sighing and finishing another half bottle of beer, Chen Shua turned to his cousin and chuckled, with him like this, shouldn't you be keeping an eye on him? Why should I? Chen Shulan smiled lightly. He just enjoys the thrill of conversation. Do you really think no one noticed him when he used to work in construction? Now he is simply embracing his role as a house husband? Sometimes men who talk the most are actually the most cautious, aware of the consequences of their actions. Meanwhile, those who appear honest may be the ones playing the field. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Qinghui puffed out his chest proudly, as if to say, see, my wife understands me. I may talk a big game, but I'm still a good man. Alright then, since Su Yan is your girlfriend, invite her to join us for a late-night snack. It has been a while since I last saw her, Chen Shulan suggested with a smile. I'll ask, though I'm not sure if she is free. Alright, we'll be busy for now. Dinner will be ready soon. Chen Shua sat at the table, pulled out his phone, and saw Su Yan's message about the scars on his body. Humph, serves you right for being reckless. You should have stayed home instead of running around. You deserve it. With a helpless smile, Chen Shua noted her consistent sass and sharp tongue. He typed a quick message and sent it. Big creditor, what are you up to? Are you free? Chapter 20, let us keep it straightforward. Ding dong. Freshly out of the shower and under the blow dryer, Su Yan heard her phone's notification. Quickly picking it up, she saw it was a message from Chen Shua, just as she was about to reply. She noticed how long it took him to respond. Pouting slightly, she set the phone aside. If I reply, it's instantaneous, but when he replies, it's like an eternity. It's my turn to keep him waiting. Casually continuing to dry her hair, her peripheral vision remained glued to her phone. Oddly enough, the usually composed and unflappable Su Yan felt a flutter of restlessness in her heart, akin to a groundhog scratching at the surface. Suddenly, her phone seemed to flash back into her hand as if by magic. Reading Chen Shua's message, her slanted, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, he wants to ask me out. With a deep breath, Su Yan patted her chest, reminding herself to remain composed. Stay calm, Su Yan. Don't let him see that you're anxious. You can't appear too eager, or you'll be at a disadvantage. Should I follow the advice from those online dating guides and decline initially? Waiting for him to insist before I agree? But knowing his straightforward personality, if I say I'm busy, he might really not invite me out. Ultimately, she decided to be forthright. After all, who knew if the online advice was even beneficial? Many self-proclaimed educators only led others astray. As if recalling some past experience, a fleeting expression flickered across her stunning face, and she dismissed the impractical notion. Little did she realize that her decision to be straightforward would pull her back from the brink of uncertainty. Suyin typed back, "Just finished something, what's up?" Ding dong, Chinchua replied, "Want to grab a late-night snack?" Suyin, "Sure, give me a moment to get ready." Suyin, "Can I bring a friend?" "My bestie wants to join." Chinchua, "Sounds good." He then sent over an address. With a slight smirk, Suyin tossed her phone aside and grabbed her best friend, who was engrossed in a video. "Ingqing, which outfit looks better for me, this one or that one?" Before Ingqing could voice her opinion, Suyin quickly dismissed one option. "No way, this outfit makes me seem unapproachable." He invited me out for a late-night snack. And his cousins will surely be there. Even though I was familiar with them before, we've lost touch over the years, and it might feel a bit awkward. I should leave a good impression. This outfit, this one won't do. It's too casual. If I wear this, he might think I don't take this seriously. I'll ask Yanqing, do refrain from indulging in sunflower seeds and lend me a hand instead. I am in dire need of your assistance in selecting an appropriate outfit. Yanqing sat upon her bed, casually cracking seeds while observing Suyin, who was restless and dissatisfied with every piece of clothing she sifted through. In response to Suyin's predicament, she retorted, "What's the matter? Is your simpleton inviting you out?" Suyin, in the midst of her search, replied, "Indeed, he has asked me to join him for a late-night snack." "Do you think I would be going to such lengths to find an outfit otherwise?" Yanqing rolled her eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "Honestly, Suyin, my dear Suyin, when you attended the conference at Zhenglian National, I did not witness you placing such significance on your attire. You simply boarded the plane in casual wear without a thought for a suit, and remember the banquet for Sha Lao's son? While others donned resplendent gowns to capture attention and garner compliments, you couldn't even be bothered to change out of your work clothes. Oh, for a late-night snack with your simpleton, you're scouring your wardrobe as if it were of utmost importance? In your eyes, this late-night rendezvous holds more value than attending the Zhenglian conference or Sha Lao's grand event?" Without hesitation or contemplation, Suyin shot back, "Is that not merely stating the obvious?" Yanqing clutched her chest, nearly choking on her disbelief. "Goodness, and she hasn't even truly begun dating yet, and my dear friend is already lost in love, if they were to enter a serious relationship. I fear this poised and aloof friend of mine would soon be transformed into a bumbling fool. Moreover, we have not seen each other for over 6 years. Today, having finally reunited, I inadvertently left a poor impression on him. And it is imperative that I rectify that this evening." Suyin finally unearthed an exquisite golden French evening gown valued at over 6 million, holding it up for comparison, though the gown was undeniably beautiful. Accentuating her figure and exuding elegance, it still felt lacking in some regard. Yanqing's lips twitched in disapproval. "No, Suyin, you are the esteemed president of the Su Group, a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. For you to share a meal with him is a stroke of fortune beyond his wildest dreams. Furthermore, with your physique and beauty, even a casual outfit would overshadow 98% of the women out there. Spare us ordinary folk a chance." Suyin tossed the expensive gown aside and continued her search, stating, "Oh, spare me the talk of billionaires. In that simpleton's eyes, he couldn't care less about my worth. When he learned of my affluent background, did he not still dismiss me? In his eyes, I suspect my billion-dollar value pales in comparison to that summer when I shared half a popsicle with him." Pausing suddenly, Suyin remembered summer. "Oh yes, how could I have almost forgotten? He adores me in that particular dress. Where on earth is it? I distinctly remember it being here." Yanqing scoffed, "Perhaps he is merely pretending to care to win your favor." Suyin halted her search, slightly tilting her head to regard Yanqing. "Initially, I thought he was acting as well, but after testing him multiple times, I realized that he genuinely does not mind whether I am a wealthy heiress. Moreover, if a poor boy were to chance upon a downtrodden heiress and saved her life, and she offered to fulfill any condition except marrying him, do you think he would act normally?" Yanqing paused, contemplating. He would likely exploit that debt of gratitude for his own gain, perhaps hoping to ride her coattails to success. "Precisely. Furthermore, at that time, I never stated except marrying him as a condition," Suyin elaborated. "This implies he could have proposed such a condition. Even if I would not have agreed immediately, I would undoubtedly have given him the opportunity, yet he never mentioned any conditions nor leveraged the fact that he saved my life. Even when I lent him money to help his father, it was only after I learned of it through other means that I offered my assistance. Even later, when he fell into severe depression and sought my help for treatment, He still diligently repaid me, even while he was still a student earning money online to repay the debt, until just before my surgery. I explicitly told him that I might die, and that he could request anything of me. To which he simply urged me to do my utmost to survive. In an effort to motivate me to continue living, he even promised that for every dollar I lent him, he would return 1,000 or 10,000. Though you may find this amusing or trivial, it was the greatest promise a 20-year-old boy without any substantial family background could make, and he has always kept his word. Otherwise, do you think he would be so timid today? He could easily have defaulted, and I would not have minded. Now, do you genuinely believe that in that simpleton's eyes, my billion-dollar worth holds any significance? Listening to Su Yan's narrative, Shen Yanqing appeared astounded and remarked, "That simpleton indeed seems to be a rare gem among men." Then suddenly Shen Yanqing seemed to recall something and, wide-eyed, asked, "You cannot be suggesting that the reason you survived that surgery was due to this simpleton's promise?" "Not at all." Su Yan's response relieved Shen Yanqing, yet her subsequent words nearly caused Shen Yanqing to suffer a heart attack. It was during that time that I realized I might genuinely have feelings for that simpleton. "Shen Yanqing, is this what they call love creating miracles? If so, this miracle is rather extraordinary and absurd." "Found it. This is what I shall wear," Su Yan exclaimed, holding up a dress that was utterly unremarkable. Merely adorned with a hint of lace and a semi-transparent black fabric that was not truly see-through. Shen Yanqing was perplexed. "Is this truly it? You place such importance on this late-night outing. Yet you choose to wear something so plain." Su Yan compared the dress against her figure, feeling satisfied. "Yes, he adores me in this type of black dress. This is the one. Now you must change as well. Come and join me." "Why must I be involved in this?" Shen Yanqing lamented. Su Yan playfully kicked her in the rear, insisting, "You must be my wingwoman. I have played that role for you countless times. It is your turn to return the favor." As Shen Yanqing rubbed her backside, she grumbled, "How dare you say that? Every time you played wingwoman for me, it was supposed to be you helping me attract attention. Yet every time, they only had eyes for you. Alas, I suppose I am simply unfortunate to have you as my friend. I shall change into something more appealing and aim to steal that simpleton away." Shen Yanqing declared fiercely. Su Yan, however, paid her no heed. "It is simple. If that simpleton can be taken from me, it merely proves that I lack the capability. Alas, such an occurrence would never transpire. Come, bring on the dishes. Freshly sourced fish from the depths of the mountains, crisp and delectable. Come and taste. I assure you, you will crave more." Chen Long from the seafood restaurant approached with a large platter filled with translucent, delicately sliced sashimi. The table was adorned with an abundance of condiments and an array of dishes. In addition to the typical summer late-night fare with Cantonese flair, such as crayfish skewers, and various duck delicacies, there were also rare treats like fried bee larvae and spicy fried clams. "Ah, sashimi, it has been far too long," Chen Chua exclaimed upon seeing the lavish spread. All right, long go, enough with the preparations, sit down and eat. Wait, there is still one dish, no one main course yet to be served. Chen Long smiled mysteriously. "I guarantee you will adore it. What is this main course? You will find out shortly. Please, enjoy your meal." Beside them, Ouyang Qinghui could no longer wait, declaring, "Enough waiting, let us begin, the other dishes can wait. This sashimi cannot." "Quickly, let us dig in." Although Chen Chua cannot be classified as a fervent enthusiast of sashimi, he does not harbor a strong aversion to it. He placed a few translucent slices of fish into a small bowl. Adding nothing but a drizzle of pure, cold-pressed peanut oil and a pinch of salt, after giving it a gentle stir, he savored the dish, relishing the simplicity that allowed the true sweetness and crispness of the fish to shine through. "How does it taste?" you ask. "What about the fish raised in the subterranean rivers of the deep mountains? Is it flavorful enough?" At that moment, Chen Long appeared, carrying a bowl of freshly prepared snail rice noodles. Its enticing sour aroma wafting through the air. He set it down in front of Chen Chua, patting his shoulder as he cheerfully exclaimed, "Here you go, the snail rice noodles you crave most, generously topped with my brother's exclusive secret ingredients. Just for you." Chen Chua, still chewing, gave him a thumbs up, not only praising the sashimi for its delightful taste but also conveying an unspoken understanding between them. Indeed, after 6 years away from home, this bowl of snail rice noodles was likely what he had missed the most. It wasn't that there were no alternatives outside, rather none could replicate the authentic flavors of home. Furthermore, many places seem to misunderstand snail rice noodles, mistakenly believing they should be overwhelmingly pungent, much like how Sichuan cuisine is often reduced to mere spiciness. In reality, authentic snail rice noodles are not foul-smelling but rather delightfully sour and appetizing. The people of his hometown were not foolish, they did not habitually seek out unpleasant flavors. By the way, "Ah Chu, where's my sister-in-law? Has she not arrived yet?" Chen Long teased as he settled beside his girlfriend. You've shown us your sister, so it's time we met your sister-in-law, right? Exactly. Why is she still not here? Did you forget to notify us? Are you hiding her away? No, I informed you all, Chen Shua replied, puzzled. It's strange, it's been so long, and she's still not, before he could reach for his phone to message Su Yan. A sudden screeching of tires echoed from the nearby road. Chapter 22. Is it normal for a billionaire to eat street food? The crowd turned their heads, witnessing a Rolls-Royce execute a flawless drift before coming to a precise and stable stop just inches from Chen Long's seafood stall. The elegant drifting in the luxury vehicle drew the attention of passers-by, with its license plate, Guangfu was 66666, being a rare sight. Even Chen Long, who was usually well-versed in automobiles, couldn't help but exclaim, wow, to drifter Rolls? You don't just throw money around like that. Wait a minute, Haven T, I seen this car somewhere before. It seems to belong to some prominent figure. Ouyang Qinghui chimed in, nodding in agreement. Yes, I think it was in the news recently on Douyin and Weibo. If I recall correctly, it was about a woman. Ouyang Qinghui's words shifted the attention of the group from the luxurious car back to Chen Shua, who was slurping his snail rice noodles. Gradually, except for Chen Long's girlfriend, Luo Xiuxiu, and Lin Shitting, who was engrossed in her soup, the others wore expressions of shock and astonishment. It appeared that, aside from Chen Shua's girlfriend, no one else had any connection to someone of such stature. Chen Shulan could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, Achu, could that possibly be, you're someone special? I don't know, Chen Shua replied decisively with his position slightly angled toward the road. He propped his chin on one hand, slurping noodles and tilting his head just enough to catch a glimpse of the luxury vehicle. Your girlfriend's car, and you don't recognize it? That's hard to believe, Lin Shiyun teased. I told you. I just became her boyfriend today, how would I know what she drives? As they conversed, the luxurious car finally opened its doors. Two figures emerged, their long legs stepping out first. One wore black stockings, while the other displayed her bare, elegant legs, drawing the eye with their brilliance in the night. The woman exiting from the passenger seat appeared to be in her 20s, donned in a resplendent evening gown that shimmered. Paired with an exquisite face, refined makeup, and a graceful figure, she wore diamond-encrusted high heels, a luxury watch, and a necklace of precious gems, exuding opulence. Typically, such a stunning beauty would command the spotlight, yet the crowd's attention swiftly shifted to the woman who emerged from the driver's seat. Unlike her counterpart, this woman wore a simple black dress and sported only light makeup, almost to the point of being barefaced. Nevertheless, her breathtaking visage and perfect form overshadowed the other. As she stepped forward, the outline of her long legs beneath the flowing black dress and her unique, elegant demeanor transformed what seemed an ordinary outfit into a highlight even in the dim light of night. Her fair skin glowed, proving that clothing need not be extravagant or costly to captivate. It is the wearer that matters. Without a doubt, had their outfits been exchanged, the woman stepping out of the passenger seat would have paled in comparison. Isn't that Su Yan, the president of the Su Group? What is she doing here? Among the crowd, some recognized Su Yan, their expressions turning to sheer disbelief. This revelation sent ripples through the onlookers, who had initially been mesmerized by the beauty, now collectively snapping back to reality with excitement. Indeed, isn't this the same Su Yan who appeared on television just days ago as the president of the Su Group? It is her. No wonder that car looked so familiar. Oh, Su Yan, my goddess, to see you up close is a reward enough for me. Listening to the excited chatter from the crowd, Xin Yanqing, adorned in her designer attire yet overshadowed, sighed inwardly, silently lamenting, oh no. Not this again, I'm completely eclipsed. Whatever, I'll just keep to myself. Amidst the collective gaze and fervent whispers, Su Yan approached Chen Shua with a radiant smile, seemingly oblivious to the others around her. Her eyes solely fixed on him. This drew even more attention from the onlookers. Wait a minute, why is Su Yan heading his way? No way, oh my gosh, she is sitting down next to him. Who is that guy beside her? How did he manage to sit next to Su Yan? Who knows, is he some rich heir or a political scion? But really, who would dress like that to eat street food? Remember, this is Guangfu, not Modu. It's perfectly normal for wealthy second-generation elites to enjoy street food and casual dining. Exactly, here, even a random old man playing chess in the park might be a billionaire chairman. Besides, who could sit next to the president of the Su Group unless they were someone exceptional? Perhaps he has a hidden powerhouse. Let us not overthink it. Let us just admire from afar. However, amidst the crowd, a pair of eyes fixated on Su Yan and the young man serving her tea and utensils. The individual snapped a photo of the pair and sent it to someone. Within seconds, a message returned. The person glanced at it and slowly made their way to a corner, blending into the shadows unnoticed. Back at Chen Shua's table, aside from Chen Long's girlfriend and another of Chen Long's sister's boyfriend, The rest were familiar faces. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Yan, they quickly resumed their lively conversation. Snail rice noodles, it's been ages since I had them, silly boy, let me have a bite, taking advantage of Chen Shua's moment of distraction. Su Yan unapologetically snatched the bowl of richly prepared, tantalizingly sour and spicy snail rice noodles from him. Without hesitation, she deftly used his chopsticks to pick up a generous portion and slurped it into her mouth. In response to Chen Shua's exasperated yet resigned glare, which was tinged with playful reproach but devoid of true anger, Su Yan cheekily stuck out her delicate pink tongue at him and continued to indulge in her meal. Chen Shua, unfazed, shot her a glance of annoyance before returning to his own bowl. After all, this was not their first encounter of this sort. Previously, when he had taken her in, their dynamic had shifted. At that time, Chen Shua had refrained from informing his parents about Su Yan, fearing that she might be sent away or worse, that they would alert the authorities, leaving her in dire straits. Consequently, he had to be frugal with the weekly allowance provided by his parents. Occasionally, they managed to buy some snacks, such as grilled sausages or fried skewers, but often they could afford only one or two. Being young and rebellious, they were both determined that neither would indulge more than the other. If there was only one sausage or an extra skewer, they would share it, taking turns until it was gone. The fruits his parents bought, apples, bananas, oranges, even the dates were divided in half. However, when it came to pears, they tacitly agreed to eat them individually or share them, rather than divide them. As time passed and they found themselves able to earn a bit more in their dormitory, their habits remained unchanged. Eating alone felt different from sharing a meal together. Eventually, their bond grew so intimate that the playful rivalry over food became second nature. Chen Shua often found himself on the verge of tears as Su Yan would snatch away his treats. Whenever he had something tasty, a mere glance away would result in it disappearing, only to find Su Yan relishing it with a triumphant smirk. Most of the time, however, he would feign giving it to her, aware that her motivations lay not in mere hunger but in the enjoyment derived from his playful despair. After all, he had a penchant for teasing her, enjoying their playful banter and the occasional scare from behind. The habit persisted even as she regained her status as a wealthy beauty. Qianlong and the others regarded their antics with indifference, for Chen Shua had declared them to be in a relationship, which they deemed quite normal. In contrast, Xinyanqing, Su Yan's close friend, observed their interactions with a quizzical expression, her features betraying a hint of disbelief. She knew Su Yan harbored a certain fastidiousness, so to see her commandeering a bowl of noodles from a boy and using his chopsticks was quite the departure from her usual behavior. Yet, Su Yan paid little mind to her friend's perplexed glances, focusing instead on her meal, while her peripheral vision caught sight of something in the distance. Su Yan's exquisite eyes narrowed slightly, a fleeting glimmer of coldness passing through their depths. Chapter 23, Could he be a scoundrel? Hey big debtor, your bowl and chopsticks, leave me a bite, please. I haven't had home-cooked snail noodles in 6 years. As Chen Shua prepared her bowl, he watched in alarm as she decimated the contents, nearly consuming more than half. I know, I'm saving some for you, he retorted. Su Yan pushed back the remaining half of her noodles, noting the mournful expression in his eyes. Qianlong, scratching his face with a sheepish grin, remarked, had I known you were so fond of snail noodles, I would have prepared an extra serving, but it's also Chen Shua's fault for only mentioning he has a girlfriend after arriving here. Stealing a glance at the sulking Chen Shua, Su Yan smiled gently and replied, no worries, there will be more opportunities in the future, but I must trouble my cousin for that. Qianlong waved his hand dismissively, boasting, it's no trouble at all. Whenever you want snail noodles, just come by, and there will always be some for you. Yes, I won't hold back. Your snail noodles are delicious, even better than those I had in Lucheng. Su Yan was generous in her praise, and Qianlong, flattered, quickly urged everyone to eat, saying, come on, eat up. I haven't prepared anything fancy, so make do. Under the table, Su Yan discreetly nudged Chen Shua, signaling her desire for the skewers of grilled prawns just out of her reach. Without missing a beat, he understood her request, reached over, peeled the shells, and handed them to her. With a playful smile, Su Yan first offered one to Chen Shua, who eagerly devoured the largest prawn. She then grabbed a napkin to wipe the grease from his lips and the barbecue sauce from his fingers. Their interactions were so natural and fluid that onlookers could easily believe they were genuinely in love. Even Xinyanqing, observing with a discerning gaze, noted their effortless familiarity, while their banter often consisted of playful jabs. It was laced with a palpable affection. If this was merely an act, they could easily win awards for their performances. However, Xinyanqing was acutely aware that Su Yan was not pretending, her feelings were genuine. Yet she couldn't help but wonder how the seemingly oblivious Chen Shua could adapt so seamlessly. Did he genuinely understand Su Yan's intentions? Was he feigning ignorance? It seemed implausible. If he truly recognized Su Yan's affections, Why would he agree to a pretense of a relationship? Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed Shen Yanqing's mind. What if this seemingly naive boy was, in fact, a scoundrel? What if he understood everything and was merely toying with her friend's feelings? Ready to discard her once he grew weary, no, she couldn't let that happen. For Su Yan's sake, she needed to devise a plan to test his intentions, to ascertain whether he was truly a rogue or if his feelings for Su Yan were sincere. As she gazed at Chen Shua, a spark of determination ignited in her eyes. However, the thought was fleeting, quickly extinguished by the realization of potential repercussions. If Su Yan were to discover that she had tried to test the boyfriend she had finally found, there would be no end to her wrath. Shen Yanqing shuddered at the thought of her friend's fiery temperament and, glancing at Su Yan, who remained blissfully engrossed in her meal, felt a chill run down her spine. She sensed that if she dared to probe Chen Shua, the consequences would be dire indeed. Ultimately, she decided to trust her intuition and faith in her friend's judgment. Meanwhile, Chen Shua remained oblivious to the silent scrutiny he was under. Fully focused on his meal, had he known of Shen Yanqing's suspicions, he would have undoubtedly rolled his eyes in exasperation, for their interaction had become second nature, ingrained in their very beings, even after 6 years. The dynamic persisted, provided Su Yan was single and he had assumed the role of her temporary boyfriend. As the evening progressed, their group indulged in hearty food and lively games, with Shen Yanqing feeling a twinge of curiosity, deciding to join in on the fun. The games, a staple during their late-night feasts in southern China, provided both entertainment and a way to determine the stakes among them. The dice game was her favorite, easy to grasp yet demanding both audacity and cunning. The old adage rang true: fortune favors the bold, and the dice demanded boldness to call the shots. As 7 players participated, the excitement grew, and Shen Yanqing, a novice, soon found herself at the mercy of her more experienced companions, exclaiming in disbelief, "Wait, you just cheated me. How could you claim 25 sixes when you haven't rolled a single one?" With an air of calm, Chen Shua took a sip of his soda and replied, "That's not my concern. Not if you don't like it, feel free to challenge me." Frustrated, Shen Yanqing turned to Su Yan, saying, "Su, look at him, your boyfriend constantly bullies me, you need to rein him in." Having had a bit to drink, whether it was the alcohol or the heat that caused her flushed cheeks, Su Yan naturally leaned against Chen Shua's shoulder, chuckling as she said, "I can't control him. Sometimes when I call out to him, he still manages to cut me." "You might as well just admit it." "Exactly, just practice more," Chen Shua chimed in, supporting her. Shen Yanqing expressed her indignation, "Playing so many rounds, he only cuts me when it's my turn. He did it to you just twice, he's doing it on purpose." Chen Shua shrugged, "There's nothing I can do. Her cards are good, and every time she calls, it's just right. How could I dare to cut her? It would be a miracle if I managed to cut her twice." Upon hearing this, Shen Yanqing nearly ground her teeth in frustration. "Damn it, 7 of us are playing, and when she calls 28 sixes, you don't cut her, but when I call 14 twos, you leap up to cut me? Are you kidding me? The worst part is that I even took a drink for those 14 twos. Ridiculous, this is outrageous. Let's go again. I'll call first. I refuse to believe I can lose all night." Just as the group was enjoying their game, suddenly 3 or 4 off-road vehicles turned the corner and parked not far from Su Yan's car. Moments later, a dozen individuals emerged from those vehicles, varied in height and build, each sporting vibrant, multicolored hair. The leader, a diminutive figure barely 5 feet tall, sported a colorful mohawk, dressed in studded clothing, studded shoes, and baggy pants. Exuding an intimidating demeanor. As they disembarked, each person wielded a baseball bat, and the Mohawk leader, with dark circles under his eyes and pale lips, clearly appeared drained by women, brandished a large knife, scanning the surroundings. His gaze finally landed on Chen Shua and Su Yan. Upon noticing Su Yan leaning against an unsuspecting fellow, his eyes instantly flared with rage. He charged at Chen Shua, knife in hand, shouting, "Damn you! How dare you flirt with my sister-in-law, you scoundrel! Today, I will turn you into minced meat to feed the sharks." Chapter 24. Instantaneous. This unexpected turn of events left Qianlong and the others quite startled. Their slight intoxication fading away, Qianlong and Ouyang Qinghui instinctively shielded their girlfriends and wives behind them, while Lin Shiyun, taken aback by the sudden situation, sat frozen in her seat, as if petrified. Lin Shitting, however, after a brief moment of shock, swiftly bent down to retrieve the empty beer bottle from beneath the table. A faint purple glimmer flickered in her beautiful eyes. Her innocent and harmless demeanor betrayed no fear. Meanwhile, Chen Shua discreetly picked up his phone and started recording. The thunderous roar snapped Shen Yanqing out of her tipsy state. Recognizing the intruder, she immediately shouted in anger, "Zhaoming Tian, what do you think you're doing? Just because you're a scion of the Zhao family doesn't mean you can act recklessly. If you dare to cause trouble today, do you believe I won't put you in your place?" With that, Chen Yanqing fiercely grabbed a beer bottle, her furious expression suggesting she might indeed strike Zhao Mingtian with it. In a typical scenario, Zhao Mingtian would have hesitated or backed down upon hearing Chen Yanqing's words. After all, Huan Guangfu didn't know that Chen Yanqing was the cherished daughter of the Shen family, doted upon by her 6 brothers. Anyone who dared to cross her, even Zhao Mingtian, would find themselves facing dire consequences. However, in his current state, Zhao Mingtian was clearly beyond reason, consumed by rage. Ignoring Chen Yanqing's warning, he continued to charge at Chen Chua with his knife, seemingly intent on striking. Chen Chua remained motionless, showing no inclination to evade. Even yawning as if fatigue had overtaken him, entirely dismissive of Zhao Mingtian. This nonchalance only fueled Zhao Mingtian's fury. He circled around, avoiding Su Yan, and launched an unrelenting strike towards Chen Chua's head. Bang! A sharp shattering sound pierced the stillness of the night. To everyone's shock and disbelief, an unopened beer bottle had been hurled with tremendous force, smashing into Zhao Mingtian's face. Glass shards and beer sprayed everywhere. The impact not only disfiguring half of Zhao Mingtian's face but also sending him flying several meters to the ground. The knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Zhao Mingtian now sprawled on the ground. Let out a blood-curdling wail, his face marred by glass shards and blood, presenting a pitiful sight. Just as Chen Yanqing contemplated her next move, she was taken aback to see Su Yan beat her to it. Landing a blow that left Zhao Mingtian reeling. In a swift motion, she followed suit and smashed her beer bottle against Zhao Mingtian's abdomen. However, her aim was slightly off, striking him just below the belt. Thus, after already suffering a blow to the head, Zhao Mingtian writhed on the ground like a worm, one hand clutching his face and the other his groin, howling in agony. The frequency of his writhing was faster than his pulse. Oops, missed. Observing Zhao Mingtian squirming on the ground, Chen Yanqing playfully stuck out her vibrant red tongue, utterly unconcerned about the potential repercussions from Zhao Mingtian. His lackeys, witnessing this sudden turn of events, were momentarily dumbfounded. Halting their advance and staring in disbelief at Su Yan, who had risen from her seat and was now brandishing another bottle of beer. Su, don't, just as Su Yan prepared to strike. 2 burly bodyguards emerged from the group Zhao Mingtian had brought along. Their speed was remarkable. Before anyone could react, they were already at Su Yan's side, attempting to restrain her. Their movements were swift, their palms emanating a faint aura, one yellow and one green, slicing through the air with a whoosh. Chen Chua, munching on a grilled delicacy, noticed their speed and the energy radiating from their palms. His eyes widening in intrigue. Are they superhumans? It seems they aren't just ordinary ones. With such speed and the ability to project their energy, at least they must be minor masters among superhumans. Quite interesting. However, it mattered little to him. Get lost. In the face of the 2 emerging figures, Su Yan was faster. She swiftly sidestepped and delivered a kick to one of their stomachs, sending him sprawling into the middle of the street. Then, with a swift motion, she smashed a beer bottle over the other's head, splitting it open, and with another turn, kicked him several meters away, crashing him into a nearby tree, rendering him unconscious. The entire sequence took less than a second. Aside from Chen Chua, no one present could discern how Su Yan accomplished it. What the heck, that was so fast? Chen Chua was taken aback. At present, he couldn't utilize his supernatural powers and was in a self-imposed state of isolation. Unable to sense Su Yan's true strength unless they were in close proximity, he munched on a string of chives, pondering, given the way the big creditor just handled things, she must be at least above the earthly level. Possibly even on par with the celestial level. It seems that in these 6 years, I've not been the only one to encounter extraordinary experiences. Approaching Zhao Mingtian, who was now rolling on the ground, wailing like a pig being slaughtered, Su Yan's exquisite face was etched with frost as she coldly stated, Zhao Mingtian, I've tolerated you for far too long, in the past, out of consideration for my acquaintance with your elder brother and our business dealings. I overlooked your reckless shouting and the rumors you've spread about me. I had warned you before. I thought if you were sensible, I would let it slide given your brother and our family's connections. But to my dismay, not only did you ignore my warning, but you also dared to threaten the one boyfriend I finally found. Do you take me for someone with no temper, someone easy to bully? Without a hint of hesitation, Su Yan swung the beer bottle towards his head, delivering another resounding crack. This time, the bottle struck with pinpoint accuracy against Zhao Mingtian's mouth, shattering it and knocking out several of his already yellowed teeth. Blood poured from his mouth as he attempted to rise. Su Yan forcefully brought her heel down upon Zhao Mingtian's chest. It is worth noting that at this moment, Su Yan was adorned in high-heeled shoes. Moreover, her demeanor towards Zhao Mingtian was starkly different from her treatment of Chen Shui. She would never have removed her heels to stomp on Chen Shui's chest. This was a genuine act of applying pressure with her stilettos, accompanied by a sharp crack. Zhao Ming Tian's chest caved in, and a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Yet Su Yan felt no satisfaction. She delivered a swift kick to Zhao Ming Tian's side, producing another resounding crack akin to kicking a football, propelling him 7 or 8 meters away as Zhao Ming Tian collapsed onto the road. Rendered silent. In that instant, the world fell eerily quiet, apart from Chen Shui, who continued to nonchalantly enjoy his skewers. Chen Long and the others stared in stunned disbelief at Su Yan's decisive and ruthless actions. They couldn't help but swallow hard, utterly unable to reconcile the amiable Su Yan they had just conversed with and the fierce warrior she had become. It was as if the Su Yan from moments ago and the one before them were entirely different individuals. Once she had dealt with Zhao Ming Tian, Su Yan turned her gaze towards his trembling minions, who were visibly shaken. With an expression devoid of emotion, she coldly inquired, "Which of you dares to test your luck?" Witnessing their master and the most formidable of his companions swiftly subdued by Su Yan, these usual sycophants, who merely followed Zhao Ming Tian to indulge in excess and flattery, were too intimidated to challenge her. Setting aside the question of whether they could match her strength, her status alone was enough to instill fear. Should she suffer even the slightest harm, they knew she could annihilate them without a second thought. Their master, notorious in Guangfu and known as the local tyrant of a city, committed heinous acts with impunity, and even he dared not provoke Su Yan, having to tread carefully around her. If their master could not confront such a figure, how could they? Unable to fight back and fearing retribution from Zhao Ming Tian later, the minions dropped their baseball bats, iron rods, and pipes in a clattering mess. They knelt on the ground, pleading with Su Yan, "Miss Su, this is none of our doing, please show us mercy. We merely followed Zhao Shao to make a living. We had no choice. Yes, even if we had a million lives, we wouldn't dare oppose you. Miss Su, on behalf of Zhao Su and the Zhao family, please spare us this time. If Zhao Shao dies, we will not survive." They bowed their heads, their apologies sincere, their cries of desperation echoing in the air. Su Yan crossed her arms and glanced at the nearly lifeless Zhao Ming Tian before coldly stating, "Return and inform Zhao Su if he cannot manage his brother and continues to cause trouble that comes my way or affects my boyfriend. He might as well ask his mother to bear him another brother. Yes, we will remember." Just as they were about to hoist the barely breathing Zhao Ming Tian to rush into the hospital, Su Yan's sudden words paralyzed them with fear, and they dropped him back to the ground. "Wait!" Hearing Su Yan's voice, the minions lamented internally, desperately wishing to sprout wings and whisk Zhao Ming Tian away for urgent care. They feared that if Zhao Ming Tian perished, while the Zhao family might hesitate to wage war against the now dominant Su family over a frivolous playboy, they would undoubtedly vent their frustrations on these hapless minions. Yet, despite their anxiety, they dared not disregard Su Yan. A leader among them, donning a forced smile, stammered, Miss Su, is there anything else you require?" Su Yan pointed to the seafood stall and its patrons, her tone indifferent. "Remember this, upon your return inform Zhao Su and Zhao Ming Tian that if anything happens to this stall or its people, I will hold you accountable. Should they wish to seek retribution for today's events, let them come to me. I, Su Yan, will face the consequences alone. However, should they dare to trouble anyone here, I shall go to war with the Zhao family, even at the cost of the entire Su group. To the bitter end. Do you understand?" Seeing Su Yan's fury, the minions hastily nodded. Understood, Miss Su. We would never dare to cause trouble here." Then the leader began cautiously, but Su Yan dismissed them with a wave of her hand. "Leave." Only then did Zhao Ming Tian's subordinates feel a wave of relief as they hurriedly lifted him once more, racing towards the hospital. Shen Yan Sheng had witnessed Su Yan's prowess before, but never had she seen such raw violence and decisiveness. Unlike Chen Long and the others, who were left speechless, Shen Yan Sheng cheered, "Bravo, Miss Su, you're simply my idol. With those skills, you could easily be my bodyguard." "Who needs those so-called warriors?" Su Yan, slightly pleased, shot her a glance before returning to Chen Shui's side, arching an eyebrow as she asked, "What do you think, Chen Shui, chewing on a piece of kidney?" Appraised Su Yan from head to toe before suddenly fixing his gaze on her legs, exclaiming, "Wait, did you just drive in high heels?" As soon as he spoke, a profound silence enveloped the area. With everyone staring at him in disbelief, silently applauding his audacity, Chen Long buried his face in his hands, exclaiming, "Brother, your prolonged singlehood is not without reason. Your thought process, your reflexes, your focus." Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle at his sudden outburst. She reached out, playfully kneading Chen Shui's face into a squished form, gritting her teeth as she teased, "What's wrong with having more money and more freedom?" Chen Shui mumbled, "This isn't about money or freedom. It's a safety issue, do you understand?" All right, next time I'll drive without wearing high heels, okay?" Su Yan then asked, "By the way, did I look impressive just now?" Chen Shui held up his thumb and pinky while keeping the other 3 fingers down, retorting, "You're still as fierce as ever. Are you complimenting me or insulting me?" Su Yan rolled her eyes. "I am complimenting you. Look, I even recorded your heroic display." Chen Shui pulled out his phone, revealing a video recording. Su Yan glanced at it, tightening her grip on his face. "You fool, why would you record my display with the front camera?" "Wait, did I use the front camera?" Chen Shui blinked innocently. "Oh, perhaps I was so captivated by your display that my finger accidentally brushed against the screen. You needn't flatter me insincerely." He added, "I genuinely mean it. You looked quite impressive, especially that side kick and the spin kick." Chen Shui poked Su Yan's hand, mumbling, "By the way, great creditor, what is it?" Su Yan released her grip. "In future fights, could you refrain from wearing high heels? It seems more suited for a fashion show than a brawl. A kick would suffice. Why the need to stomp?" Chen Shui muttered softly. "If all else fails, you could always use a beer bottle to strike him again." Upon hearing this, Su Yan instantly grasped his implication. She bent down, pinching Chen Shui's face with a smile. "Oh? What is this? Are you feeling jealous?" "Oh, that I simply want to eat," he retorted. Wait. In the next moment, Su Yan spun around, settling back down beside him, wrapping her arms around one of his, playfully sticking out her tongue and making a silly face. "All right. I get it. I want to stomp on anyone with my heels in future fights, okay? Just know that it's unnecessary. What if you step on a wound and it splatters all over you?" Chen Shui offered a sheepish excuse, "Especially with that skirt. Aren't you worried about a wardrobe malfunction?" I understand. Su Yan chose not to expose his reservations, feeling quite pleased with his concern. Even a bit smug, she leaned her head against his shoulder, resembling a clingy little wife, all sweetness and affection, a stark contrast to her previous fierce demeanor. This striking juxtaposition rendered everyone else speechless. Left wondering how to respond, the formidable president of the Su family business displaying such duality of character? Before anyone could recover from their astonishment, a cacophony of sirens shattered the night's stillness. Woo woo woo. In the distance, several police cars, about 7 or 8, rushed onto the scene, effectively obstructing both exits. Following closely was an ambulance, which also blocked the path of Zhao Mingtian's subordinates, who had just loaded their master into a vehicle, ready to transport him to the hospital. At that moment, Zhao Mingtian's lackeys were utterly despondent, feeling as if they were on the brink of despair, almost crying out to the heavens, "O divine presence! If you wish for our demise, then strike us down with a single bolt of lightning. Must you toy with our fates in such a manner?" Chapter 26, An obvious trap. Soon, 2 to 3 dozen police officers emerged from the police cars. Surrounding the ruffians, Xin Yanqing sensed something amiss. She tugged at Su Yan's skirt, urging her to sit up straight. Leaning closer, she whispered, "Isn't it rather swift for these police to arrive? I recall there being a police booth nearby. Yet no officers were on duty at this hour, and the closest precinct would take at least 5 minutes to reach here. Could it be that these officers possessed the gift of foresight?" Su Yan narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and replied, "Do you not perceive it? This is a trap aimed either at me or at that simpleton." Both Zhao Mingtian and these officers were likely summoned by that individual. Xin Yanqing inquired, "What is their objective?" "It is difficult to ascertain. Let us observe the situation first." Su Yan glanced at Chen Shui, who appeared utterly unperturbed as he enjoyed his seafood porridge, a subtle ripple of intrigue flickering in her eyes. She had already begun to suspect that this trap was predominantly directed at Chen Shui. As for who was behind it, she had formed a rough idea. However, what piqued her curiosity the most was her simpleton's demeanor. Whether it was Zhao Mingtian charging at him with a knife or his own swift retaliation against the trio led by Zhao Mingtian, Su Yan noted that Chen Shui's gaze and expression remained remarkably composed. Even when she deliberately drew Zhao Mingtian closer, the knife hovering above him did not seem to faze Chen Shui in the slightest. Were it anyone else, they would likely have collapsed in terror. Scrambling for safety. Moreover, in response to her actions, Chen Shui appeared as though he had anticipated her movements, remaining as calm as a seasoned veteran. This only deepened Su Yan's curiosity about the experiences he had endured over the past 6 years. She could scarcely fathom what he must have encountered to maintain such composure, even with a knife poised above him. Little did she know, Chen Shui had faced threats far more severe than a knife's edge or even a gun at his temple countless times. At this moment, Su Yan was oblivious to the fact that Chen Shui's calm demeanor was not a result of predicting her actions but rather because he understood that had she hesitated even for a fraction of a second, Zhao Mingtian's demise would have been swifter than the knife's descent. Xin Yanqing nodded. "Then I shall contact my elder brother, just in case." Su Yan also nodded in agreement, reaching out to pat Chen Shui's head in a gesture of reassurance. Despite receiving a sidelong glance from him, she then turned her attention back to the police officers. Among them, a middle-aged officer of considerable rank stepped forward, his gaze sharp and expression stern as he addressed the gathered crowd. "We have received reports of a brawl and armed conflict in this vicinity. You are all required to accompany us to the precinct for questioning." Recognizing the speaker, the henchman leading Zhao Mingtian stepped forward, exclaiming, "Brother Hua, it's me, I'm Daozi. Hey, no need for familiarity, this is official business. Quickly accompany us back to the precinct." Despite adopting a demeanor of righteous authority, the officer known as Brother Hua subtly positioned himself to shield the scene from the curious onlookers who were also indulging in late-night snacks nearby. Daozi exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Huayu. Following his gaze, Wang Huayu's expression shifted upon spotting Zhao Mingtian, who was severely injured and unconscious, bloodied and slumped over. Instantly, he turned to the nearby officers. "There's someone injured here, and it's quite serious. Get him onto the ambulance immediately for medical attention." "Understood." In no time, Zhao Mingtian was carried onto the ambulance on a stretcher, while his henchmen were similarly ushered aboard one by one. As they boarded, Daozi shot a glance at Wang Huayu, signaling him towards Chen Chua, who had been observing the unfolding events with an air of detachment. What do we do? "The police are coming our way." Lin Shiyun's heart raced with anxiety. She quietly set down her bottle, casting a glance at Chen Chua before turning to comfort her younger sister. "It's all right, we should be fine. We didn't initiate any violence, nor were we the ones looking for trouble. Why be afraid?" Exactly. Though they spoke bravely, their hearts raced nonetheless. As ordinary citizens, the sight of officers approaching, regardless of their innocence, naturally instilled a sense of trepidation. Xin Yanqing and Su Yan, however, maintained an air of calm, showing no signs of distress. Chen Chua, for his part, continued to eat with the demeanor of a lethargic sloth. As Wang Huayu approached and recognized Xin Yanqing and Su Yan at the seafood stall, one that had been explicitly instructed not to disturb by a higher-up, he nearly stumbled. Barely managing to catch himself, one of his subordinates promptly steadied him. Concerned Director Wang, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Wang Huayu replied, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow and swallowing hard, convinced he must have been imagining things. Yet, when he focused again and confirmed he was indeed seeing Xin Yanqing and Su Yan in front of him, the once confident Wang Huayu felt a wave of impending doom wash over him. He had initially thought this was just another task to cover for Zhao Mingtian, known for his troublemaking ways throughout Guangfu City, without the backing of his powerful father and wealthy mother. He would have met his end long ago. Little did he expect that Zhao Mingtian had now entangled himself with these two formidable figures, though Wang Huayu was acquainted with Zhao Mingtian and on decent terms with him. He certainly did not dare provoke these two young ladies. One was the cherished daughter of the esteemed Shin family, and the other was the president of the flourishing Su Corporation. The connections of both families were formidable, with Xin Yanqing's elder brother being his direct superior. As for Su Yan, rumors abounded of her military lineage, boasting a high-ranking grandfather, mother, and sister. Alas, Wang Huayu's heart was heavy with dread, yet, recalling the mission he had been assigned, he knew he had to choose between two difficult paths. Summoning his courage, he approached, greeting Miss Shin. "President Su, what brings you here?" With arms crossed, Xin Yanqing regarded Wang Huayu, who was desperately trying to ingratiate himself. "And you are, who exactly? Do we know each other?" Wang Huayu was taken aback, then awkwardly replied, "I am Wang Huayu, the deputy director of the District Police Department. Miss Shin, your elder brother Shin Zizai is my superior. We met previously at the Municipal Police Bureau." "Oh, Deputy Director Wang, now I remember. In truth, Xin Yanqing had little recollection of him, offering only a perfunctory acknowledgement before inquiring, "What brings you here?" Wang Huayu pressed on. "We received reports of a brawl and bloodshed here, so we came to investigate and prevent the situation from escalating." "Humph, Deputy Director Wang, your response time is impressively swift. This incident began and concluded in under 5 minutes. Yet here you are already." "Quite impressive indeed." Xin Yanqing's words dripped with sarcasm. Faced with her veiled critique, Wang Huayu could only manage a bittersweet internal smile, hastily concocting a justification. "We just happened to be in the vicinity." Eager to deflect further inquiries from Xin Yanqing, he spotted the knife and the bloodstains on the ground, seizing the opportunity to ask, "If I may be so bold, Miss Shin, President Su, could you clarify what transpired here? Why is there a knife and blood? What happened? Is the injured individual connected to you in any way?" Su Yan replied coolly, "We were merely enjoying a late-night snack when Zhao Mingtian suddenly appeared with a group seeking trouble. He brandished a knife intending to attack, and in self-defense, I reacted impulsively. I was startled when he charged at me. My mind was a blur, and I swung a bottle randomly. Somehow, he ended up collapsing." Xin Yanqing chimed in quickly. Yes, I can attest to that. I can confirm that Su Yan is telling the truth. Indeed, I can also serve as a witness, Chen Shua lazily added. Chen Long and the others exchanged knowing glances. Aligning their accounts with Su Yan's, had this been anyone else, Wang Huayu would have dismissed such claims outright, yet, faced with the two formidable young ladies he could not afford to offend, he could only take their words at face value. Despite his suspicions, as he pondered for a moment, he steeled himself and said, "Then I kindly request that you accompany us back to the police station to give a statement. After all, someone has been injured. And quite severely, I believe." Fearing that these two young troublemakers might turn against him, Wang Huayu hastily added, "Rest assured, it's merely a statement. If our investigation reveals that you are not involved, you will be free to leave immediately. Trust me, it will be quick." His repeated reassurances indicated just how anxious he truly was. Su Yan and Xin Yanqing exchanged glances, and Su Yan then looked at Chen Shua, silently inquiring for his opinion. As long as the fool did not wish to go, Su Yan was determined to refuse without hesitation. Chen Shua contemplated for a moment and ultimately nodded. After all, with so many eyes upon them, should Su Yan decline to make an appearance, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, he had already noticed that since the police arrived, several onlookers had taken out their phones and were filming the scene. Clearly hoping for some intrigue to emerge, many had witnessed Su Yan's earlier actions, which could easily be exaggerated into sensational stories, should a conflict arise with the police or should they refuse to cooperate. And if it were captured and disseminated online, the current state of public opinion could easily escalate, turning right into wrong. Furthermore, it was evident to anyone that this was a set-up, an orchestrated attack against him. And Chen Shua was not oblivious to that. With nothing better to do and feeling somewhat bored, he was curious to see how this trap would unfold and who was behind it. Eager to observe what tricks they might employ, "Very well, we shall accompany you to provide our statements." Chapter 27. Su Yan took action at the first hospital of City A. Gazing at Zhao Mingtian, who was still in surgery, Lu Jiangqing, his mother, and the current chairman of the Yuhai group, trembled with rage. Her face flushed, she approached Daocai, the leader of Zhao Mingtian's cronies, who were kneeling in unison, and mercilessly kicked him in the chest with her stiletto heel, sending him sprawling several meters away. Lu Jiangqing's eyes blazed with fury, utterly disregarding the signs in the hospital corridor that warned against loud noises. Her voice, filled with wrath, echoed like a lion's roar, nearly shaking the very ceiling. "You bunch of useless fools, you have feasted off my son, consumed his resources, and I have remained silent. But why when my son is in peril? Do you not protect him? Do you think the billions he spends each year are merely to sustain a pack of inept fools? Why has my precious son come to this? Why?" Daocai, who had several ribs broken from her kick, gritted his teeth against the intense pain in his chest, attempting to explain. "No, madam, we..." Before he could finish, Lu Jiangqing, driven mad with grief over her son's injuries, waved her hand and bellowed, "If you cannot protect my son, what use are you to me? Dispose of them. I do not wish to see them near my son again." As her words fell, a group of men clad in suits and sunglasses emerged from the shadows. They paid no heed to the pleas or cries of the thugs, dragging them away with a brutal efficiency. Once they rounded a corner, the previously wailing thugs fell silent. Meanwhile, the surveillance cameras that should have captured the events conveniently malfunctioned at that moment, leaving everything that transpired unrecorded. With the thugs gone, only two men remained, trembling and kneeling in the corridor. They were Zhao Mingtian's bodyguards. One had his head wrapped in bandages, while the other bore a sunken chest and a pale complexion, clearly having sustained serious injuries. Wu Er, tell me, who is responsible for the young master's condition? If you were unable to protect him, how did you end up in this state yourselves? Who was the assailant? Compared to the thugs, Lu Jiangqing's demeanor towards these two bodyguards was considerably more lenient. She understood their capabilities. If they were among ordinary individuals, they would surpass even elite soldiers. That they had been so thoroughly beaten indicated their adversary was formidable. Wu Yi and Wu Er exchanged glances. Wu Yi hesitated for a moment before responding. "Madam, it was Su Yan." "What? Su Yan?" Upon hearing this name, Lu Jiangqing visibly froze for a moment and instinctively asked in a furious tone, "Is it that bodyguard of hers again?" Clearly, this was not the first time Zhao Mingtian had provoked Su Yan. Wu Yi shook his head, saying no, it was Su Yan herself who struck. Su Yan herself? Lu Jiangqing was now even more perplexed. Wu Er, his face ashen and enduring severe chest pain, confirmed, "Yes, it was Su Yan who acted personally. We underestimated the president of the Su Corporation. Her strength is remarkable. Even when we joined forces, we could not withstand a single blow from her. Her capabilities may even surpass those of our mentor, stronger than your mentor." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangqing's expression shifted noticeably. For she had not been aware of Su Yan's prowess. However, consumed by her son's injuries and the urgency of the situation, her anger clouded her judgment. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "I do not care how capable Su Yan is. Does she truly believe that just because she is president of the Su Corporation, she is invincible and can act with impunity? Time and again, she has attacked my son, and now she has inflicted such grave harm. If I do not make her pay a steep price this time, she will think that the Zhao family can be trifled with." Before Lu Jiangqing could finish her tirade, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. She looked up to see a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket, appearing to be in his 50s, accompanied by a younger man in a suit, likely in his 30s. The resemblance between the two was striking. The younger man bearing a close likeness to what the older man had looked like 2 decades prior. Following the younger man was a bodyguard dragging the nearly lifeless Dao Cai. "Aching, how is Xiao Tian?" The middle-aged man inquired urgently. He was Zhao Mingtian's father, Lu Jiangqing's husband, and the current deputy mayor of City A. Zhao Xiong. The younger man, resembling his father closely, was their other son Zhao Su. Seeing her husband arrive, Lu Jiangqing, with red-rimmed eyes, tearfully replied, "Xiao Tian is still in surgery. The doctors say his injuries are severe. Even if he survives, he will likely face significant aftereffects and require years of recuperation." "How could this happen?" Zhao Xiong staggered, his anger igniting as he exclaimed, "Who is it? Who dares to harm my son? I will ensure they pay the most terrible price." Lu Jiangqing gritted her teeth, filled with hatred, and declared, "It was Su Yan. Su Yan did this. Su Yan." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong initially appeared taken aback, the fury that had just flared dimming somewhat, although he was enraged over his son's grave injuries. He retained a modicum of rationality and composure compared to Lu Jiangqing. Hearing that Su Yan had harmed his son, Zhao Xiong's first instinct was one of confusion. No, surely Xiao Tian did not provoke her again? Was he not warned not to cross Su Yan or to call other sister-in-law so recklessly? They have not even exchanged vows. It was evident he was well aware of his son's reckless tendencies. Meanwhile, Zhao Su, having just saved Dao Cai from the brink of death, kicked him lightly and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, saying, "Dao Cai, you have been by my brother's side. Explain what happened tonight. Why did he seek trouble with Su Yan? How did he end up in this state?" He added ominously, "If you dare utter a single lie or omit a word, you will regret not having died earlier." Chapter 28. A spoiled son is like a slaughtered son. Dao Cai, forcing a pained smile, began, "It happened like this. Originally, we were enjoying ourselves at the Tian Shangren Jian when suddenly Xiao Tian received a message stating that Su Yan had suddenly found a boyfriend and was out for late-night snacks with him, accompanied by photographs. In those photos, Su Yan was uncharacteristically close to a man, appearing quite intimate, a first for her. You all know that since the rumors of the Su family wishing to arrange a marriage with you, Xiao Tian, having realized he had no chance, had been treating Su Yan as your future sister-in-law. Tian Shou had made it abundantly clear that in Guangfu, any man daring to approach Su Yan would meet a dire fate at his hands. Thus, upon witnessing someone audacious enough to draw near to Su Yan and engage with her so intimately, Tian Shou, who had already indulged in a bit of drink, was consumed by fury and vowed to dismantle the man piece by piece. Consequently, Tian Shou, accompanied by our group, stormed over in a fit of rage. However, what began as a desire to eliminate the man swiftly turned awry when Su Yan intervened, ultimately resulting in Tian Shou being left in a rather disheveled state. Following this, Dao Cai recounted every word Su Yan had uttered to Zhao Xiong and the others, causing Zhao Xiong and Lu Jiangqing's expressions to darken even further. Thud, Dao Cai knelt heavily on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in a plea for mercy, exclaiming, "Su Shao, I swear every word I uttered is the unvarnished truth, not a single word was a lie." Upon hearing Dao Cai's explanation, Zhao Xiong furrowed his brow. Lu Jiangqing's face soured, while Zhao Su appeared deep in thought. Zhao Xiong inquired, "So who struck first? Was it Su Yan or Xiao Tian?" Just as Dao Cai prepared to respond, he felt the icy glare of Lu Jiangqing directed at him. Her penetrating gaze laced with an unspoken threat. Sensing the tension, Zhao Su positioned himself between the two, shielding Dao Cai from his mother's scrutiny, and calmly stated, "Speak the truth." Dao Cai, bracing himself, admitted, "Yes, it was Tian Shou who struck first." The moment Zhao Xiong heard this, he was rendered speechless with anger, covering his face with one hand before slamming his fist against the wall, exclaiming furiously, "What a disgrace! Why wasn't he simply killed by Su Yan?" "Zhao Xiong, what are you saying? Xiao Tian is our son," Lu Jiangqing scolded Zhao Xiong vehemently. Zhao Xiong shot a glare at his wife and retorted, "This is all your fault. If you hadn't spoiled him rotten since childhood, would he have caused so much trouble? How many times have you and Su'er had to clean up after him? Each time you promised to discipline him, yet what changes have we witnessed? Last time he provoked Su Yan, he ended up with 2 broken ribs courtesy of Yibukan. To protect him, I nearly lost my position as deputy mayor. and now he has offended Su Yan again, if he had not struck first. It would have been a different story, but alas, he initiated the confrontation. I am in the wrong. If Su Yan were to pursue this, do you comprehend the consequences? In the face of Zhao Xiong's ire, Lu Jiangqing stood her ground, retorting, Isn't this all about your precious position? Do you truly believe that being an official is more important than our son? Yes, Xiao Tian may have overstepped this time. But must he be punished so severely? Su Yan is merely a young girl, why fear her repercussions? You are more concerned about her pursuing justice than about our son's well-being, if anything happens to Xiao Tian. I will not let her off easily. Zhao Xiong inhaled deeply, struggling to contain his rising fury, and replied in a low tone, Do you think Su Yan is just any ordinary CEO with a few billion to her name? She is not someone to be trifled with. Her Su Group is worth trillions, and her personal fortune exceeds 100 billion. Individuals of her caliber have powerful connections. Who would dare to cross her? While it is true that we, the Zhao family, could potentially take her down and seize the Su Group, but the price we would pay would be astronomical, even risking our very foundation. How many of such elite individuals are benevolent? Moreover, she is backed by the Su family and the Yan family. True, the Su family experienced internal strife over a decade ago, nearly leading to their downfall, yet the once waning Su family has produced a remarkable Su Yan, who has revitalized their fortunes. Su Yan is no ordinary girl, otherwise how could she have risen to the position of CEO of the Su Group before turning 30, holding nearly half of its shares? And now she is no longer just an ordinary person, she is an unknown-level ability user, supported by a mysterious force. As Zhao Xiong spoke, his voice grew increasingly animated. Should Su Yan resolutely wish to confront us, the Zhao family would face dire consequences, especially with the backing of the resurrected Su family and the Yin family. Let us not forget her grandfather, 3 uncles, and her sister's status, when it comes to the Su family. Lu Jiangqing may dismiss them lightly, considering their current diminished state compared to the Zhao family and her own Lu family. Even if Su Yan is not an ordinary person, she would not dare to act recklessly. After all, she has a family to support. Lu Jiangqing remained skeptical that Su Yan would challenge the established rules laid down by Long Xia for ability users merely for a man. Furthermore, despite her abilities, no one has witnessed her in action, who knows her true strength. Killing 2 minor-level ability users does not signify greatness, as even lesser masters can achieve that feat while there are not many high-level ability users. My own Lu family harbors several, however. The Yin family is different. The mention of the Yin family brought Lu Jiangqing back to her senses, though she stubbornly persisted. So what if they hold high positions in the military? Moreover, the elder of the Yin family is not long for this world. His 3 children, while in the military, have yet to reach his level of authority. What is there to fear? Zhao Xiong cast a cold glance at his wife, whose intellect seemed to wane, and replied icily, If the Yin elder were a senior officer from another military district, there would be little to fear. However, he is a local from Guangfu, and after that incident, he not only did not retire but was also promoted back to the Guangfu military district as second in command. Do you not understand the significance of a local rising to such a high rank? Should you seek revenge against the Su and Yin families, you can do so with the Lu family. We are already on shaky ground. I will not lead the Zhao family into a pit of fire for a spoiled, troublemaking son. Lu Jiangqing fell silent, ultimately managing to squeeze out a response through clenched teeth. Then what now? We cannot simply let this go, can we? Is Xiao Tian to endure this punishment without consequence? Zhao Xiong, however, chose to ignore Lu Jiangqing. Well aware of her indulgence towards their son, he turned his attention to Zhao Su, who had been absorbed in his phone, occasionally frowning in contemplation, and asked, Suer, what is your take on this matter? In contrast to their son, who spent his days drinking and chasing after girls, relying on the Zhao and Lu families to create havoc, Zhao Xiong clearly favored his mature, level-headed eldest son, who approached matters with careful thought and consideration. Upon being questioned by his father, Zhao Su expressed his thoughts. I feel there is something amiss here. Oh, Zhao Xiong's eyes flickered with interest. What seems to be the issue? Zhao Su replied, It is evident that someone has orchestrated a scheme, aiming to provoke a rift between the Zhao family and Su Yan, thereby reaping the benefits. Zhao Xiong inquired, What do you mean by that? Zhao Su handed his phone to Zhao Xiong and explained, Dad, the root cause of Xiao Tian's trouble is that someone sent him a message inciting him to provoke Su Yan, intending to ignite her anger, regardless of whether Xiao Tian succeeded or failed. Once he engages with Su Yan, the blame will fall upon us, regardless of our reasons. Even if Su Yan were to retaliate and harm Xiao Tian, we would still be in the wrong, while she would retain the moral high ground. After all, what concern is it of ours if Su Yan has a boyfriend? What does it have to do with Xiao Tian? The moment he strikes, he forfeits any claim to righteousness. Only inciting her disdain and fury to it could very well lead to a rupture in our relationship with the Su family, potentially pushing the Yen family into opposition against us, which would be detrimental to us. Furthermore, the incident has barely occurred, and it is already trending online. This is clearly a trap, a setup. Chapter 29. Does he consider us fools? The objective of those behind this is evidently to sow discord between Su Yen and us for their own gain. If my assumptions are correct, the one most eager to see a falling out between Su Yen and me is likely Yi Buchan. Yi Buchan. Zhao Xiong furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is he not merely a pawn assigned by your grandfather? Is he not executing another plan that necessitates mutual cooperation and accomplishment with you?" "How could this be?" Zhao Su interjected. "According to the intelligence I have just received, Yi Buchan was dismissed by Su Yen this afternoon. Yi Buchan has also informed grandfather that his plans and tasks have failed. Since this dismissal was directly instigated by Su Yen, it cannot be solely attributed to him. As per previous agreements, he no longer owes grandfather anything. He will not accept the promised reward, nor will he assist us any further. Although the plan is failed, Yi Buchan will not let Su Yen off the hook so easily." This piqued Zhao Xiong's curiosity. "Oh, how so?" Zhao Su explained. "Yi Buchan is the lord of the Shadow Dragon Temple, a minor figure who seized significant opportunities through his struggles to reach this position. According to my investigations, in his early years, Yi Buchan was a nobody, devoid of ambition and constantly lost in unrealistic dreams, until he was cast aside by a woman of modest means, with a fortune barely exceeding 100,000. Perhaps from that moment on he developed an unusual desire to conquer wealthy, beautiful, and superior women, especially after ascending to the position of Lord of the Shadow Dragon Temple. This psychological inclination intensified, otherwise, upon gaining some capability. He would not have sought to dominate a renowned heiress in his locality, only to flaunt it before the woman who had once spurned him, aiming to trample on her dignity. After a few retorts from her, he secretly plotted against her and her fiancé. At this juncture, Zhao Su continued, "Naturally, as a man, it is not surprising to desire to conquer those who once eluded him or to pursue exceptional women. For I too share this inclination, otherwise I would not have chosen a challenging woman like Su Yen. However, the distinction lies in the fact that his obsession has morphed into a pathological condition. Perhaps unbeknownst to him. My investigations indicate that the woman who abandoned him did nothing wrong. It was merely his lack of ambition and effort at that time that warranted her departure. It's only natural for her to seek a better partner. Just as he later sought to conquer Gao Ji as Gao Yun, he cast aside women who could not compare. He found various excuses and donned the guise of a good man, ultimately leaving her behind. He elaborated, because he believed he had been hurt and humiliated by wealthy and beautiful women. His desire to conquer such women only grew stronger, coupled with his newfound charm and ability. Having already ensnared several such women, his experiences resemble those of a protagonist in a web novel. Consequently, he believes that all beautiful women ought to be his, and that all exceptional women should bow before him. Satisfying his inner insecurities bred from past humiliations. It is akin to a man who has lived in poverty all his life, and upon acquiring wealth, his first instinct is to squander it recklessly. Little does he realize that this very mentality, along with his indiscriminate affection for beautiful women, has incited Su Yan's disdain and trampled upon her boundaries, making it impossible for him to win her heart. Truly exceptional women would never entertain the notion of sharing a boyfriend, nor would they desire a mere placeholder. Moreover, Su Yan has never harbored feelings for him, yet he persists in his delusions, making their union improbable. This elucidates why, despite having numerous allies, Yi Buchan has failed to capture Su Yan's heart, instead drifting further away from her. Zhao Xiong pondered briefly and inquired, "What does this have to do with his recent actions? Why is he intent on inciting a rift between us and the Su family?" Zhao Su replied, "It is quite simple. Since he has been dismissed by Su Yan and sees no opportunity to conquer her, he must be feeling an intense sense of resentment. Furthermore, after pursuing Su Yan for so long without success, witnessing a stranger suddenly become her boyfriend would inevitably transform his resentment into jealousy and bitterness." Zhao Su continued, "By doing so, he can stoke the already delicate relationship between our Zhao family and the Su family. Additionally, he can completely dismantle any potential between Su Yan and me, thus eliminating a rival. The relationship between the Zhao and Su families could fracture, or even shatter, allowing him to exploit the situation to aid Su Yan and thereby gain entry into her heart. Moreover, this would afford him the opportunity to gauge the significance of Su Yan's boyfriend in her life, whether he is truly her partner or merely a temporary substitute. After all, in our circle, it is not uncommon to find individuals with fake partners, even those who could pass as spouses for marriage and childbearing. If Su Yan were indifferent to the man being a stand-in, then his demise would be inconsequential. However, if she genuinely cares, he could seize the chance to eliminate a rival through Xiao Tian's intervention. Therefore, according to his design, regardless of the outcome, he stands to gain the most. Regrettably, he has underestimated Su Yan, as well as me, Zhao Su concluded. What appears to be a flawlessly orchestrated scheme, benefiting him entirely, is riddled with flaws easily discernible. If I am not mistaken, at this very moment, the first individual Su Yan suspects is not our Zhao family, but rather Yi Buchan himself. After hearing Zhao Su's exposition, Zhao Xiong regained his composure, while Lu Jiangqing also appeared somewhat steadied. Lu Jiangqing gritted her teeth, seething, "Damn Yi Buchan, how dare he exploit my son? This debt will eventually be settled with you and that yellow-haired girl, Su Yan." Clearly, even though she recognized that Yi Buchan was the one manipulating her son, Lu Jiangqing still directed part of her ire towards Su Yan, believing that if Su Yan had not consistently rejected the idea of a union with the Zhao family or had not pursued Yi Buchan, her son would not have suffered in this manner. "What do you propose we do about this situation now?" Zhao Xiong asked. "Should we not follow the previous course of action, suppressing the heat of the matter first, and then seek to settle accounts with Yi Buchan once the fervor has passed?" "That may not be so simple," Zhao Su replied gravely, "since the other party seeks to incite discord between us and the Su family. This matter cannot be easily brushed aside. It has already occurred and escalated, and merely suppressing it will not suffice. We need to divert attention away from the issue, redirecting the public's gaze, and then privately negotiate with Su Yan to stabilize her. As long as Su Yan does not pursue the matter further, it will become manageable. Moreover, we must categorize this incident as Xiao Tian having had too much to drink and causing a ruckus, rather than intentionally inflicting harm." Zhao Xiong replied. "That is manageable. However, the question remains, how do we divert public attention?" Zhao Su squinted slightly and said, "I do have a suggestion, but it depends on whether you are willing to sacrifice a card." "Dad, what card?" Zhao Xiong was taken aback. "The head of the district police bureau, Wei Chang," Zhao Su stated. "Wei Chang, what do you intend to do with him?" Zhao Xiong inquired. Zhao Su proceeded to outline his plan. Upon hearing it, even Zhao Xiong's expression shifted. This seemed rather risky. Although sacrificing Wei Cheng posed little consequence for us, how could one ensure that it would not implicate our Zhao family? There's no way to avoid entanglement with our Zhao family. Hence he must be treated as a discard, Zhao Su replied with a slight smile. "But Dad, do you not think that sacrificing a kin for the greater good demonstrates greater sincerity?" Zhao Xiong fell silent. Zhao Su continued, "The best and easiest way to cover up a wrongdoing is to commit an even graver offense. On another front, the relationship between Wei Chang and Yi Buchan." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong was taken aback. "Wait, how did he become entangled with Yi Buchan?" Zhao Su replied calmly. "Shortly after Yi Buchan arrived here, this police chief had already covertly switched sides. The reason is simple. Yi Buchan has assisted him several times in the past, leveraging the Shadow Dragon Temple to resolve certain issues, thereby paving the way for his advancement. Otherwise, why do you think Wei Chang has been achieving so much lately? His recent promotion to deputy director of the police bureau next door was a foregone conclusion. This matter, due to certain circumstances, you have been unable to assist him for the past few years. His aspirations for advancement are not new, but Yi Buchan has helped him. Adding to that, his daughter, for various reasons, was utterly devoted to Yi Buchan, willing to act as his clandestine lover hidden away in a gilded cage. Do you still believe this card is yours?" Zhao Xiong's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that the piece he had painstakingly nurtured for so long would be so easily pried away. "Since Yi Buchan has schemed against us, why shouldn't we also eliminate him? A mere police chief can easily be replaced." As Zhao Su's gaze flickered momentarily as he remarked, "Moreover, there is one point where Yi Buchan and I share a common thought." "Oh, what point?" Zhao Xiong inquired. Zhao Su smiled faintly, saying, "I wish to ascertain the authenticity of Su Yan's so-called boyfriend. If he is indeed a falsehood, it would signify that I still have a chance, allowing us to proceed with our plans unchanged. Conversely, if Su Yan is willing to leverage the connections of the Su family to resolve the issue with Wei Cheng for him, it would serve to eliminate this disobedient piece from our board. After all, cultivating another who is more compliant than Wei Chang would merely require some time. Furthermore, it provides me with an opportunity to gauge the character of her boyfriend, to discern whether he possesses a background that merits our enmity or one that deserves our alliance. Should he prove to be an ordinary individual, we shall deal with him accordingly. However, if he is akin to the previous Yi Buchan, masquerading as a fool while concealing his prowess, we will remain vigilant." Zhao Xiong nodded in agreement, having calmed from his earlier fury. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Zhao Su nodded affirmatively and turned to leave. Throughout the discussion, it was solely Zhao Xiong and Zhao Su deliberating their course of action. Meanwhile, Lu Jiangqing, although seething with anger and wishing to see Su Yan suffer, dared not interject too forcefully. The reasoning was straightforward. In terms of strength and influence, the Zhao and Lu families were comparable. Yet the Zhao family had only Zhao Xiong as their sole heir, while she had numerous siblings in the Lu family. Zhao Su was the designated successor to Zhao Xiong's position. Should she confront Zhao Xiong, the Zhao family would undoubtedly rally to his defense, whereas the Lu family might not be as resolute in her favor. This was precisely why, when Zhao Xiong instructed her to handle Su Yan independently, Lu Jiangqing refrained from voicing her dissent. Presently Su Yan, whether within the Su or Yan family, was the most favored, while she was not, although she held the nominal title of chairman of the Yuhai group. Her power did not significantly overshadow that of the Su family. In truth, since her eldest son assumed control, she had been relegated to a semi-retired status, holding a mere 15% stake, even during her peak authority. She never dared to oppose Zhao Xiong. The reasoning was simple: she possessed wealth but lacked power. Only those with both wealth and authority could be deemed as domineering tycoons. Those with wealth alone were merely well-fed pigs, awaiting slaughter when others chose to feast. Had Lu Jiangqing been the type to allow her anger to cloud her judgment, seeking vengeance for her son without consideration, she would have long since been abandoned and unable to occupy her current position. Yet, the sense of unwillingness remained. As Zhao Su departed, Lu Jiangqing gazed at the brightly lit operating room, her eyes reddened and bloodshot, hands clenched tightly, her molars grinding audibly. Ultimately, she gradually relaxed her grip, letting out a resigned sigh within her heart. Upon arriving at the police station, Chen Chua and his group were separated and taken for individual statements. Chen Chua found himself in a room, seated on a chair, yet no officer approached him for his statement. He glanced around, eventually noticing that the camera in the room appeared to be malfunctioning, with the indicator light remaining unlit. Leaning on the table, he propped his chin on his hands, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He did not shout or frantically survey the room. Instead, upon noticing the camera's apparent defect, he nonchalantly laid his head down on the table and drifted off to sleep, displaying no signs of fear or anxiety despite being in a police station. Time passed, and eventually the door to his room swung open. "Hey, wake up!" Chen Chua felt someone nudging him in his stupor. "Huh? What is it?" Awakened, he rubbed his eyes and lifted his head, absent-mindedly wiping the corner of his mouth. I was dreaming about hot pot. Let's have hot pot tomorrow." Stretching lazily and yawning, he finally opened his eyes fully, turning to the officer who had nudged him. The officer was accompanied by a stern-looking middle-aged policeman, whose cold gaze was fixed upon him, identifiable as the chief of the police station by the insignia on his shoulder. Unable to contain his irritation at Chen Chua's tardiness, the officer who had initially roused him remarked, "Brother, you're the first person I've seen who can sleep in the station." Before Chen Chua could respond, the chief interjected, "Why hasn't he changed into his uniform? Go find him a uniform to wear." The young officer appeared somewhat flustered. Does what I say not matter?" Noticing the young officer's hesitation, the chief's brow furrowed deeper. The young officer leaned closer, whispering, "Chief Wei, he is merely being summoned for questioning, not detained, so according to regulations." Wei Chang shot a cold glare, causing the young officer to tremble. Chen Chua returned to resting his head on the table, propping his chin with one hand, tilting his head to look at Wei Chang, and smiled faintly, saying, "Indeed, I am here only as a summoned individual for a statement, not under arrest, so according to regulations, I am not required to wear a uniform." Chapter 31, Hand over his phone. "Oh, you seem rather astute." However, Wei Cheng's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "In this place, what you say does not count. What I say holds weight. I warn you, do not entertain thoughts of mischief or defiance. Cooperate, and you shall be met with leniency. Resist, and you shall face severe consequences. Quickly explain how you instigated trouble, created conflict, and ultimately endangered public safety, resulting in injury to another," he continued, "and correct your attitude. Sit up straight when you speak." Upon hearing this, Chen Chua realized the confrontation was directed at him. "Apologies, officer, but I have an injury to my waist. I cannot sit for long. I trust you understand. Moreover, there are no regulations stating that an injured individual must endure pain to answer questions, right?" Seeing the audacity of Chen Chua, Wei Cheng's expression darkened further. He laughed in anger and said, "You are the most audacious person I've encountered in my time as a police officer." No, I am not audacious. The Suzong you captured possesses greater audacity than I do. I assume you lacked the courage to even have her provide a statement, merely asking her a couple of questions before releasing her. Am I correct?" Hearing Chen Shua's calm and gentle tone laced with sarcasm, Wei Cheng clenched his hands behind his back. In truth, Su Yan and Xin Yanqing had not been required to give statements. Upon entering the police station, they were separated and treated with courtesy by Wei Cheng, who sought to send them on their way. However, Su Yan had refused, leading to Wei Cheng being taken to a reception area to rest. Chen Shua's words had effectively undermined Wei Cheng's authority and exposed his vulnerabilities. Delivering a sharp slap to his face, taking a slow deep breath, Wei Cheng sternly replied, "Cease your banter and honestly recount your actions." "What actions should I recount?" Chen Shua raised an eyebrow. "Explain how you instigated trouble, created conflict, and ultimately endangered public safety, resulting in injury to another," Wei Cheng insisted with undeniable authority. "Moreover, the individual has already been hospitalized due to your actions. If you do not cooperate, prepare to spend the rest of your life in prison." Chen Shua blinked innocently and said, "But officer, that person was wielding a knife to attack me, even if I had not been harmed. How could I be the perpetrator in this situation?" Wei Cheng retorted with a cold smile. "I state that you are responsible, hence you are responsible. Here, I have the final say. Are you not concerned about the repercussions if this matter were to become public?" Chen Shua remained unfazed. "Furthermore, I recall that many witnesses were present, and there are surveillance cameras documenting the events that transpired. I have already questioned the bystanders, and they all claimed it was too dark to see who attacked whom." Wei Cheng sneered. "Moreover, coincidentally, the surveillance equipment malfunctioned just yesterday, and we have yet to find someone to repair it." Chen Shua feigned enlightenment. "Oh, so you believe you've got me cornered? This is not about cornering you. It is clear that you committed the offense, otherwise, why would we have apprehended you?" Wei Cheng asserted with righteous conviction. "Furthermore, I must inform you that your accomplices have confessed everything. This incident is unequivocally your doing. You instigated trouble, you inflicted injury, you are guilty." Upon hearing these words, the smile on Chen Shua's face gradually faded, and his gaze towards Wei Cheng turned increasingly frigid. Chen Shua narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cold light flickering within them, and his previously gentle and calm tone now carried an edge of iciness. "Are you threatening me? What have you done to them?" Chen Shua was acutely aware that Chen Long would never falsely accuse him. Therefore, there were only two possibilities for Wei Cheng's statement: either he was trying to intimidate him, or he was indeed issuing a threat. Wei Cheng, who had just spoken with such righteous indignation, felt an involuntary shiver run through him as he met Chen Shua's frigid gaze and penetratingly cold words that seemed to pierce his very bones. He inadvertently took a step back. However, the next moment, realizing he had been startled by a mere youth, he became filled with indignation. With a mocking smile, Wei Cheng replied, "Naturally, I intend for them to confess honestly and fully disclose the facts. They have already clarified everything. It was you who did it. Do you still intend to resist?" Chen Shua had lost the inclination to engage in this charade. He fixed his eyes on Wei Cheng, refraining from answering his question, and stated deliberately, "Director Wei, should you dare to harm my family or my loved ones today, I assure you, if even a single hair is harmed, your family will pay the price for your actions today." "Oh, you dare to threaten a police officer?" Wei Cheng laughed, a twisted smile of rage crossing his face. It was the first time he had encountered an ordinary citizen bold enough to threaten him. "The police station chief, arrest him, cuff him." At that moment, Chen Shua calmly took out his phone, tapped the screen, and turned it towards Wei Cheng, saying, "Director Wei, I apologize. I forgot to mention I recorded the incident where that person attacked me with a knife. Moreover, I neglected to stop the recording, so your every word and action have been accidentally captured by my phone." As he spoke, Chen Shua paused for a moment and continued, "Tell me, if this footage were to be released, you would undoubtedly lose your position, and you would be the one facing the dire consequences." As Wei Cheng watched the video on Chen Shua's phone, showing Zhao Mingtian charging at him with a knife, he realized the video had been recording for over 2 hours. This evidence confirmed that Chen Shua's subsequent words were not mere fabrications. Wei Cheng's expression shifted immediately, and he barked at the nearby young officer. "Why haven't you confiscated his phone?" The young officer felt a deep sense of grievance, almost on the brink of tears. "You did not specify that. According to standard procedures for summons, there is no rule requiring the confiscation of a phone." As Chen Shua slid his finger across the screen, their earlier conversation played back clearly. Wei Cheng could no longer maintain his composure and strode forward, intent on seizing Chen Shua's phone. Chen Shua stood up from his chair, deftly evading Wei Cheng's attempt to grab it, concealing the phone behind him. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Director Wei, you have no authority to confiscate my phone. Furthermore, I must warn you, my phone holds secrets. If you attempt to seize it, you will only compound your offenses." Undeterred by the warning, Wei Cheng shouted at the nearby young officer, "Quick, get his phone, seize it. Yes, yes. Just then, Chen Shua calmly retrieved his phone and pointed it at Wei Chang, stating, I advise you not to follow your director's orders to seize my phone. Trust me, if you participate in this theft or heed his orders to harm me, you will undoubtedly spend the rest of your life behind bars alongside him. By disregarding his commands, you will not face dismissal or retribution. However, if you obey him, you will suffer the consequences I just mentioned. Turning back to Wei Chang, Chen Shua reiterated coldly, this is my final warning. Should you make another attempt to seize it, I guarantee you will never have the opportunity to reclaim your freedom. Wei Chang, dismissing Chen Shua's words entirely, was fixated solely on the phone. He understood too well that if the contents of that phone were ever exposed, it would not merely be his position at stake, even those behind him would suffer repercussions. If those individuals were to be harmed due to his actions, the consequences would be far graver than imprisonment. The young officer hesitated, but upon seeing his chief's fury, he steeled himself and prepared to act. That moment, Chen Shua suddenly interjected, I implore you, officer, do not heed your director's orders to seize my phone. Wei Chang, noticing the officer's uncertainty, yelled towards the door, bring everyone in here. With that command, several officers rushed into the room. Seize his phone, Wei Chang shouted in frustration. Unlike the hesitant young officer, these officers immediately surrounded Chen Shua. Attempting to wrest the phone from his grasp, Chen Shua offered minimal resistance, allowing them to take it with only token efforts, but as they did, he pressed a button on his phone, turning off the screen. As he was escorted back to a chair, handcuffed by two officers, Chen Shua calmly observed them, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Director, your phone. The officer who had seized the phone handed it to Wei Chang, who without a moment's hesitation slammed it against the wall. In a fit of rage, the phone struck the wall and fell to the ground with a loud crash, yet it remained intact, failing to shatter as Wei Chang had hoped. Undeterred, he picked up the phone and hurled it again and again, but no matter how forcefully he threw it, Chen Shua's phone refused to break. Frustrated, Wei Chang pressed the power button, discovering that despite the numerous impacts, the phone remained functional. His temper flared as he approached Chen Shua, demanding, open the phone. I won't hesitate to inform you that the surveillance in this room has been disabled. If you do not wish to suffer physical punishment, you will immediately unlock your phone, otherwise. As he spoke, the two nearby officers brandished their electric batons, flicking them on with a menacing crackle. Chen Shua glanced at the batons and then at Wei Chang. This time, he offered no resistance or further warnings. His objectives had already been accomplished. Chen Shua took the phone, entered a series of passwords, and unlocked it. Seeing the phone open, Wei Chang snatched it from him eagerly. However, just as he glanced at the screen, intending to delete the video, the door was suddenly kicked open. Before Wei Chang and the others could react, a dozen men in suits stormed in, brandishing guns. Don't move, get down and cover your heads. Taken aback by the unexpected intrusion, Wei Chang and his colleagues stood frozen. After years of police work, they had never been treated in such a manner. They had always been the ones commanding others to submit, never imagining they would one day find themselves ordered to do so. Regaining his composure, Wei Chang bellowed, Who are you? Do you have any idea where you are? How dare you? Before he could finish, one of the suited men stepped forward, displayed a badge, and coldly declared, We are from Longan Bureau and the Long Group. You are now suspected of fabrication, intimidation, threats, and the illegal detention of important state personnel. Moreover, you are implicated in the theft, surveillance, and attempted destruction of our nation's top secrets. You will accompany us for further questioning. Upon seeing the badge, Wei Chang initially thought he was mistaken and rubbed his eyes for clarity. However, as he comprehended the gravity of the situation and the man's words, he felt his legs give way beneath him. Collapsing to the ground, the once imposing figure now appeared pale and disoriented. Mumbling in disbelief, how is this possible? After a moment of stunned silence, Wei Chang suddenly snapped back to reality, turning to find Chen Shua grinning at him from across the table. His eyes widened in horror as realization dawned upon him. Overtaken by disbelief and terror, in that instant, he comprehended that he had not merely encountered a formidable opponent, he had collided with an immovable force, a solid gold titanium alloy. Never had he anticipated that Chen Shua's seemingly boastful words held such weight. Important state personnel, national secrets. Reflecting on Chen Shua's earlier statements and his own actions, Wei Chang could only think of two words, it's over. Ignoring his despair, the suited man signaled for his subordinates to apprehend Wei Chang and the other individuals in the room, save for Chen Shua, were all handcuffed. Upon witnessing the young police officer being handcuffed, Chen Shua remarked, This does not concern him, he did not lay a hand on anyone. Please refrain from acting recklessly. The two individuals restraining the officer nodded in acknowledgement and released his cuffs. However, he was still to be taken away, as there were matters they needed to discuss with him. The apparent leader retrieved Chen Shua's phone from the frightened Wei Chang, carefully turning it over to prevent the screen from facing him, thus extinguishing its display. He then approached a nearby table, retrieved a set of keys, and returned to Chen Shua, unlocking his cuffs. He bent slightly, lowering his gaze, and respectfully handed the phone back to Chen Shua, addressing him with deference. "Chen Lao, thank you for your trouble." Chen Shua replied, rubbing his wrist before accepting the phone. The man maintained his respectful demeanor, tinged with apology, stating, "It is our duty to apologize for our tardiness. Are you unharmed?" "All is well," Chen Shua replied, unable to restrain a quip. "And please, refrain from calling me Chen Lao, it makes me sound exceedingly aged." "Yes, Director Chen." Vice, Chen Shua corrected. "Understood, Vice Director Chen." Noticing their intention to escort Wei Cheng away, Chen Shua halted them. "Wait, please keep him here. I have a few words to exchange with him." Chapter 33. Those who threaten others with their loved ones will find their own kin subjected to the same fate. Upon hearing Chen Shua's words, they ceased their actions. Chen Shua approached the ashen-faced Wei Chang and spoke coolly. "Just now, you threatened me using my relatives, did you not?" At this, Wei Chang's legs buckled once more. Had he not been supported by someone nearby, he likely would have collapsed to the ground. The imposing demeanor he had displayed upon entry had vanished, replaced by a quivering figure, begging for mercy in a trembling voice. I was merely joking. I did not harm your relatives, not a single hair on them. You can verify this. I truly did not touch him. Someone compelled me to act against you. Their aim was solely you, not your family." At this juncture, Wei Chang could no longer concern himself with his previous accomplices. His ascent to this position had required a degree of perceptiveness, or he would have long been ousted. The presence of agents from the Long Bureau and the Long Group protecting this formidable figure, arriving swiftly at the first sign of trouble, clearly overshadowed any influence he possessed. He understood that even the forces backing him did not command such respect, thus, he decided to betray his allies. Seeking a path to survival, he divulged everything he knew. "Your relatives possess significant connections, stronger than those behind me. They specifically instructed me not to touch them." As he spoke, he observed Chen Shua's calm demeanor and seemed to grasp something, his pupils dilating in shock as he exclaimed, "Could it be that the background of your relatives is actually—" Chen Shua did not respond to his query, instead posing another. "Who instructed you to carry out this task?" Fully aware that he had reached a dead end, Wei Cheng divulged all. "It was Zhao's family, Zhao Su. He wanted me to coerce you into confessing, to absolve his brother. This is their typical modus operandi." A slight smile graced Chen Shua's lips. "Oh, is it merely Zhao's family, Zhao Su?" Upon hearing this, Wei Cheng's complexion turned even more pallid, yet, for reasons unknown, he clung stubbornly to this information, refusing to engage further with Chen Shua's inquiries. Only pleading desperately, "I truly did not intend to do this. They forced my hand. I apologize. I understand my mistakes. I beg of you, I will do anything. Please spare my family. They are innocent," Chen Shua replied coolly. "You do not comprehend your error. Rather, you realize your impending doom. Furthermore, it is not that you are incapable of acting against my kin. It is simply that they possess protection as well. Had I lacked connections today, had my family been unshielded, you would have certainly acted against them, would you not? Do you not understand the principle that one's misfortunes should not befall their family, since you employed my relatives as leverage against me? You must be prepared to face the consequences. The number of individuals who have been wronged by your ascent to this position is countless, and sooner or later, I shall inquire with Director Qi regarding his negligence." Having stated this, Chen Shua waved his hand dismissively. Wei Cheng attempted to plead for mercy once more, but in the next moment, a half-mask designed to silence him was affixed to his face, and he was dragged away. "Vice Director Chen, do you wish for us to investigate Zhao's family and the individual, Yi Buchan, who instigated Wei Cheng's actions?" one of the agents from the Long Bureau inquired. "Alternatively, we could assist you in dealing with them." Evidently, through this exchange, they had already discerned that the instigator of Wei Cheng's actions was none other than Zhao's family and Yi Buchan. As for addressing Zhao's family, theoretically, as long as they did not interfere with Chen Shua, they were not entitled to be dealt with. However, it seemed that Zhao Su himself had not anticipated that his meticulous planning would lead to this blunder. The moment Wei Cheng acted against Chen Shua, regardless of the rationale or the backing of Zhao's family, they now qualified for retribution. Even if they lacked the means, they could identify someone with the authority to exact it. Chen Shua stretched languidly and remarked, "Very well, gather information regarding Zhao's family's actions over the years. Prepare it for me." As for Yi Buchan, Chen Shua did not dwell on him, simply stating, "You need not take any immediate action. Though he may not be particularly influential, he possesses some strength. I shall deal with him in my own way. Chen Shua had no intention of swallowing his grievances, moreover he had come to understand that. On the surface, this incident was instigated by Zhao Mingtian due to his relationship with Su Yan, whom he coveted for his own purposes. In reality, he was merely a pawn used to sow discord between the Zhao and Su families. However, this was a carefully orchestrated scheme. Since this was the case, he would not let Zhao's family escape unscathed, nor would he spare Yi Buchan. Zhao's family still held potential utility. He was disinclined to take matters into his own hands, preferring to leave it to his substantial creditor as a form of interest on the 50,000 she had lent him. As for Yi Buchan, had he not been severely wounded, he would have relished the opportunity to confront this so-called master of the Shadow Dragon Hall. However, in his current state, dealing with a mere minor figure posed no challenge at all. Although both Yi Buchan and the Shadow Dragon Hall seemed inconsequential to him, they were preferable to nothing. Serving as a source of amusement, understood. The agent respectfully bowed. We shall take our leave now. Chen Shua waved his hand casually, and the agent bowed once more before turning to depart. As night fell, a group of individuals escorted Wei Chang and a few others from the police station. To maintain confidentiality and avoid causing a stir, they requisitioned 2 police vehicles to transport Wei Chang and his companions. Leaving the station with an air of nonchalance, the rest of the group exited through alternative routes, quietly slipping out the back door. After all, Wei Chang was somewhat of a police chief. Should he be seen or photographed by others? The ensuing commotion would be significant. Not long after their police vehicles had departed, they fortuitously crossed paths with Zhao Xiong and Zhao Su, who were en route to the station, observing the passing police cars. They thought little of it, assuming it was merely law enforcement on duty or conducting patrols. Chen Shua emerged from his room, intending to contact others to check on their well-being, before he could dial. He heard a familiar voice. Step aside. I warn you, Wang Huayu, if anything happens to my foolish family member while in your care, if a single hair is harmed even with Wei Chang and Zhao Xiong's protection, I will see to it that you can no longer wear that police uniform. This included neither Wei Chang nor Zhao Xiong. They would not escape. The voice of the creditor. Chen Shua followed the sound. Peering around a corner to see Su Yan and Shen Yanqing storming toward him, their expressions furious. Behind them trailed several police officers, one of whom was Wang Huayu, who had summoned them for questioning. Yet, Chen Shua's attention was drawn to a middle-aged man in uniform standing beside Shen Yanqing. He appeared to be in his 30s, handsome and upright, with striking features. His rank was notably higher than Deputy Director Wang Huayu's. Holding the title of first-class police supervisor, it was evident he was the head of the A City Police Department and Shen Yanqing's elder brother, Shen Zizai. Upon witnessing this high-ranking official arriving personally, Wang Huayu's expression soured, and he felt as though he were facing utter despair. While Shen Zizai said nothing, his very presence conveyed a multitude of messages. A mere glance nearly caused Wang Huayu to lose control of himself. Coupled with the prolonged wait, upon discovering that Su Yan had ignited genuine anger over Wei Chang's intentions towards Chen Shua, Wang Huayu found himself for the first time plagued by the thought of abandoning his efforts, an impulse that surged forth instantaneously. Mr. Datsu, please allow me to explain. Before Wang Huayu could articulate his thoughts, Chen Shua's voice resonated suddenly. Great creditor, I'm here. Chapter 34. The brick is raised upon seeing Chen Shua emerge from around the corner. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, she was enveloped in a warm embrace, pulling him tightly within her grasp. Chen Shua instinctively sought to evade, but still recovering from his injuries, he found himself overpowered by Su Yan's strength and speed, leaving him no choice but to passively endure the warmth of her embrace. Oh my! Observing this scene, Shen Yanqing discreetly retrieved her phone. I'll capture some juicy tidbits about Mr.Su to stir up the group chat later. If I recall correctly, Uncle Su and Aunt Yan are in the group, right? Witnessing Su Yan take the initiative to embrace a man, the usually composed and stoic Shen Zizai was rendered utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping. He nudged Shen Yanqing with his elbow. Wait, what is going on? Who is this lad? How did he manage to win the affections of the Ice Queen? Oh, that's her boyfriend, Shen Yanqing responded matter-of-factly. Her boyfriend. Shen Zizai was momentarily stunned by the heavens. Has she finally come to her senses? Perhaps. Shen Yanqing glanced at her elder brother and suddenly inquired with a teasing smile. Are you feeling envious? I recall back then you. Shen Zizai swiftly covered his sister's mouth, his tone fierce. That was in the past. Do not bring it up again. If you do, don't expect any pocket money from me next month. Shen Yanqing understood well why her brother was so averse to discussing the matter. It was all due to his sister-in-law, who, despite appearing gentle and docile, could unleash a temper fierce enough to rattle even Shen Zizai. The mere thought of her caused Qin Yanqing to look at her brother with pity, silently sighing, "Alas, brother, I warned you, you cannot tame that sister-in-law of yours. I told you not to go against the odds. Not to gamble on a character like Xin Yuchu. Such encounters are rarer than being struck by a meteor, and now look where you are, under her thumb. Truly, how does that saying go? Marrying a woman from Shudao Mountain means embracing a life of hardship. You deserve it. How is it, you simpleton?" Su Yan anxiously scrutinized Chen Shua from head to toe, fearing for his safety. "Have they troubled you? Did they lay a hand on you?" "Indeed, they did trouble me and laid hands on me. They snatched my phone, however, I'm fine, just momentarily restrained," Chen Shua replied candidly, blinking his eyes. Upon hearing that they had indeed troubled Chen Shua and dared to lay hands on him, Su Yan's temper flared. Especially when she noticed the lingering red marks on his wrist, she feared he had suffered some grave injury. Su Yan released Chen Shua, rolled up her sleeves, surveyed her surroundings, then strode over to a nearby tree. With a forceful kick, she sent a brick flying from the ground. Catching it deftly in her hand, she waited for a moment before heading straight toward the room behind Chen Shua. Hey, great creditor, what do you think you're doing? Don't act rashly." Chen Shua was startled by her sudden aggression and hurriedly grasped her. Su Yan turned to look at him, her other hand gently caressing his cheek. Smiling sweetly, her smile sweeter than honey, as she gazed at him with a tender affection. "It's alright, I'll go reason with them and make them apologize to you. You just wait here patiently for my return. I won't be long with that." Su Yan turned on her heel, and her expression darkened instantly, her demeanor shifting from warmth to a tempestuous fury, akin to thunder concealed within a storm cloud. Ready to unleash its wrath, such a rapid transformation was unmatched even by the heroes of Shudao. At that moment, Su Yan was not only furious but also vengeful. "How dare they touch my darling? Today, they will either kneel before my darling and beg for forgiveness or suffer the consequences, so they may understand why flowers bloom so vividly." Hey, Mr. Su, please remain calm," seeing Su Yan on the brink of unleashing her fury. The two siblings, who had been enjoying the unfolding drama, hurried forward to intervene. For anyone else, it would be laughable to threaten a police station with a brick. Qin Yanqing and Xin Zizai would scoff at the notion. Yet, Su Yan was different. She never jested. If she wielded that brick, she genuinely intended to demolish. If Su Yan truly unleashed her fury, it would escalate into a monumental uproar. As for Wang Huayu, he distanced himself as much as possible. Not daring to inch closer. "Hey, to great creditor, please don't act impulsively, don't." Chen Shua swiftly grasped Su Yan, and when he realized he could not hold her back, he encircled her arm with both of his, declaring, "It would be futile to demolish this place. The director and the others have already been taken away." Taken away? Upon hearing this, Su Yan halted in her tracks. When did this happen? The Shin siblings were equally astonished to learn that Wei Chang had been taken away. As they had not witnessed it during their arrival, they had only seen 2 police cars depart. "Just a moment ago, he was taken away by the police," Chen Shua explained upon hearing that Wei Chang had been taken away. Xin Zizai's brows furrowed. Could it be that he was taken by the Zhao family? Everyone in their circle knew that Wei Chang was affiliated with the Zhao family, having received numerous benefits from them in the shadows, and had assisted them in various matters. Xin Zizai had long wished to handle Wei Chang, but due to the backing of the Zhao family and credible information indicating that Wei Chang was soon to be promoted to the director of the D-City Public Security Bureau, Xin Zizai had refrained from taking action. Before Chen Shua could respond, Xin Zizai's phone rang abruptly. He retrieved it, glancing at the screen with a change in expression, and hurriedly answered, "Director Chi, it's me." "Xin Zizai, what's the matter?" "Oh, I see, yes, I'll be there right away." After hanging up, Xin Zizai's face darkened considerably. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Qin Yanqing asked, "Brother, what's going on?" taking a deep breath to compose himself. Xin Zizai replied, "I must attend a provincial meeting immediately. It's urgent." Turning to Su Yan, he assured her, "Rest assured, this matter will not be left unresolved, neither with Zhao Mingtian nor Wei Chang, by tomorrow evening at the latest. I will provide you with an explanation." Su Yan nodded slightly. "Thank you, Brother Zizai, I appreciate it. There is no need for formality among family." Xin Zizai replied, "Now, I must take my leave. I'll arrange for someone to escort you back shortly." "Alright, thank you, Brother Zizai, goodbye, brother." After giving a few instructions to Wang Huayu, Xin Zizai departed hastily. As he exited the police station, he coincidentally encountered the Zhao father and son arriving. Upon seeing the license plate designated for the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, Zhao Xiong's expression shifted slightly. Xin Zizai, what is he doing here? His sister, Qin Yanqing, had also been summoned, likely to check on her well-being. Zhao Su speculated, however, it was also possible he was there due to the recent incident involving Xiao Tian. As Xiao Tian had caused considerable trouble, and for someone as intolerant of nonsense as Shin Zizai, the desire to address Xiao Tian had been brewing for quite some time. Chapter 35. The principle of not harming family is that benefit must not extend to family. Zhao Xiong furrowed his brows. Choosing to remain silent, this had become the norm for now. Shin Zizai could not move against Zhao Mingtian, and likewise Zhao Mingtian could not act against Shin Zizai, although Shin Zizai held a slightly lower status. He was not someone Zhao Xiong could easily bring down. The Shin family's foundational influence did not reside in a city but rather in Bi City, where the patriarch wielded considerable power. Seemingly more than their own patriarch, who was merely a figurehead in Bi City. In other regions, that would not hold true. However, Bi City was among the most unique places in the nation, thus the Shin patriarch was not only on par with Zhao Xiong's father but arguably held a superior position. Even Zhao Xiong's father dared not offend the Shin patriarch excessively. Moreover, the Shin patriarch maintained a close relationship with the Zhang family, and the current generation of the Shin family was exceptionally talented, with each of the 7 direct descendants being remarkable in their own right. If one were to rank the 8 prominent families of Guangfu, with the 4 great families, the Shin family would undoubtedly be in a position of prominence, rivaling even the once mighty Su family during the reign of Su Shang. This explains why Shin Zizai's distinct personality had never faced repercussions. By the way, great creditor, my cousins, Chen Shua began, but as he attempted to release Su Yan's hand, she pulled him back, shooting him a glare. Her message was clear. There were still others present, and as my faux boyfriend, you must play your role. If you dare let go, I shall have no qualms about pinning you against the wall. Thus Chen Shua could only continue to embrace Su Yan's arm. To be frank, the arm of this significant creditor was quite pleasant to hold, soft, tender, and imbued with a hint of coolness. Meanwhile, Chen Yanqing, who was spectating, observed the 2 individuals who seemed to cling to each other upon their first meeting, and opted to lower her head to play on her phone, choosing to disregard the scene before her. Oh, it's nothing, they have already been sent back. I have been waiting for you but to no avail, which is why I came to find you, Su Yan inquired. By the way, what exactly transpired earlier? Could you enlighten me? Chen Shua, without reservation, recounted the events involving Wei Chang, albeit omitting certain details. For instance, he mentioned that the surveillance in that room had been turned off, and he briefly touched upon his phone. As for who took Wei Chang away, he merely stated that a group of individuals clad in suits and brandishing credentials had suddenly whisked him away, instructing him to keep the matter confidential. Upon hearing that those who had taken Wei Chang required Chen Shua to maintain silence, Su Yan's heart began to form a vague suspicion. However, her conjecture was related to the affairs within Guangfu, and she had not deduced the involvement of the capital. This was understandable. Had she been able to ascertain that Wei Chang was taken by individuals from the capital, Chen Shua would undoubtedly suspect that this prominent creditor possessed extraordinary insights. As for the words spoken by Wei Chang, Chen Shua articulated them clearly, causing Su Yan to furrow her brows. After listening, Su Yan let out a cold smile and remarked, "What an imposing display of authority! Resorting to threats involving the family of others. Fine, if he enjoys using your family as leverage, then his family should not expect to thrive in Guangfu, even if he manages to extricate himself from this predicament. He shall not find peace." Chen Shua jested. "They say calamity spares no family, dear creditor. Your actions beg the question, what differentiates you from him?" Su Yan replied indifferently, "Calamity spares families only when benefits do not reach them. If his family has genuinely enjoyed no privileges at all, then I shall not touch them. Remember this, there has never been a situation where calamity spares families. That notion only holds true for ordinary folk. When you ascend to a certain level, and your family partakes in the benefits you provide, they become entirely entangled with the notion of calamity-sparing families, unless you are a sage, and your family members are also sages. Had calamity truly spared families, my 2 older brothers would not have met such unfortunate fates. As Su Yan recalled this matter, a fleeting hint of sorrow crossed her beautiful eyes, which Chen Shua, observing her intently, captured. He pressed his lips together, his mind already formulating certain resolutions. Su Yan noticed Chen Shua's gaze upon her and quickly adjusted her emotions, mistakenly believing he was looking at her due to her earlier remarks. With a smile, she said, "Rest assured, as long as you are with me, I shall protect your family and ensure they remain unscathed." "Indeed?" Chen Shua nodded, unbidden curiosity leading him to ask, "And what if we are no longer together?" Su Yan seemed momentarily taken aback by this inquiry before realizing that Chen Shua was referring to their pretense of being a couple for only 3 months. "What then?" She fell silent for less than a second before softly responding, It would remain the same as it is now. Chen Shua tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Dear creditor, I shall borrow again when funds run dry. A thud, Su Yan's small fist landed on Chen Shua's head. You belong to me now. If you're short on money, you cannot simply borrow, can you? I'll beat you to a pulp, as the two exchanged playful banter, preparing to exit the police station. They unexpectedly collided with Zhao Xiong and Zhao Su, who were rushing over observing Su Yan's arm draped around a stranger, and the lightheartedness they shared. Zhao Su's brow furrowed slightly. He had known Su Yan for many years, at least 8, but he could not recall a moment when she had ever taken the initiative to link arms with a man, or engaged in such joviality with one. In his memory, Su Yan had always been the stoic, frost-like woman exuding an air of formidable nobility. Even after years of acquaintance, genuine smiles from her in his presence were a rarity. She had seldom even offered a perfunctory smile. While pursuing Su Yan was partly motivated by the desire to unite the Zhao and Su families for mutual benefit, it did not negate his feelings for her. On the contrary, from their very first encounter he had been secretly enamored with her, not only for her beauty and background but also for her capability and intellect, particularly when he witnessed her endure external pressures and successfully steer the Su group back on course while steadily ascending. His admiration for this remarkable woman only deepened, yet his frustration stemmed from the fact that Su Yan had never afforded him any opportunity, maintaining a considerable distance between them merely as distant acquaintances, rather than friends or collaborators. It is often said that men harbor peculiar competitive desires and possessive instincts, and when these impulses collide, they give rise to a curious chemical reaction. Coincidentally, in that moment, both desires took root within Zhao Su's heart, albeit unbeknownst to him. Su Yan and Zhao Xiong called out first. In an instant, the playful Su Yan transformed back into her usual aloof demeanor, her frosty gaze now laced with a hint of anger. As Zhao Xiong and Zhao Su approached, Su Yan instinctively shielded Chen Shua behind her. This simple yet revealing gesture caused Zhao Xiong and Zhao Su's expressions to shift subtly. Su Yan parted her red lips, icy words escaping. Uncle Zhao, what brings you here? Hearing her consistently cold and indifferent tone, Zhao Xiong would have deemed it normal had he not just witnessed her laughing with the man beside her. Now, perceiving the stark contrast in her demeanor towards him and Chen Shua, his heart sank, coupled with the earlier news of Wei Cheng's dubious fate and the sight of Shinzai's vehicle upon his arrival. He had initially assumed the latter was responsible for the abduction. They had intended to exploit Wei Cheng's predicament to amplify the situation, thereby overshadowing the more severe issues, before presenting Wei Cheng's predicament to Su Yan to garner her sympathy and proffer some concessions. Hoping to mitigate the fallout, however, no one anticipated such an unforeseen turn of events. Wei Cheng had been taken away. Now, seeking to reclaim him was futile. Zhao Xiong steeled himself. Zhao Su, I'm here to apologize on behalf of my wayward son. I sincerely apologize. It's entirely my son's fault. He drank too much, lost his senses, and this is the result. I am here to apologize on his behalf. Zhao Xiong bent to bow in contrition. Su Yan pulled Chen Shua aside, coldly retorting, Uncle Zhao, you are my elder, how could I bear such a burden? Zhao Xiong managed a wry smile. This is due to my lack of discipline, as the saying goes. To raise without teaching is the father's fault. Su Yan, I implore you to forgive my inept son just this once. He then hastily addressed Chen Shua. Whatever compensation this young man seeks, I am willing to cover for my son. I will not go back on my word. Typically, such incidents would not amount to much in the eyes of their families, provided no lives were lost, especially with the elders stepping in willing to bear the costs. They would likely choose to compromise for the sake of their family's interests, yet Su Yan was unwilling to entertain this notion, offering no reply to Zhao Xiong, but instead countering, Uncle Zhao, as the deputy mayor of a city, you must be quite knowledgeable about the law, correct? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong's heart sank. Su Yan continued, so, according to your reasoning, if one drinks and loses their senses, it justifies taking a knife and rampaging through the streets. Correct? Then, merely seeking an elder's apology would suffice. Turning to Shen Yanqing, she ordered, Yanqing, fetch 2 bottles of strong liquor. I wish to experience the thrill of drunkenly wielding a knife on the streets. Let us see which fortunate soul might meet their end at my hands today. Alright, Shen Yanqing pivoted, as though genuinely going to fetch the alcohol. Zhao Xiong grew frantic. No, wait, but Su Yan interrupted him, raising her hand to silence him, her expression serious. Rest assured, Uncle Zhao, I understand the protocols. I will consult my father or grandfather to apologize to the victim's family and offer compensation. With that, Su Yan grasped Chen Shua's hand and strode away as Zhao Su hurriedly obstructed her path. Insisting, Su Yan, my father did not mean it that way. Then what do you mean? Su Yan cast a fleeting glance at him and coldly remarked, your brother inexplicably brandished a knife and attempted to harm my boyfriend. whom I have painstakingly found, and now you both think that with just a few words, I will let this matter slide. What if I were to retaliate against him or you, and then have a few words with my father? Would that be sufficient to brush this incident under the rug? As she spoke, Su Yan unsheathed the belt that was tied around her slender waist. Should either of them dare to nod in agreement, she vowed to strike Zhao Su dead instantly. Upon witnessing Su Yan draw her belt, Zhao Su felt an immediate chill run down his spine. Instinctively taking a step back, the current Su Yan was no longer the same as before. Having survived that ordeal, she was no longer an ordinary person. If she so desired, she could indeed bring about his demise with a mere belt strike. Zhao Xiong, seasoned and shrewd from years of experience, sensed from Su Yan's demeanor that this matter would not be so easily resolved. He was unwilling to engage in a destructive confrontation with the Su family and the Yin family over this issue, especially since his position was already tenuous. If he continued to protect his foolish son, it could very well lead to a catastrophic conflict between their two families. Thus, Zhao Xiong took a deep breath, allowing the icy air to penetrate his lungs, which brought him a measure of clarity. He stated, "Well, little Su, how about this? I will not simply let this matter slide, nor will I allow anyone to easily sweep it under the rug. We shall proceed according to the law. He shall face the appropriate penalties, whether it be years of imprisonment or even the death penalty. I will not seek any legal counsel nor allow anyone else to assist him in that regard. We will compensate as required, and even double it. Does that sound agreeable?" Su Yan cast a frigid glance at the cunning old fox, well aware of his ulterior motives. At their level, his words were mere nonsense. Considering Zhao Ming Tian's actions tonight, while seemingly severe, had not resulted in any fatalities, the worst-case scenario would likely be a sentence of a few years. This old fox claimed he would not let the matter simply dissipate. Yet he did not mention that he wouldn't retrieve Zhao Ming Tian once he was incarcerated. Given the Zhao family's influence, extracting Zhao Ming Tian would be a trivial endeavor. Such conditions were no more than a ruse to deceive a child. Moreover, regardless of any conditions presented, unless Zhao Ming Tian were to perish, Su Yan would not allow him to escape unscathed. "Uncle Zhao, you..." Just as Su Yan was about to voice her thoughts, she felt a gentle squeeze on her hand. The words that had been poised on her lips were swallowed back. Turning to Chen Shuhe, who had remained silent until now, she found him smiling faintly as he addressed her. "Yenner, since Uncle Zhao has proposed this, let us proceed according to the legal protocols. Besides, no one has lost their life, and I have not sustained any injuries. If furthermore Uncle Zhao has stated that he is willing to compensate us double. Shall we go with that arrangement?" The sight of the man beside Su Yan speaking in their favor surprised both Zhao Xiong and Zhao Su, although they were unsure of his motives. Zhao Xiong quickly seized the opportunity, nodding fervently. Indeed, what this young brother says is quite right." He then solemnly added, "Rest assured, young brother, whatever demands or compensations you propose, I, Zhao, will ensure they are fulfilled to the letter. I shall not engage in any frivolous negotiations." Chen Shui leaned closer to Su Yan, instinctively attempting to rest his chin on her fragrant shoulder. Feeling his proximity, Su Yan's heart fluttered, akin to a fawn in a frenzy. However, she did not rebuff his closeness, rather, she unconsciously brushed away the strands of hair cascading over her shoulder, allowing him to draw nearer. Such unintentional gestures did not escape Zhao Su's notice, while he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Inwardly, his jaw clenched tightly, the muscles in his cheeks subtly tensed at that moment. With his chin resting on Su Yan's delicate shoulder, Chen Shui tilted his head, glancing at her and remarked, "By the way, Uncle Zhao, I recently saw on television that there is an ongoing bidding process for a project in the city that is yet to be concluded. It remains uncertain who will ultimately secure it. Am I right?" Chapter 37, The Great Creditor, The Cursed Tongue. Once they returned to Qianlong's seafood stall, Shen Yanqing could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Chen Shui, "But why did you propose such terms to Zhao Xiong and the others?" "What do you mean why?" That Chen Shui feigned ignorance. Shen Yanqing snapped, "Stop pretending. Why would you demand such conditions? You could have asked for far more advantageous terms, so why did you choose to secure that project worth over 100 billion for Su Yan?" Chen Shui glanced at Su Yan, who met his gaze, their eyes sparkling like the moon on a clear night. Their unspoken understanding was palpable, as if 6 years apart had not diminished their connection. Just as during their dice games, Chen Shui had always been able to guess the number of dots on Su Yan's dice, and she had similarly been able to predict his. This was why, despite playing for hours, they rarely outplayed one another. Utilizing their uncanny synergy, they had managed to avoid significant losses despite consuming little alcohol. Chen Shui shrugged and replied, "Well, isn't it about repaying the great creditor? I thought I would start by paying a bit of interest. Do you realize that by snatching this project from Zhao Xiong, which was meant for his son, what that implies?" Shen Yanqing retorted indignantly. Chen Shui replied nonchalantly, of course, it means I have repaid a portion of my debt to the great creditor. At this rate, I might clear my debt within 3 months, and then I shall be free. Xin Yanqing was so flustered by his response that she was momentarily speechless, while Su Yan placed her hands on her hips and shot him a playful glare. Sighing, Xin Yanqing cautioned him. This means you have likely made a formidable enemy of the Zhao family. Your future and that of your family could become quite difficult. Chen Shui shrugged again, unconcerned. It's fine, the great creditor will protect me. If anyone had the courage to confront him, they wouldn't be negotiating with us. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? Xin Yanqing snapped. Su Yan chimed in, resting her arm over Chen Shui's shoulder, playfully flicking his cheek with her other hand, and chuckled. I wonder if this charming fellow will grant you the chance. Xin Yanqing slapped her forehead, feeling utterly exasperated. Su Yan, are you really going to give everything away so completely? Weren't we supposed to be merely acting? I want tea. Chen Shui muttered, I've endured your bullying for so long, do you expect me to let you continue forever? Well, what if I want to bully you for a lifetime? Su Yan teased, pinching Chen Shui's face with a smile. Then I shall. Chen Shui's eyes sparkled mischievously. Su Yan's eyes shimmered with anticipation, waiting for his answer. I'll bully you first, he exclaimed, suddenly slapping her rear. The crisp sound shattered the night's tranquility. Startled, Su Yan froze for a moment before she registered what had happened, her cheeks flushing crimson as she gritted her teeth. Hey, you silly fool. How dare you hit me? Get back at me. Not a chance, Chen Shui declared, running away while glancing back at his hand. It feels better than 6 years ago. The great creditor is more refined now. Can't I handle you? Seeing him glance at his hand, Su Yan knew this rascal was thinking something untoward. Her cheeks reddened further as she rolled up her sleeves, indignant, and chased after Chen Shui. Ready to unleash her wrath, her demeanor was far from that of a CEO. Rather, she resembled a spoiled tomboy. Observing the transformation in Su Yan since their reunion, Xin Yanqing could only smile wryly. Realizing that her friend had become utterly enamored, their agreement to remain guardian angels who would not fall in love or marry had seemingly been forgotten. What had this silly fool done to charm Su Yan so thoroughly? What had they experienced together to alter her demeanor so drastically? After a playful scuffle, Chen Shui seized the opportunity to hop on his small electric scooter. With a twist of the key, he executed a perfect drift and sped away, making a face at Su Yan. Bye-bye to great creditor. Hey, you cheat, stop right there. Watching Chen Shui ride off, Su Yan stomped her foot in frustration, yet her stunningly beautiful face bore no trace of anger. She pointed at him, mockingly scolding, drive carefully, if you crash, just wait and see how I will, bang. Before Su Yan could finish her warning, Chen Shui accidentally collided with the curb, causing her to nearly rush forward to support him. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, managing to brake just in time to avoid a fall. Upon witnessing Chen Shui stabilize the vehicle before departing in a hasty retreat, Su Yan finally exhaled in relief, gently patting her ample bosom. Nevertheless, Chen Shui left her with a parting remark. Big creditor, crow's mouth, you can leave. Su Yan, in a fit of irritation, picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it in his direction. Though she intentionally did not exert much force, ensuring it missed him. Humph, you insolent brat, just wait and see how I will deal with you in the future, Su Yan declared, feigning a fierce expression. Let us go, we should return as well. Upon turning around, she found Xin Yanqing gazing at her with a mix of jealousy and disdain. Xin Yanqing elongated her tone, saying, oh, why rush back so soon? Isn't it better to chase after your silly boyfriend? Who knows, if you catch him at home, you might find a reason to stay over and have a heart-to-heart about the years you've spent apart. Reminisce, rekindle feelings, and perhaps by next year, my dear nephew will finally meet his little aunt. Su Yan pondered for a moment, as if making a resolute decision, and vigorously nodded her head, giving Xin Yanqing a thumbs up. Great idea, I will drive after him right now. You can take a taxi back. With that, Su Yan strode toward her car without looking back. Taken aback by Su Yan's unexpected defiance, Xin Yanqing quickly backtracked. Hey, Su, I was just joking, don't chase after him. Let us head home first. Anyway, that fool isn't going anywhere. He'll eventually be yours. There is no need to rush this evening. Just take me back. Chapter 38. The best way to help someone forget their first love is to let that love rot away. Outside the ICU of a hospital, Lu Jiangqing gazed at her son, who had just escaped the clutches of danger. Lying on the hospital bed, her heart heavy with sorrow. At that moment, her phone rang. Lu Jiangqing glanced at the screen and answered, hello, was Xiong, what's wrong? How's the situation? What? Upon hearing Zhao Xiong's words, Lu Jiangqing erupted in fury. You want our son to go to prison? Do you realize he is still in critical condition? You're telling me that once he wakes up, he'll have to face court and serve time? I refuse to accept this. Zhao Xiong's deep growl resonated through the line. Your refusal doesn't matter. This is how it will be decided, without waiting for Lu Jiangqing's response. He abruptly hung up. In a fit of rage, Lu Jiangqing smashed her phone against the ground, clenching her fists, her beautiful eyes ablaze with anger. She was momentarily consumed by wrath, disregarding all rational thought. As the formidable chairwoman of the Yuhai Group and the second daughter of the Lu family, if she couldn't even protect her own son, what was the point of her existence? Su Yan. You dare to harm my son and demand he serves time. I will ensure you suffer a most wretched fate. I want you and that vile creature of yours to perish without a grave. Without hesitation, Lu Jiangqing retrieved a seemingly antiquated mobile phone, akin to a Nokia, yet worth over $1 million, from her bag. This phone contained fewer than 10 contacts, her hidden trump card, which she would only resort to in dire circumstances. She dialed one of the numbers, tightening her grip and gritting her teeth, declaring, I want Su Yan dead. I want her and her boyfriend to perish together. On the other end of the line came a low, steady voice. Understood. On an elevated bridge in City A Maybach 680 sped along. Bang! Zhao Xiong slammed his fist against the luxurious car, venting his dissatisfaction in rage. Lu Jiangqing was furious, and he was not about to take it lightly either. After so long in the game, this was the first time he had suffered such a significant loss. Not only was he on the verge of losing a lucrative deal, but now his son was headed for prison. Who could bear such a burden? Even if he remained calm and composed, facing such a predicament was undeniably unsettling. What infuriated him further was that despite his personal apology, Su Yan had shown him no respect. Alright, Dad, don't get too worked up, Zhao Su interjected, trading a 100 billion project to ensure Xiao Tian's stable future isn't a total loss. This deal may be a bit of a setback. But it's not a complete failure. Let us just let the fool sit in jail for a while. It'll teach him a lesson and help him remember, then we can find a way to bail him out. Zhao Xiong understood this logic. While it wasn't the best outcome, it wasn't the worst either. After all, Li Xiaomingtian had been incarcerated before, and they had navigated those waters with relative ease. However, neither he nor Zhao Su anticipated that this time, Zhao Mingtian would never have the chance to emerge from behind bars again. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xiong asked, What do you think of that man besides Su Yan? Is their relationship genuine? It's likely true, Zhao Su replied, his gaze drifting out the window. At the very least, I have never seen Su Yan look at a man with such an expression before. Everything else can be fabricated, but one's true feelings and subconscious reactions cannot be feigned, Zhao Su added. As for that man, he paused for a moment, then generously praised, he is quite impressive, not just a pretty face with no substance. This remark piqued Zhao Xiong's interest. Oh, what do you mean? I rarely see you compliment anyone, especially a man. I seldom commend others because they don't deserve it. However, when I encounter someone exceptional, I have no qualms about offering praise, Zhao Su explained. Just the fact that he dared to leverage this situation against us demonstrates he is no ordinary person. He understands the bigger picture. He hasn't remained silent, lurking behind Su Yan while she risks everything against our Zhao family. He also dares to confront us to secure a favorable project for her. Moreover, didn't you notice? Throughout the ordeal, Su Yan's boyfriend maintained an air of calm and composure, quite unlike what we'd expect from someone from an ordinary family. Zhao Xiong frowned. Are you still doubting that he is just an ordinary person? Didn't you investigate him? For the past 6 years, he was actually abducted and forced into servitude, only recently rescued. With your intelligence network, could there be any inaccuracies? Zhao Su smiled faintly. Investigations can err, and backgrounds can be fabricated. Caution is the mother of safety. I don't want to take any chances. In any case, we must not underestimate this talent, even if he turns out to be just an ordinary person. If he holds a place in Su Yan's heart, we cannot treat him as such. Tonight's events have made that abundantly clear. Zhao Xiong inquired, What about your dealings with Su Yan? Are you going to take care of that man? That's not an option. Zhao Su shook his head. From Su Yan's demeanor tonight, it's evident that if we take action against that man now, she will fight back fiercely. Ever since her 2 brothers passed away, while she appears aloof and proud, her inner turmoil has transformed her into someone utterly unhinged. This is precisely why she ascended to the position of president of the Su Group in just 6 short years. Moreover, now that she is an advanced ability user of a level we're unaware of, there is nothing she wouldn't dare do, and no one she wouldn't hesitate to eliminate. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, in Su Yan's heart, that man might symbolize something akin to her first love. If we disturb Su Yan's first love, given her temperament, when she goes mad, no one will be able to stop her. Perhaps you should abandon your ambitions with the Su family and Su Yan, and instead seek alliances with other families, although it may take longer to achieve our goals. It would be far more secure, Zhao Xiong advised. Zhao Su, however, wore a confident smile. No, I have a plan that will allow me to deal with that man without offending Su Yan, while also enabling me to enter her heart. Our scheme is far from doomed. Oh, what is this plan? Zhao Su replied. Naturally, a person's first love is cherished because it exists in a specific time and memory, rendering it invincible and once unattainable. Yet, it is precisely because of this that no one can compare to that first love, not even the present version of that person. The best way to destroy someone's first love is to allow that love to decay right before their eyes. A person can accept a first love that has already rotted away, but they can never endure witnessing it decay in front of them. What is even more unacceptable is that, having already obtained the moonlight of her heart, she failed to cherish it in time and could only watch helplessly as her cherished light faded away, while also being betrayed. The moment the moonlight perishes, the instant she witnesses her beloved light betray her. The first person who appears to offer her solace will effortlessly step into her heart, and the only one capable of entering her heart is me. Chapter 39, It's not that simple. What are you doing here? Wasn't it said that you were going home? As Chen Shua arrived at the entrance of the community, he was somewhat surprised to find his two cousins, Lin Shiyun and Lin Shitting, waiting there. Lin Shiyun cast a glance at Lin Shitting beside her and said, "My sister is looking for you. She said there are some things she wants to discuss with you face to face. I'm off to the convenience store to buy a bottle of soda. You two chat." Hey. Without giving Chen Shua any chance to protest, Lin Shiyun swiftly rode away on her little electric scooter, disappearing faster than a rabbit. Watching Lin Shiyun's hasty retreat, Chen Shua could only smile wryly. This girl. He then turned his gaze to Lin Shitting and asked, "Cousin, what do you need to see me about? Can't it be discussed over WeChat?" Lin Shitting remained silent, stepping closer to him, her hand trembling as she reached out, seemingly intending to place her palm over his heart, but then hesitated, leaving her hand suspended in the air. Not touching him, Lin Shiyun's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. "Does it hurt?" Lin Shiyun's voice quivered slightly. Chen Shua chuckled nonchalantly. "I've been numb for a long time. How could it still hurt? But you remember not to feel guilty anymore. That incident was not your fault. Everyone has their moments of misjudgment." Lin Shitting bit her rosy lip tightly, her delicate frame trembling slightly, tears welling in her eyes. She choked out, "How could I not feel guilty? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't." Lin Shitting could no longer continue, turning her head away as she softly sobbed, tears cascading like unstrung pearls. Seeing her in such distress, Chen Shua instinctively raised his hand, wanting to comfort her as he had before by patting her head. However, recalling something, his brow furrowed slightly, and his hand remained suspended, not reaching her head. As night deepened, a cool autumn breeze swept by, and the two stood in the wind. The gentle breeze lifted a strand of the girl's hair towards the boy, but just as it was about to touch, it slowly fell back down. Don't overthink it. Go home and get a good night's sleep and rest," Chen Shua said softly. "I truly hold no blame against you. It has always been her fault, not yours. Don't feel guilty anymore, okay? I'm tired. I'll head back to rest." With that, Chen Shua prepared to ride his bicycle into the community. Lin Shitting wiped her tears, her eyes still red, and asked, "Then, in the future, will you still have to fight so hard?" "Probably not. Everything has already come to an end," Chen Shua replied. "That's good." Lin Shitting finally managed to smile, rubbing her eyes. Her once dull gaze sparkled a bit brighter as she said, "Then you should go home and rest well. Alright. By the way, cousin Chen Long mentioned he is going to the farmhouse in the mountains tomorrow to roast chickens. He asked if you're going." "I'll go." "Good thing. Goodbye." "Goodbye. Oh wait," Chen Shua suddenly squeezed the brake, not turning around, but saying, "In the future, if something happens, don't act rashly. If you can avoid it, do so. If you can run. I'm not dead yet. I shouldn't have my little cousin taking the risks for me." Lin Shitting paused, bit her lip, and silently nodded. Chen Shua waved his hand before finally releasing the brake and revving the throttle. He waited until Chen Shua disappeared around the corner of the community before Lin Shitting lingered for a moment longer before turning to leave. After a long while, she finally walked away. Meanwhile, out of her sight, Chen Shua watched her get into Lin Shitting's car and gradually drive away before finally retracting his gaze. With a helpless sigh, Chen Shua softly muttered, "This silly girl," shaking his head. He turned and rode his bike towards his building. "Mr. Su, are you still awake? Still chatting with your silly goose?" Fresh from a shower, Shen Yanqing, dressed in pink pajamas, looked at Su Yan, who was lounging on the couch, her fair legs crossed, engrossed in her phone. "And no, we finished chatting. He said goodnight and went to sleep half an hour ago," Su Yan replied, her brow slightly furrowed. "Then why aren't you sleeping?" Shen Yanqing leaned closer, stretching her neck to sneak a peek at Su Yan's phone. "Oh, who's messaging you at this late hour?" Shen Yanqing inquired, noticing Su Yan's furrowed brow as she read several messages. Su Yan replied coolly, It is Xiao Su. Shen Yanqing was taken aback. Why is he messaging you at such a late hour? He told me the reason for the misunderstanding this time was that Zhao Mingtian was manipulated by someone, which led him to act against the silly goose. Su Yan handed her phone to Shen Yanqing. Here, he even sent evidence. As Shen Yanqing took the phone, she saw the messages from Zhao Su along with several photos. Upon clicking, the first image revealed a chat interface captured from another phone, clearly stating that someone had sent Zhao Mingtian information about Su Yan and Chen Chua being together, along with some candid shots. It was evident that Zhao Mingtian was furious upon seeing this, sending a stream of voice messages in anger. Although the audio was inaudible, it was clear he was upset. Otherwise, the person messaging him wouldn't have seemed to be soothing him while actually stoking the flames. The second photo appeared to be from a surveillance camera on the street where they had gone for a late-night snack, capturing the individual who had taken the clandestine photos of Su Yan and Chen Chua sitting together. Isn't that the lackey beside Yi Buchan? Shen Yanqing recognized the person instantly, astonished. What was his name? Something Black Crow? Yes, exactly. It's Black Crow. Shen Yanqing furrowed her brows, muttering, could it be that Yi Buchan was indeed behind this? Su Yan merely smiled coldly, remaining silent. Shen Yanqing flipped to the next photo, and the last image provided the answer. Wait, isn't that Yi Buchan? He was really nearby at that time. Indeed, the third photo prominently featured Yi Buchan. Although the image was not very clear, it was discernible that he was wearing a black trench coat, seemingly gazing down from a balcony of a building. Following his line of sight, Shen Yanqing enlarged the photo and vaguely spotted the group of them dining out at that time. Could it be that he was using Zhao Mingtian to stir up trouble? But what could his motive possibly be? Shen Yanqing couldn't help but ask, gazing at the photos that nearly confirmed Yi Buchan's involvement. Su Yan leaned back on the couch, her fist clenched, resting her chin on her hand, her narrowed eyes glinting with determination. I don't know. I don't want to know right now. All I know is he has laid hands on the silly goose. And no matter how many excuses he has, this one is sufficient. Moreover, this matter is not as simple as you think. Shen Yanqing was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you suggesting it wasn't Yi Buchan after all? Is Zhao Su framing him? Are these photos just edited? Chapter 40. That winter was very cold. However, she was fortunate. No, I just had someone check. Everything is real, Su Yan stated. Both the messages and the photos are authentic. Zhao Mingtian indeed acted because of information leaked by Yi Buchan's lackey, and Yi Buchan was indeed at that location in the photo. Shen Yanqing asked in confusion. Then what do you mean when you say this matter isn't that easy? Su Yan smiled faintly, though the smile was somewhat chilling. Do you really think someone at the pinnacle of level 8 abilities could be so easily captured by surveillance? Do you believe that a person who is half mercenary and half assassin, the leader of the Shadow Dragon Hall, would expose himself or allow his subordinates to handle things so foolishly, revealing information in such an ordinary manner? Keep in mind, in this era, while the internet is indeed the most convenient, it is also the most insecure. Su Yan shook her phone. You wouldn't think that people like us actually use the same phones as ordinary folks, would you, if that were the case? What business secrets could we possibly have? Wouldn't our confidential matters become mere conversation? Wouldn't the private exchanges within this circle be exposed in clear view? At this point, Shen Yanqing suddenly realized. Right, if he truly meant to use Zhao Mingtian to provoke a conflict between you and the Zhao family, then he would undoubtedly try to distance himself from any blame. He wouldn't be so brazen and blatant about it. Yet this only deepened Shen Yanqing's confusion. But then, what could his motive possibly be? He harbored intentions of exploiting Zhao Mingtian once more, aiming to orchestrate a cliché act of heroism to save you during your most perilous moments. But why would he deliberately expose himself, inviting your wrath to be directed towards him? Is he simply indulging in folly? Su Yan replied with an air of indifference. It is not entirely accurate to say he is merely indulging in folly. He is merely engaging in a duplicitous dance with others, attempting to secure gains for one party while facilitating the other. One side may falter while the other thrives. Ultimately, there will always be a beneficiary, and the other will play the supporting role, thus completing the cycle of this seemingly targeted ploy against me, but in reality aimed at both me and the simpleton. If fortune favors me and I appear sufficiently naive, they may indeed both profit. Shen Yanqing pondered for a moment and inquired, I understand how Yi Buchan stands to gain, but who is the other party? That remains a riddle for now, Su Yan replied. Shen Yanqing exclaimed in surprise, wait, Su, are you even cautious of your best friend? It's not that I am wary of you, it's simply that while I can make educated guesses, I lack absolute certainty. Moreover, even if I divulged my thoughts, I could not resolve the matter at hand. Since they wish to play the long game to catch the big fish, I shall do the same. Rising, Su Yan made her way to the balcony. The gentle breeze tousling her silky hair, gazing toward a particular direction, a glimmer of coldness flickered in her beautiful eyes. Let me see who is the fish and who is the angler. However, there is no rush to catch fish. I must first deal with that insufferable individual. With that, Su Yan turned and leaned back, her entire form plunging straight down. Hey, Su, Shen Yanqing exclaimed, attempting to call her back. But it was too late. Observing Su Yan's sudden leap from the building, Shen Yanqing felt no surprise, merely touching her face, clicking her tongue, and muttering, well, someone is bound to have misfortune now, what a pity. I can't go witness Su's grandeur. It has been ages since I last saw her in action. Why did she jump so hastily without taking me along? She always has the best adventures without including me. She decided to disregard her. Oh, is it 3 o'clock already? Time for bed. As Su Yan leaped from the height, her head down and feet up, suspended in a moment of gravity-defying elegance, she gently closed her eyes. Yet, her mind wandered through the recesses of her past, echoing the voice that had once illuminated her darkest despair like a ray of light piercing through the abyss. You startled me. How on earth is there a person in that trash can? Hey, why are you hiding in the trash? It stinks. Come out. What? Someone is trying to kill you. You can only hide here. Surely not, and besides, the police station is not far from here. Who would be so bold? What? The police won't help you. They want to arrest you. What crime have you committed? No crime. Why would the police want to arrest you then? Oh, fine, I won't ask further. Do you want to come back with me? It's too smelly here, and if you stay hidden a moment longer, you might die in this garbage. Grumble. See, your stomach is growling. You can't possibly survive on trash, can you? What? You have eaten garbage before? That is truly pitiable. Look, I just bought some fried chicken and skewers from the market. Would you like some? Well, if you trust me and aren't afraid that I might be a bad person, you can come to my place to wash up and eat. I live alone. My parents are busy and seldom visit, and no one else comes by. What? Why would I be afraid of you? Sister, we live in a society governed by law. You can't just kill me, can you? Besides, if you did, I would accept my fate. Seeing as you seem so pitiable, how could I not get involved? And I feel you're not a bad person. I can't quite explain why, but at least your eyes are more appealing than those of a villain. You remind me of someone, though I can't quite place who it is. Perhaps I've dreamed of you? I am serious. Sometimes I dream of things that later come true, even if only fleetingly. Come on. My place might not be large, but you can wash up, eat something, and get some rest. What? You still don't trust me? Fine, I'll share half of this food with you. I've had a couple of sips of this milk tea. If you don't mind, you can have it. I'm leaving now. Bye. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Hey, didn't you just say you don't trust me? Then let us go. I'll take you back. Alright, you're being chased and need to remain hidden. Wear my jacket. It should fit. I purposely bought it 2 sizes larger. I'll carry you on my back. Just bury your head so others can't see your face. I know a little alley that will allow us to avoid the main roads back to my place. Don't worry, I've walked it many times while sneaking out for snacks. It's very safe. It's fine. If it's dirty or stinky, so be it. Worst case, I can wash up and do laundry again. I hadn't planned to shower tonight. It's too cold, but I was just going to wash my feet instead. Hey, be careful. I'll pull you out, climb up, and I'll carry you back. Let us go. That year, that winter, the winds were cold, the people were cold, and the heart was cold. Fortunately, just as she contemplated freezing to death in the trash can rather than being found and tortured by them, a simpleton crossed her path. Amidst the heaps of refuse surrounding the trash can, he carefully maneuvered to avoid the garbage, opening the bin only to dispose of the trash properly. The simpleton discovered her, displaying no fear, and instead, he found her pitiable and sought to take her home. His thought process was perpetually inscrutable. Most people would either flee in fright or disdain upon seeing someone in a trash can, or they would promptly call the authorities. Yet, he was unafraid and genuinely wanted to rescue her from the confines of the refuse. Initially, she was reluctant to accompany this seemingly younger simpleton. On one hand, she was wary of a stranger. On the other, she feared dragging him into her troubles, yet, for reasons she could not fathom, perhaps due to hunger or the cold numbing her senses, or perhaps wearied by the constant evasion, she found herself inexplicably drawn to gamble on this chance encounter. Even if it led to her demise, she would accept it, considering that this person might be no different from those seeking to harm her. At worst, she could end her life with a shard of glass she held close. Thus, she stumbled along, following him back, albeit in a haze. Thankfully, that winter, she was fortunate just as Su Yan was about to meet the ground. Less than a meter from the concrete below, her eyes suddenly snapped open, her originally dark autumn water-like pupils transformed into golden vertical slits. With a soft thud, Su Yan deftly reversed her body midair. Planting one foot against the wall. In an instant, her body shot forth like a cannonball, gliding just above the ground, disappearing into the night. The entire sequence unfolded in less than half a second. Each motion flowing seamlessly. Moreover, her trajectory was perfectly aligned to evade all surveillance cameras, slipping through the blind spots of every monitoring device. Chapter 41. Don't even think about it, you're all doomed. In City A, at the Tianshui residence, what? You mean not only did the plan fail, but Wei Chang was also taken away? Bang, dressed in pajamas, Yi Buchan was enjoying a candlelit dinner with another female CEO when he heard the report from Haya. His otherwise unremarkable face darkened instantly. As he tightened his grip, the wine glass in his hand crumbled to dust, the $1 million bottle of wine cascading through his fingers and spilling onto the floor. Haya, kneeling before him, nodded and said, "Yes, Your Grace, Wei Chang has indeed been taken away." Yi Buchan inhaled deeply, a glint of cold ferocity flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Who took him? Had it been anyone else?" Yi Buchan might have dismissed the matter. However, Wei Chang was a pivotal figure, being his quasi-father-in-law, and his daughter had already become part of his harem. He had intended to use Wei Chang to probe Su Yan's limits and assess the significance of that individual in her life. He had even prepared for the aftermath of this test, yet he had not anticipated that Wei Chang would be so abruptly taken. If his daughter were to find out, it would surely cause an uproar. Wouldn't he be forced to discard the tender morsel he had just acquired? What a waste! He, the illustrious master of the Shadow Dragon Hall, a figure as formidable as a Dragon King from the tales. How could he so readily forsake yet another consort? If word of this were to spread, would he not find his reputation as a Dragon King utterly tarnished? Heya, with furrowed brows, spoke in a grave tone. I am unaware. Those individuals moved with such swiftness that before I could react, they had already seized Wei Chang. Furthermore, I can sense that among those who took him are several formidable ability users, at least of the Grand Master level. Grand Master level ability users? Yi Buqing's gaze flickered momentarily, his mind racing. To brazenly enter a police station and abduct a police chief, while having Grand Master level ability users present, can only imply the involvement of Longsha's official ability user organization. The military could not be the source. If military forces were mobilized, it will be far more than just Wei Chang being taken. The remaining two must either belong to the Judgment Squad or the Dragon Group. Regardless of which, both pose a significant challenge, though it is more likely they hail from the Dragon Group. Unable to contain his curiosity, Heya inquired, "Why a master? I recall the Judgment Squad also holds such authority." "Do they not?" Yi Buqing replied coolly. "If the Judgment Squad were involved, then Wei Chang would not merely be abducted, he would have been killed on the spot. After all, while the Judgment Squad is indeed a subordinate unit of the Dragon Group, their authority surpasses that of other subdivisions and teams working directly under the Dragon Group leader alongside the Supervision Corps and the Tribunal. The deployment of the Judgment Squad implies the target is essentially doomed. They seldom engage in capture, primarily focusing on elimination. Since Wei Chang was only abducted and not killed, it is over 90% likely that he was taken by ordinary Dragon Group members. Moreover, as far as I know, although the Judgment Squad is not numerous, each member is at least of Earth difficulty level. Should you encounter an Earth difficulty ability user, do you stand a chance of returning alive? Lowering her head, Heya then asked, "So, Master, what should we do now? Should we continue to probe, or, let me think?" Before Yi Buqing could finish, a chilling voice unexpectedly interrupted, "No need to ponder, you all can simply perish." Startled by the abrupt voice, Yi Buqing and Heya exchanged alarmed glances. "Who is it?" Yi Buqing's body tensed, a strange black aura enveloping him, rapidly expanding outward. His eyes were veiled in a blood-red hue, rendering him a figure of eerie intimidation. Heya positioned herself protectively in front of Yi Buqing, wielding two curved blades, her gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Yi Buqing, with his blood-red eyes, scanned the vicinity. The once pitch-black night appeared as bright as day to him. He could even discern a mosquito several kilometers away, feeding on a victim, yet, no matter how they searched, neither could locate the voice's owner. With a darkened expression, Yi Buqing inhaled deeply and inquired, "Who are you exactly? To arrive in such a stealthy manner, what manner of hero are you? If you possess courage, step forth, or are you merely a rat? Lurking in the shadows to make your presence known." With a derisive huff, a figure emerged slowly from the night. Upon recognizing the visitor, both Yi Buqing and Heya's expression shifted dramatically. Dressed in a delicate pink and white nightgown, Su Yan stood before them, prompting Yi Buqing to exclaim, "Su Yan? What are you doing here?" Su Yan, at the sound of Yi Buqing's astonished voice, another woman stepped forward. In her 30s, she possessed an alluring appearance and a captivating figure. Her curly burgundy hair complementing her striking red evening gown, exuding an air of sensuality, she was Ling Yuan, the owner of this villa, and a wealthy female CEO in her own right, albeit her fortune paled in comparison to the 1,000 billion fortune of the woman before her. Seeing Su Yan's unexpected presence, Ling Yuan could not help but frown, asking, "What brings you here?" With a cold smile, Su Yan's golden slit-like pupils flickered with pure, chilling intent as she addressed Yi Buqing. Her soft pink lips parting to utter a voice devoid of any emotion, eliminate them horrified that Su Yan would seek to harm her future boyfriend. Ling Yuan, already entranced by Yi Buqing, could no longer contain her anger. Rebuking Su Yan, I warn you, do not act recklessly here. This is my home, not your Su family estate. If you dare lay a finger on Yi Buqing, I will not let this go. Disregarding Ling Yuan's threats, Su Yan did not even spare her a glance. Her attention remained fixed on Yi Buqing as her left hand clenched subtly, causing the exquisite Patek Philippe watch on her wrist to emit a faint glow. A staff, as tall as she was and as dark as ink, materialized in her grip the moment Su Yan wielded the ebony staff. Her aura transformed into one of sheer dominance, sensing the pure, albeit restrained, murderous intent emanating from Su Yan. Yi Buqing's eyes narrowed. Furthermore, he had not detected her presence until she revealed herself, confirming his suspicions over the past few days. Yi Buqing's brow furrowed deeply, his heart sinking. Indeed, you are no ordinary individual. Su Yan regarded Yi Buqing with an expression that conveyed disdain, as if he were mere refuse, the corner of her mouth curling into a mocking smirk. As she coldly stated, "Yi, do you wish to fight me here, risking the destruction of this place and the demise of your countless consorts, or shall we move elsewhere so I may strike you down with a single blow, thereby alleviating my family's frustrations?" Chapter 42. Heartache. Yi Buqing took a deep breath, striving to maintain a calm and gentle demeanor as he attempted to reason. "No, Su Yan, please let me explain. Surely there must be some misunderstanding?" "There is no need for this." Before he could finish, Su Yan interrupted. "Yi, you know exactly what you've done. Do you need me to expose it in front of your little lover? Save your deceptive words for your other flings? Moreover, if you continue to evade responsibility, you will not appear to be the master of the Shadow Dragon Hall that you ought to be." Yi Buqing, cut off mid-sentence, visibly paled. Heya, witnessing this, quickly interjected, "Su Yan, this is all my doing. It has nothing to do with Yi. If there is something you wish to discuss." Bang! Before Heya could finish, Su Yan spun her wrist, and the staff shot forth, piercing through Heya's chest and pinning her to the wall. Looking down at the staff that had impaled her, Heya's pupils dilated in shock, horror washing over her features. Desperate to speak, she found her throat constricted, gushing blood. She collapsed, her vision fading to black as she succumbed to death. Heya! Yi Buqing, although quick to grasp the staff, could not contain its overwhelming force, despite exerting all his strength. He could only watch helplessly as the staff pierced through Heya's chest. As he witnessed the demise of his longtime subordinate, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury, his fists clenched tightly, and a visible dark aura erupted from him. Glaring at Su Yan, he ceded. "Su Yan." In an instant, Yi Buqing lunged at Su Yan, his form akin to a streak of black lightning. Su Yan, swiftly evading, charged towards him, her figure resembling a flash of golden light as they clashed. Boom! Their collision tore apart the ground of the villa's front yard, creating immense fissures in the earth. The soil erupted, the entire courtyard resembling a plowed field. Hundreds of square meters were rendered desolate. This was merely the result of their restrained power. One wished to avoid a conflict in this location, fearing the breach of decorum, while the other hesitated, not wanting to lose a lover after their initial clash. The dark streak suddenly veered away, seizing Heya's lifeless form. Retreating into the distance, the golden streak withdrew the ebony staff, pursuing the dark figure, Ling Yuan, who had just regained her composure after the shock of Su Yan's sudden attack. Now looked on in disbelief at the two retreating figures. Clenching her jade-like hands, her body trembled, and her beautiful face flushed with rage. She had never anticipated that Su Yan would dare to strike within her home, committing murder right before her eyes. Enraged, Ling Yuan retrieved her phone, dialing a number as she cursed in the direction the two had departed. "Su, just you wait, I will take this to the capital. I will take this to the capital." Chen Shua, who had been asleep for an unknown duration, suddenly let out a loud cry without any warning. In that instant his heart felt as if it were being crushed, causing him to awaken in agony. His complexion turned pale as a ghost, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Clutching his painfully throbbing chest with one hand, he bit down on his lip, breaking the skin and allowing crimson droplets to seep forth. With hands trembling more violently than those afflicted with Parkinson's, he fumbled in the darkness until, with a resounding click, he finally managed to turn on the bedside lamp. He opened the drawer of his bedside table and retrieved a bottle of medication. The cap was not tightly sealed, so with a gentle twist, he uncorked it. Without a second thought, he poured the contents into his mouth. Swallowing down a dozen pills in one go, curling up on the bed, the intense, tearing pain in his heart rendered him desperate, and he could only grit his teeth and endure. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the pain gradually subsided. Lying on the bed, his eyes vacant as they gazed at the ceiling, he gasped for breath, panting like a bull. His nightgown, soaked with sweat, clung to his back. After an indeterminate period, Chen Shua mustered the strength to rise from the bed, shedding the damp nightgown and donning only a pair of shorts. Feeling parched and tasting a bitter dryness in his throat, he seized a glass of water from the bedside table. Gulping it down eagerly, which provided him with a modicum of relief. Ha, 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 he collapsed back onto the bed, taking a couple of deep breaths. At that moment, his phone rang. Chen Shua glanced at the caller ID before answering, his voice tinged with weariness. Hello, Yu, what's the matter? Is something wrong? From the other end came a soft, concerned voice. Young master, your health. Oh, it's nothing, I'm fine now, it's just an old ailment. Chen Shua swallowed the remnants of his breath and saliva before querying, why are you calling me so late? Is there an issue? Yu responded, oh right, young master, there has been a confrontation involving ability users outside the outskirts of City A. And one of them is the young lady you encountered today. Chen Shua paused for a few seconds, then recollected, are you referring to the one I met at the CAF today? Yes, confirming it was indeed his formidable creditor. Chen Shua rubbed his face and inquired, who is she fighting? According to the information, it appears to be the so-called king of mercenaries, the master of the Shadow Dragon Hall, someone named Yi Buchan. Yu explained. Upon hearing that his creditor was embroiled in a conflict with Yi Buchan, Chen Shua immediately sat up, his voice sharp. Yu, keep an eye on them. If that man dares to harm her, make sure to eliminate him. Yes, Yu replied. However, it seems the lady is more than capable. She has been overpowering him, having already broken one of his arms and a leg. Chen Shua was taken aback. Pondering, wait, is my creditor truly that formidable? He asked. So, Yu, what is their current power level? According to the readings, the man is likely a peak Earth level ability user, while the lady must be at least a peak Little Calamity level ability user. Hearing this, Chen Shua was astonished. What? A Little Calamity level ability user? My creditor is actually at that level? Yu added, moreover, the data suggests her ability is highly unstable. It appears she is on the verge of a breakthrough. On the verge of a breakthrough? Chen Shua mused, surprised. Yu's voice came through again. Yes, she has already begun the process. The outcome of their confrontation has been determined. The man seized the moment her aura faltered to strike her shoulder, then fled. The lady, unable to pursue due to her breakthrough, remained to complete it. Young master, what should we do now? Chen Shua's gaze flickered momentarily before he declared without hesitation, Yu, protect her from a distance. Use your sniper rifle to set up a barrier around her. Her breakthrough to the Great Calamity level will undoubtedly attract attention. Anyone who dares to approach within 50 meters should be incapacitated if they are ordinary, and eliminated if they are ability users. Her breakthrough must not be interrupted. Any disruption could lead to failure, and in severe cases, it may jeopardize her life. And what about that man? Where did he flee? Yu replied, he seems to be heading towards the Wolf Province. Understood, I'll have Hua handle it. Alright, young master, I'll set up the barrier now. Yes, let us proceed with that. I'll call Hua now. Keep me updated on the lady's every move. Okay, young master, bye. Goodbye. Chen Shua ended the call and scrolled through his contacts until he found another number. Dialing it, the phone rang only once before being answered. A soft, slightly drowsy voice, unmistakably youthful, greeted him. Hello, young master, it's me, Hua. What's up? Hua, I need to ask a favor. The moment those words escaped his lips, Hua, who had been somewhat dazed, instantly became alert, her voice now clear. What is it? Young master, just command me. Alright, Hua, here's the situation. I'm going to eliminate someone. Chen Shua succinctly outlined the circumstances and the identity of the target, including the general direction of their escape upon receiving the order. Hua's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Understood, young master. I'll take action immediately. I guarantee the task will be completed. Yes, go ahead. Yes. After hanging up, Chen Shua approached the window, opening it and gazing up at the starless sky. In the fading light of his gaze, the pitch-black expanse resembled a black gemstone, pure and devoid of any clouds. If one were to peer through a telescope along the path of Chen Shua's observation, they might discern that the dark sky appeared to have a long gaping tear, as if a sharp blade had sliced through a piece of black fabric. Something was gradually seeping through that rift. Chen Shua's eyes narrowed as he contemplated the tear. Based on his understanding of his formidable creditor, he could surmise that she likely had her reasons for confronting Yi Buchan, perhaps driven by knowledge of some hidden truths. With a resigned shake of his head, he thought, after 6 years apart, his creditor still possessed that fierce temperament, yet, what intrigued him more was her level of power. Logically, a great calamity-level ability user would be among the pinnacle of strength in Longsha. And all such users should be documented. Why had he never encountered any records pertaining to his creditor? If he had known she was alive, he wouldn't have appeared so startled today. In other words, if his creditor had indeed reached the level of great calamity, why was her existence unknown to him, unless, as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Shua began to form some answers. He retrieved his phone and swiftly began typing. Moments later, a red, highly classified document requiring a code and password materialized on his screen. Observing this classified file, accessible only to the top 7 elders among the 18 esteemed ones, Chen Shua's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, Guangfu, the outskirts of City A deep within a continuous mountain range, appeared as though it had been bombarded in numerous craters, each exceeding 100 meters in diameter and over 10 meters deep, marred the landscape. While several mountains nearby were either shorn flat or hollowed out with massive caverns, smaller peaks were completely obliterated. The ground bore long, deep fissures. In one of the large craters sat Su Yan. Clad in a revealing camisole, exuding an alluring aura, her eyes were closed, hands resting naturally at her sides. As waves of golden light began to emanate from her body, those observing closely would notice that the golden glow was not pure. It was intertwined with tendrils of blood-red mist. This aura, swirling around her like a cocoon, began to affect the surroundings, either obliterating them or tainting them with her essence, causing bizarre diamond-like scales to sprout on their surfaces. Furthermore, this energy continuously amplified and spread, erupting skyward in a brilliant display. Fortunately, this mountain range has been isolated by an invisible barrier, allowing outsiders to remain oblivious to the situation within. Otherwise, with such commotion and the overwhelming aura of conflict, it would surely dominate the headlines by tomorrow. More than 10 kilometers away, atop a large green stone on a towering mountain, a slender and graceful figure crouched, gripping an oversized sniper rifle that towered over her as she aimed in this direction. Vigilantly surveying the surroundings, simultaneously in the Wolf Province, amidst a mountain range near the border, a figure that had been fleeing at a breakneck speed suddenly plummeted from the sky, akin to a bird with broken wings. Crashing violently to the ground, with a splutter, the individual expelled a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered innards. Illuminated by the moonlight, their face appeared gaunt and haggard, covered in blood. Their left arm hung limply, while their right leg twisted at an unnatural angle, as if it had been shattered, rendering them utterly disheveled. Damn, this was a miscalculation. Yi Buchan wiped the corner of his mouth, his gaze dark and his expression twisted in rage. I never anticipated that Su Yan was an anomaly of the small natural disaster level. Had I known, I would not have allied myself with that Zhao brat. This is a significant loss. If it weren't for the 18 secret weapons bestowed upon me by my master and the other 6 masters, I would likely have succumbed to this madwoman's grasp. At the same time, Yi Buchan felt a semblance of relief. Fortunately, Su Yan was on the verge of a breakthrough, which afforded me the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, even with the 18 secret weapons from my 7 masters and the exquisite protective armor gifted by my ancestor, I would have met my demise here, regardless of having 800 lives. Damn, no wonder there were no bodyguards around Su Yan before I arrived. It's no surprise that she showed little interest in me as a bodyguard. Reflecting on how he had gone to great lengths to gain Su Yan's favor by staging numerous heroic rescues to fend off petty thugs in front of the beautiful CEO, Yi Buchan suddenly felt more foolish than a clown. It was no wonder that after saving her each time, her expression remained either cold or tinged with disdain. This woman is exceptionally cunning. How could I have been so oblivious for so long? A small natural disaster level anomaly, when faced with peril, would require an individual of at least a large natural disaster level to intervene. After a brief moment of relief, Yi Buchan began to curse darkly. Damn, after all the sacrifices I've made, Zhao, if you do not uphold our agreement and deliver Su Yan to my bed for my amusement, I will expose all the misdeeds your Zhao family has committed against the Su family, let you experience firsthand what it is like to be at the mercy of a natural disaster level. Bang! Chapter 44, A Miscalculation. Next time use a nuclear bomb to hunt rabbits. A gunshot shattered the silence of the night. However, this shot reverberated only after the bullet had already traveled for several seconds from a distant location. Bang! The Yi Buchan, already grievously wounded, sensed something amiss and managed to shield his vital areas with his hand. He was still blasted into a mountainside nearly 1,500 meters high, creating a large gaping hole and causing the mountain to collapse significantly. Inside the mountain, witnessing his severed arm and the collapsed chest where bones had pierced through his innards, Yi Buchan's pupils constricted, his face etched with sheer terror. This is not an ordinary bullet. With no time to tend to his wounds, Yi Buchan, dragging his injured body, charged through the mountainside, creating an opening as he sprinted towards the border. As he ran, the once feared king of mercenaries cried out in desperation, "Master! Save me!" Just as he uttered these words, another bullet flew from afar, obliterating half of his body along with a portion of the mountainside. Crack! The bolt was pulled again, the bullet chambered, and the sniper scope aimed once more at the fleeing Yi Buchan, who was dragging half of his body in a pitiful escape. Bang! Another emotionless shot rang out, yet this time it was intercepted. In his moment of despair, a figure rushed from the distance, shielding Yi Buchan with their body. With arms crossed, a strange black aura coalesced on their arms, forming a shield to envelop both themselves and the already grievously injured Yi Buchan. Attempting to deflect the bullet, however, the shot possessed power beyond imagination. Augmented with armor-piercing properties, with a resounding crack, the shield shattered, and the rescuers' eyes widened in horror. Summoning all their energy, they formed another shield with their hands, exerting every ounce of strength to redirect the bullet slightly, allowing it to narrowly graze past them and pierce a distant mountain peak. The tremendous force of the bullet, despite being merely an armor-piercing round, created a massive crater in the mountainside. "Let us go!" Without a moment's hesitation, the rescuer grasped Yi Buchan's remaining half and, with tremendous effort, hurled him towards the border. Yet in that fleeting instant, another bullet came flying, obliterating their entire armor. This was only narrowly avoided due to their desperate evasion. Otherwise, that shot would have surely shattered their upper body. Unable to heal with energy? Gazing at his shattered arm, the rescuer's face contorted in shock, as if realizing something. He quickly enveloped his voice with energy and shouted towards the distance, "Are you from the Wanlong army? I apologize, we did not intend to intrude into Longxia. All of this was necessitated by the need to rescue my incompetent disciple. I do not know how my disciple has offended you, but I implore you to show mercy and allow us to leave Longxia immediately. From this moment forward, we shall not set foot in Longxia again." His voice, wrapped in energy, carried far and wide. Yet the response was only that of the terrifying bullets. This time, it was no longer an armor-piercing round, but a far more fearsome explosive round. With no choice remaining, the rescuer expanded their energy to its utmost limit and ignited it to gain unparalleled speed. While dodging the life-threatening bullets, they fled the Longxia border, dragging the unconscious Yi Buchan along. Even so, the moment they crossed the border, a bullet blasted away their lower half. Yet, there was no time to linger. They could only drag their broken body away swiftly, terrified that even a moment's hesitation would leave them vulnerable to that dreadful bullet. Beside a boundary marker at the Longxia border, a petite figure emerged from the shadows. Standing beside the marker and gazing at the two figures who had fled in the distance, just as she prepared to lift her oversized sniper rifle, which was taller and heavier than herself, to aim at them, she seemed to realize something, furrowing her brow and reluctantly lowering the weapon, allowing them to escape until they vanished into the horizon. She pressed a button on a device attached to her left wrist, dialing a number. As soon the call connected, and Chen Shua's voice came through. "Hello, Huahua, what's the matter?" Huahua pouted, her big eyes misty, speaking with a hint of grievance. "Young master, I messed up. I failed to kill that Yi Buchan." Chen Shua was taken aback. "That shouldn't be the case. With your strength, killing an already severely injured Earth difficulty peak anomaly should not be difficult." "What happened?" Huahua clutched her heavy sniper rifle and explained. "A large natural disaster level anomaly suddenly appeared and burned energy to rescue him." A large natural disaster level anomaly. Chen Shua paused slightly before hastily inquiring, "Are you alright?" He knew Huahua's capabilities well. Facing a large natural disaster level would be quite taxing for her. Huahua replied, "I'm fine." He was likely too focused on saving him to notice my position. "Oh, that's good." Hearing this, Chen Shua sighed in relief and gently reassured, "You can't be blamed this time. They fled. After all, no one expected a large natural disaster level anomaly would come to their aid. By the way, did you see who that large natural disaster level anomaly was?" Huahua pouted. "I didn't get a good look. He obscured his appearance with energy." "Alright, return for now," advised Chen Chayes. If recalling something, Huahua asked, "Young master, do you need me to take care of that Yi Buchan's Shadow Dragon Hall thoroughly? If needed, I can apply for overseas operations right away." This was precisely why Huahua had refrained from firing. Without orders, she could not shoot at individuals beyond the national border. If she did, it would signify provocation against other nations. And should they retaliate under that pretext, the moral high ground would not be on their side. Moreover, she was uncertain if this was a trap, since there is already someone here to meet him first. Will there be a second person waiting specifically for her to take this shot? This loss, Hua Hua has certainly experienced before. If it were not for her young master protecting her, Hua Hua understood well that she would have to pay with her life for that moment of impulsiveness. No need, Ching Chung has already gone to handle this matter. You should return first, Chen Shua said. Alright. Chen Shua was quite adept at the task of eliminating threats completely long before he had sent Hua Hua to take out Yi Buchan. He had also arranged for others to simultaneously eradicate Yi Buchan's entire organization. He also intended to investigate whether Ying Long Hall had any underlying forces or was colluding with any other powers. Although both Yi Buchan and Ying Long Hall seemed insignificant to Chen Shua, akin to mere sesame seeds, he felt it prudent to eliminate the threat entirely since they had made a move against him. It was better to cut the roots in one fell swoop than to deal with repeated troubles later on. However, what he did not anticipate was that Yi Buchan was actually under the protection of a catastrophic level esper. This was indeed a miscalculation on his part. Had he known, he would have sent Imo alongside Hua Hua, thus ensuring both could be dealt with at once. Chen Shua sighed silently to himself. Recognizing his oversight, it appeared that his recent habit of sleeping 18 hours a day was insufficient, as his mind was clearly not sharper yet. He could not entirely blame himself. After all, ascending Hua Hua, who wielded a powerful sniper rifle capable of taking down lesser catastrophic level beings against an already severely injured peak level esper, should have sufficed. He could not expect to dispatch a gravely wounded peak level esper while also seeking out a catastrophic level esper to finish the job. Could he? Though that was not entirely out of the question, Chen Shua resolved that next time he encountered such a situation, he would not hold back as if hunting a rabbit with the full force of a lion. Next time, he would simply launch a nuclear strike. He had the resources for it. After all, those who resembled protagonists from Dragon King novels were undoubtedly imbued with some semblance of fortuitous destiny. Never mind, it was already taken care of with Ching Ching going to eradicate the threat and investigate. He would soon know the truth. Should the investigation yield leads, he would eliminate them all at once. If not, he could always track them down when that scoundrel returned, and deal with them then. After all, individuals like the Dragon King and the Soldier Kings, having suffered such a significant loss, would certainly not let it go easily. Chen Shua understood these exceptionally talented, proud young men all too well. Asleep. Chen Shua turned off his bedside lamp and wrapped himself in the remnants of warmth from his blanket. A mere catastrophic level esper and a peak level esper were hardly worth delaying his precious sleep time. After all, his sleep was of utmost importance. However, just as Chen Shua had turned off the light and closed his eyes to drift back to sleep, a figure suddenly appeared outside his window. This figure silently opened what should have been a securely locked window and slipped into Chen Shua's room. Approaching him as he lay asleep gazing at the slumbering Chen Shua, the figure paused for a moment. Suddenly, the figure bent down, reaching for Chen Shua's neck. The speed of that hand was astonishing, cutting through the air without a sound, truly capable of killing silently. Slap, a fine spray of blood splattered through the air. A mosquito attempting to land on Chen Shua's neck was reduced to pulp. The figure sat down on the floor, leaning against the bedside, propping her face on one hand, tilting her head, her autumn-like eyes blinking as she gazed at the sleeping Chen Shua. For some reason, whenever she looked at him, her previously restless heart would gradually find peace. Perhaps this was fate. Heaven had returned this foolish boy to her side. Su Yan's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a crescent moon in the sky. Beautiful indeed, this foolish boy was just as he had always been. Who would have thought that a man could possess a natural fragrance? Though it seemed much fainter than before, one had to be quite close to catch a whiff. After gazing at Chen Shua for a while, she wanted to lean in closer to inhale his scent, when suddenly, Chen Shua seemed to sense something and abruptly opened his eyes. This startled Su Yan. And instinctively, she darted into a corner, her heart racing. Fortunately, it seemed Chen Shua had not noticed her. He merely rubbed his eyes and, in his slippers, stepped out to relieve himself, returning shortly after. That scared me to death. Seeing him lie back down, fearing he might suddenly open his eyes again, Su Yan contemplated leaving. After all, now that this foolish boy had returned, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Just as Su Yan was stealthily preparing to exit, she inadvertently brushed against a wardrobe door in Chen Shua's room, producing a slight sound. That minuscule noise caused Chen Shua to sit upright in bed. Cursing under his breath as he grabbed his pillow and hurled it in the direction of the sound. "What the hell, you damn rat, you're so noisy!" Bang! The pillow flew straight at Su Yan. With a raised eyebrow, Su Yan, light as a feather, leaped aside, executing a graceful turn to evade the projectile. Before she could fully react, a slipper came flying towards her, striking her squarely on the backside. Smack, a crisp sound echoed through Chen Shua's room. Huh, did I hit something? In the next moment, anything Chen Shua could lay his hands on was thrown in Su Yan's direction, even a crucial item. A mobile phone belonging to a police bureau chief was hurled like a brick after merely being touched. These objects seemed to have GPS as they flew toward Su Yan wherever she tried to hide. Logically, given Su Yan's skills and agility, dodging these trivial items should have been a breeze. However, the angles and speeds at which they were thrown left her momentarily dumbfounded. She managed to evade the first and second, but could not escape the third and fourth. In this manner, Su Yan's backside was solidly struck a few more times. Damn, why is everything hitting my backside? After enduring a couple more hits, Su Yan rubbed her sore rear in frustration. However, when she caught a glimpse of Chen Shua sitting on the bed, although his gaze did not fall on her, everything he held was clearly aimed in her direction. Most importantly, she could see the faint curve of a smile at the corner of Chen Shua's mouth. Oh my god, Su Yan instantly understood what was happening. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly moved to stand in front of Chen Shua, raising one of her long graceful legs to deliver a kick to the boy still hurling objects. Hey, Chen Shua, you better not, my back. Be gentle, let me see. Su Yan landed on Chen Shua's stomach, and with a swift motion she grabbed the pillow he had tossed aside, beginning to pummel him mercilessly. As she hit him, Su Yan shouted, little rascal, I'll beat you to death. Chen Shua, while fending off her relentless assault with his hand, lamented, no, this is not what I wished to witness. Clearly you are the major creditor. Silence. After a lengthy bout, Su Yan finally vented her frustration, positioning herself atop his abdomen, one foot firmly planted on one of Chen Shua's hands, her palms braced against the bed behind her. She absent-mindedly brushed aside a few unruly strands of hair that had fallen across her cheek, breathing slightly heavier. Meanwhile, Chen Shua lay on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling, his expression one of utter desolation, such that an uninformed observer might mistakenly think some delightful event had transpired. Chapter 46, There is no fever here. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment a knock echoed from Chen Shua's door, accompanied by the voice of Wang Mei. Achoo! Achoo, what are you doing in there? Why all the clattering? Upon hearing Wang Mei's voice, Su Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a knowing smile graced her exquisite face, just as she was about to speak. Chen Shua, feeling her shift beneath him, understood instinctively what the major creditor intended to unleash. His pupils dilated sharply as he gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to thrust his abdomen upward, propelling the unsuspecting Su Yan into the air, causing the hand she had previously restrained to slip free. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shua sat up, wrapping one arm around Su Yan's waist while covering her mouth with the other, shooting her a warning glare before addressing Wang Mei outside. It's nothing, mom. There's a mouse in my room, and I was just trying to catch it. With her mouth covered, Su Yan shot a glare at Chen Shua, thinking, this fool actually believes I'm a mouse. However, a mischievous glint sparked in her eyes as she wrapped her long and delicate legs around Chen Shua's waist, closing the already minimal distance between them even further. Hiss! Chen Shua inhaled sharply, feeling the thrill intensify. Initially intending to tease him, Su Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot an irritated glance at Chen Shua. He feigned innocence, his expression, and the instinctive roll of his eyes seemed to convey, this predicament is entirely of your own making, not mine. Not if I don't react at all, I might as well be a relic. Su Yan huffed through her nose but did not release her grip. She merely shifted slightly to the side. A mouse, Wang Mei outside muttered, we live on the 16th floor. Where could a mouse possibly come from? How should I know, mom? Chen Shua took the chance to poke fun at the major creditor. Perhaps this enormous mouse climbed up through the pipes or electrical wires and made its way into my room. You know I usually leave the window screen open at night. Maybe this big mouse just pushed it aside to get in. Wang Mei, astonished, exclaimed, what? Is that even possible? Can a mouse really open a window screen? Indeed, mice are far more intelligent than you might think, especially the larger ones. It's simply, hiss. Chen Shua inhaled sharply once more, this time not masking the sound, prompting Wang Mei to ask, son, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Gazing at the smug Su Yan, Chen Shua gritted his teeth and replied, nothing, mom, that mouse just jumped onto my bed and startled me. I'm fine now. Oh, should I wake your father to come and deal with that big mouse? Wang Mei inquired, how can you possibly rest with a mouse in your room at this hour? No, there's no need, mom, Chen Shua hurriedly assured her, I already dealt with it, that big mouse is gone. And I'm fine. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei grew anxious, but son, even if you manage to kill it, you shouldn't just throw it out. We're on the 16th floor. That's considered high-altitude throwing. What if it hits someone? With her mouth still covered, Su Yan was struggling to contain her laughter, and had it not been for Chen Shua's hand over her mouth, she would have burst into uncontrollable giggles. Chen Shua's face twitched in exasperation as he concocted a flimsy excuse to placate Wang Mei. It's all right. Mom, I aimed carefully. That big mouse was thrown into the garbage downstairs. I personally saw it enter the trash pile and didn't hit anyone, so you needn't worry. Relieved, Wang Mei remarked. Good, I won't disturb your sleep any longer. Get some rest, alright, okay, good night, Mom. Good night. As Wang Mei turned to leave, she couldn't help but murmur, such an incredible mouse. It climbed up from below and even opened the window. Didn't we agree that after the founding of the nation, animals couldn't become sentient? Oh well, never mind, time to sleep. I have to wake up early tomorrow. After listening intently for his mother's footsteps to fade away, Chen Shua finally released Su Yan, just as he attempted to lie back down. He realized that Su Yan had not relinquished her hold on him. Unable to suppress a cry of dismay, he muttered softly, "Oh dear, Major Creditor, what are you doing? It's the middle of the night. Are you not going to let me sleep? Are you trying to ruin my life? Oh, I want to sleep with that." Chen Shua pretended to fall back, but Su Yan swiftly tightened her grip, kneading his face with her hands as she smiled at him, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters. "So, you wish to sleep, do you? Then, my dear fool, will you promise me something? Speak." Chen Shua peered at her through narrowed eyes. "Fool, how about we drop the fake from our pretend relationship?" Su Yan bit her lip as she spoke. "Huh? What do you mean?" Chen Shua was momentarily taken aback, or perhaps he simply couldn't be bothered to respond. Su Yan enunciated each word clearly. "What I mean is, I no longer want us to be merely a farcical couple. I want you to be my boyfriend for real." Upon hearing this, Chen Shua seemed to short-circuit, remaining utterly motionless, failing to react, save for slightly raising his eyelids to give me a response. Seeing his bewildered expression, Su Yan pinched his cheek and playfully scolded him. Chen Shua yawned, smacking his lips before asking, "So, you came to find me in the middle of the night just for this?" "Yes." Su Yan replied cheerfully, "I have regretted it. Every time I think about our relationship being fake, it makes me uncomfortable, as if there's an insurmountable distance between us. Do you understand, fool? During our late-night snack, I felt quite uneasy." "Why?" Su Yan blinked and explained, "Because my heart kept reminding me that we are not genuine. Merely pretending. Ever since we became a faux couple, our relationship feels less intimate than before. There's always a sense of awkwardness. I want to feed you, yet I'm afraid you might reject me due to our pretense. I wish to draw closer to you, but I fear you might instinctively resist because of our FA data. That's why I feel uneasy, hence I couldn't sleep, and that's why I came to you to remove the fake." Chen Shua scratched his face thoughtfully, muttering, "But that hasn't stopped you from eating, especially that bowl of snail rice noodles. There was hardly anything left for me." That's an entirely different matter, discomfort or not. I still have to eat." Su Yan caressed Chen Shua's face, saying, "Hey, fool, let's date. Let's embark on a genuine romance. I want you to be my real boyfriend this way, no matter how well I treat you. You can accept it without hesitation, and I can draw closer to you." Faced with Su Yan's candid confession, Chen Shua gazed at her for a lengthy moment before instinctively raising his hand to touch her forehead, mumbling, "But you don't have a fever. Why are you spouting such nonsense in the middle of the night?" Chapter 47. It must hurt, right? "Oh, no fever. I'm serious." Su Yan swatted Chen Shua's hand away, pouting. Her gaze softened as she looked at him, akin to a gentle stream that could melt even the hardest of stones. She murmured, "I don't care whether you believe it or not. I genuinely like you, without any ulterior motives, simply liking you for who you are. Moreover, this affection has intensified over the past 6 years, growing richer and more fragrant like fine wine. With your reappearance, my heart, which was once as cold as an iceberg," she pointed to her chest, indicating her heart, which had reignited with fervor. "Thus, you are the most special one to me. If you do not reciprocate my feelings, that is acceptable. If you need time to think, that is also fine. I like you, that is an undeniable truth. You have already agreed to be my fake boyfriend for 3 months, so you have ample time to consider this matter. But if you find you do not like me after 3 months, I will set you free. Alternatively, you are free to leave at any point within these 3 months. I will not stop you. Having fulfilled my purpose, whether you wish to proceed is entirely up to you." With that, Su Yan released Chen Shui and attempted to rise from him. Chen Shui pouted and remarked, "Fine, but, you agreed?" Bang! Su Yan plopped back down. Chen Shui's eyes nearly bulged out as he grinned. "Oh, dear creditor, you've taken the wrong seat." "Oh," Su Yan shifted upwards, her face alight with joy as she looked at him, confirming once more, "You really agreed to be my boyfriend? I suppose that's acceptable." Chen Shui, resembling an oversized capybara, chose to take a laid-back approach when faced with this decision. "After all, I've liked you for quite some time. If you genuinely feel the same, we might as well give this a shot." If it feels right, we can continue together. If not, we can part ways amicably. I'm indifferent now. It seems I could date anyone. Su Yan shot him a glare, playfully smacking his chest, and retorted, the way you phrase it makes me sound like some discarded item you've picked up. Or are you saying you're akin to a bus, and since I boarded first, I'm the owner? Oh, but if someone else boards, then you belong to them? Can't you take this seriously? Chen Shui placed one hand behind his head and yawned softly, pursing his lips as he murmured, it's not quite fair to say that. If I were genuinely your boyfriend, as long as you don't betray me. Don T heard me, and don't cross basic boundaries. I wouldn't want to be like a central air conditioning unit, allowing anyone to enjoy my coolness merely by being nearby, nor would I be like a bus. Letting anyone pay to board. I've simply lost interest in such matters. Despite his feigned nonchalance, Su Yan noticed a fleeting complexity in his gaze as he uttered those final words, after a moment of silence. She softly inquired, silly goose, can you tell me what you've experienced over the past 6 years that led you to become this way? Why are you so disenchanted with this aspect? Chen Shui gave a dismissive smile. It's nothing much, just a woman who stabbed me in the heart from behind. Ever since then, I've lost interest in such things. So, after going through that, I seem to have become indifferent to who becomes my wife or whether anyone likes me at all. Being alone isn't to be a Su Yan lowered her head, allowing strands of hair to cascade over her face. Obscuring her emotions, suddenly she leaned down and roughly tugged at Chen Shui's sleepwear, tearing it aside. He made no resistance and simply watched her quietly. Under the soft light, his skin radiated a subtle jade-like sheen, though not as fair as Su Yan. It was nearly comparable. On this almost perfectly sculpted body, countless pale scars crisscrossed, each varying in length and width, including numerous round, white blemishes. Chen Shui's left chest rose and fell slightly, a testament to his heartbeat. At the very center, a conspicuously pale scar lay before Su Yan's eyes. Upon seeing it, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. The scar, only a few centimeters long, seemed to bisect his heart. Su Yan recognized that this wound had indeed been inflicted by a sharp object penetrating from behind. If it had been sliced from the front, the wound would have been sunken instead. Regardless of the weapon, be it a knife, a bullet, or anything else, it would pierce the skin in an instant until the flesh could no longer withstand the pressure, bursting open to allow the object to enter. Much like a balloon, whether punctured by a fingernail or a needle, the surface of the balloon must be pressed to its limit before it bursts, yet, the scar on Chen Shui's chest protruded slightly. This subtle difference would go unnoticed by the average person, but Su Yan was no ordinary individual. It confirmed Chen Shui's earlier statement. This scar had indeed been inflicted from behind. Logically, whether pierced from the back or front, it would pierce the heart, and survival would be improbable. The angle of the wound was particularly treacherous, perfectly navigating between the ribs. Plop. A drop of scalding hot tears suddenly fell onto the scar on Chen Shui's chest. Instinctively, his body trembled slightly, goosebumps rising momentarily before fading away. What's wrong? Chen Shui reached out, brushing aside the locks of hair obscuring Su Yan's delicate face, wiping away the tear that threatened to fall once more. Su Yan sniffed, her slender, pale hand trembling as it gently covered the scar. With quivering lips, she asked, does it hurt a lot? Chen Shui shook his head lightly. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's just that this scar, I've tried many methods to remove it, but it seems it's here to stay. Su Yan meticulously caressed the scar, and after a moment, she suddenly smiled brightly, saying, it's alright, I will help you smooth out the scar. Chapter 48. Two different matters. Upon hearing this, Chen Shui shook his head, replying, the scar isn't you're doing, so why should you smooth it out? Su Yan paused, being my girlfriend has nothing to do with smoothing out the scar. You bear no responsibility for it, as it wasn't caused by you. Just don't add another scar on top of it. Su Yan bit her lip, instinctively asking, but I am your girlfriend. Logically, there is no such logic. One thing at a time. I can't shift the burden of her mistakes onto you. That would be too lenient for her. Chen Shui stated calmly, the scar is her doing, so she should bear the consequences, not the next person who comes along, struggling to erase the remnants of the past. Simply put, you are my current girlfriend. Why should you pay for the mistakes of my former partner? Why should she have that privilege? Moreover, that person isn't even a true ex. We were never in a relationship. We never confirmed anything. I neither touched her nor was touched by her. Su Yan, stunned by his forthrightness, suddenly burst into laughter. While laughing, she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, saying, but generally speaking, if one has been hurt by an ex, shouldn't there be higher expectations for the next partner? Smoothing out the scars left by an ex isn't that a basic requirement, even if she isn't your girlfriend yet? Chen Shui replied indifferently, I don't care about others, in my case. It is not a basic requirement. In my eyes, whoever has harmed me is the one I should hold accountable, not someone else. Relationships should be the same. If an ex has caused you pain, you can explain the reasons to your current partner, urging them not to repeat similar mistakes. If they willingly help you heal, that is fine, but you shouldn't force the burden of past wounds onto someone new. In short, I just want to tell you that if you wish to help me heal, I have no objections and would be grateful. However, I also don't want you to feel obligated to rectify the harm done by that person. That would be unfair to you. Even if you choose not to help me heal, you are still my girlfriend, and I won't treat you differently or impose demands upon you. Just be yourself. As for whether we are compatible, let us just spend time together. If we force compatibility, it will only backfire. Chen Shui paused, softening his tone, just like that person who betrayed me and stabbed me in the back. I am telling you this because I hope you won't be like her. It's not about me being overly cautious with you because I've been hurt before. If I truly feared such occurrences, the best solution would be to avoid relationships altogether, which would certainly prevent such situations. Now that I've agreed to you, it signifies that I am prepared to take on similar risks. This is my affair, not a burden you should bear, nor a pain you should alleviate. It's akin to a woman avoiding smokers due to a past relationship. The best approach is to find a non-smoker. Not to choose a smoker and demand they quit. That individual is a despicable wretch, one who revels in their own suffering. Sun nodded slightly, as if grasping the meaning, and then inquired, so in the end, what happened to that person? Well, you might not truly wish to know her fate, Chen Shui replied with a faint smile. Sun was instantly covered in goosebumps. Chen Shui teased her, saying, "What's the matter? Are you scared? It's not too late to back out now." Sun shot her a glance. "You said it yourself, it wasn't my doing, so why should I be afraid? Besides, if I were to commit a similar folly in the future and faced such treatment, I wouldn't feel wronged." Suddenly Su Yan pushed herself back on the bed, using her delicate feet to gently pinch Chen Shui's face. And with a playful smile, she declared, "Of course, I am no exception, and neither are you. If you find me unappealing, or if you fall for someone else, you are free to end things with me. I have no objections. However, if you were to betray me while together, attempting to deceive me or juggle multiple relationships, then you would be doomed." Her tone shifted abruptly to seriousness as she continued, "I, Su Yan, cherish you and am willing to sacrifice everything for you, but that does not mean I am a wretched being or a mere dog. I possess my own pride. If you were to cross any lines in the future, I will never forgive you and will not cling to you like a stubborn adhesive. At worst, we can part ways." Chen Shui felt no discomfort with her stance, for it encapsulated the most fundamental expectations of a partnership. "Yes, I concur. People may relinquish their dignity for love, but they must never surrender their self-respect in that regard. If others betray and hurt you, yet you sacrifice your dignity for what you perceive as love, that is not noble, it is simply pitiful and unworthy of praise." Chen Shui removed her delicate cool feet from his face and said, "All right, I promise, let us remove the pretense. We've cleared the air between us, and we both agree. Debt collector, can I finally sleep now? I am truly exhausted." Su Yan, satisfied with his response, cheerfully replied, Yes, go to sleep," just as Chen Shui turned over and pulled the blanket over himself. He felt his small quilt being tugged away. Before he could react, he was flipped over, his head suddenly enveloped in a warm embrace, tightly wrapped within it. A long fair leg crossed over his waist, securing him in that soft, fragrant hold. Inhaling the familiar and pleasant scent reminiscent of 6 years ago, Chen Shui kept his eyes closed and asked, "Wait, debt collector, what are you doing? Aren't you going to let me sleep? You sleep your way, and I embrace mine. Is that not permissible?" Su Yan replied earnestly, "Now that you are my boyfriend, it is perfectly normal for me to hold you like this. Besides, we've shared a bed before." Chen Shui quickly interjected, Wait, let us clarify this first. Back then, I did nothing inappropriate. Even if we shared a bed due to the cold, you couldn't bear to let me sleep on the floor during winter. So we were merely forced to squeeze into one bed, and even then, there was always something separating us. I never touched you." Su Yan playfully tugged at his face, laughing, "I didn't say anything." "Why are you panicking?" Chen Shui sighed heavily. "You don't understand. I once saw a drama or read a novel where the young leads ended up entangled in a bathroom during high school. They are still being criticized to this day. When I found you and brought you home, you were 13 and I was 16. If I don't explain, what if one day I become a target of the internet?" Su Yan, not particularly fond of dramas or novels, chuckled softly. "Really, you think I'm joking? But now there is no issue. You said it yourself, I am your boyfriend, and you are my girlfriend. As long as both sides agree, it is natural for us to share a bed. What about those flirtations during our late-night snacks?" Su Yan teased. "At that time, we were still pretend. with a slight opening of his eyes, Chen Shui looked at her and asked. Did you have a boyfriend then? No. Did I have a girlfriend? No, I suppose not. Remove that suppose. Chen Shui wrapped his arm around her slender waist and asked again, so do you mind? I do not mind. Then neither do I. Flirtation is flirtation. You had no boyfriend, and I had no girlfriend. It was a mutual affair, so what is the issue, if either of us had a partner, or if you didn't mind while I did? Or vice versa, then that would indeed be a disgrace. Chapter 49. Affection is always absurd. Hey silly, when did you realize you like me, and what made you fall for me, now that Su Yan could openly be with this silly boy? She was quite exhilarated and found herself unable to sleep. Though Chen Shui kept his eyes closed, he remained awake and responded to her question. I don't know, it's been so long that I've forgotten. I just remember I've liked you for quite some time, but I can't recall precisely when it began. Perhaps it was on one of those inconspicuous days, at some moment, when you did something. And I suddenly found myself liking you. With a playful slap on his backside, Su Yan exclaimed, come on, you should have said so earlier. If you had confessed your feelings sooner, we might already have children. I only knew I liked you, I had no idea you liked me. Chen Shui mumbled, since you liked me long ago, why didn't you tell me? Chen Shui replied, as I said. I only knew I liked you, but I didn't know you felt the same. What if I confessed, and you didn't like me? Would we continue as friends, or would this create distance between us? I am not afraid of you not liking me, nor am I afraid of rejection, but I fear that if you turn me down we wouldn't even have the chance to be ordinary friends. I've seen this happen many times, I wouldn't dare to gamble. He paused before continuing, back then, I had nothing. Whether before or after you regained your identity, I couldn't even provide you with the most basic conditions. So how could I dare to confess, with empty pockets? How could I dare to mislead a fair maiden? I generally don't engage in romantic relationships. If I do, it's with the intention of marriage. Su Yan chuckled softly. Dating with the intention of marriage, in today's society, that is quite refreshing. Chen Shui laughed. What can I say? I suppose I'm somewhat of an antiquity in this regard. It is fortunate I didn't confess or get involved with you back then. Otherwise, after you regained your identity, the disparity between us alone could have been overwhelming. Ah, I see, Su Yan said, finally comprehending. Then asked, so what has changed now that you dare to be with me? It's because I know you like me, Chen Shui replied, that knowledge is my greatest strength and confidence. If I hadn't known you like me, and you hadn't told me, perhaps I still wouldn't have agreed to be with you, even if I still liked you now. Su Yan nodded. Understood, and what about you? When did you start liking me? Chen Shui inquired. Su Yan's beautiful eyes slightly glazed over as she attempted to recall how she developed feelings for this silly boy. In the end, her answer surprisingly mirrored Chen Shui's. I don't know, perhaps it was before my surgery. No, that can't be right, I must have liked you even earlier, but I just didn't realize it. It was only during that surgery that I truly understood my feelings for you, so it was when my family took me back. No, that doesn't seem right, it must have been a bit earlier. Was it when you first brought me home? That can't be right either. If I had liked you then, I wouldn't have treated you like a thief at the beginning. Oh dear. I've forgotten, I don't recall when I began to like you. Perhaps like you, it happened on one of those days we spent together, at some moment, when you did something, and I found myself liking you. How is it that you like me so absurdly, just as I like you in this equally nonsensical manner? Upon uttering these words, Su Yan could not help but chuckle softly. Chen Shui gently shook his head while nestled in her embrace, murmuring, because liking someone is inherently absurd, something that cannot be clearly articulated or rationalized. When it is articulated, it is simply liking. When it cannot be articulated, it is still liking. Isn't there a saying that captures this sentiment beautifully? What saying? Su Yan inquired. Chen Shui replied, it is this. Does one need a reason to fall in love? Yes, but also know that in truth, we need not wrestle with such matters. It suffices to know that I like you. And you like me. Indeed, that is a valid point, Su Yan responded. So, silly goose, when you are with me now, is it out of affection, or have you reached a point of indifference about whom you are with? Chen Shui stifled a deep yawn, inhaling the enticing fragrance that wafted from her, a scent only detectable when one was close enough, and murmured, it is a bit of both. I possess an indifferent attitude towards whom I am with now. Yet I can distinctly acknowledge that I like you, just as when I saw you yesterday, I was taken aback and felt fortunate that you were still alive. It is because I encountered you once more that I could genuinely feel my continued affection for you. It may sound somewhat callous. Su Yan understood the implications of his words, shaking her head gently and responding, that does not count, for you like someone else under the assumption that I had perished. And your current feelings for me are devoid of any lingering emotions for that person. Regardless, your affection is not misplaced. If it is deemed callous to appreciate another after knowing that the one you liked has passed away, and likewise to cleanly sever ties with an ex before developing feelings for someone anew, then it follows that 99.9% of people in the world are indeed scoundrels. As for my supposed demise, that is merely something you were unaware of, and it is not your fault. Moreover, I believe that had you known I was alive, you would not have developed feelings for that individual. Chen Shui did not hesitate, letting out a sound of agreement. So if tonight I hadn't shared these thoughts with you, and you hadn't become my true boyfriend, should someone else confess their feelings for you after our 3-month agreement concludes, would you choose to be with her? Su Yan asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Shui replied, I would not. Why not? Aren't you indifferent? Su Yan inquired, intrigued. If the person were you, I would care, he stated. If such a scenario were to arise, and you did not have a boyfriend or husband, or until you communicated to me, through actions or words, that I had no chance, I would wait. You truly are a clever one. Su Yan playfully flicked Chen Shui's forehead. Feigning annoyance, though she was not entirely satisfied with this ambiguous answer, neither was she completely displeased. The reasoning was straightforward. Had she found herself in a similar situation, swapping places with Chen Shui, her response would likely mirror his, if not be even less favorable. Sometimes an answer without certainty is more truthful than one with a clear response, for that answer bears no deceit. Now, silly goose, can you divulge what you have experienced over the past 6 years? I could, but should I speak of it, you would be guilty of eavesdropping on state secrets, not of my own disclosure, he quipped. Is it that serious? Then I shall not inquire further. In truth, Chen Shui had made himself quite clear. And Su Yan, being an astute individual, could piece together the fragments without delving deeper. She understood that her current position afforded her the wisdom of knowing that some things are better left unknown. And she harbored no doubts that his words were meant for her benefit. And what of you? Do you not wish to question me about my experiences over the past 6 years? Su Yan asked. Chen Shui lazily opened one eye, glanced at her, and then nestled his head deeper into her embrace, responding, If you do not wish to share, then I shall not pry. However, should you desire to speak, I will inquire. Chapter 50. Goodness, my great creditor, that was my first kiss. Accompanied by a series of phone rings, an arm emerged from beneath a tangled quilt, fumbling about the bed until it finally grasped the nearly displaced phone. With the device in hand, the arm retreated, resting against a soft, warm embrace, where Chen Shui was soundly asleep, only opening his eyes slightly to answer the call. Hello, what is it? Before he could finish his sentence, a delicate hand traveled from his neck to the back of his head, gently pressing him inward. A soft, dreamy hum filled his ears, seemingly displeased with his earlier movements, as the cool air seeped into their warm cocoon. Chen Shui's still drowsy voice grew even more indistinct, resembling that of a child just learning to speak. Huh? Are you going to the mountains to dig for chickens? You all go ahead. I'm so sleepy. A big mouse kept me awake last night. Yes. It came in through the window. Huh? How would I know how it managed to climb to my 16th floor? Perhaps this big mouse can fly. This big mouse even burrowed into my blankets, preventing me from sleeping soundly. I tossed and turned for ages before finally drifting off. Alright, you all go ahead. I'll sleep a little longer. Bye. After hanging up, Chen Shui placed the phone aside, wrapping his arm around the slender waist beside him. Savoring the rare warmth and softness he had long yearned for. He had always held this exquisite treasure in his thoughts, but had previously lacked the courage to act, both out of conscience and for the sake of the great creditor. The mere accidental touches that arose from their closeness felt like divine gifts to him. Who would dare to dream of holding such a fragrant and soft beauty in their arms? He had longed for this moment, and now that it was finally within reach, he intended to relish it fully. Yet, it was not only he who had harbored such thoughts. Su Yan wrapped around him, inhaling his uniquely pleasant scent as she drifted into slumber, felt as though she had fulfilled a long-held wish, sleeping soundly and contentedly, unwilling to let go. To put it plainly, she had long been enamored with this silly goose. Su Yan had once thought she would never have the chance to realize her heart's desire. Who would have imagined that this silly goose would descend from the heavens once more? Reunited with him, Su Yan wished to envelop him in her embrace, never to part again. After dozing for a while longer, Su Yan, her voice a soft murmur, inquired, What time is it? Chen Shui grabbed the phone from beside him, squinting to check. It's 10:35. Upon hearing this response, Su Yan, who had been preparing to return to sleep, froze for a few seconds before her eyes flew wide open. It's 10:30. I'm late. Oh no. Chen Shui, still dazed from sleep, stared in bewilderment as Su Yan sprang from the bed, nearly hitting the ceiling in her frantic haste, completely devoid of her usual composed, aloof demeanor. Chen Shui instinctively smacked his lips, feeling an unusual taste lingering in his mouth, not the bitterness of having slept too long, but rather a faint hint of creaminess. He hadn't consumed any milk the previous night. So what could this be? Chen Shui let out a massive yawn, mumbling a reminder to Su Yan. Aren't you the president? Who cares if you're late? Still groggy and muddled, Su Yan adjusted her fallen strap and began rummaging through the wardrobe. As she searched, she exclaimed, "Oh dear, I do have a meeting this morning. It's very important." Chen Shui continued to look bewildered. Is it the kind of meeting where millions are at stake? Pretty much. Su Yan replied, "It should be in the hundreds of millions, if not billions." Chen Shui, 6. After searching for a while, Su Yan suddenly remembered, "Oh no, this isn't my home. What am I doing searching your wardrobe?" Panic set in as she realized she was unlikely to make it back in time. Chen Shui rubbed his eyes and offered a reminder. There's a suit in the far right corner of the wardrobe. Complete with lining and all that. I can't say if it fits you now, huh? Su Yan rummaged through the belongings and, indeed, discovered a suit lying there. As she gazed at the ensemble and its lining, she instinctively inquired, "Wait, how come you have my clothes here?" Chen Shui, wrapped in a quilt, revealed a harmless yet languid smile and replied, "Did you forget? One year, I got drunk and lost a game of truth or dare. They made me call you, and you immediately knew I was intoxicated. You rushed back over 100 kilometers to fetch me home, and in the process, I accidentally stained your clothes. You left this suit here for me to wash. And then you went back wearing my clothes. Oh right." With his reminder, Su Yan recalled the incident, realizing she had forgotten about the suit she left behind. It seemed this silly fool also forgot to return it. However, given their previous relationship, such matters were of little importance. Chen Shui added, "Don't worry, I've cleaned the suit and its lining since I got back. It's ready to wear. Okay. In a rush, Su Yan intended to change her clothes. However, as she began to lift her spaghetti strap nightdress, a thought struck her. She abruptly turned her head, shooting Chen Shui a fierce glare, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson, and admonished him, "Turn your head away, no peeking." Chen Shui flipped over, covering his head with the quilt, mumbling something about having seen it all before. Embarrassed, Su Yan lifted her leg and playfully kicked his rear, prompting Chen Shui to remain silent. After swiftly changing her attire, Su Yan threw back the quilt and pulled Chen Shui, who was attempting to return to slumber, upright. Cradling his face in her hands, she planted a bold kiss on his lips. A fleeting encounter, and then withdrew it with a playful smile. She pinched his cheek and said, "All right, I'm off to work. I'll come back to play with you after I finish." With that, Su Yan transformed into a streak of golden light and soared out of the 16th floor. Vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye, Chen Shui remained on the bed, dazed and motionless, akin to a capybara, wearing a blank expression. After a while, he snapped back to reality, subconsciously touching his lips, which still bore the warmth from the kiss. His eyes widened in sudden realization, and he muttered angrily toward the open window, "Damn it, that was my first kiss." Chapter 51. Your first kiss is long gone in the office of the Su Corporation. The previously vacant chair flickered with a golden glow as a figure suddenly occupied the seat. Upon settling in, she spat disdainfully at the window, rolling her eyes, and scoffed, "Pa, what first kiss? Yours is long gone. You shameless fool." Indeed, that foolish boy's first kiss had long since vanished. She had taken it. Her first kiss too had disappeared, claimed by that same fool. Ironically, it was on his 18th birthday, when he first got drunk, that she drove 100 kilometers to retrieve him, and while helping him into the car, he had kissed her, and thus both their first kisses were lost, although it was merely a fleeting brush of lips. It undeniably counted as a kiss. However, it was precisely because of that incident that Su Yan began to realize she harbored a special affection for that seemingly foolish yet intricately thoughtful boy, who had always treated her well. At the time, she might not have recognized it as love, but she was acutely aware that he held a unique place in her heart. It wasn't until she underwent surgery, facing a life-threatening situation, that the memories of her life flashed before her eyes, and she finally understood that this peculiar sentiment was indeed love. Otherwise, in his drunken state, how could he have dared to kiss her? If it had been anyone else, even someone she was familiar with, she would have slapped them into oblivion. This was not mere bravado, it was a true account. Just days before the foolish boy drunkenly kissed her, another man, whom she had known since childhood and with whom she had a good relationship, attempted to kiss her while intoxicated. He was met with a resounding slap that sent him spinning in place. After that, he went abroad and she never saw him again. In contrast, when Chen Shui sought to kiss her, she had been momentarily stunned, and thus he succeeded. As for the state of her clothes, they were not soiled by vomit but rather, in a drunken stupor, he had dreamt of relieving himself, and while she was carrying him home, the incident occurred. Lost in thought, a blush crept onto Su Yan's fair cheeks, her palm instinctively stretched to its limit. No, I mustn't think of that. Work, work, work. Su Yan pinched her thigh forcefully, attempting to clear her mind. She pressed a button under her desk, and soon a knock echoed at the office door. Come in. The person who entered appeared to be in her late 20s, dressed in professional attire, complete with black stockings and high heels. Her wavy hair cascading down her shoulders, and adorned with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. This was by Susu, Su Yan's ever-dependable personal secretary. Su, you called for me? By Susu inquired respectfully. Su Yan replied. Susu, please prepare a set of toiletries and bring them to my office. I need to freshen up. Also gather the materials needed for the meeting. I'll start immediately after I'm done. Understood, Su. Chen Shua lingered in bed for a while longer before slowly rising. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, changed his clothes, and finally stepped out wearing a pair of slippers. This time, as he was heading to the mountains, it was impractical to ride a small electric scooter. Fortunately, Qianlong had anticipated this and left him a pink chopped pepper fish head vehicle. As he looked at the ludicrously pink vehicle, a smirk appeared on Chen Shua's face, mentally giving a thumbs up to Brother Long for his taste. Thus, with a lethargic expression and a dried salted fish in his mouth, he drove the chopped pepper fish head out of the city, heading straight for the dense forest. As Chen Shua entered the mountains, a shadow followed closely behind, matching the speed of his vehicle. After nearly half an hour of winding through the roads, he arrived at a farm nestled between two large mountains. The farm was extensive. Stretching beyond the horizon, various vehicles with license plates from Guang ABC and XY were parked outside, showcasing its popularity among locals. Upon arrival, the tantalizing aromas of various dishes enveloped him, stir-fried dishes wafting from woks, the fragrant steam rising from large pots, and the enticing scent of barbecued delights, along with the sounds of astonishment and admiration. Upon entering the farm, he observed numerous people setting up pits to roast chicken, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and taro, their scents wafting through the air. Following the coordinates shared by Qianlong, he made his way to the back of the farm, where a vast area was designated for roasting chicken and barbecuing. This section was essentially a harvested rice field, now dry enough for use. Nearby, there was a sizable lake where people were fishing, accompanied by a sign that read, 300 per hour catch and take away, or fish for processing. No fishing fee for processing, 25 per pound, no returns. One must admit, when it comes to business acumen, the people of Guangfu truly excel. Further up from the fields lay a sprawling orchard. Despite the autumn chill, Guangfu remained warm, with temperatures hovering in the 20s, not diminishing the abundance of ripe fruits. Chen Shua had noticed many wild fruits ripening in the mountains, and he casually plucked a few. Savoring their delightful taste. As he approached, he heard cheerful shouts, "Cousin, cousin, over here, we're here." Chapter 52. Who's the old bull eating the tender grass? Chen Shua turned toward the voice and spotted Qianlong and others in a shaded corner beneath a large tree, attempting to set up a roast chicken and sweet potato pit. However, it seemed they were struggling with the task at hand. The structure they built appeared precarious, and Chen Shua guessed it wouldn't be long before it collapsed. Lin Shiyun, bouncing with excitement, waved at him. "Yeah, I'm coming." As Chen Shua approached, he observed Qianlong looking somewhat flustered, along with his cousin Chen Yuding and her boyfriend, Xiao Xiao, who were also helping. "Not set up yet?" Chen Shua yawned, rubbing his eyes, appearing as if he had just awakened. "It's not that easy." Qianlong cautiously placed an irregular piece of earth, adding, "We just knocked over," boom, before Qianlong could finish his sentence. The pit they had just erected collapsed in an instant. Qianlong's facial expression shifted, and he was left speechless, begrudgingly concocting another excuse. "It's been so long since I last did this. My hands have lost their touch." Chen Shua chewed on the salted fish in his mouth and remarked, "I can see that. You guys go prepare the charcoal grill, and while you're at it, fetch some dry firewood. I'll handle this." "Are you sure you can manage?" Qianlong teased. "Just don't let it collapse under you." Chen Shua swallowed the salted fish and replied nonchalantly, "A man should never utter 'I can't.' Just make sure you gather the firewood and charcoal while I take care of this." With that, Qianlong stood up, clapped his hands, grabbed a bottle of cocktail, pried it open with a lighter, and handed it to him, saying, "Then we'll go handle other matters. This one is yours to manage." "Understood." Lin Shiyun smiled and said, "Then, cousin, we shall go fetch the dry firewood." Go on. Chen Shua settled onto the small stool that Qianlong had just vacated, sipping his cocktail while playfully assembling the kiln, placing one piece here and another there. His exceedingly laid-back demeanor led the onlookers to question whether he could indeed construct the kiln. Ding dong. Just as Chen Shua leisurely went about his task, his phone suddenly buzzed. He bit the bottle of cocktail and fished his phone out of his pocket to check. It was a message from Su Yan. "What are you up to?" Accompanying it was an emoticon of a little girl peeking from a doorframe. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with big sparkling eyes, yet, for some reason, her expression while peeking out conveyed a strong sense of stealth. As if she had caught sight of something scandalous. Indeed, this emoticon had been crafted from one of Su-Yan's own photographs. As for the reason behind the stealthy vibe, it was because she had glimpsed something she ought not to have. Not only did she not appear embarrassed, but she also wore a knowing look. This particular photo had been captured by Chinchua inadvertently and later repurposed by her into an emoticon. In truth, Su-Yan had created numerous unique emoticons from her past photographs, but she reserved these peculiar and somewhat quirky ones solely for her conversations with Chinchua. Others were not as fortunate. Chinchua, too, had his own emoticons made from pictures of himself, and during their moments of boredom, they often engaged in late-night exchanges filled with these emoticons, playfully hurling insults at one another until one of them succumbed to sleep. However, his phone had shattered, causing him to lose his number and, consequently, those cherished emoticons. He snapped a quick photo of the half-constructed kiln and replied, "I'm preparing the kiln for roasting chicken. Did your meeting end?" "Were you late?" Su-Yan first sent a haughty emoticon, chin raised in disdain, and replied, "I am the CEO, a figure who stands one below the top in this corporation, even if I were late." "Who would dare to criticize me?" Chinchua jested. "Then why were you in such a flurry this morning, claiming you would be late?" Chinchua added, "You were as frantic as a tardy employee." Su-Yan sent a goofy emoticon justifying herself as the CEO. "I must set a proper example. What if those beneath me, emboldened by their positions, started arriving late to meetings just like I did? I must lead by example." Chinchua couldn't help but chuckle as he downed the cocktail in one go, tossing the bottle aside and responding, all right, you're impressive. Is that enough, Su-Yan?" "It must be, Su-Yan, by the way. You mentioned roasting chicken. Where exactly are you doing that?" "Chinchua, out here in the deep mountains at the farm." Su-Yan, "Oh, I remember that place. Last time, it seemed like Yin Chang went there to roast taro. Sweet potatoes and chicken." Su-Yan continued, "She even mentioned roasting a goose, but everything ended up burnt, and she had no face to bring any back for me." Chinchua immediately grasped the implication behind her words. "Should I bring some back for you?" "I promise it won't be burnt. I'll ensure it's delectable enough to make your taste buds dance." Su-Yan, "Yes, please save me a leg, a wing, and a few sweet potatoes and taro. Corn would be a bonus. I'll be passing through there this afternoon on a business trip, and I'll just take it with me. No need for you to make a special trip." At the end of her message, she included an emoticon with a big grin. With this silly girl, Su-Yan never felt the need to grasp the concept of politeness regarding this silly boy's culinary skills. Su-Yan had ample authority to comment, having nearly been fed into a plump figure by him. She recalled that when Chinchua had brought her home, her weight was barely touching 90 pounds. If not less. For a girl nearing 170 centimeters in height to weigh under 80 pounds was beyond mere skin and bones. By the time her family found her and brought her back, her weight had surged to over 130 pounds. If not for her height, she would have indeed been a solidly plump girl. Su-Yan seriously suspected that this silly boy had either been a pig farmer or a chef in a past life. Otherwise, how could he have nurtured himself to such a plump and healthy state? When faced with a feast of mountain delicacies at home, she could barely manage a few bites before feeling full. Yet, this silly boy could whip up a couple of dishes and some small sour treats and somehow devour several bowls of rice. Suddenly Su-Yan came to a realization. This analogy seemed rather inappropriate. Why did it feel like she was insulting herself? Chinchua had seen through everything. "It's not like it's deep in the mountains. Where exactly are you passing through on a business trip?" Su-Yan retorted with a sense of entitlement. "That's none of your concern. If I say I'm passing through on a business trip, then I am." She added, "Mind your own business, kid." Chinchua rolled his eyes in response. "I'm the kid. And you're the adult." Su-Yan, "Indeed, do you have a problem with that?" Chinchua, "Then if you're dating me, aren't you essentially a young flower being courted by an old cow?" Su-Yan, "With my looks, if I were with you, others might think you're the one being courted by a young flower." Chinchua, "Impossible. With my pretty face, it's evident that I'm the one being spoiled by a wealthy woman. If you were with me, it would be clear who is taking care of whom." Chapter 53. "I'm just really lazy, Su-Yan, so it's definitely you, the old man, taking care of this pure, beautiful young lady." Chinchua, shameless. Su-Yan, mutual. Chinchua, "Alright, I've finished constructing the kiln. I estimate it should be ready to eat in about 3 hours, so time your arrival accordingly." Su-Yan sent an OK gesture. Just then, a surprised voice rang out. "What the heck? How long have we been gone, cousin? You've already finished?" Glancing at the kiln, which had unexpectedly risen to over half a person's height. Lin Shiyun, who had just gone to gather firewood, was astonished. Chen Long and Xiao Xiao, still busy preparing to ignite the charcoal, turned around in shock at Chen Shua's rapid progress. Chen Long stepped forward, unable to contain his amazement. "Goodness, your speed is astonishing. We've been here struggling for half the time, and you've managed to finish while goofing off," Chen Shua casually replied. "Practice makes perfect. Alright, I've built the kiln. The rest is up to you. I'm going to take a nap now. Oh, this old man is exhausted." Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Shua had already slumped down under a tree. Preparing to lie down, Lin Shiyun rolled her eyes at him, unable to resist commenting, "You're only 3 years older than I am, in the prime of your life, and you're calling yourself an old man? Just admit you're being lazy," she added. "No wonder Auntie says that once you get home, you basically lie down from day to night and from night to day. Cousin, aren't you afraid your limbs will atrophy from all that lying around?" Lin Shiding, who understood why Chen Shua seemed perpetually tired and wanted to lie down, interrupted her sister's rant. Alright, let him rest if he wants to. He's not in the best of health and needs more sleep." "Huh, what is wrong with cousin's health?" Lin Shiyun looked at Chen Shua, who was now chewing on a blade of grass, resting his head on his hand, eyes closed, as if he were a bull. "He could easily crush 3 of me with a single slap. How could he possibly have any health issues?" Alright, if you're not going to do anything, you might as well lie down over there. I'll take care of the fire. Just be quiet so you don't disturb his rest," Lin Shiding gently suggested. Lin Shiyun stuck out her delicate little tongue. "Sister, you spoil him. You've been indulging him for years, and it's never enough." "Fine, the fire is your responsibility. I'm going to go up the mountain to pick some fruits." Yes, go on, pick a few more, especially persimmons." I know. Lin Shiding glanced at Chen Shua, who was already dozing off, his chest gently rising and falling. She pursed her lips and turned to sit on the small stool he had just occupied, starting the fire, before Chen Shua could even close his eyes for 2 minutes. Someone approached. Chen Long, noticing the approaching figure, a stunning lady in professional attire, instinctively cast a puzzled glance in her direction. The enchanting lady pointed towards Chen Shua, who had reclined and was indulging in the delightful afternoon, and said, "Excuse me, I have a matter to discuss with this handsome gentleman. Could you kindly summon him for me?" Chen Long nodded and approached Chen Shua, giving him a gentle nudge. Achoo. "What is it?" Chen Shua opened his eyes wide and let out a tremendous yawn. Chen Long gestured towards the lady who had suddenly approached, saying, "This lady is looking for you." Straightening his posture, Chen Shua regarded the attractive woman clad in professional attire, her figure mature and alluring, her beauty striking. Rubbing his eyes, he covered his mouth with one hand, yawning as he inquired, "Miss, what do you need from me? Do we know each other?" "Hello, my name is Lu Ruyan." The lady introduced herself before continuing, "I noticed how adeptly you constructed your structure earlier, and I was wondering if you could assist us, as we seem unable to make any progress." Following Lu Ruyan's gesture, Chen Shua glanced towards a group of 4 or 5 girls who appeared bewildered, staring at a pile of mud that stubbornly refused to take shape. Typically, if a striking beauty sought assistance from a man, especially with several other charming ladies present, he would certainly comply. After all, this was a rare opportunity to showcase one's abilities in front of women, and to receive a direct invitation from a stunning woman was a temptation few men could resist. Clearly Lu Ruyan understood this principle, hence as a leader she had taken the initiative to approach him. She was well aware that her allure was difficult for most men to resist. However, at that moment, Chen Shua was in a state of lethargy that rendered him nearly unresponsive. "No, I'm too tired, and I lack the energy. You may seek assistance elsewhere," he replied. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Her strategy seemed ineffective against him. Chen Shua merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction before returning to his slumber. The expression on Lu Ruyan's face stiffened slightly, her features betraying a hint of disbelief. Clearly she was unaccustomed to being so directly rebuffed, particularly by a man, yet, with his rejection clearly stated, she felt it inappropriate to press further. As she was used to others pursuing her, taking a slow, deep breath, she maintained her charming smile. "My apologies for disturbing you." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Chen Long, seated beside Chen Shua, nudged him with his elbow, glancing at Lu Ruyan's captivating, swaying figure as she departed, teasing, "You were so heartless to refuse a beautiful lady's request." Chen Shua lifted his gaze slightly, responding with a languid tone, "And you would like me to shoulder the burden of the creditors?" Chen Long's expression faltered, and he awkwardly chuckled. "Perhaps I should pass on that." Nearby, Xiao Xiao chimed in with a grin, "Who would have thought you were such a henpecked man?" "Indeed, it seems we are kindred spirits," Chen Shua remarked, scratching his waist and lazily turning over. "But it isn't solely that. I genuinely lack the motivation to assist, especially when there is no benefit to be gained." If any random woman were to beckon me, I would eagerly rush to help her, yet she wouldn't regard me as capable or competent, nor would she express gratitude, they merely see you as free labor. A compliant dog, a willing mule, perhaps even mocking you in secret after you assist them. Why would one engage in such a thankless endeavor, just for a few light words from a beauty? Chen Long and Xiao Shila exchanged glances, reflecting seriously before simultaneously giving a thumbs up. That makes sense. Chapter 54. I'm the wrong one here. Although Lu Ruyan had turned away upon his refusal, it did not prevent others from harboring discontent towards Chen Shua's unwillingness to help. Shortly after, a middle-aged man appearing in his 30s, bald on top and somewhat portly, approached with a few intimidating bodyguards clad in sunglasses. "Hey, you there," he barked, his tone sharp and unyielding, his finger, adorned with a large gold ring, pointed directly at Chen Shua. Seeing the man's aggressive demeanor, Chen Long stood up, furrowing his brow. "What do you want?" "I am looking for this guy, not you," the middle-aged man retorted, taking a few steps closer. When he noticed Chen Shua still sprawled out, sound asleep, his face flushed with indignation, he raised his foot, preparing to kick Chen Shua. Chen Long's expression shifted, instinctively wanting to intervene. At that moment, Chen Shua turned over, fortuitously extending his leg, and inadvertently struck the middle-aged man's foot. What seemed like a mere careless movement resulted in a solid connection with the man's leg, causing him to feel as though he had been struck by a steel rod. With a resounding thud, the middle-aged man lost his balance, crashing to the ground with a loud thump that startled Chen Shua awake. "What the hell, is there an earthquake?" Rubbing his eyes, he gazed at the fallen man, utterly baffled. "What just happened?" "Hey sir, the ground is cold. You should get up." A few bodyguards rushed over to help the middle-aged man up. After tumbling to the ground, the man found his backside covered in dirt, and with a finger pointed at Chen Shua, his face reddened with rage, he shouted, "You little brat, did you just trip me? Do you believe I can make it so you never see the sun rise again?" Chen Shua yawned, rubbing his eyes, and innocently replied, "No, sir, I was sleeping soundly. How could I have intentionally tripped you? Besides, with your size, you can't possibly expect that my merely turning over would cause you to fall, can you? Are you made of porcelain?" And I had finally managed to fall asleep, only to be disturbed by you. Clearly, I am the most wrong party here. Everyone can see this. Please don't wrongfully accuse me. Chen Shua intentionally raised his voice, drawing the attention of onlookers, including Lu Ruyan, who had just returned. "Hey, Lu Jie. Isn't that the Mr. Lu who has been pursuing you?" one girl pointed out, the middle-aged man now clashing with Chen Shua. Another girl teased with a laugh, "This Mr. Lu is quite the fervent admirer of Lu Jie. Perhaps he has come to defend your honor after being rejected." Lu Ruyan observed the scene, her elegant brows furrowing slightly. She contemplated intervening on Chen Shua's behalf but hesitated, her displeasure evident at being rebuffed by someone so audaciously. For reasons unknown, she refrained from stepping in, opting instead to allow the situation to escalate further. This way, she could not only regain her lost dignity but also make it seem as though Chen Shua owed her a favor, compelling him to assist her in the future. Thus, Lu Ruyan pretended not to hear and continued her construction efforts. However, after a while, her frustration grew. "Damn it, why is this structure so difficult to build? I clearly saw that guy assembling it effortlessly while playing on his phone. Why is it so troublesome for me? I should have known better than to agree to come here with these little vixens." You. The middle-aged man's face turned from a deep red to a shade reminiscent of liver, his expression grotesque. His bodyguards, sensing their boss's fury, encircled Chen Shua menacingly. Should their boss give the command, they would ensure that this insolent fool would not see the dawn of the next day. Fortunately, although Lu Xiaogan was an ardent admirer of Lu Ruyan, his anger at being rejected did not completely cloud his judgment. Despite possessing some wealth and a modicum of influence in his city, he dared not act recklessly in broad daylight, especially in front of so many witnesses. After all, in this era, public opinion online could be quite formidable. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaogan raised his hand to halt his bodyguards. Wiping his face with a hand, his expression dark as he suppressed his rage, addressing Chen Shua, "Listen, as long as you fulfill the request made by that lady over there, I will consider today's incident as if it never occurred. What do you say?" "Oh," Chen Shua propped his chin on his hand, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Lu Xiaogan, who looked disheveled and covered in dust. "With your ostentatious display, it appears you are quite the affluent businessman. Do you truly believe that after falling in front of all these people, we can simply pretend this incident never happened?" Lu Xiaogan's expression, having been seen through by Chen Shua, twitched involuntarily. He is not merely a billionaire businessman in the public eye, but also a notorious figure in the underworld of City A. Today, he was unexpectedly humiliated by a mere brat in front of so many people. How could he possibly swallow that indignity? Naturally, he contemplated using this young man to amuse his goddess and then discreetly eliminate the source of his embarrassment. However, upon realizing that the young man had seen through his intentions and audaciously voiced them, drawing the attention of even more onlookers, Lu Xiaozhen, despite his simmering anger and desire for revenge, could only temporarily suppress his rage, gritting his teeth and growling softly, "Indeed, if you comply, I shall overlook today's incident." Chen Shua allowed a faint smile to grace his lips and provocatively retorted, "What incident are you referring to?" With a sharp crack, Lu Xiaozhen bit down so hard that his molars cracked. And through clenched teeth, he articulated, "The matter of you tripping me. When did I trip you? Was it not you who attempted to kick me and ended up falling instead?" Chen Shua replied with feigned innocence. Chen Long, standing nearby, chimed in, "Exactly, you clearly wanted to kick someone and ended up stumbling all by yourself, yet you wish to blame us, you both." Lu Xiaozhen, incensed at their blatant disrespect, trembled with rage. He pointed at Chen Shua and Chen Long, struggling to articulate his indignation while his face darkened to an ashen hue, yet, with so many witnesses, he dared not resort to violence in front of them. Ultimately, he stormed off, declaring that they should wait for him. Chen Shua rolled his eyes, dismissing the incident. Meanwhile, Chen Long patted his shoulder in reassurance, saying, "Don't worry, I know someone. If he dares to lay a finger on you, I will make him regret it." Chapter 55, not worthy of attention. Listening to Chen Long's words, a gentle smile graced Chen Shua's lips as he nodded, feeling a warmth spread within him, although the individual Chen Long mentioned was likely one of those he had orchestrated himself. At least in times of trouble, even after 6 years of separation, his cousin would still stand up for him just as he always had. Compared to those ungrateful wolves, this brother of his was truly a treasure. However, it had not yet reached the point where he needed to trouble Chen Long. Chen Shua cast a glance at Lu Xiaozhen, who was still making threats as he departed. What he said was not without merit. A big boss like him, having suffered a setback and lost face in front of others, would undoubtedly seek revenge in due time. Ironically, Chen Shua was a man of similar disposition. However, unlike Lu Xiaozhen, he would not wait for a later time to exact his retribution. "Damn it, you little brat, just wait, you'll see what I do," Lu Xiaozhen muttered angrily as he moved to a more secluded corner, ready to make a call for reinforcements. Yet, before he could dial, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, Lu Xiaozhen furrowed his brow and answered with palpable impatience, "Shaolin, what is it?" A frantic voice came through the line. "Boss, you need to come back right away. Our company is in trouble." Lu Xiaogan's expression instantly shifted. "What happened?" "There are police and tax bureau officials swarming our company, claiming they need to investigate our taxes and other issues. They say it's serious and that you need to return immediately." Upon hearing that the police and tax bureau had invaded his company, Lu Xiaogan's face turned a ghastly shade, as if he had just consumed something foul. He demanded angrily, "That's impossible. If the police and tax bureau were acting, how could Director Wei not inform me? I don't know about that, but the company is indeed surrounded by a large number of police. The business bureau warned that if you don't return soon, they will seal off the company." The voice on the other end was tinged with desperation. Lu Xiaozhen took a deep breath and replied, "All right, I'm coming back right now. Keep them calm until I arrive. Do you understand?" "Yes, boss, I'll do my best." After hanging up the phone, all thoughts of seeking revenge on the young man who had just embarrassed him vanished. He hastily jumped into his car and sped toward the company. However, just as he emerged from the secluded mountains, he suddenly found himself surrounded by several police cars, trapping him in place. Seeing the police blocking his path, Lu Xiaozhen, undeterred, leaned out of the window, shouting furiously, "Are you blind? You dare to stop my car? Don't you know I'm old acquaintances with Director Wei? Get out of my way!" At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s, adorned with a first-class police insignia, emerged from one of the police cars. Observing Lu Xiaogan's brazen demeanor, the man replied coldly with a smirk, "I have no knowledge of your relationship with Director Wei. But I do know that you will soon be keeping him company in prison. Arrest him." The nearby officer swiftly apprehended Lu Xiaozhen and his entourage. In an instant, the arrogant man who had just been shouting moments ago found himself trembling and kneeling before the middle-aged officer, stammering, Director Qi, I haven't committed any crimes." "Oh, no crimes, you say?" Qi Ling remained unfazed, as one of the officers produced evidence, declaring, "Lu Xiaozhen, we have concrete evidence proving that you are the so-called leader of the Black Snake Gang. You have participated in or indirectly engaged in various illegal activities, including but not limited to leading a criminal organization, multiple murders, and smuggling operations. You are hereby arrested and await trial." Upon hearing these words, Lu Xiaozhen felt as if all his bones had been extracted, rendering him utterly powerless. He could not fathom that his downfall would come so swiftly. He had believed that by associating with Wei Chang and indirectly with the powerful forces behind him, he would be safe and sound, yet, before he could even revel in his newfound connections, Lu Shogun's face turned ashen, his eyes vacant as handcuffs were placed on him, and he was ushered into a police car. He never imagined that a mere small-time player like himself would attract the personal attention of Qi Ling. Stripped of any will to resist, he was taken away like a limp noodle. Qi Ling's involvement was certainly not for someone as insignificant as Lu Xiaozhen. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaozhen, another individual, who had longed to ally himself with the Zhao family, was also being arrested in the police car behind him. Zhao Mingtian, who had only recently escaped death, was now in custody. The arrest was merely a convenient task for Qi Ling. Originally, he had no intention of dealing with such a minor character, but orders from above compelled him to comply. As he entered the car, Qi Ling's curiosity piqued at the thought of who might be traversing the mountains and inadvertently provoking this small-time player, causing such a stir. The order to apprehend Lu Xiaozhen had come directly from above. Just moments before, the so-called Black Snake Gang had been completely eradicated, leaving no trace behind. This speed and efficiency were unprecedented, even for Qi Ling. However, what Qi Ling did not anticipate was that, thousands of kilometers away, the infamous Shadow Dragon Hall, a top-tier organization in the mercenary world that caused headaches for numerous nations, was simultaneously facing a similar fate as the Black Snake Gang. Chapter 56. As long as I survive. After several failed attempts to construct a makeshift shelter, Lu Ruoyan appeared quite disheartened, perhaps due to the seemingly simple yet challenging endeavor. Her peripheral vision kept drifting toward Chen Shua. Deep down, she wondered why he could so effortlessly build his structure while hers repeatedly collapsed. Was today truly a day of misfortune? Such peculiar occurrences. Is it conceivable that I, a formidable figure in the corporate realm, cannot navigate a mere earthen kiln? Just as Lu Ruoyan was poised to take action once more, her phone suddenly erupted with sound. Hello, it's me. What's the matter? Upon answering the call, the alluring contours of her face shifted dramatically, her expression morphing into one of sheer shock as she exclaimed, "What? Lu Xiaozhen has been apprehended. Not only has our partner, Qian Tu Company, been shuttered by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, but the Black Serpent Gang has also been eradicated." The gravity of this news left not only Lu Ruoyan but also her companions in a state of disbelief. Exchanging incredulous glances, as her astonishment transitioned to a heavy gravity, she declared, "Understood. I shall return immediately." With that, she ended the call and turned to her friends, stating, "All right, let us cease our revelry for now. We must hasten back to the company." One of her short-haired friends, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired to Sister Lu, "What on earth has transpired? Why has Mr. Lu's company been closed? How could he have been captured? Wasn't he just fine moments ago?" Indeed, Lu Ruoyan's expression oscillated between worry and uncertainty as she replied, "I cannot say for certain, but it is indeed true that he has been arrested, and his company has been sealed. All personnel from his firm have been taken to the police station for questioning. Those in authority have urged us to return hastily, considering our recent collaboration with his company and the numerous interactions we've had. They fear that this incident may adversely affect us. Oh, understood, let us make haste." Without a second thought for the marinated chicken, fish, and sweet potatoes that had been waiting to be grilled, the group hurriedly gathered their belongings and departed. In their frantic rush to return, Lu Ruoyan found herself inexplicably drawn to glance once more in the direction of Chen Shua, observing the young man, who was sleepily grilling 2 fresh chickens over a makeshift earthen stove. His drowsy eyes betraying a struggle against fatigue, she furrowed her brows slightly. A peculiar sensation washed over her. Lu Xiaozhen had just embroiled himself with this youthful figure, and in the blink of an eye, he had been apprehended, along with the dissolution of both his company and the Black Serpent Gang. Yet, upon contemplation, Lu Xiaozhen possessed a modicum of influence in City A. It was rumored that he had recently aligned himself with the Zhao family. To dismantle him would necessitate the simultaneous eradication of both his company and the Black Serpent Gang, an endeavor demanding immense power. Could it truly be accomplished by someone who appeared to be under 30? Shrugging off the thought, she resolved to address it later upon her return. In the office of the Su Group's president, having just concluded a meeting, Su Yan glanced at a message from Chen Shua. The images of 2 tantalizing, golden-brown roasted chickens elicited a slight smile upon her lips. Su, prepare the vehicle. I must make a trip to the farm in the deep mountains. Understood, President Su. Shortly thereafter, Bai Su, clad in professional attire and clutching a folder, knocked on the door. Upon receiving permission from Su Yan, she entered, respectfully stating, "President Su, your vehicle is ready and waiting downstairs." "Very well." Su Yan rose, took her phone, and exited the president's office, proceeding to her designated elevator, with Bai Su closely following. Once inside, Bai Su hesitantly began, President Su, there is something I'm unsure whether to mention. Speak. In the corporate realm, Su Yan's exquisite visage was perpetually shrouded in an aura of icy authority, exuding an intimidating presence that deterred others from approaching too closely. She was succinct in speech, eschewing unnecessary elaboration. Bai Su handed her the folder, saying, earlier today, led by the Ling Group, several corporations and enterprises abruptly announced their intent to sever all ties with any company under the Su Group, declaring a state of war against us. Flipping through the folder, Su Yan inquired, is the president of the Ling Group named Ling Yuan? Indeed, President Su. Realization dawned upon Su Yan as she recognized the names associated with Yi Buchan. Understanding that this coalition was likely spurred by some revelation, it was probable that Ling Yuan had informed them of her earlier confrontation with Yi Buchan, since Ling Yuan had stormed out in a fit of rage, threatening to seek vengeance in the capital. It seemed that, in light of Yi Buchan's absence, they had surmised something had befallen him and hastily united against her. Facing such a coalition, any other company would likely hesitate, intimidated by the prospect of going against a conglomerate worth tens of billions, especially when paired with several other corporations of similar stature. At this level, the struggle transcended mere financial resources, delving into the intricate web of connections, assets, and backgrounds. One misstep could lead to the swift disintegration of even 100 billion conglomerate, yet, they had gravely misjudged their adversary. Su Yan was, after all, the president of a legitimate trillion-dollar enterprise. Her personal wealth alone reached the trillion mark. The disparity between a president of a trillion-dollar conglomerate and one worth merely hundreds of billions was monumental. In truth, Su Yan could afford to overlook these so-called competitors. Out of respect, she could refrain from deploying the full might of the Su Group. With her own resources, she could effortlessly handle them while indulging in playful moments with her beloved fool. To her, these companies paled in comparison to the allure of the 2 roasted chickens prepared by her beloved. The audacity of their challenge barely registered on her radar. Tossing the folder back to Bai Su, she casually remarked, you handle it, I'm occupied and lack the time. Understood, Bai Su replied dutifully. What level of resolution are we aiming for? Su Yan responded, as long as we're not starving, that is sufficient. Chapter 57, Stubbornness. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Su Yan's statement was laden with meaning. The most straightforward interpretation was simply to ensure that starvation was not an option, yet, it could be interpreted in myriad ways. For instance, those with stable positions would similarly not face starvation. Conversely, the deceased could not possibly starve. The specifics of execution were left largely to Bai Su, showcasing the level of trust Su Yan placed in her devoted secretary. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and as Su Yan stepped out, every individual she encountered paused respectfully, greeting her with a reverent President Su. She acknowledged them with a slight nod. As she exited the building, a Maybach awaited her. Bai Su swiftly approached, opening the door with a gesture of deference for Su Yan to enter. Uncle Chen, please take me to the farm in the deep mountains, Su Yan instructed. Of course, President Su. Uncle Chen, having served the Su family for nearly 2 decades, was an exceptional driver since Su Yan ascended to the presidency of the Su Group. He had been entrusted with her transportation. Additionally, he was a formidable presence in his own right, with Su Yan estimating his capabilities to be at the earthly difficult level, unlike ordinary practitioners of abilities. He hailed from the esteemed Longmu Mountain, known as a chi refiner or cultivator. Unlike those who gained powers during the cataclysm 30 years prior, chi refiners had existed for millennia, though rarely revealed their true abilities in the presence of ordinary folk. Such prowess and background warranted significant respect, even within the Su family, yet, Uncle Chen chose to remain merely a driver for the Su family, refusing any honorary titles, which puzzled Su Yan, according to her father. Uncle Chen owed the Su family a considerable debt of gratitude, which compelled him to serve willingly. The Su family held great trust in him. After bidding farewell to Su Yan, Bai Su set about executing the tasks assigned to her. Achu. Please tend to these 2 chickens while I go gather some fruit from the mountains. Alright, place them there, and I'll turn them over shortly. With that, Chen Chua stood and made his way toward the fruit-laden hills. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyun, who had just stoked the kiln to a fiery red, throwing in the chickens and sweet potatoes, eagerly followed after him, exclaiming, "Hey, cousin, wait for me, I want to join too." As autumn approached, the mountains bore ripe fruits, both cultivated and wild, ready for harvest. The farm sprawled across several hills, encompassing a vast expanse. These hilltops served not only as a sanctuary for chickens, ducks, geesefish, and pigs, but also as fertile grounds for cultivating vegetables. with 2 or 3 of them dedicated to a variety of fruits. Melons, persimmons, and Huangdi oranges are among the harvests, nearly encompassing the entirety of the orchard's offerings. One cannot help but admire the proprietor of this farm. He is truly adept at the art of commerce. Upon entering the orchard, a large wooden sign boldly proclaims, "Feel free to indulge within the orchard, however, any fruit taken out will be charged by the pound." Unlike other orchards where consumption is strictly forbidden unless one has first harvested and paid, this policy, although understandable given the desire for profit, leaves something to be desired for the guests picking the fruit. Naturally, one wishes to sample the sweetness and flavor before making a purchase. In truth, even if one were to gorge themselves, the quantity consumed would be minimal. Surely one does not visit such a place alone? It would be impossible to focus solely on one's own indulgence. As long as there are customers who purchase by weight, the proprietor's losses would be negligible even if a few individuals attempt to exploit loopholes. The owner remains unfazed, as such characters are but a minority. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, he can always recoup his losses from other ventures. By erecting such a sign, he has undoubtedly garnered a stellar reputation. Even if his fruits lack the desired fragrance and sweetness, they will invariably taste sweeter and more aromatic to the guests. By the way, cousin, why don't you call your wife over? Lin Shiyun, on her tiptoes, playfully plucked a ripe red persimmon from a tree, gently peeling back its thin skin. With a light inhale, the sweet, juicy flesh instantly filled her mouth, causing her large, watery eyes to narrow with delight. She truly adores this place. There's the option for roasting chicken, barbecuing, and if one is disinclined to cook, they can dine at the farm. Most importantly, the fruits are available for unlimited enjoyment. Next time, she must bring her girlfriends along. I did call her, but she is busy. She just finished a meeting and will come over shortly. Chinchua, holding a basket, gathered some persimmons, Huangdi oranges, and 2 perfectly ripe melons. Oh right, cousin, Lin Shiyun asked, voicing her curiosity. What is going on between you and my sister? What do you mean by what's going on? Chinchua replied, biting into a crisp, sweet persimmon. Well, it just seems like ever since you returned, Shitting has been deliberately avoiding you, and your relationship doesn't seem as close as before. Lin Shiyun remarked, last night, when I picked Shitting up, her eyes were still red. It seemed she had been crying. What happened between you two? Are you in a quarrel or something? Chinchua continued to eat the sweet persimmons while picking more, responding, it's not that I'm at odds with her, it's more that she is at odds with herself. Huh? What do you mean? Lin Shiyun was taken aback. Chinchua explained, 3 years ago, your sister introduced me to one of her close friends. Didn't he? Lin Shiyun recalled, yes, I remember hearing Shitting say that you two had a great relationship. Wait a minute, Lin Shiyun suddenly snapped to attention. If you had such a good relationship, then why is my sister behaving like this now? It's quite simple. Chinchua swallowed the fruit flesh, casting her a glance. That friend of hers stabbed me in the back, and we went our separate ways afterward. Lin Shiyun gasped in shock. What? That can't be true. What surprised Lin Shiyun even more was that the phrase stabbed me in the back and went our separate ways were not merely figurative. I heard Shitting say you two were quite close. You were just one step away from being together. How could this happen? Chinchua replied nonchalantly, perhaps your sister believes that if she hadn't introduced her to me, none of this would have occurred. Despite me telling her multiple times that it was not her fault, Shitting continues to dwell on it. Oh, that sister of mine. Lin Shiyun opened her mouth in astonishment, finally regaining her composure. She chuckled bitterly. Indeed, with her temperament, it would be strange if she didn't overthink such matters. Suddenly, Chinchua's gaze inadvertently flickered to a corner, saying, the fruits over there look promising. I'll go pick from that direction. You stay here, okay? Chinchua followed a small path to the other side of the hill until Lin Shiyun was completely out of sight. Only then did he let out a huge yawn, stretching lazily and rubbing his eyes, saying, come on, buddy, I've set up the perfect environment and position for you, and you still haven't made a move. Chapter 58, Assassination. Whoosh. No sooner had Chinchua finished his sentence than a stone, propelled from an unknown angle, hurtled toward the back of his head with astonishing speed, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Chinchua, having regained a fraction of his perceptive ability after resting for a while, sensed the stone's approach. However, due to his severely impaired physique, he found himself reacting just as he had against the kick from his creditor the previous day. His mind was aware, but his body lagged behind. As the stone neared, poised to strike him, Chinchua remained unfazed, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Thud, a faint, almost imperceptible sound dissipated with the wind as the stone vanished barely an inch from his skull. Just as the stone disappeared, a figure, swift as the wind, lunged at Chinchua with a dagger gleaming green under the sun, aimed directly at his heart. The angle of the blade was devilishly precise. situated perfectly between two ribs aimed squarely at his heart. At that moment, Chen Shua discerned the assailant's true identity, although not entirely visible, as she wore a black mask that concealed her face. Her slitted, blood-red eyes bore a striking resemblance to a serpent, yet, from the curves of her figure, still visible through the dark attire, it was evident that she was a woman. Clang! Another sound, sharper than the shattering of stone, rang out as the dagger shattered a mere inch and a half from Chen Shua's chest. The assailant's pupils constricted in shock as she realized that Chen Shua's gaze seemed to follow her movements. Her demeanor shifted, a cold chill coursing through her. In that instant, driven by her instincts as a killer, she swiftly extended her right hand, her palm elongating like a venomous serpent, claws poised to seize Chen Shua's throat. In the face of this relentless lethal assault, Chen Shua merely raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "Extending your hand too far can be quite detrimental, you know, it might break." With a sudden pop, the hand reaching for him exploded, along with the entire arm, erupting into a cloud of crimson mist. Even as the assailant, now missing an arm, seemed intent on continuing her attack, Chen Shua gently cautioned her, "If you advance another inch, your head will explode." His words, though softly spoken, reached the ears of the attacker with chilling clarity. In an instant, her expression morphed, terror dawning upon her as goosebumps prickled her skin, a stark realization settling in: he was not lying. Instinctively, her body contorted like a writhing serpent, twisting and flipping mid-air. Managing to halt her advance, with a backward somersault, she landed on her toes, creating distance between herself and Chen Shua. Chen Shua remained still, unperturbed, observing her much like a child observing a rooster pecking at a snake. His eyes, tranquil as water, held a glimmer of amusement and mockery. Gazing at her severed arm, the woman summoned the energy within her, desperately trying to regenerate it, yet, no matter how hard she tried, the wound refused to heal. Alarmed, she looked up at Chen Shua, her voice hoarse with disbelief. "Shilingwu, who are you? Why is there a Shilingwu bodyguard secretly protecting you? That weapon is classified as a first-level restricted weapon in Longxia. You are not an ordinary person." In response to her shock and confusion, Chen Shua pulled a persimmon from his basket, peeled it with his teeth, and savored the sweet juice, smacking his lips with a smile that danced between amusement and sarcasm. "Before you inquire about others, shouldn't you first introduce yourself? Otherwise, how would I know whom to address?" The expression hidden beneath her mask shifted rapidly, her gaze evolving from bewilderment to cold ferocity, her aura transforming dramatically. A green flame suddenly erupted from her body, engulfing her entirely. This flame was not scorching. Rather, it emanated a chilling aura. Chen Shua, sensing its icy tendrils infiltrating his body through the air, rendered him momentarily rigid. He clicked his tongue, recognizing her intentions. She planned to burn her energy and take him down with her. However, her calculations appeared to be flawed, for Chen Shua had sensed an approaching presence, one he was all too familiar with. Even upon hearing Chen Shua's remarks, the female assassin remained undeterred, having ignited her energy and shattered the three cores within her. Even if she survived, it would be akin to living as a dead person. Trained from a young age, she had been molded into a blade to fulfill the whims of her unseen master, leaving her utterly indifferent to life and death. Even if it meant death, she was resolute in completing her mission. The reason she so boldly ignited her extraordinary powers, shattering the 3 Dan in 1 core, was that she was aware of the Dark Protector, the soul-devouring warrior, that shielded this individual. Continuing her assassination attempts would yield no other outcome than her own demise, thus she had no choice but to fight desperately, exchanging her life for his, hoping for a chance to fulfill her task. Alas, her desperate measure seemed belated. Bang! Just as she prepared to charge forward, attempting to replace the person before her, a black rod suddenly shot out from the mountainside, piercing her heart with unerring precision. The immense force lifted her entire body, and she fell straight, impaled into the ground. Chen Shua observed the assassin, now lifeless with eyes rolled back, clicked his tongue, and then turned his gaze to a direction. A stunning figure, radiating fury, rushed up from the mountain below, surging over the slope directly towards Chen Shua. In the face of this swift approach, Chen Shua merely raised his hand from a distant mountaintop. A silhouette, armed with a sniper rifle, gradually blended into the shadows, leaving not a trace behind. "Daigua, are you all right?" The beautiful figure arrived before Chen Shua, gently rubbing his face, her icy yet enchanting eyes now glimmering with concern and worry. Scanning him from head to toe, fearful of any injury, Chen Shua blinked, gazing at the exquisitely worried woman before him, and offered her the bright red persimmon he had just nibbled on, pouting as he mumbled, "Big creditor, I'm fine, want some? It's quite sweet." Seeing he was unharmed, Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief. However, noticing he was attacked yet still had the composure to eat a persimmon, she released his face and playfully slapped the back of his head, reproaching him. Eat, you still have the leisure to eat. do you realize how dangerous that was? Indeed, from Su Yan's perception, the moment that assassin moved, who could guarantee whether they would flee or turn their lethal intent towards Chen Shua? After all, for an assassin, the act of killing can occur in the blink of an eye, and moreover, this was a desperate assassin willing to trade their life for another, thus she had struck from across a mountain. Delivering a fatal blow, after slapping him, Su Yan seized the persimmon from his hand and took a fierce bite. Not bad, it's really sweet. Meanwhile, Chen Shua winced slightly in pain, although it didn't hurt much. He naturally received a gentle pat from the big creditor. As Su Yan caressed the spot she had just slapped on Chen Shua's head while munching on the persimmon, she inquired about the now lifeless assassin. Who is she? I don't know, just a killer sent to eliminate me, but I'm uncertain of their affiliations. Chen Shua opened his mouth, and Su Yan instinctively brought the persimmon to his lips, urging him to take a bite before doing so herself. Su Yan furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of regret crossing her features. Oh no, I was too ruthless, I should have left her with a breath to inquire further. Just as she spoke, they witnessed the assassin's body emitting an eerie green glow. And in an instant, it vaporized right before their eyes. Aside from a small residue resembling green phosphorescent powder left on the ground, nothing remained. Observing this bizarre scene, Chen Shua raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Concealing the corpse, they actually possess such a skill. It seems their background is formidable, not an ordinary individual. Even in failure, they left us with no trace to pursue." Chapter 59. Why don't you move in with me? Vanish. Su Yan was momentarily taken aback by this statement, but quickly caught on to Chen Shua's subsequent words. Oh, you're referring to that method that perfectly eliminates corpses, isn't that something only certain ancient martial families or those adept at assassination would master? As she spoke, Su Yan's delicate brows knitted tightly, a realization dawning upon her as her beautiful eyes turned icy cold. Could it be the Shadow Dragon Hall, Yi Bucken? In Su Yan's speculation, Yi Bucken was the first to emerge in her mind. Indeed, the techniques of an organization skilled in assassination, coupled with the fact that she had failed to kill Yi Bucken after her sudden breakthrough yesterday, allowing him to escape, made it plausible he would harbor resentment and retaliate against Daiguo instead. After her breakthrough, Su Yan had intended to seek out Yi Bucken to eliminate him once and for all, but alas, he had vanished without a trace. Based on her investigations, she could only surmise that Yi Bucken had likely fled to the border of the Wolf Province. Having exited Longxia, she had initially planned to go abroad, but due to her unique identity, she was prohibited from engaging in overseas operations without special tasks or directives, even if she applied for an overseas mission. She would have to wait at least 3 days, yet now Yi Bucken had targeted her dear Daiguo. This was intolerable. She would rather demote herself by 3 ranks than allow this to stand. If he wished for death, then she would grant it. With that, Su Yan finished the persimmon in her hand, casually tossing the peel to the ground as fertilizer. She summoned the black rod back into her grasp. With a flick of her wrist, she cleaned the liquid off the rod. A pure and fierce killing intent suddenly erupted from Su Yan, startling the nearby Daiguo. Daiguo, wait for me here for a moment. I am going to dismantle that wretched Shadow Dragon Hall. With that, Su Yan was set to charge thousands of kilometers away to obliterate the Shadow Dragon Hall. Hey, big creditor, wait a moment. Chen Shua grasped her hair firmly. Daiguo, don't pull my hair. Su Yan winced slightly as he tugged at her hair and retaliated by pinching his ear, somewhat exasperated. When will you change this habit of pulling hair? Chen Shua scratched his face innocently. I can't help it. I've only ever enjoyed pulling your hair since childhood, never anyone else's. This habit is hard to break. Su Yan found it amusing. Wondering if she should feel honored or not, however, she was halted, gazing at Chen Shua, who was rubbing his head, unable to resist asking, wait, I'm going to avenge you, why are you stopping me? The Shadow Dragon Hall was thousands of kilometers away, and the mercenary world it inhabited was fraught with peril. Did he not fear sending her to her doom alone? Chen Shua shot her a look of exasperation. Do you want me to start dating just to break up immediately? Seeing his response, Su Yan, one hand clutching the rod behind her back, tilted his chin with the other, teasingly saying, Oh, are you worried about my safety? Of course, you are my girlfriend. Who else would I be concerned about? Chen Shua flicked her forehead. Su Yan paused, then smiled gracefully. Relax, although the mercenary world is dangerous, it's nothing I can't handle, given my current strength. I won't say I can sweep through the mercenary world, but at least I can walk through it with ease. A mere Shadow Dragon Hall is not something I fear. As she spoke, Su Yan exuded an air of commanding confidence. Alright, I'll be back shortly. Just then, Chen Shua restrained her by pulling her clothing. What now? Su Yan asked. Chen Shua countered. How can you be so sure this assassination was indeed by Yi Bucken? Besides those top-tier assassin organizations, there are also ancient martial families or forces that have concealed themselves, for instance, the Tang sect in Shu, the 12 caves in Miao territory, and the 13 gates in Yunzhou. Moreover, considering how she acted without hesitation, choosing to die rather than retreat, it certainly resembles the actions of a top assassin. But let us not forget, there are those who prefer the method of death for death even more than top assassins. Su Yan's brows furrowed. Are you suggesting that the one who attempted to assassinate you could be a death warrior trained by those reclusive ancient martial forces? Indeed, when it comes to the death for death approach, even top assassins might fall short compared to a death warrior. After all, while even the finest assassin might resort to such methods only in dire situations to fulfill a task, they would seize any opportunity, however slight, to avoid such a fate. In contrast, a death warrior is singularly focused, akin to a human-shaped explosive. They care not for chances or future prospects, as long as they can complete their mission. They will unhesitatingly risk their lives exchanging death for death, just like the assassin who was just impaled by Su Yan's rod. She clearly had an opportunity to flee but chose to resolutely ignite her extraordinary powers and sacrifice herself. That kind of resolve would make even the most elite assassins tremble. We cannot rule out that possibility just yet. Chen Shua's gaze drifted to the dissipating black liquid on the ground. However, I can assure you that this was not the work of the Shadow Dragon Hall. Why? Su Yan asked, slightly taken aback. Chen Shua flashed a radiant, sunlit smile, revealing his teeth as he spoke. Just now, the Shadow Dragon Hall has been obliterated, not even a single worm survived. Su Yan was taken aback, her hand instinctively twisting the black staff she carried, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Shua. Momentarily lost in thought, what did you do? She asked. Wait a moment, that doesn't add up. You were by my side all night, and now you are here. How could you have destroyed the Shadow Dragon Hall? Furthermore, considering your condition, Su Yan was acutely aware of the injuries Chen Shua bore. The wounds were not merely superficial, his meridians, internal organs, and even his bones were severely damaged. Su Yan had been startled when she first noticed this. She had attempted to use her unique powers to aid his recovery, but strangely, his injuries could not be healed through her abilities. As he himself had said, his wounds would only mend with the passage of time. He also had medicine to hasten his recovery, albeit slowly, but every bit helped. Su Yan could only alleviate some of his pain with her powers. Chen Shua smiled faintly. Some matters do not require my direct intervention. Although the Shadow Dragon Hall is renowned in the mercenary world, it also has a multitude of enemies. Furthermore, you severely injured that Yi Buchan last night. A little stirring of the pot will have plenty of people eager to tear the Shadow Dragon Hall apart. Su Yan clicked her tongue. A clever move to borrow a knife to kill. You are quite ruthless, your speed is impressive, you managed to take down their stronghold so quickly. Indeed, no wonder I chose you as my boyfriend. My taste is impeccable. Chen Shua spat dismissively. But shameless, are you praising me or yourself? Su Yan chuckled, and then Chen Shua clicked his tongue, adding, it's a pity that Yi Buchan wasn't at his lair, otherwise we could have wiped them all out and saved ourselves some trouble. No worries, if he dares to come again, I will tear him apart. Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing through them. Anyone who dared to scheme against her, or touch her beloved fool, would be destined for a bitter end, and it would surely be his demise that would bring peace. So, what will you do now? Su Yan inquired. Since they have begun to target you, it stands to reason that after this assassination attempt failed, they will certainly make another move. In truth, Su Yan had already begun to suspect who might be behind the attack on Chen Chai. It was not difficult to deduce, considering the ancient martial factions involved, especially since she had recently had dealings with them. Besides the Zhao family and the Lu family, who else could it be? Yet she could not be certain, as some of her fellow romantics also had connections to ancient martial powers or families. For instance, the Lin Yuan she encountered yesterday, whose romantic inclinations were backed by a significant ancient martial faction, specifically the shadowy Wangtang, renowned for their assassination skills. However, to Su Yan, it mattered little who it was. They all needed to be dealt with sooner or later. If she could track down the perpetrator, she would not hesitate to send anyone to their demise first. Chen Shua shrugged nonchalantly. What else can we do? When the soldiers come, we meet them. When the water comes, we dam it. It seems they are determined to kill me. I am in the light while they lurk in the shadows, which will require some effort. Su Yan's eyes twinkled mischievously as she smiled at Chen Shua. How about you move in with me? That way, I can protect you. Chen Shua was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled incredulously. Are you really looking to protect me? You know full well that I have someone guarding me, and moving in, I suspect you have ulterior motives, he continued. Besides, you are the president of the Su Corporation. When would you have time to play the bodyguard? Unfazed by her thoughts being exposed, Su Yan merely retracted the black staff, moving closer to Chen Shua, gazing into his bright eyes, which rivaled those of any woman. Her own glimmered with warmth and daring. The corners of her lips curled into a captivating smile, and her luscious lips parted slightly as her sultry voice, like a devil's whisper, caressed Chen Shua's ear. Yes, I am indeed longing for your body. What of it? You are my boyfriend. Am I not allowed to desire you? I simply want to bind you to my side and not let you wander. With her intentions laid bare, Su Yan added. Fool, come live with me. No matter where you sleep, you will sleep. But at my place, no one can disturb you. What do you say? Feeling the warmth of Su Yan's ardent gaze, Chen Shua instinctively scratched his face. A bashful smile gracing his lips as he asked, Can I refuse? No, Su Yan replied, her delicate fingers playfully lifting Chen Shua's chin. Locking eyes with him, she spoke with a commanding tone. I am accustomed to being a president. And I am used to being domineering. That if you refuse, just wait for the day I carry you in your bed over to my place, and then I will have my way with you. Let us see how you escape. You run once, I catch you once, you run once, I have you once, until you learn to behave, she added. If you still don't comply, I'll bear you 8 children. Go ahead, be a scoundrel, abandon your wife. If you can truly manage that, it will only prove that I, Su Yan, have misjudged you, and I will have to accept my fate. With that, Su Yan tilted her head, revealing a bewitching smile that could lead to one's doom. Don't doubt my resolve, you know me well enough to I am not some delicate woman. Instead, she challenged him, you should consider whether you can live up to your end of the bargain. Watching Su Yan before him, her words causing him a mix of embarrassment and amusement, Chen Shua exclaimed, Wait, am I behind the times? Is this how people threaten others now, with such great sacrifices? Su Yan lifted Chen Shua's chin, her lips brushing against his cool ones, akin to tasting a ripe persimmon, gently sucking. There is no one else in this world who deserves this from me but you, you foolish one. Others simply do not qualify. Su Yan smiled softly, then playfully winked at him. Of course, if you weren't my boyfriend and we hadn't yet come together, I would never treat you this way, and I know this tactic works on you without fail. Chen Shua's pupils contracted suddenly, followed by a melodramatic lament. Oh no, have I fallen into a trap? Indeed, Su Yan affirmed, cradling his face, leaning down so their foreheads touched, her voice a gentle whisper that could melt bones. Will you live with me? I cherish that feeling. I adore holding you and falling asleep while inhaling your scent. You may think I'm merely sweet-talking you, but last night was the most comfortable and secure sleep I have had in 6 years. I have waited for you for 6 years, perhaps even longer, and finally, my wish was fulfilled, but I am a greedy woman, very, very greedy. I want to be even closer to you, please don't refuse me. As she spoke, her luscious lips brushed against Chen Shua's once more, as if savoring a delicacy, lightly touching and retreating again and again. This tantalizing dance of desire, both inviting and distant, was utterly captivating, igniting a longing that was impossible to resist. Chen Shua said nothing, merely closing his eyes, one hand encircling her slender waist while the other cradled her head, tilting slightly to respond with his actions. Noticing his reaction, Su Yan felt emboldened. She too closed her eyes, one hand supporting his head as she rose onto her toes, leaning down, assertive and bold. In that moment, Chen Shua appeared to be the pampered wife of a domineering husband, allowing her to take charge. Beneath the fiery persimmon tree, they lost themselves in the sweet, warm breeze. After a long while, they finally drew apart, their chests rising and falling gently, each reflecting the other in their eyes. How does it feel? Su Yan asked. Chen Shua, momentarily caught off guard, smacked his lips and replied with a smile, tasty, sweet. Perhaps it's from the persimmons we just ate. He shook his head lightly. Or maybe not. Shall we have another? This time, it was Chen Shua who took the initiative. Su Yan did not refuse. She had never been a frivolous woman. Her lack of male company through the years was testament to that. Given her current position, wealth, and power, she could have any man she desired. Among women of her age in her circle, many who were less wealthy and powerful than she appeared to be career-driven but were secretly involved with numerous men. Not just casual flings, but some even had harems, indulging in all manner of playful exploits. In this world, women and men were not so different. With wealth, status, and power, everyone enjoyed toying around, and the more extravagant, the better. However, Su Yan had never shown the slightest interest in these matters. Long ago, her heart had already been wholly occupied by someone, filled to the brim. She was considered a madwoman, both in the business world and among those with extraordinary abilities. To others, she was undoubtedly eccentric. This eccentricity extended to her romantic life, where she exhibited a tenacious obsession for her. If she could not be with the person she cherished, she would rather remain alone for eternity. Fortunately, fate was kind to her. She was incredibly fond of this fool, to an overwhelming degree. In stark contrast, for those she did not favor, Su Yan resembled an ancient, unyielding glacier, meticulously maintaining a significant distance that rendered her untouchable. Even the slightest approach would elicit a chilling response, yet, for the one she adored, she was akin to a blazing flame, offering herself without reservation, even if Chinchua were to lie beneath the heavens with the earth as his bed. She would likely not protest, however. He would need to be positioned with his back to the ground and his face to the sky. Chapter 61. Some are willing to pamper, no choice. Hey, Shiryun, where is your cousin? Why did only you return? Upon seeing Lin Shiryun return with a basket of fruits, yet no sign of Chenchua, Chen Yuding could not help but inquired. Lin Shiryun, munching on a Huangdi mandarin, replied as she approached, I'm not sure. We split up shortly after entering the orchard to pick fruits. I waited for him for quite a while after I finished, but he never returned. Nor did he respond to my messages, so I came down first. Oh, just then, Chen Long, somewhat surprised, pointed behind Lin Shiryun and said, Isn't that him? Ha, when did his girlfriend go up there? Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but direct their gazes towards the sight of Su Yan, dressed in a suit, leisurely descending while carrying Chen Chua on her back, both engaged in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Lin Shiryun turned her head and teased, I mean, cousin, usually it's the boyfriend carrying the girlfriend. But here you are, with your sister-in-law carrying you. Have a bit of dignity, will you? With his chin resting on Su Yan's fragrant shoulder, his legs entwined around her slender, willow-like waist, and his hands embracing her long, pale neck, Chinchua lazily yawned, his cheek pressed against Su Yan's exquisite face, and said languidly, What can I say? Some are willing to pamper. Can you dispute that? Su Yan pressed her lips together, offering a subtle smile. Lin Shiryun's expression stiffened slightly, muttering a couple of words under her breath in a traditional dialect. As Su Yan descended with Chen Chua on her back, she greeted the others amicably, engaging in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Chen Chua continued to roast the two plump chickens. As he sprinkled the final seasoning, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The roast chicken is ready. As soon as the words left his mouth, several people flocked towards him. Chinchua, quick on his feet, swiftly sliced off a golden juicy chicken leg, dripping with savory juices. He then dashed away with the leg in hand, declaring, You all can divide the rest. I am keeping this one for myself. Damned cousin, you sly one. Hey, stop chattering. If you keep it up, you won't even get the chicken neck. A spirited scramble ensued for the two roasted chickens. When camping, the most coveted food is always the most delicious. Moreover, Chenchua's skill in roasting chickens was exceptional, with the aroma wafting far and wide, drawing envious gazes from many. Compared to those who had burnt their chickens, the two golden, plump birds roasted by Chinchua were indeed mouth-watering. Here, your chicken. Su Yan did not rush to grab her share but rather sat quietly under a tree, where a golden juicy chicken leg was presented to her. Su Yan's slanted eyes twinkled as she said, Thank you. Receiving the chicken leg from Chen Chua, she blew on it and then offered it to his mouth. Chen Chua took a bite, commenting, the roaster truly has remarkable skills. Not bad, at least it's edible. Su Yan relished a bite, and just as she took her first mouthful, a crisp crack resonated, revealing the perfectly roasted chicken skin. So crispy, so fragrant, and so juicy. The moment she took a bite, her mouth filled with succulent juices, with a few playful droplets escaping the corners of her mouth. Slow down. Chen Chua wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, his tone tinged with exasperation but laced with affection. Su Yan stuck out her tongue playfully, then blew on the chicken leg again before taking another bite, a testament to Chen Chua's culinary prowess. The reactions of others corroborated this, as delighted exclamations erupted, with compliments only coming after they had finished eating, proving that Su Yan's enjoyment was genuine, not merely an attempt to flatter Chen Chua. Two roasted chickens could hardly satiate the appetites of so many. Fortunately, the clay oven chicken was nearly ready as well. Upon opening the oven, a fragrant aroma enveloped the air, the scent wafting for miles. Wow, this clay oven chicken looks fantastic. The skin is golden and crisp. Let us dig in. Hey, I want a chicken leg. I want a chicken leg. I want a wing. Hey, don't snatch. There's enough for everyone, though they were the most ordinary of ingredients. Everyone, including Su Yan, savored the feast, unable to resist indulging in one morsel after another. I'm so full, it's been ages since I've eaten this well, Su Yan remarked, leaning against Chen Chua, her hand resting on her slightly rounded belly, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. Chen Chua took the half-eaten roasted sweet potato from her hand, glancing at her and then around at the others. Noticing that no one was paying attention, he lowered his head and stealthily planted a kiss on her cheek. With a playful smile, he teased, What's this? the illustrious president of the Su Corporation isn't getting enough to eat these days? Su Yan, leaning against Chen Shua, one hand entwined with his arm and the other caressing her belly, replied with a smile, "Of course not, it's just that I'm usually so busy, you know. When one is occupied, there is hardly any appetite for food. Even the most delicious delicacies seem just average when they reach my mouth. Sometimes, when I'm swamped, I barely manage to eat a few bites. So for me, eating often feels like a mere necessity rather than an enjoyment, unlike now, when I have ample time to savor each bite and truly relish the meal." Chen Shua extended a finger and gently flicked Su Yan's smooth forehead. His voice soft as he said, "Then even when you're busy, remember to eat well." "Hey, I will." The two nestled against each other, relishing the tranquil moments of the afternoon. After an indeterminate time, Su Yan suddenly murmured, "I have to head back. I have a meeting to attend." "All right." The two rose, bidding farewell to the others, and Chen Shua escorted Su Yan to the entrance of the farm. Just as Su Yan seemed to recall something, she asked at the gate, "So when do you plan to move in with me?" Caught off guard by the sparkle in Su Yan's eyes, Chen Shua hesitated for a moment before smiling and replying, "Whenever you're free, I suppose. How about tonight? I'll come pick you up after work." Chen Shua chuckled, "You really are quite eager, aren't you?" "Of course, otherwise, what if the cooked duck flies away?" Su Yan added with a mischievous pinch to his cheek, winking playfully. "That way, I won't have to climb 16 flights of stairs to become a big mouse." Chapter 62, The Great Cleanup. Chen Shua opened his mouth, only to end up chuckling wryly, realizing that this creditor bore a grudge. "All right, my car is right here. I'll head back now and come for you later." Su Yan wrapped her arms around Chen Shua's neck, planting a gentle kiss on his lips before saying, "See you later." Chen Shua nodded, bye-bye. As Su Yan approached, Uncle Qian had already opened the back door. Respectfully waiting, once Su Yan settled in, Uncle Chen closed the door and instinctively glanced in the direction Su Yan had just come from, specifically at the man who had accompanied her, exhibiting a close relationship. In Uncle Qian's experience, he had never seen a man who could walk so intimately with the young lady of the house, but that glance was all it took. Uncle Qian's usually placid demeanor suddenly stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief. As if sensing someone was watching him, Chen Shua glanced over, meeting Uncle Qian's gaze. Upon realizing Chen Shua was looking at him, Uncle Qian's body tensed, his breath quickening. "What's wrong?" Uncle Qian, noticing Uncle Qian standing outside her window instead of returning to the driver's seat, and sensing his unease, Su Yan furrowed her brows slightly and asked, regaining his composure. Uncle Qian adjusted his demeanor and suppressed the turbulent emotions within, saying, "It's nothing, President Su. I mistook someone for a familiar face and got distracted. My apologies." Su Yan nodded lightly. "It's fine, let us go." "All right." Uncle Qian promptly returned to the driver's seat, starting the car and ushering Su Yan away from the location. As they made a turn to leave, Su Yan's position aligned perfectly with Chen Shua's direction, prompting her to smile and wave at him. Chen Shua reciprocated with a smile and a wave. It was only when the car ascended a hill and vanished around a bend that Chen Shua turned and walked towards the farmhouse, recalling the middle-aged man who had glanced at him moments before. Chen Shua felt an uncanny familiarity, as if he had encountered him somewhere previously. However, after contemplating for some time, he could not place him. Never mind, if he couldn't remember, it was best to let it go. On the winding mountain road, a Maybach sped along, with matters weighing on his mind. Uncle Qian hesitated for a considerable time before finally voicing his concern. "Ms. Su, there are certain matters I am unsure whether I should inquire about." "Feel free to ask," Su Yan replied, her gaze fixed on her phone as she managed work-related tasks. "The gentleman from earlier, is he?" Su Yan's fingers briefly paused on her phone, neither concealing nor denying anything. She answered directly, "He is my boyfriend." "Why?" Hearing Su Yan's affirmative response, Uncle Chen chuckled and remarked, "It's nothing really. I have never seen you with any man before, and today was quite the surprise. I couldn't help but be curious." "Indeed." Su Yan set her phone down, gazing out at the majestic mountains, and almost inadvertently exhaled a long breath, saying, "For now, please do not mention this to my parents." "Understood. I won't say a word." Su Yan continued, "By the way, Uncle Chen, you should finish work early tonight. There's no need to wait for me." "All right." Before returning to the company, Su Yan received a call from her close friend and confidant, Shen Yanqing. "Hello, Yanqing, what is the matter?" "Ms. Su, where are you at the moment?" Shen Yanqing's voice conveyed a sense of urgency. "I'm on my way back to the company. I will arrive in no more than 10 minutes. What is wrong?" "Okay, I'll wait for you at your office. There are things that cannot be conveyed over the phone." "Sounds good." Upon Su Yan's return to the office, she was greeted by Shen Yanqing, who had rushed over in her pajamas. The moment she saw Su Yan, Shen Yanqing approached her with a sense of urgency, exclaiming, "Ms. Su, you are finally back. What is the rush? What has happened?" Su Yan closed the door and inquired, with a serious expression, Shen Yanqing asked. Ms. Su, in light of our long-standing friendship, you must be honest with me about something. Noticing something was amiss with Shen Yanqing today, Su Yan nodded slightly and replied, all right, go ahead and ask. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Yanqing whispered, Ms. Su, regarding last night, did you perhaps use your sister's or your grandfather's connections? Taken aback by the question, Su Yan replied, no, not at all. What is going on with you? Shen Yanqing sighed heavily, her expression one of helplessness as she said, my brother was taken away for questioning. What? Your brother was taken away? Su Yan was startled by the news. Yes, I just received the information. It seems that due to last night's incident, the entire public security system in Guangfu has suddenly undergone a thorough cleansing this morning, and this operation was not initiated by us, it came directly from the capital. With personnel dispatched to oversee it. My brother has been taken for investigation. I thought you might have leveraged your sister's or grandfather's influence to escalate the matter to the capital. Hence, upon hearing this, Su Yan couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. However, in the next moment, the pieces fell into place. It was likely closely tied to her own situation, reflecting on the secretive manner in which Wei Cheng had been taken away yesterday. Combined with Shen Yanqing's news, Su Yan quickly grasped the full context of the situation. The corners of her mouth twitched imperceptibly. What kind of person was her idiot of a boyfriend? Not only had he directly dismissed a police chief on the verge of promotion, but he also stirred up matters that drew attention from the capital, prompting a sweeping overhaul of the local police system. The swiftness of it all was astonishing. After all, the situation with Wei Cheng was significant enough, yet not overly so. It all depended on how the higher-ups perceived it and whether anyone was willing to intervene on his behalf. Being taken away and dismissed was already a considerable consequence. It was unexpected. Your brother hasn't done anything wrong. He should be fine, right? Su Yan remarked. Shen Yanqing sighed heavily, replying, it's hard to say right now. This cleansing operation seems to be taken very seriously by the capital. With considerable measures in place, many individuals have already been taken in for questioning, including two of my brother's superiors, and their backing is unable to protect them. Or perhaps, they simply dare not intervene. You know how it is, in such positions, very few can claim to be clean. Not if a serious investigation occurs, how many can escape? Chapter 63, you even know the details of my bitter tea. That is true. Observing Shen Yanqing's expression of despair and frustration, Su Yan let out a faint sigh, feeling somewhat helpless as she said, all right, I will inquire about your brother's situation later. If it's not serious, I'll find a way to help him out. Really, thank you, Ms. Su, you're the best. Ms. Su, come on, give me a kiss. Shen Yanqing threw her arms around Su Yan, her previously dull eyes suddenly sparkling as her vibrant lips moved to plant a kiss on Su Yan's delicate face. Su Yan swiftly turned and pressed her palm against Shen Yanqing's face, manually redirecting her away, casting a glance at her as she said, not happening, rejected. With a look of grievance, Shen Yanqing pouted, somewhat enviously stating, now that you have a boyfriend, you're turning your back on your best friend? Not at all. I'm simply wary of him getting jealous. Su Yan teased. Shen Yanqing was left speechless. After some contemplation, Su Yan remarked, this cleansing operation likely isn't aimed at him. He shouldn't be in too much trouble. Let us hope so. Shen Yanqing sighed softly. All right, I need to get back to work. You can stay here. If I hear anything, I will let you know. Shen Yanqing pondered for a moment before saying, forget it, I'll just stay here this afternoon. I won't be able to sleep at home without any news. Su Yan had no objections but inquired, don't you have class today? Oh, I don't have class today. I go back tomorrow. Shen Yanqing replied, reclining on the soft sofa in Su Yan's office and pulling out her phone to play a game. Su Yan nodded and took her seat at her desk, resuming her work. After a short while an idea struck her. She pulled out her phone, hesitated briefly, and informed Chen Shua about Shen Yanqing's situation. Before long, Chen Shua responded, are you implying that you want me to secure your friend's brother? Su Yan, yes, is that possible? Chen Shua sent an okay gesture and replied, this operation wasn't aimed at her brother in the first place. If he doesn't act recklessly and keeps a low profile, he should be in the clear. While Su Yan had her suspicions, she still asked with curiosity, then who is it actually targeting? When faced with such a confidential inquiry, Chen Shua answered without hesitation, saying on one hand, it aims to root out the corrupt elements within, while on the other, it's naturally directed at the Zhao and Lu families. Aren't you interested in taking action against them? Upon reading Chen Shua's message, Su Yan's expression stiffened slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, how do you know that? Chen Shua replied, because just yesterday, I thoroughly investigated your bitter tea situation, including your intentions regarding the Zhao and Lu families. While not everything can be directly discovered, certain events and traces allow for reasonable deductions. It's not overly difficult. But it requires some effort. Following this, Chinchua sent a cheeky emoji. Su Yan was left speechless. After a considerable pause, she bit down on her molars and asked, "What else do you know? Everything that should and shouldn't be known." "I know it all quite well," Chinchua replied candidly. As for other matters, while I haven't investigated them in depth, I can piece together enough clues to form a fairly accurate picture. Su Yan inexplicably inquired, "What color of bitter tea am I wearing today?" "White, with lace trim, featuring a Pikachu design on the backside." Su Yan, "Damn, I knew you weren't being entirely honest this morning. Su Yan, you really have been spying on me." "Su Yan, just wait. I'll get you for this when I finish work." Her message was followed by a series of playful threats accompanied by a meme about her being angry and hard to appease. "Chenchua, I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. You left a few pieces at my place, and when I was looking for clothes, I accidentally caught a glimpse, so I figured out what was missing. I truly didn't spy on you." Upon concluding his words, Chenchua donned a pitiable expression. "Regarding the matter of the bitter tea, may I express my indignation?" "Of course," Chenchua inquired. "How would you like me to placate you?" Su Yan responded, "Forget it, I can't be bothered to be angry." She continued, "Besides, with you saying and doing things this way, how could I possibly muster any anger? Indeed, if one were subjected to such scrutiny, anyone would feel irked, as if their privacy had been invaded." Yet, upon reflection, in their circle such occurrences were hardly rare. Not only in romantic relationships, but even when forming a new friendship or partnership, the initial instinct was to investigate the other party thoroughly. She herself had looked into Chenchua, driven by curiosity about his recent years, only to find nothing substantial. Moreover, it seemed this foolish person's probing stemmed from a similar curiosity. She possessed a double standard. Yet it had not reached a pathological level. Oh, she may investigate others, but others should not investigate her. Although vexed, Su Yan was not genuinely angry, she was completely transparent. Was she afraid of him looking into her? On the contrary, she welcomed Chenchua to investigate her. The more detailed the better. This was not mere bravado. Upon realizing that Chenchua had checked on her, aside from a fleeting moment of annoyance, she felt a twinge of delight. The reason was simple. Those who wait often yearn for the one they await to know just how long they have been waiting. Furthermore, if this fool discovered her intentions towards the Zhao and Lu families, he would immediately intervene to assist her, which was well-intentioned and thus rendered her unable to harbor any resentment. This also hinted at the possibility that this fool's identity was even more enigmatic than she had presumed. Likely of a higher standing, otherwise how could she be unable to trace his background, while he could easily uncover hers? Su Yan's curiosity regarding this fool's identity only deepened. Well, since it was unlikely to uncover more, she could simply ask him directly later. By the way, how do you plan to handle the Zhao and Li families? Chenchua replied, "It depends on how you wish to deal with them. I can assist and be the main force, or simply lay back." A glint of coldness and sheer killing intent flashed in Su Yan's beautiful eyes. "Leave it to me." Chenchua gestured in affirmative. "Okay." Observing the three words laden with menace from Su Yan, Chenchua clicked his tongue, realizing that the significant creditor, Chenchua sensed something, casually glancing at the mountain to his left, amusement flickering in his eyes. It appeared that quite a number of people had come looking for him today. Without a moment's hesitation, Chenchua stood and made his way towards that direction. As he rose, Chenlong could not help but inquire, "Achoo, where are you going?" "To the restroom," Lin Shiyun immediately questioned. "Didn't you just go?" "I have a weak bladder." "Is that a problem?" Chenchua's languid voice drifted from afar. Chenlong and the others either bowed their heads or turned away, their shoulders twitching uncontrollably. Lin Shiyun's mouth twitched as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. She opened her delicate lips for a long while but could not utter a word. Finally, she could only silently give a thumbs up to the nonchalant figure departing, exclaiming in utter resignation, "You're something else." Chenchua gradually distanced himself from the clustered crowd, seeking a secluded spot. As he gazed upon the enchanting scenery of the mountains and listened to the melodious chirping of the birds, he languidly stretched and twisted his neck, producing a series of satisfying cracks. While loosening his somewhat stiff body, he languidly remarked, "Come out. Weren't you looking for me? Why hide?" No sooner had Chenchua's words left his lips than a figure dropped down from a tree before him. Upon seeing the unexpected visitor, Chenchua was somewhat taken aback. "It's you." Indeed, the individual before him was none other than the driver of Su Yan, whom he had encountered not long ago at the entrance of the farm. Realizing it was him, a slight smile curved Chenchua's lips as he said, "So, are you here to assassinate me?" What Chenchua did not anticipate was that upon hearing his words Su Yan's driver performed a Taoist salute and respectfully proclaimed, Zhang Qingqian from Longhu Mountain. Greetings to the Dragon Master, Your Excellency the Great Dragon Master. Hearing this long-forgotten title, Chen Shua was momentarily taken aback before narrowing his eyes slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. You recognize me, the driver, Mr. Qian, replied respectfully, though we have only met once, your esteemed visage, as well as the moment you led the dragon army to sweep away the world's chi refiners, supernatural beings and sorcerers, remains vividly etched in my memory. Recalling the man's earlier introduction, Chen Shua inquired, Are you from Longhu Mountain? What is your relation to the Grand Master Zhang Daoxian, the second Master Zhang Daoxian, and the third Master Zhang Daoji? Mr. Qian continued to speak with reverence. The third Master Zhang Daoji is my teacher. The other two are my uncles. Oh, I see. Chen Shua nodded slightly, then asked with a hint of mischief. So, since you are from Longhu Mountain, are you here to avenge the grievances from my previous purging of the chi refiners, or perhaps to seek retribution for your, should I say uncle? To this, Mr. Qian shook his head and replied. At that time, Master Dao Qing had already descended the mountain, withdrawing from Longhu Mountain. My master uncle had previously stated that he was no longer one of us. Moreover, had he remained with Longhu Mountain, he would have conspired with other disciples and chi refiners to act against the heavens, disrupting the world and provoking war, thereby jeopardizing the peace earned through the blood of countless ancestors. Even if he had not perished at your hands, my master uncle, second uncle, and my teacher would have personally dealt with this scourge. Thus, regarding Master Dao Qing, my master uncle has long declared that you are not our enemy, but rather a benefactor. Otherwise, the 1,000-year reputation of Longhu Mountain might have been utterly destroyed by him. That Taoist, Chen Shua interjected suddenly, I can't stand for long, may I sit down to converse? Standing is quite exhausting. Mr. Qian was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded. Of course, please make yourself comfortable. Chen Shua plopped down onto a nearby stone, swinging his legs as the pink flip-flop at his feet swayed gently. He smiled lightly and said, Have you never considered that had I not dispatched your uncle with a single strike, and had he succeeded, the status of your chi refiners might have returned to its former glory? Mr. Qian shook his head, speaking with conviction. That would not be possible. His actions were destined to defy the heavens and the natural order, and failure was inevitable, even without the intervention of the great Dragon Master. Others would have intervened. In such a case, the sacrifices might have been greater, and Master Dao Qing would have faced a more tragic demise, implicating countless innocents. Furthermore, chi refiners should not elevate their status among mortals through bullying the weak or slaughtering ordinary people. In truth, whether chi refiners or cultivators, their purpose should be to protect the vulnerable, safeguarding the freedom of the weak, thereby earning respect in the eyes of mortals. Our ancestors exemplified this, and we ought to do the same. Chen Shua nodded with a smile. If all chi refiners and supernatural beings worldwide possessed the awareness of those from Longhu Mountain, perhaps that bloody war would never have transpired, and so many chi refiners and supernatural beings would not have perished. Sighing, Mr. Qian could only express his regret regarding that catastrophic war, one of the most brutal in centuries, which could be likened to a massacre. By the way, what brings you here? Chen Shua inquired. Yes, there's something you need. Mr. Qian hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, Esteemed Great Dragon Master, I am uncertain which questions are appropriate to ask. Feel free to inquire. Ultimately, whether I choose to answer is my prerogative. Whether you ask is yours. Chen Shua replied with a smile. Mr. Qian nodded and asked, May I ask what your purpose is for entering the mortal realm this time? Are you planning to purge the chi refiners once more? Or, Chen Shua shook his head, stating, My purpose for entering this time is not to target the chi refiners again. Now that you are all behaving, adhering to your roles, what reason do I have to confront you? Upon hearing these words, Mr. Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief, retrieving a handkerchief from his suit pocket to wipe the fine beads of sweat that had emerged on his forehead. He had feared that the great Dragon Master might once again embark on a campaign of extermination, which would be catastrophic. This time, I have come purely to seek rest. Beyond that, I do not wish to involve myself, nor do I have the energy to do so, Chen Shua stated, as long as others do not provoke me. That is sufficient. Uncle Chen nodded slightly and continued to pose his second question. May I be so bold as to inquire regarding the rumors and whispers that since that battle, your body has it become, incapacitated, requiring an extensive period of recuperation for recovery? To this, Chen Shua did not conceal the truth, readily admitting, What do you think? Are you interested in leaving me buried here? I dare not. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen nearly faltered, his legs feeling weak, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Indeed, even though Chen Shua could now be considered a mere shell of his former self, he would not dare entertain any ill intentions towards this formidable figure. Renowned for his ruthlessness, who had instilled fear in the realms of chi refiners and supernatural beings for years. To suggests laying him to rest here would be unthinkable. Injuring this young master would likely spell the end of the so-called chi refiners in this nation. Then I find myself somewhat perplexed, Uncle Chen remarked. Since you are gravely injured, why not focus on your recuperation rather than re-entering the world? It is essential to note that not all ancient martial factions possess the clear-sightedness of Longhu Mountain. Many may appear compliant on the surface, but beneath lies a deep-seated resentment towards the master of 10,000 dragons, who once swept through them, annihilating an entire generation of their elite. Chen Chua discerned the implications of his words. With one fist resting on his thigh and the other propped against his jaw, he smiled faintly and replied, "What of it? As I have always maintained, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should anyone wish to disrupt my peace, I shall not grant them respite." Chapter 65, the 5-year pact. Listening to Chen Chua's words, imbued with a subtle yet unmistakable intent to kill, Uncle Qian's heart shuddered. He could only pray that some unwise individuals would refrain from provoking him. A singular master of dragons might not be particularly fearsome. A legion of 10,000 dragons could be manageable. However, what if a master of dragons renowned for his prowess were to lead a force of 10,000 dragons supported by a truly formidable warrior nation, Dragonxia, which despite its agrarian fade, possesses unparalleled martial capabilities? Their practitioners of cultivation and chi refinement are not like those depicted in fantastical tales, achieving golden elixirs, nascent souls, or transcendence, thus becoming invincible before ordinary people. In reality, before those wielding modern weaponry, capable of obliterating a nation or shattering a continent with a mere flick of the wrist. Such feats are trivial. If such capabilities were attainable, the few ascended ancestors would have long since achieved them. Even a sage of Taoism, esteemed as highly as their forebears, barely altered the fate of a nation, leaving a legacy that endured for millennia. But he did not single-handedly alter the course of a realm, even though the celestial veil has been torn, allowing the long-absent spiritual energy to mutate into an anomalous force flooding this world, revitalizing the once depleted chi and enabling practitioners and chi refiners to gradually ascend once more. The reality remains that no individual, be they a supernatural being or chi refiner, has yet demonstrated the ability to confront the 5 great nations single-handedly. The finest record for a chi refiner stands at the destruction of 6 cities, only to be obliterated by a nuclear weapon. The most remarkable achievement of a supernatural being is embodied by the very master of dragons before him, who single-handedly slayed 13,600 chi refiners, supernatural beings, and mages, razing 10 cities only to be betrayed, grievously wounded, and ultimately enduring the impact of 2 nuclear bombs, nearly meeting his demise. This illustrates that, regardless of whether one is a chi refiner, a supernatural being, or a Western mage, the peak of their capabilities is, in truth, quite limited. Who claims that chi refiners become impervious to harm after their cultivation? Even if one is as resilient as iron, that does not imply immunity to artillery fire. When the Master of Dragons led the legion of 10,000 dragons to sweep through chi refiners and supernatural beings, it was not a matter of face-to-face combat. They wielded modern weaponry, unleashing a barrage that compelled even the most defiant chi refiners and supernatural beings to submit. Given that you are gravely injured and have re-entered the world, might I offer a suggestion? I possess a method that, even if it cannot restore you entirely, may assist in your recovery. Chen Chua raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips. What method do you propose? Uncle Chen clasped his hands in reverence, smiling as he spoke. My master and my senior apprentice brother are both highly skilled in healing various ailments and severe injuries. My master is even renowned as a semi-divine healer. I believe his assistance may prove beneficial to you. Chen Chua leaned back, eyeing him intently, and inquired, "Is that so?" In truth, Chen Chua was already aware of their capabilities. The reason he had not sought their aid was straightforward. It stemmed from that incident where he swept through the chi refiners, supernatural beings, and mages. Though he acted to protect innocent civilians, it was a necessary measure against those who sought to disrupt the hard-won peace. But would they trust him? Would they not harbor resentment? Would they adhere to the agreement established that day, vowing not to seek vengeance? It was uncertain. Thus, he had inadvertently forged enmities with numerous ancient martial factions and sects, whether directly or indirectly. He could not fully trust them. Moreover, although he was gravely injured, on the brink of death, he was not yet deceased. Recovery merely required time, therefore he did not wish to humbly beg for assistance. However, if someone were to offer their help willingly, that would be a different matter altogether. Let us give it a try. After all, it costs nothing. Should it prove futile, you can simply take your leave. Master of Dragons, observing Chen Chua's gaze, Uncle Chen, who had initially brimmed with confidence, felt a flicker of uncertainty and immediately ceased to make guarantees, offering a sheepish chuckle. Chen Shua did not respond immediately. Instead, he wore a contemplative smile and asked, "But in my current state, am I not the most reassuring presence for you? Why extend your assistance? Are you not concerned that once I recover, I may once again sweep through the qi refiners?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Chen replied earnestly, "If you were indeed such a person. A year ago, the notion of qi refiners would have ceased to exist. We Taoists would still be confined to self-cultivation, while Buddhists would continue their daily rituals. Furthermore, be it qi refiners or supernatural beings, or even mages, they must be constantly vigilant under a looming sword of accountability, ensuring they remain dutiful and do not become beings of mere power adrift without purpose. Such individuals pose a grave threat to themselves and the world. Therefore, following your withdrawal over the past year, our nation has united qi refiners and supernatural beings to establish three powerful factions: the Watchers, the Adjudicators, and the Judges, tasked with overseeing all practitioners. While the results have been satisfactory, they still cannot compare to your presence. Should you be willing to resume this responsibility, Longhu Mountain stands ready to assist you wholeheartedly. As cultivators, we cannot bear to see those already suffering further afflicted by calamity." Listening to Uncle Qian's impassioned speech, Chen Shua remained silent, merely observing him as he swayed his remarkably fair foot. The calculations were astute. After a prolonged silence, Chen Shua finally spoke, "But are you not concerned that should you heal me, I may refuse this responsibility?" Uncle Qian shook his head, replying, "Whether you choose to bear this burden is inconsequential. What truly matters is you. As long as you are alive, at the pinnacle of your strength, this land can maintain its hard-won peace. If you no longer wish to shoulder this responsibility, I shall wait for you at Longhu Mountain for 5 years, 5 years hence, regardless of the circumstances. Longhu Mountain is willing to take on this weighty responsibility on your behalf. We cannot bear to see this hard-won peace shattered by ill-intentioned individuals, subjecting the people to even greater suffering. Although Longhu Mountain may lack strength, we are prepared to shoulder this monumental duty for the sake of the populace, braving the chaos of this world." In conclusion, perhaps feeling the weight of his own words, he awkwardly laughed, unsure if he was truly explaining himself or merely justifying his stance. "This is what my senior apprentice brother has said, not me. I lack both the resolve and the strength." Chen Shua recognized his lack of resolve but nodded, his tone laced with admiration and respect. "Truly worthy of the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain, possessing such audacity, it is no wonder you have transcended limitations. Striding towards the gates of immortality. Very well, I accept your offer. When shall we proceed?" Upon hearing Chen Shua's acceptance, Uncle Chen felt as though a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Releasing a long-held breath, he clasped his hands in gratitude and declared, 3 months hence, Longhu Mountain shall host a grand event, and my master is expected to emerge from seclusion. I humbly invite you, Master of Dragons, to grace us with your presence." Agreed. This time, Chen Shua readily agreed, but soon shifted the conversation, a hint of coldness glimmering in his narrowed eyes. "All right, now it's your turn to enlighten me. As a disciple of the esteemed Longhushan Tianshi, why are you serving as a driver for Su Yan instead of cultivating on the mountain?" Despite knowing that the individual before him had likely lost most of his former prowess, perhaps even inferior to an ordinary person, Uncle Qian could not help but shiver at the seemingly casual yet subtly chilling inquiry. He hastily replied, "Oh, it's like this. Su's grandfather saved my life, and I once promised him that if the Su family ever faced peril, I would do everything in my power to protect them for 30 years. Hence I have remained with the Su family. Once this 30-year debt of gratitude is fulfilled, I shall naturally return to Longhushan. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards the Su family, nor towards Su Yan. On the contrary, if Su Yan were ever in danger, I would risk my very life to protect her." Listening to an explanation that closely mirrored his own investigations, Chen Shua merely grunted in acknowledgement. It was evident that Uncle Chen was unaware of Su Yan's true capabilities. Otherwise, a person of his peak earthly difficulty level would hardly dare utter such words. "Oh, by the way, Lord Dragon," here, Uncle Qian said, producing a piece of yellow paper from his pocket and respectfully handing it to Chen Shua. Upon receiving the paper and casting a glance at it, Chen Shua expressed surprise. "Oh, a sensing talisman? And of the highest grade. You are quite generous. This is a life-saving token from my master uncle, right? What do you intend to give it to me for?" Uncle Chen chuckled lightly. "To forge a benevolent connection with you, Lord Dragon. My master uncle foresaw that I would one day encounter you and instructed that upon our meeting, I should present you with this talisman, should you ever find yourself in need. You can tear this talisman, and my master uncle will sense it and be able to arrive swiftly. He has stated that regardless of the situation, as long as it does not contravene principles or moral boundaries, Tearing this talisman will enable him to assist you in one matter. Chinchua examined the talisman, clearly crafted with great care, and rather than declining, he accepted it with apparent ease. Very well. I shall not be polite. I will accept this talisman and consider it a favor from Longhushan. This Uncle Chan once again bowed respectfully to Chen Chai. It was no easy feat to obtain a favor from Longhushan. Many had tried, including a wealthy magnate who squandered his fortune merely for a promise from the mountain, only to be turned down. Yet, to offer a favor to this individual was equally challenging. His acceptance was a significant boon for Longhushan. Chinchua, astute as he was, recognized the implications of accepting this talisman and understood the calculations at play. Nonetheless, he had no objection. He held a favorable view of the current head of Jini, especially compared to other duplicitous hypocrites. Thus, he was willing to acknowledge Longhushan's favor and repay it when the time came. Furthermore, given his diminished strength, it was not an exaggeration to consider himself nearly powerless. Acquiring an additional means of protection was indeed advantageous. The offering of this talisman by Longhushan could be viewed as a form of covert safeguarding for him should he encounter any reckless individuals in the future. He could leverage Longhushan's name to assert some authority. Moreover, Chen Shua was aware that the third significance of Longhushan's gesture in providing him with this talisman might be to ensure that the item he possessed did not fall into the hands of others. After all, some obstinate individuals might not recognize the power he wielded, but they would certainly respect the authority of the head of Jini. 3 months from now, I shall personally come to escort you to Longhushan for the ceremony. Longhushan eagerly awaits your arrival, Uncle Qian stated once more, bowing respectfully. Very well, then, Chinchua replied, rising and brushing off his trousers. He nodded. Please convey my regards to your master and the 2 other masters. The humble servant has taken note. Rest assured, I will relay your message. With that, Uncle Qian departed. Chinchua gazed at the talisman in his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Longhushan was indeed intriguing. It would be worthwhile to visit. Just as he made to descend the mountain, his phone rang. Chinchua pulled it out, raised an eyebrow, and answered with a loud, "Hello, old Zhong, what do you want?" A warm and gentle voice came through the line. "I miss you. Yes, it's so wrong to want to talk with you." Chinchua rolled his eyes, slightly irritated. "Spit it out, every time you call. It is never for anything good. How has your health been lately? Are those medicines working?" Old Zhong inquired with genuine concern. Chinchua, hands on his hips, replied nonchalantly, "What do you think? Can't wash it away. And living is a torment. The medicines have some effect, but not significantly better than before." Upon hearing this, Old Zhong's tone grew serious. "Rest assured, no matter the cost, we will ensure your recovery. After all, you have become this way for the country. The nation will not abandon you." All right, enough with the pleasantries. What is the real reason for your call?" Chinchua cut to the chase. "If you're not going to say it, I'll hang up." "Hey, wait," Old Zhong chuckled, resigned to Chinchua's unyielding nature. "I actually have something I need your help with." Go on," Chinchua replied, withholding immediate consent. Old Zhong took a roundabout approach, asking, "So do you have a job right now?" "What, you want me, a disabled person, to work? Do you believe I won't show up at your doorstep with a cannon and demand you question your conscience?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Chinchua realized Old Zhong had no good intentions. Old Zhong laughed awkwardly. "But you're at home recuperating, right? Your home is in Guangfui City, isn't it? So I thought, since you have some free time, why not teach a class at a university? While you're at it, why not let me have a holiday too?" Chinchua retorted. "You don't want to let me rest even during my recuperation. Do you old rascal? Do you even have a conscience? You're worse than a capitalist. Do you want me to slap you with my slipper? I know you're recovering, so what if it's just 1 class a month? Each class shouldn't exceed 30 minutes, is that acceptable?" Old Zhong suggested. "Look, just because we've known each other for years, can't you help an old man out?" Old Zhong pleaded. "If you have any demands, let me know, and I'll have Long Zhong handle it." Hearing this proposition, Chinchua smacked his lips and pondered for a moment before sighing. "Old Zhong, it's not that I don't want to help you. But do you really think college students will understand what I'm teaching?" Old Zhong, in a serious tone, replied. "Who said I wanted you to teach college students?" Chinchua was momentarily taken aback. "If not for the college students, then who?" "Of course, it's for the professors and associate professors, the top-tier educators in each field." "Teaching professors?" Chinchua exclaimed incredulously. Old Zhong chided playfully. "You yourself said those things you teach wouldn't be comprehensible to college students. Right, even the basics would be a struggle, wouldn't it? So we plan to organize those professors and top-tier teachers for you to give them a lesson, to see if we can cultivate any promising talents." Even if it's just a superficial understanding, they can teach their own students. How about it? This way, you won't be too exhausted, and it could spark a little flame, seeing old Zhong's earnestness. Chen Shua reluctantly conceded, fine. 1 class a month, 30 minutes max. I'll handle the paperwork now, and whatever compensation you want, just send it my way. With Chen Shua's reluctant acceptance, old Zhong quickly agreed. Eager not to let him change his mind, securing a class once a month for 30 minutes was already quite favorable. It is noteworthy that this young rascal attends classes at the National Academy of Sciences only once a week. And sometimes not even that frequently, perhaps once every 2 or 3 weeks. Even a single class is ample for the faculty to digest for quite some time. Naturally, the difficulty level of the subjects is not the same. Old Zhong is also quite satisfied. Let us leave it at that for now. I'll hang up. Alright, goodbye. After ending the call, Chen Shua let out a gentle sigh in his heart and slowly descended the mountain. It is not that he is unwilling to impart more knowledge or cultivate additional talents, it is simply that his physical condition, never mind, let us not dwell on it, after spending an afternoon playing. Until the sun dipped below the horizon, Chen Shua and his companions enjoyed a meal at the farmhouse before each returned to their respective homes, however, while the others had a leisurely afternoon. Chen Shua had essentially spent it napping ever since Su Yan returned home. After a brief stint of playing cards and a few rounds of mahjong, he had succumbed to deep slumber beneath a large tree. Had it not been for Chen Long calling him, he might have slept until the following morning. Upon returning home, Chen Shua addressed Wang Mei, saying, "Mom, starting tomorrow, I won't be staying at home anymore. So you needn't prepare meals for me." Upon hearing that her son would no longer be residing at home, Wang Mei immediately inquired, "What do you mean, son, if you're not living here? Where will you go? Don't tell me you're going to disappear on me again. My heart can't take it." Fortunately, Chen Shua had already devised an explanation. He embraced Wang Mei's shoulders and said, "Oh Mom, it's not like that. Though I've found a job, and this place is quite far from my workplace, making commuting inconvenient." "You found a job?" Wang Mei expressed her astonishment. "But didn't you say your health isn't good yet? Why the rush to find work? You should rest at home." Upon hearing that her son had secured employment, Wang Mei's immediate concern was not about the nature of the job, but rather his health. Urging him to take it easy, this clearly demonstrates how cherished Chen Shua is in her heart. "Oh, Mom, it's nothing to worry about. The job isn't strenuous. If it were, I wouldn't take it." "Would I? I'm not foolish." Wang Mei nodded, somewhat reassured, and then remembered to ask, "What kind of job is it? Can you really not stay at home?" "Well, I'm going to be a teacher at a university. It's a bit far from here, and commuting takes 2 hours, so there is no way around it." Upon hearing that her son was to become a teacher at a university, Wang Mei's reaction was one of shock. Just as Chen Shua had anticipated. "What, you're going to teach at a university, but you haven't even completed your own university education. How can you possibly teach there?" Wang Mei cupped Chen Shua's face and pinched his cheeks, exclaiming, "No, son, is this for real? Don't joke with me." "It's true," Chen Shua replied, pouting slightly. "I used some connections to get myself in. They say I'll be a teacher, but in reality, it's a leisurely position. I might not even teach a class every week. The material is easy stuff I already know." In truth, Chen Shua wanted to be honest and say he'd only teach once a month, but then he reconsidered, thinking it too absurd for his mother to believe. So he adjusted the truth, saying it would be less than 1 class per week, which didn't seem too far-fetched. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief, unable to resist a sarcastic remark, "Now that I can relax. I was worried sick about you teaching without even graduating from university. What a disservice that would be. But since you won't even be teaching once a week, why not just stay at home and go to class when needed?" "Wait a minute, you're not trying to escape from your father and me, are you?" Chen Shua wrapped his arm around his mother's and rested his head on her shoulder somewhat playfully, saying, "Oh, Mom, how could you think I'd want to avoid you and Dad? It's simply unavoidable. Think about it. Even if it's a laid-back position, I still need to show up for work daily. Right, if I don't, why would they keep me around? Plus, if I work, you and Dad won't have to listen to others gossiping about me." Indeed, Chen Shua was aware that ever since he returned home, relatives and neighbors had been voicing their opinions about him lounging around without a job. Initially, the comments were mild, but as time went on, they became more insistent, suggesting he ought to seek employment rather than idle away his youth. It was as if they were concerned for his well-being, but in reality, they were using him as a subject of ridicule to flaunt their own children's achievements. Chen Shua understood that his parents likely didn't take these remarks to heart, but hearing them repeatedly was indeed tiresome. Wang Mei recognized the implication in her son's words and, with a resigned smile, said, "Why do you care what they say, even if you were truly idle? So what? Your father and I can support you. We're not struggling to support our son. Don't let it bother you. Focus on resting, taking care of your health, and enjoying your romance. Your father and I are here for you. Hearing his mother's words warmed Chen Shuai's heart. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to move out. After all, during his recuperation at home, he had been sleeping erratically, and mealtimes had become a chaotic affair. His parents worried about his well-being and often rushed home during their own breaks to prepare food for him, sacrificing their own rest in the process, even though Chen Shuai had suggested he could order takeout or eat out. They were adamant that takeout was unhealthy, and dining out was equally unwise, thus it seemed better for everyone if he moved out. His parents would have more time to rest, wouldn't have to worry as much, and would be spared from the incessant babbling of others. When do you plan to move out? Wang Mei asked. Soon, someone will be picking me up shortly, Chen Shuai replied. Oh, so soon? Wang Mei expressed her reluctance upon hearing this. Chen Shuai smiled, reassuring her, don't worry, Mom, just because I'm moving out doesn't mean I won't come back. I'll visit often because I still love your cooking. With this, Wang Mei felt relieved and said, alright, you're all grown up now and capable of making your own decisions, just remember to eat regularly, alright? I know, Mom, I'll eat on time, so don't worry, that's more like it in truth. One could argue that Chen Shuai wasn't really lying, as he indeed had a position as a teacher at a university. He simply hadn't mentioned that he planned to stay at Su Yan's place. He suspected his parents wouldn't approve. While they were generally open-minded, they held traditional views on certain matters. For instance, after learning about his relationship with Su Yan, they had continuously advised him not to rely on a woman's finances. Thus, he decided to wait a while before telling his parents about living with Su Yan, believing they would be more accepting later on. As night fell, Chen Shuai gathered a few belongings, took a suitcase, and after bidding farewell to his parents, headed downstairs. Hey, isn't that Shuai? Chapter 68. Oh, what are you going to do with him? As Chen Shuai approached the entrance of the community, he intended to call Su Yan to ask where she was. Before he could even dial, he heard a deliberately elongated voice, sharp and slightly caustic. Looking in the direction of the voice, he spotted a middle-aged woman in her 50s, with a pair of slanted eyes and a somewhat portly figure. Approaching him, accompanying her was a well-dressed young man in a suit, exuding an air of refinement. Oh, it's Li Ma, where have you been? Chen Shuai recognized her as his downstairs neighbor, notorious for her incessant chatter and meddlesome nature. She often sought to elevate herself by commenting on others' affairs, particularly relishing in boasting about her own son, who had recently entered university. However, perhaps due to the fact that her son was merely attending an ordinary first-tier university while Chen Shuai had been accepted into a prestigious double first-class institution, she often feigned a close relationship with Chen Shuai's family, only to seize any opportunity to belittle them, especially after Chen Shuai had abruptly decided to forego university. It was this very neighbor who had reveled in his misfortune the most, eagerly taking every chance to ridicule him. Noticing her unmistakably gloating expression, Chen Shuai knew that this incessant chatterbox had no good intentions. In truth, he had noticed her from a distance as he descended and was aware that she had spotted him as well. Initially, when she saw him, she had turned her head away, adopting a haughty demeanor as if she wanted nothing to do with him. Perhaps upon seeing him with a suitcase, she assumed he had been kicked out of his home and felt compelled to come over and mock him. Indeed, before Chen Shuai could dismiss the thought, Li Ma began to express her pride, exclaiming, isn't it just to accompany my son to a university to inspect the accommodations? You know, my son, who is not particularly ambitious, is left with no choice but to become a teacher at a university. As she spoke, Li Ma intentionally elongated her words, amplifying her voice, revealing no trace of humility within her statements. Beside her, a young man subtly adjusted his gaze, feigning a modest smile, yet his chin had already been raised, exuding an air of superiority. Inheriting his mother's triangular eyes, he looked down at Chen Shuai with disdain. Ah yes, indeed Li Gu has quite the future ahead of him, Chen Shuai remarked, his tone unperturbed and flat. Li Tao feigned indifference, wearing a look of mock sympathy as he added, it's alright, just average, what a pity. If it weren't for the fact that Zhengda had filled all its positions and I arrived a tad late, I wouldn't have had to settle for a university. Nevertheless, a university is quite pleasant. I can often return to accompany my mother. Immediately after Li Tao's words, Li Ma seized the opportunity to slyly deride Chen Shuai, saying, oh dear, if only you had completed your university education, Shuai, you would surely be doing better than your Li Gu. I wonder what you were thinking back then, choosing to abandon a perfectly good university for what? Running away from home, such a waste of opportunity, a waste of your parents' years of dedication. Chen Shuai smiled faintly and replied, Not necessarily. Moreover, my parents have long stated that their investment was in raising me to adulthood, not merely in sending me to university. They may not understand my reasons for not pursuing further studies, but they have always supported my choices. To them, I am their true investment, not just a university degree, unlike others, who, upon failing to attend university or achieve a good score, find their parents treating them as if they were never born. Lima failed to grasp the underlying meaning of Chen Shua's words. Oh, had you mentioned earlier that you disliked university, your mother should have agreed to let me sell your university spot to my niece, allowing her to attend in your stead. That would have been a win-win situation. Truly, it was evident that Lima still harbored resentment over their family's refusal to relinquish the university spot meant for her niece, who had scored a mere 222 on the college entrance exam, all in the hopes of benefiting her son. Although Chen Shua referred to Li Tao as Li Ge, they were actually of the same age, with Li Tao being only a few months his senior. When Chen Shua learned of Li Tao's acceptance into D University, this incessant chatterbox shamelessly suggested that he could pay 50,000 yuan for his so-called niece to take his place. When his parents declined, this incessant chatterbox held onto that grudge ever since. However, Chen Shua was not one to merely endure insults without retaliation. He blinked and began his counterattack, stating, Lima, you ought to be grateful to my family for steadfastly refusing to sell that spot for education to you. Filled with ill intentions, seeking to vent your frustrations on me and repay past grievances. Upon hearing this, Lima was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retorting, wait, if your family didn't sell that spot to me, why should I be grateful? What kind of twisted logic is that? Indeed, are you not aware? Chen Shua replied with a smile, those who impersonate others to attend university, regardless of the reasoning, even if our family sold it to you, would face a prison sentence of 3 years, supervision, or detention, alongside a fine if discovered. Those who organize or instigate others to impersonate face even harsher penalties. At the university I previously attended, several students were caught impersonating others on the very first day of classes. And not only did they lose their places, but they also ended up in prison and incurred fines. Just imagine, if I had given or sold my spot to you, your niece would have certainly been caught, and upon release, she would undoubtedly resent you. Thanks to my family's unwavering refusal to sell, you have been spared from such calamities. Instead of expressing gratitude, you have harbored resentment toward us for years. Those who know the truth understand our good intentions, while those who do not might think your family lacks conscience. Upon hearing this, Li Tao's anger flared, and he pointed at Chen Shua, shouting, who are you calling heartless? Ha! Chen Shua remained calm and composed, sincerity mingling with a hint of provocation as he responded, I never said that, I merely stated that those who are unaware might think so, those who know certainly would not. Seeing that Chen Shua was openly mocking them now, Li Tao could no longer maintain his earlier facade of sophistication. He rolled up his sleeves, fuming, do you believe I won't hit you? Chen Shua leaned closer, gesturing toward a surveillance camera in the vicinity. Come, let's see who strikes first. I happen to be in need of a job and could use a car, perhaps even buy my parents a house. Faced with Chen Shua's brazen defiance, Li Tao clenched his fists. Lima, realizing they had stepped into a trap, hastily pulled her son aside and stammered, This isn't that serious, I see our relatives. The moment those words left her mouth, Lima realized her blunder and quickly covered her mouth. Chen Shua feigned enlightenment, saying, no wonder, Lima, you are so familiar with that procedure. It seems your relatives have engaged in similar activities. How curious. Aren't these actions prohibited? Well, I shall inquire whether such operations are permissible, but if they are, I might try this approach should any of my relatives struggle to enter university in the future. With that, he pulled out his phone, feigning a call to the authorities. Moments ago, Lima had been sharp-tongued, but now she faltered, desperately stammering, I didn't say anything. I said nothing. Shua, I warn you, don't speak recklessly. We're neighbors, whether it's reckless or not. One can only determine by asking, can't they? Chen Shua replied with a gleeful shake of his phone. Lima, look at you, you're getting anxious. If this were false, I would be the one facing the consequences. At those words, Lima panicked. If this were to be uncovered, her relatives would surely discover she had leaked the information, and they would not hesitate to retaliate against her. Li Tao, fueled by anger, threatens Chen, if you dare to speak recklessly or spread rumors, do you believe I won't have your family kicked out from here? Doubtful. Chen Shua yawned widely, lazily responding. Li Tao was infuriated by this nonchalance, trembling as he pointed at him, cursing, you are done for, mark my words, your entire family is finished. I have connections, a manager at Wansu Company, he is my cousin, moreover, he knows the district chief, I will call him right now and have him expel you all. As he raged, Li Tao dialed the number, and Li Ma, rather than intervening, wore a sly grin, relishing the thought of Chen Shua's family being humiliated, while Li Tao engaged in a sycophantic conversation on the phone. He continued to threaten Chen Shua fiercely. If you dare to say a word outside, you can be sure I. Suddenly, a screeching sound of tires abruptly halted his tirade. A Rolls-Royce adorned with the license plate Guang as 6666 careened into view. Executing a stylish drift before coming to a precise stop nearby, the door swung open, revealing a pair of long legs clad in tailored trousers and polished shoes. Before she even emerged, a cool, melodious voice resonated. "Oh, what do you intend to do with him?" In the blink of an eye, the previously belligerent Li Tao's expression froze upon recognizing the person stepping out of the vehicle. His phone clattered to the ground. Unfamiliar with her, Li Ma glared at the strikingly beautiful figure striding toward them, haughtily demanding, "Who are you? What business is it of yours?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Tao quickly covered his mother's mouth, trembling as he glanced at the approaching figure. While his mother remained oblivious, he recognized her all too well. Unlike his mother, he was acutely aware of the importance of this woman. The son of a woman known for her sharp tongue, he had always been eloquent, yet now he could barely muster a sound, his body trembling with fear. He never expected such a formidable figure to appear in this setting. But upon seeing her coldly stunning visage, her flawless figure accentuated by her tailored suit, and the aura of nobility and authority radiating from her, Li Tao's mind began to wander. He fantasized about a serendipitous encounter with this renowned businesswoman. For reasons he could not articulate, envisioning that this illustrious CEO, famed across Guangfu and even in Longsha, might take an interest in him, he could then indulge in that unique, tender haven and the almost domineering pampering, allowing him to effortlessly lie back and savor the beauty of life. Unfortunately, while fantasies are delightful, reality is often harsh. When he witnessed the president of the Su Group approaching the seemingly lethargic Chen Shua, whose yawns were unending, and speaking to him in a gentle, soothing voice he had never encountered on his phone or television, Li Tao's beautiful daydream was abruptly shattered. A cold sweat broke out all over him, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Seeing that Chen Shua was unharmed, Su Yan took the initiative to retrieve his suitcase, grasping his hand as they made their way toward her luxurious Rolls-Royce. Throughout the entire episode, Li Tao dared not meet Su Yan's gaze directly, instead sneaking furtive glances like a rat peeking out from a sewer. Upon witnessing Su Yan not only assist Chen Shua with his suitcase but also hold his hand, a wave of intense envy and resentment surged within Li Tao. He yearned for the perfection of a woman like Su Yan to be holding his hand instead of that detestable Chen Shua's. Just as he contemplated stealing a glance at Su Yan as she led Chen Shua away, their eyes met, and he was met with her icy stare. In that instant, Li Tao felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. A shiver coursing through him. However, Su Yan paid him no mind, nor did she threaten him. To her, even a single word exchanged with such a person was nauseating. It wasn't until the Rolls-Royce disappeared, leaving him with nothing but the fading glow of its taillights, that Li Tao finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, his legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, his body trembling from the aftershocks of fear. Cold sweat soaking the suit that had cost his mother 2 months' wages. Before he could catch his breath, his phone, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly rang. With trembling hands, Li Tao picked up the phone, glanced at it, and answered. Swallowing hard, he attempted to steady his voice. "Hello, cousin, I..." Before he could finish, a thunderous, frantic voice erupted from the other end. "Li Tao, what on earth have you done? Who have you provoked? I was out relaxing when I received a call from the company, and out of the blue, I've been fired, and you expect me to help you? Just wait, even if you're my cousin, I'll make you pay." Hearing that his cousin had been directly fired left Li Tao utterly deflated, slumped on the ground, his eyes vacant, unresponsive to his mother's frantic calls. Observing a single phone call effortlessly leading to the dismissal of a branch manager, Chen Shua, seated in the passenger seat, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Bravo, you truly live up to your reputation as a major creditor, quite impressive." Su Yan, however, was unfazed upon hearing Li Tao speak of his cousin. She had already looked into the man's background. She discovered that the manager merely existed within the branch, his presence neither essential nor beneficial. He frequently leveraged his position to wield power, exploiting company resources for personal gain. Even without this incident, Su Yan had no intention of sparing him. Now it was a twofold victory. "How about that? Do you feel vindicated?" Hanging up the phone, Su Yan's gaze towards Chen Shua softened considerably. No longer as frigid as before, yet her words retained a commanding force. "If you don't feel vindicated, I'll have them starve in Guangfu. They won't survive in a city." She possessed both the qualification and the capability to make such declarations. Moreover, she genuinely intended to follow through. As for that family, I harbor no fondness for them whatsoever and couldn't care less about their fates. In fact, if they were to suffer a calamity today, I might even feel a twinge of pleasure. It was inconceivable that they had long exploited his family, targeting them for many years. His parents had endured countless grievances and slander due to their incessant gossip. And for the sake of maintaining cordial relations with the neighbors, he had been forced to adopt a forgiving demeanor. Forget it, forgiving them is a task fit for a deity. I generally only take charge of sending them off to meet the divine. Even if Su Yan refrained from taking action, Chen Shua had no plans to spare them. With Su Yan's soft utterance of the fate of Li Tao's family was sealed. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. Alright, suddenly remembering something, Chen Shua inquired, by the way, major creditor, why do you always like to drift when you drive? It's to impress you. Su Yan replied with a playful smile. What did you think? Was my entrance just now impressive? In his presence, Su Yan felt no need to put on airs. She embraced her true self with ease and freedom. Chen Shua reclined lazily in his seat, hands resting behind his head, savoring the pleasant, subtle fragrance wafting through the car. His body relaxed and languid as he remarked, impressive, absolutely stunning. You, major creditor, are the most handsome in the world, even more so than the domineering CEOs portrayed in novels. Chapter 70. I await your bankruptcy. Su Yan had never been one to be overly flattered by compliments, remaining serene and composed even in the face of praise from the powerful or fellow tycoons. Otherwise, she would have been swamped with flattery day in and day out, yet, inexplicably, she had always been quite taken with Chen Shua, and this fascination had persisted for many years, while waiting at a traffic light. Gazing at the languid Chen Shua, whose voice was imbued with a magnetic laziness, Su Yan felt a stir in her heart. She reached out her delicate hand, lifting his chin, then tilted her body slightly, elongating her graceful neck, her soft rosy lips brushing against his slightly chilled ones. Chen Shua offered no resistance, languidly relishing the exquisite blend of dominance and softness. It was only when their breaths quickened and a car horn blared, whether intentionally or inadvertently, that Su Yan finally withdrew, satisfaction radiating from her. Su Yan then guided Chen Shua to a sprawling estate near Zhujiang in a city. This estate was substantial, covering at least 300 acres. And the valuable real estate of a city, possessing such an expansive estate, spoke volumes about its owner's formidable wealth. Though not in the city center, it was still conveniently close. With a clear view of the iconic Guangfu Tower nearby, the decor was exquisite, with meticulous attention given to every detail, from the full mountains to the scenery, flowers, and even the path beneath their feet. Chen Shua could see that the red carpet they walked on was made of luxurious marble. Outside, diamonds, often revered as symbols of love, were relegated to mere decorative accents here amidst the flowing waters. Fragments of gemstones were scattered like pebbles in a river, serving as ornamental stones. Uninformed onlookers might mistake them for fakes. Beyond these overtly valuable items, many exquisite or seemingly ordinary pieces held unimaginable worth. For instance, in a beautifully adorned corridor hung an embroidery that appeared unremarkable at first glance but was, in fact, a rare double-sided piece. Oh, double-sided three-dimensional embroidery, quite impressive, Chen Shua remarked, admiring the depiction of two dragons playing with a pearl on one side and a fish leaping over a dragon's gate on the other. The artwork vividly alive under the play of light and shadow, but if one did not know better, they might assume the embroidery was printed. Noticing that Chen Shua recognized the piece, Su Yan smiled gently and asked, "Do you like it? If you do, I can have the owner gifted to you." Chen Shua chuckled, teasing, "You can just give away something worth $1 million, what of it, as long as you like it?" "That's what matters," Su Yan replied nonchalantly, as if the worth of a few $100,000 was comparable to the value of the spicy strip they once shared. In fact, that spicy strip meant more to her than this costly piece. "Never mind, I have a few similar ones, gifts from others, but I just don't know where to put them. Some of them are even better than this one. Perhaps I'll find them and give them to you another day?" Chen Shua suggested. Su Yan did not decline. "Sure, they would be perfect for my office." They traversed a bamboo corridor, crossed a bridge, and beheld a pond below, where exquisite koi, worth thousands, swam leisurely. Among them were a few elegant koi lolian, gracefully swaying their tails. The flora and fauna were abundant and diverse, with countless rare plants. Naturally, the beloved money tree of Guangfu was in abundance as well. Passing through the front yard, they entered a tastefully decorated courtyard, where a dozen or so young women clad in classical attire welcomed them, leading them to a private room. In contrast to the opulence outside, the interior exuded a simple yet elegant charm. Devoid of excessive embellishments, however, should a discerning individual step inside, one might fear that a mere glance could shatter their worldview, for within this space, every item, even something as seemingly mundane as a flower vase or an inconspicuous chair tucked away in a corner, holds a value surpassing that of a myriad of gemstones. If these treasures were to be displayed elsewhere, collectors would surely be eager to procure them at exorbitant prices, carefully preserving them in their collections. Yet here, they are relegated merely to serve as decor in seating. The private room's decor leans towards the classical, featuring a grand round table adorned with a perfectly square pattern symbolizing the harmony of heaven and earth. Chen Shua, accustomed to lounging on this table crafted from yellow rosewood, stifles a yawn. Su Yan, dressed in a purplish-red cheapao, subtly nods to a woman pouring tea for them, who immediately comprehends the cue and gracefully retreats after completing her task. This estate belongs to my family, the Su clan, currently managed by my aunt. Typically, it remains closed to the public, reserved solely for our kin or esteemed guests, unless I am away on business or otherwise preoccupied. I generally dine here. The cuisine is satisfactory, the flavors commendable. You're welcome to sample it. Su Yan gently patted Chen Shua and smiled softly. He nodded in response. Before long, the dishes arrived, all traditional Cantonese fare: abalone soup, fish maw chicken, braised abalone, and roasted pigeon, among others. Additionally, there were several Cantonese dishes that are nearly lost to time. The culinary offerings were numerous, artfully presented, and a feast for the senses. Of course, no meal among the Cantonese would be complete without a bowl of old fire soup. The broth, clear as tea, may seem bland at first, but it reveals a rich, profound flavor upon tasting. Su Yan expertly sliced a piece of braised abalone, roughly the size of his palm, revealing its creamy texture within. She then cut a suitably sized piece, dipped it in sauce, and offered it to Chen Shua, who opened his mouth to receive it. The moment it touched his palate, it melted with a rich fragrance, the creamy center accentuating its exquisite texture. Each bite left a lingering taste on his lips, and the abalone was satisfyingly thick, providing a unique sense of fulfillment. Chen Shua exclaimed, "This is delightful. I haven't had such authentic braised abalone in ages." Witnessing his enjoyment brought Su Yan greater joy than if she had been the one eating. With a playful smile, she remarked, "If you enjoy it, you can come here every day." Chen Shua playfully stuck out his tongue and teased, "This top-grade abalone is a rare find, and with that thick-cut fish maw, if I were to come daily, I fear I'd impoverish you. You might regret having me as your boyfriend." Su Yan arched an elegant brow and replied with a smile, "Then I shall await the day you deplete my resources." After their meal, Su Yan took Chen Shua to have several tailored outfits made. Individuals of Su Yan's stature do not need to browse through shopping malls or luxurious boutiques. She possesses her own bespoke tailoring service, and most of her wardrobe consists of custom-made pieces. Once their measurements were taken and specifications agreed upon, all they needed to do was wait patiently. Chen Shua preferred casual, loose-fitting attire, making the customization process quite simple. After enjoying some time outdoors, Su Yan led Chen Shua back to her residence. "You'll be living with me on the second floor from now on. The first floor houses the main hall and the maids' quarters. Should you require anything, simply ask them. The basement contains a wine cellar stocked with various selections. Feel free to help yourself to whatever you desire. The upper levels feature a cinema, gym, and other amenities, and there's a swimming pool on the rooftop. I've already registered your fingerprint and iris. You may access wherever you wish with just a touch." Seated on the sofa of the second floor, Su Yan smiled radiantly and inquired, "What do you think? Is my place satisfactory? Although it's not particularly vast, it should suffice for comfortable living. Should there be anything you find unsatisfactory, let me know, and I'll make the necessary adjustments. If you require anything, simply inform me, and I shall procure it." Chen Shua chuckled, "This is already quite nice." Just then, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he showed it to Su Yan and said, "It's my mother." Su Yan nodded slightly and patted the empty space beside her, prompting Chen Shua to sit down before answering. "Hello, Mom, what's up?" "Oh, it's about Li Ma. Don't concern yourself with them. They brought this upon themselves." Chen Shua recounted the earlier incident involving Li Ma. After hearing her son's account, Wang Mei, his mother, gradually relaxed her furrowed brow. "So that's how it is. What shall we do now? Is Li Ma outside, crying and begging for our forgiveness? And what's your opinion, Mom?" Chen Shua asked, seeking his mother's perspective. Wang Mei replied matter-of-factly, "I have no interest in her life or death. You know well how toxic her words can be. Since we moved here, she has been two-faced with our family, especially during your 6 years away. She secretly tarnished your reputation, spreading rumors and slander. Your father and I have attempted to reason with her several times, but she is duplicitous. If it weren't for the difficulties we faced when purchasing this home, coupled with the recent plummet in property values making it hard to sell, we would have left this unpleasantness behind long ago. Her current predicament brings me nothing but satisfaction." Listening to his mother, Chen Shua couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom, I thought you might suggest we let Su Yan give her a break for the sake of neighborly relations." While I can be stubborn, I'm not foolish or senile. What good is such a neighborly relationship? If a situation arises, don't expect assistance from them. Merely not adding insult to injury is a blessing. I understand well what kind of neighbors are worth having and which ones are not. If it weren't for necessity, I would have vacated this place long ago. A good neighbor makes even a devalued home worthwhile. But dealing with a loathsome individual, no, thank you. Chinchua suggested. Mom, you and Dad have lived here long enough, and the mortgage is paid off. Why not move out? I can buy you a new home. It is time for you and Dad to enjoy a better living environment and a peaceful retirement. Wang Mei was taken aback. Son, what did you just say? You want to buy us a house? Chenchua, holding his phone with one hand, playfully covered Su Yan's mouth as she attempted to interject, saying, yes, I plan to get you a larger one. What about that Tianxian mansion next to Auntie? Wang Mei's eyes widened in shock, her voice laced with disbelief. Isn't that a newly opened development? I heard from your aunt that the starting price is 18,000 per square meter. That is far too expensive. Suddenly realizing something, she asked urgently, this can't be Su Yan's idea, can it? You're not trying to deceive her, are you? No, we absolutely cannot accept someone else's home. It is too extravagant. At these words, Su Yan's lips twitched slightly, though she understood that Chenchua's mother didn't mean it that way. The implication felt somewhat insulting. Why would she assume that Su Yan could only afford a place at 18,000 per square meter? Did she think Su Yan was incapable of acquiring a modest villa or even a grand estate worth billions? It was perplexing, considering that Su Yan's wealth was genuinely her own. Chenchua, aware of Su Yan's sentiments, chuckled. This isn't Su Yan's idea. You know her well enough not to think she would settle for such an ordinary place. She had previously discussed with you about wanting to upgrade you and Dad to a 2-story villa. But you both were hesitant. Trust me, I haven't been idle during my 6 years away. Alright, let us leave it at that. You and Dad can discuss it tonight, and I'll take you to view the layout tomorrow. Seeing that she couldn't persuade her son otherwise, Wang Mei let out a soft sigh, her tone tinged with some comfort as she said, very well, I'll discuss it with your father. Alright then. We'll leave it at that. Goodbye. After hanging up, Chenchua smiled at the eager Su Yan, fully aware of her thoughts. Dear creditor, I know what you're thinking, but you must also consider whether my parents would be willing. You know their mindset. Even if you offered them a luxurious estate, they would have to want to live there. The place I mentioned is already beyond their comfort zone. Fine, Su Yan sighed, pouting slightly. Seemingly displeased that her aspirations had been dashed. However, in the next moment, Su Yan suddenly realized, wait a moment, from your tone, it seems that the reason you quarreled with those two today was actually to create an excuse for your parents to move out of there. Right, it was only then that Su Yan became aware of the situation. Given her understanding of Chen Shua, it was evident that his intention to buy a house for his parents was not a whimsical idea. As expected of you, the great creditor, you truly know me best. Chapter 72, The Great Creditor's Collection. Chen Shua chuckled and said, in fact, ever since I returned, I have been wanting to get my parents a better place. You know, they have lived there for 7 or 8 years. However, they constantly fret over money matters, and even when I tell them I have sufficient funds, they insist I save it for future use. Perhaps for a daughter-in-law. I had been pondering how to convince them to agree to the move, and lo and behold, today the opportunity presented itself. Initially, my plan was to use that antly to make my parents feel that the place was unsuitable for me. Then to stoke the fire and facilitate our departure from that location. I didn't expect you to stumble upon this situation. Antly is now in quite the predicament. It's a perfect 2-for-1 deal. And I'm quite pleased with it. Su Yan playfully poked his forehead and said with a chuckle, so was it all part of your scheme to let me overhear that phone call? After not seeing you for years, how come you have so many schemes up your sleeve? What phone call? Chinchua's smile faded, looking somewhat confused. Didn't you call me earlier, and I just happened to overhear? Otherwise, how do you think I managed to hit the timing so perfectly? Su Yan took out her phone, opened the call log, and showed it to Chenchua, saying, look, isn't this the call you made to me? Wasn't it your intention for me to hear it? Only then did Chenchua realize that he indeed had called Su Yan, but he had intended to ask where she was. Unfortunately, before the call connected, he encountered Antly. Chenchua sheepishly smiled and said, well, if I claim it wasn't intentional, would you believe me? What do you mean? Su Yan raised an eyebrow at I made that call. And was solely focused on setting a trap for Antly, completely forgetting about this matter. Chenchua said, scratching his face in embarrassment. Su Yan found it both amusing and exasperating, exclaiming, is it really possible to be so oblivious? Chenchua then realized, since I made the call and it connected, why didn't you say anything? I had intended to speak, but I noticed you were talking to someone else, so I remained silent. Su Yan replied with utmost seriousness. Chen Shua was rendered speechless. 6. Alright, I'll be busy with work for a while, you can entertain yourself and familiarize yourself with the surroundings, he said. Okay, Chen Shua wandered around the villa for a bit. Indeed, just as Su Yan had mentioned, he had access to every part of the villa, whether it was the underground wine cellar or any other room, he could enter using fingerprint or iris recognition. Even without a key. He arrived at a spacious wine cellar nearly as expansive as the rooms above, divided into various sections. Here a plethora of wines were stored: red wine, white wine, and some medicinal liquor. Furthermore, the wines stored here were quite valuable. Even the rare 30-year-old Maotai, which was seldom seen outside, was stored in boxes at the very bottom of the shelves. Bending down, Chen Shua casually picked up a bottle of Romani Conti from 1990. Glancing at it briefly, it seemed decent. However, he did not take it or plan to drink it. He had little interest in alcohol, and his collection was substantial, mostly gifts from others, while many men either cherished liquor, cars, women, or watches. Chen Shua was different. Besides enjoying food, his greatest pleasure lay in sleeping. To him, rather than cruising around in a luxury car, curling up in bed for a good sleep was far more fulfilling. Of course, he now had another fondness: cuddling with the great creditor. One must admit, his sleep quality had indeed improved, and he slept quite soundly, yet it also revealed the great creditor's considerable passion for collecting wines. Just the red wine in this storage room alone, Chen Shua estimated, must be worth at least 5 or 6 small fortunes. Other rooms housed various collectibles, such as a wall filled with watches and a room filled with precious books and ancient texts. There were also numerous items that women typically adored, like handbags and clothing, but they hardly qualified as collectibles. However, what truly captured Chen Shua's attention were the 2 entire rooms filled with gourmet food. Finally, he understood why this great creditor was not worried about him eating her out of house and home. It turned out that the premium delicacies, such as exceptional abalone and exquisite fish maw, were stored here in barrels. Even if he dined on abalone and fish maw daily, he could feast for over a decade. Thank goodness the locals were unaware that the great creditor casually stored premium abalone as if it were rice. Otherwise, they would surely be frantic. Chen Shua slapped his forehead, feeling utterly speechless. After wandering for a while and growing bored, he decided to take a shower. After bathing, Chen Shua suddenly remembered something. Dressed in a pink dinosaur onesie, he made his way to Su Yan's study and knocked on the door. Come in. Su Yan's voice came from within. Chen Shua pushed the door open and peered inside, only to find Su Yan seated at a desk over 3 meters long, meticulously arranged with various books and documents. At that moment, Su Yan sat at her desk, her slender fingers elegantly dancing over the keyboard, occasionally pausing, her brows furrowing in concentration, resembling distant mountains. Chen Shua inquired, "Great creditor, which room will I be sleeping in?" "In my room," Su Yan replied with a playful smile, resting her chin on her hand as she glanced at him. "Otherwise, where do you think you want to sleep?" "No, I meant, where is your room?" Chen Shua replied, retracting his neck. He had an inkling that if he suggested sleeping in another room, the great creditor would surely pounce on him, just as she had the previous day, kicking him into her room. Su Yan said, "It's the room directly across from the one next door." Chen Shua gave an okay gesture and walked over. Upon entering the room Su Yan indicated, Chen Shua was surprised to find that her room was not as luxurious or exquisitely decorated as he had imagined. On the contrary, Su Yan's room was remarkably simple, so simple it was hard to believe. There was a large bed, a wardrobe that took up an entire wall, a dressing table, and that was it, just that. It was difficult to fathom that a billionaire CEO's room could be so unadorned. Chen Shua lay down on Su Yan's soft bed, inhaling the faint, pleasant scent of her body lingering on the sheets. He rolled himself in the blanket, yawned, and drifted off to sleep. A while later, Su Yan entered the room and, upon seeing Chen Shua curled up in the blanket, a gentle and warm smile graced her face. She opened the wardrobe, browsed for a while, and ultimately chose a white silk camisole adorned with patterns before heading off to take a shower. Half an hour later, freshly showered and dressed in the camisole, holding a glass of red wine, Su Yan returned to the room. "Hey, weren't you asleep?" Chapter 73, "Do you feel an immediate urge to treat me like a little deity?" Upon entering the room, Su Yan was taken aback to find that Chen Shua, who had been sleeping moments ago, was now sitting up against the wall, rubbing one eye while peering at his phone with the other. His continuous yawning even evoked a hint of drowsiness in Su Yan, who typically stayed up late. "I was awakened by a message," Chen Shua mumbled, rubbing his eyes, yawning, and shaking his head before continuing to read. What news could be so captivating? Su Yan approached, placing the glass of red wine on the bedside table and sat on the bed, leaning in to peek. Chen Shua neither recoiled nor protested. Instead, he pulled her closer and showed her his phone, grinning as he said, "I'm looking at the scandalous affairs of the Zhao and Lu families." Sun's expression turned grave as she glanced at the screen. And she asked in astonishment, "Where did you get all this information?" "I had someone investigate," Chinchua replied with a slight smile, playfully poking Suyan's exquisite cheek. "Would you like it? If you do, I can have them deliver all this dirt on the Zhao and Lu families to you." Gazing at the information that could bring the Zhao and Lu families to their knees, Suyan was momentarily taken aback. She had no desire for it. After all, her animosity towards those two families was profound. If it weren't for her intent to obliterate them completely and ensure their utter disappearance from this world, she wouldn't have endured for so long, nor would she have meticulously planned for years. She could have easily bashed those scoundrels to pieces years ago, yet she could not act recklessly. Such actions would have repercussions for both the Su and Yin families. Just as Zhao Xiong was wary of her and her connections to the Su and Yin families, she too regarded the Zhao and Lu families with caution. For once she took action against them, it would have to be a complete eradication, otherwise, if not executed thoroughly, allowing even a remnant to survive. Given the intertwined relationships of those two families, they could easily rise again from the ashes. At that moment, the Su family and the Yin family were poised to face the frenzied counterattack from the Zhao family and the Lu family. After a prolonged silence, Su Yan raised her head to look at Chen Shua. Her voice tinged with disbelief as she asked, "Is this something you did specifically for me?" Chen Shua nodded, a smile lighting up his face as he replied, "Indeed, I am aware that you wish to avenge your two brothers. To eradicate the Zhao family and the Lu family completely, leaving no trace behind. That's why I had someone investigate the Zhao and Lu families thoroughly. With this information at hand, coupled with your own strategies, you will find it much easier to eliminate them and ensure they vanish from this world without requiring an extended period. At this point, Chen Shua paused for a moment before continuing. Ultimately, the greatest trouble posed by the Zhao and Lu families lies in their two troublesome old men and the intricate web of connections they possess. Those two old men hold considerable power and are backed by influential figures from the imperial capital and the magical city, making it no simple task to take them down. I have never doubted your ability to uproot these two families, but the time and effort required would be excessive. I do not wish for you to be burdened by this matter for years on end. Hence I arranged for them to uncover every detail about the Zhao and Lu families, which will make it significantly easier for you to bring them down. Given their sordid history, the most effective, swift, and clean method of dealing with power is to utterly destroy them using an even greater power. Su Yan remained silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "You fool, can you first tell me who you truly are?" She knew that the number of individuals capable of thoroughly investigating the Zhao and Lu families was certainly fewer than 50, with the majority being top-tier figures. Could it be that this fool? "Do you truly wish to know?" Chen Shua asked gently, a smile still gracing his lips. Su Yan nodded. "All right then, which aspect would you like to know?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Yan, who had been brainstorming about Chen Shua's identity just moments before, was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. "What do you mean? Do you have multiple identities?" Chen Shua scratched his face sheepishly, a grin on his face as he replied, "Well, quite a few. For instance, I am your boyfriend, the son of my father, the cousin of my cousin, and the younger cousin of my elder female cousin. Shindai too," Su Yan exclaimed, sitting up from his embrace, gripping his face and giving it a hard tug. Her irritation evident, Chen Shua chuckled, all right, no more jokes. In fact, I currently hold the position of vice president at the National Academy of Sciences. This is an identity I can disclose, and it shouldn't pose any issues for you to hear." Upon hearing this revelation, Su Yan was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in surprise as she instinctively remarked, "Wait a minute, I remember the vice president of the National Academy of Sciences is an old baldy named Chen." In an instant, realization struck Su Yan, and she seized Chen Shua's face, her back molars nearly cracking from the tension. "Don't tell me, you are actually that baldy in disguise." Chen Shua looked bemused as he replied, "What do you mean I'm an old man in disguise? That Chen is me. The reason the external information and documentation show that old baldy is merely a ruse to conceal my true identity. If others were to discover that a man under 30 had become the vice president of the National Academy of Sciences and was wandering about freely, how much trouble do you think I would attract? I would be in peril multiple times over." Su Yan released her grip, still struggling to believe. "Are you truly the vice president of the National Academy of Sciences? If you don't believe me, I can have the president of the academy bring my credentials over for you to see tomorrow." Chen Shua replied with a grin. "No, that's unnecessary. I certainly believe you. I am merely taken aback." Su Yan said, sitting on the bed, her sparkling eyes gazing at Chen Shua as she remarked, I can't believe it, after 6 years apart, you have become the vice president of the National Academy of Sciences, quite impressive. However, that certainly explains why you were so nonchalant when you mentioned returning me 50 billion yesterday to ITS. No wonder I could never find accurate information about you, everything turned out to be a jumbled mess. Reports of you having spent 3 years in the northern regions as a pig farmer were being sent elsewhere to work illegally. Listening to Su Yan's complaints, Chen Shua chuckled wryly, those are all fabrications. Otherwise, it would have been too easy to deduce what I had been doing for the past 6 years. After all, 6 years of absence with no trace to be found would either mean I had perished or had entered a classified unit. I am aware of this. Su Yan continued, it's no wonder that last night, Wei Chang was taken away by you, and today the public security system in Guangfu was undergoing a massive purge. It also clarifies how you managed to effortlessly acquire the sordid details of the Zhao and Lu families and investigate them thoroughly. This makes much more sense. Chen Shua gazed at her with a slight smile, saying, the past 6 years have brought about unexpected adventures, not solely for you, my esteemed creditor. With that, he shifted the topic, grinning mischievously as he leaned down, playfully stating, so, knowing your boyfriend is the vice president of the National Academy of Sciences, do you feel a sense of unexpected delight? Are you tempted to treat me like a treasured deity? Chapter 74. Treating you like a deity is acceptable, but not worshipping you as one treating you like a deity. Is it? Upon hearing this, Su Yan paused for a moment, then suddenly squinted her eyes and began to smile, her demeanor seemingly innocent. Seeing her seemingly harmless smile, Chen Shua felt a sudden shiver run down his spine, an ominous feeling creeping into his heart. He quickly backtracked, no, I was just joking, please don't take it seriously. You are the esteemed vice president of the National Academy of Sciences, and at such an unprecedented age of 30. A talent like you should be revered, not just by me, but by the nation itself. How could I, Su Yan, possibly have the merit to treat you so, if I could treat you like a deity? That would be a blessing I have accumulated over 8 lifetimes. It must be that my ancestors' graves have emitted 300 years of green smoke to bring about this tremendous fortune. Come, allow me to pay my respects to my future deity and behold your splendid visage. With a gentle smile, Su Yan adjusted Chen Shua's position, seating him on the bed, then walked over and performed a mock ancient bow, treating him as one would a younger relative. Chen Shua sat there, bewildered, watching as Su Yan ceremoniously bowed to him, just when he was contemplating whether his esteemed creditor had taken the wrong or right medicine today. He suddenly felt a tremor coursing through him, as if sensing an imminent danger, his pupils narrowing in shocked eye. In that instant a delicately perfect foot appeared before his eyes. As per the usual protocol, by the time he realized what was happening, his body was too slow to react, and he found himself making contact with that indescribably exquisite foot. His head involuntarily tilted back, and his back fell against the bed with no warning. In his line of sight, a large shadow suddenly loomed over him, and he was greeted by a scene that nearly caused him to bleed from his nose. Oh no, she's not wearing anything. As the saying goes, one must pay a price to witness beauty. In that fleeting moment of visual splendor, Chen Shua was truly taken aback, and he was unprepared as he was suddenly pinned down by a hefty body. Chen Shua's eyes nearly popped out under the weight. Naturally, he was merely pretending, for in that moment of descent, he clearly saw those long legs gracefully brush past his sides, which meant that the weight of the landing was not as overwhelming as it seemed. In accordance with their usual antics, Chen Shua first had his hands pinned down, 2 delicate feet swiftly secured his wrists, leaving him no chance to resist. Then, he was met with the tempestuous onslaught of pillow strikes from his esteemed creditor. Su Yan seized a pillow nearby and unleashed a barrage of blows upon Chen Shua, her face twisted in a maniacal grin as she exclaimed, so you wish to be treated like a deity? Fine, today, I shall treat you as such. I shall revere you for a lifetime. The epitaph on your grave will read, beloved husband Chen Shua, I shall remain a widow for the rest of my life, honoring you with offerings daily. Would that be acceptable, you insufferable brat? You think you can be treated like a deity? I can take care of you for a lifetime, but if you want to be revered, then you must either break up with me or become my late husband. There is no third option. As Chen Shua endured the relentless beatings, he cried out in despair, I was wrong. Dear creditor, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. It hurts. Su Yan, undeterred, retorted, if it doesn't hurt, you won't learn your lesson, and you still dare to act tough with me. What do you think, now that you have become the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences? You can just ride on my head, right? Let me tell you, I won't fall for that. I have never been with you because of your so-called title of vice president, so if you dare to use that to pressure me, You better break up with me first. After that, we can see if I will bow down to you and treat you like a revered ancestor just because of your title, although it may sound like Su Yan is fearless and somewhat taking advantage of her status as a girlfriend. The truth is indeed as such. Su Yan had already made up her mind before knowing Chen Shua's status, even when she saw him again yesterday and realized he was still single. As long as Chen Shua had no girlfriend, she was determined to pursue him. No matter the odds, she would chase him and figure things out later. When she was with him, Su Yan didn't care about his identity or status. Even if he were a pile of mud or a salted fish that could never turn his life around, it wouldn't matter to her. In her eyes, Chen Shua, the vice president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, was no different from the Chen Shua who shared spicy strips with her, who was so poor that he had holes in his underwear and wouldn't even change them, just as Su Yan had said. She could treat Chen Shua like a cherished ancestor, but she would never worship him like one. Although at first glance, both seem similar, they are in fact worlds apart. It's just like Empress Ma, the Ming Taizu could remove her from her position as an empress. And she could even choose to end her life in the ancestral temple, but she would never allow Zhu Changba to poke at her with a scratching stick. Chen Shua understood why she was so furious and quickly smiled, saying, All right, I was just joking, how could I dare, or even think of it? You know me well, don't you? Humph, you never know. After all, you are now a person of high status and power. Su Yan pouted. And from the angle of her raised lips it was clear how hurtful Chen Shua's casual joke was. Chen Shua sighed lightly, looking at her sitting on his lap, fuming with indignation, and smiled slightly, saying, No matter how high my status or power, I am still at your mercy, allowing you to hit and scold me as you please, right? Just like back then, no matter how wealthy you were or how noble a young lady you were. You still shared a bowl of snail noodles with me and split a 50-cent bag of spicy strips, didn't you, Su Yan? Alright, don't be angry anymore, not if you don't like it. I won't make such jokes in the future. Humph, now that sounds much better. Su Yan suddenly remembered something, pinching Chen Shua's face with her foot, and asked, Hey, do you think that while I was hitting you just now, a sniper had already aimed at my forehead? Chen Shua, forced to pout, was overwhelmed by the faint, alluring fragrance wafting from both sides, and he couldn't help but laugh. You just thought of that now? Yet you were hitting me so vigorously earlier. Oh my, is there really one? Su Yan feigned shock and panic, but the next moment, she broke character and couldn't help but chuckle. So Vice President Chen, is it too late for me to beg for mercy now? Seeing her like this, one could hardly believe she genuinely worried about being shot. Chapter 75. So do you regret it? Is it still too late to regret? Enough, don't mock me. It was just a joke. Are you really going to hold this against me for a lifetime? Chen Shua rolled his eyes at her, knowing what she meant, and explained, Actually, it is not like that. While I do have people secretly protecting me, it's not as you imagine, having someone by my side 24 hours a day. If that were the case, would I have any personal privacy left? Huh, what do you mean? Su Yan felt a bit dizzy from his words. If they're not around 24 hours for your close protection, then what if you encounter danger? Chen Shua replied, Well actually, I have a device, or rather a set of miniature devices, that can detect anyone with malicious intent within a 3-kilometer radius of me, or can sense if I have thoughts of harming someone. Once it detects that someone has ill intentions towards me, or if someone annoys me and I feel a significant negative emotion, my bodyguards, who are always on alert, will immediately sense it and appear by my side, sharing my visual and auditory experience, ready to act based on the situation or my wishes to eliminate any threats. So, under normal circumstances, I don't have bodyguards around me. They only appear when I'm in danger or when I wish to take action against someone. Do you understand? Su Yan was taken aback, her already large eyes widening even further. Is there really such a thing? What else could it be? Chen Shua smirked slightly, saying, Do you expect my bodyguards to follow me to the restroom or the shower? That would be unbearable. Moreover, if they were to follow me around 24 hours a day, keeping their eyes on me, not only would I lose my privacy, but they would also be utterly exhausted. Even if a bodyguard could protect you 24 hours a day, it doesn't guarantee your safety, right? You're bound to let your guard down at some point. If your bodyguards follow you around every day without blinking, sooner or later, they will either relax or go insane. It is far better for me to have this set of miniature devices that can detect malicious intent and track my negative emotions, ensuring immediate assistance. This is much less burdensome than having a bunch of bodyguards constantly glued to me, and it's more efficient with a lower risk of error. Su Yan asked worriedly, But what if you encounter a sudden situation, and your bodyguards happen to be far away or not by your side? How can you guarantee your safety? That is not a big issue. Generally speaking, my protectors will not be beyond a certain range. And there are more than one of them. They can ensure a comprehensive protective perimeter within a city, and I usually stay in one city yacht if I leave a place, like if I were to depart from City A. There will be someone following me at a certain distance, Chen Shua continued. Even in the event of an unexpected situation, even if it's just a moment, my protectors have special means to reach me in an instant. So you don't need to worry about that. Also, I have plenty of self-defense measures. To be frank, even if you, my dear creditor, were to attack me from a close distance, it's highly likely that you would end up lying down instead. Do you believe it? Hearing this, Su Yan felt much more reassured. Now I can relax. So, do you regret it? Chen Shua said with a smile. Did you not expect it? Having me as your boyfriend might bring you a lot of trouble in the future. After all, there are plenty of people who want me dead. You still have time to regret. Su Yan propped herself up on the bed, using her fair, rosy, and glossy feet to rub Chen Shua's face, rolling her eyes and saying irritably, to me, the most troublesome thing is that you don't want me anymore. Without you, everything else is insignificant in my eyes. Chen Shua smiled faintly, his eyes slightly curved. By the way, is there any other identity of yours that you really can't disclose? Su Yan asked. As I said, I can share, but if you hear it, you'll be stealing state secrets. Chen Shua said with a grin. Want to hear it? Honestly, I could tell you right now I'm not threatening you. It's just the truth. Enough. Let us just drop it. In truth, Su Yan was merely curious. She didn't care about Chen Shua's identity. If she did, she wouldn't have maintained such frequent contact and concern for him when she returned to the Su family years ago. If she cared about that, she wouldn't have thought of pursuing him upon their reunion 6 years later after learning he was single. As for those with higher power or status than Chen Shua, she had encountered them before. In fact, years ago, she had the chance to marry into the capital. At that time, a person of status comparable to an ancient prince, or at the very least, a descendant of a prince, had shown interest in her. If she had nodded at that time, she could have married into the capital. Once she did, all the difficulties and challenges faced by the Su family would have been easily resolved, including the issues with the Zhao and Lu families. She wouldn't have to work so hard but could enjoy being a royal consort. However, Su Yan did not agree. There was no other reason. A person whose heart is already full cannot accommodate another. Su Yan could compromise in any situation, but this matter was non-negotiable. She could make concessions in everything else, but not in this. To compel her to be with someone she despises would be more excruciating than death itself. Wait a moment, Su Yan pondered a possibility, gazing at Chen Shua with a playful expression, teasingly remarking, you always say such things. Could it be that you possess some hidden identity, perhaps the fiancé of someone significant? Or are you betrothed to some esteemed young lady? Chen Shua, with a dismissive gesture, pushed aside Su Yan's delicate foot but did not let go. Instead, he pinched her exquisitely carved, jade-like toes with a fierce grip, his teeth grinding in annoyance, yearning to bite her as a minor reprimand. He retorted irritably, have you read too many novels, oh great creditor? What fiancé? What engagement? If I had such entanglements, would I be coerced into blind dates? Given my inclination to embrace lethargy and my desire to laze about, I would rather relish such affairs. After a moment's reflection, Su Yan conceded that his words held some truth. Suddenly, Chen Shua unearthed a blind spot. Grinning as he countered, hey, why do you inquire so curiously, dear creditor? Could it be that you? Su Yan rolled her eyes dramatically. Haven't you scrutinized my affairs to the last detail? You even know what I'm wearing today. Don't you know better than I do? This was indeed the case. By the way, what are you wearing tonight? Chen Shua impulsively lifted the hem of Su Yan's nightgown. Oh my, you're not wearing anything. Su Yan's fair visage flushed a deep crimson, as if it could bleed. Chen Daigua, I shall not spare you this time. Once again, he found himself nearly bloodied from her strikes. Look, great creditor, you've beaten me to the point of a nosebleed. Go on, was that from the pillow I struck you with? Su Yan retorted, begrudgingly tending to his trickling nose. After attending to his injury, she delivered a sharp slap to his head, eliciting a silly grin from him. All right, enough of this, it's late, time for bed. With a swift motion, she extinguished the light, wrapping her arms around Chen Shua, inhaling his familiar and comforting scent, her heart settling into tranquility. Su Yan closed her eyes, disregarding the hand lazily resting on her thigh. However, upon hearing an ambiguous sound from him, her brow furrowed in mild annoyance. Why the sound? Is the touch unsatisfactory? Well, not exactly, he replied. After all, Su Yan's legs were indeed as smooth and flawless as delicate silk, surpassing even the finest chocolate in texture. They possessed a cooling, silky quality that was nothing short of perfection. While others might describe beautiful legs as the pinnacle of allure, Chen Shua could only think that such comparisons were an insult to Su Yan's unparalleled beauty. What pinnacle of allure? I'd say I could admire her for a lifetime. Chinchua chuckled. It's precisely because they feel so exquisite that I can't help but wonder how stunning you'd look in stockings. Suyen's stunning face twitched slightly as if she sighed. What style do you fancy, Balenciaga, or something emblazoned with initials? Neither. I rarely wear stockings. Would pure black or pure white suffice? What, you possess pure white ones? Indeed, then I shall choose the pure white ones. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, Suyen rose, switched on the light, and opened her wardrobe, boldly slipping on the stockings before Chinchua. Witnessing such a breathtaking sight, Chinchua felt the urge to bleed anew, barely managing to suppress it. Come on, have some decency. It's not like you haven't seen anyone wear stockings before. Why does it fluster you when it's me? He inwardly scoffed at himself. After changing, Suyen returned to bed, cuddling him closely, resting her legs atop his abdomen as if she were a sloth. With the lights off and eyes closed, she yawned, murmuring, "Remember to help me remove the stockings before sleep. It's unwise to wear them overnight." Ha, noted, dear creditor. You're the best. At that moment, Chinchua felt an overwhelming bliss, unreservedly so. By the way, how come I've never noticed this habit of yours before? Suyen rested her chin on his head, suddenly inquiring. I've always had a fondness for legs in stockings. Whenever I saw someone on the street, I couldn't help but steal a glance, Chinchua replied earnestly, but that was merely an appreciation, not a lewd gaze. Suyen merely huffed dismissively. She didn't mind. After all, who could resist temptation? Chinchua's hands were not entirely innocent, and neither were hers. Then why have I never caught you looking at me? I always thought you weren't interested. In the past, I lacked the audacity, Chinchua admitted. I feared that if I accidentally stole a glance and you caught me, you might despise me, after all, of being observed in such a manner, even under the guise of admiration, rarely leaves the observed feeling at ease, unless of course, they were unaware or welcomed the attention. Suyen cracked open an eye, looking at him with a lazy, teasing expression. So what has changed now? Do you dare to touch? Well, it's because you're my girlfriend, and you're willing, right? Otherwise, even if I had the courage, would I dare to embrace you? Humph, I'd hardly believe you, you silly fool. Although she said this, a slight smile of satisfaction graced Suyen's lips. Chinchua chuckled, not contesting the truth of her words. Oh, great creditor, aren't you worried that holding me to sleep might leave you unable to rise tomorrow, just as today? Chinchua remarked. I recall you have a meeting in the morning and a trip out of town afterward. To this, Suyen appeared unfazed, responding, You underestimate how accustomed I am after years of practice. For 6 years, I've never had the habit of oversleeping. I don't even need an alarm, I wake up on time. So what is there to fear? Today was merely an anomaly. I stayed up too late last night, but tonight won't be the same. Chinchua hesitated. I'm just a bit concerned. Oh, don't worry. I always have an alarm clock at my bedside, even if it's never been used. It's there just in case. Now, let us sleep. All right then, of course, while some basked in warmth and affection. Others found themselves bewildered, abruptly yanked from their slumber. Meanwhile, in City 8, the Zhao family. Good day, Deputy Mayor Zhao. Based on our investigation, we suspect your involvement in the Wei Cheng case, including bribery and abuse of power. Please accompany US.AS. Individuals from the capital and the provincial court unexpectedly arrived to take him away. Zhao Xiong instantly sensed something amiss, having received no prior warning. Unfortunately, he had no time to react or alert anyone before being taken away. By the time Zhao Su, who had been in a neighboring city, arrived, the car's taillights had already vanished from sight. Clad in a vibrant red lace nightgown, Lu Jiangqing, having been petrified by her husband's sudden predicament, saw her eldest son return and anxiously inquired, Son, your father has been unexpectedly taken away. What should we do? Zhao Su's expression darkened, clearly taken aback by the unforeseen turn of events. He took a deep breath. Striving to calm his tumultuous emotions, with a solemn tone, he instructed, Mother, you go find grandfather. I will seek out grandfather. I fear this matter is far from simple. The priority now is to see if we can extricate father from this predicament. If we cannot, as he spoke, Zhao Su's gaze flickered uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangqing grasped the gravity of the situation. Without uttering another word, she turned to seek assistance from her family, though her feelings for Zhao Xiong had waned. She still had 2 sons to consider. Moreover, she understood that their fates were intertwined. If Zhao Xiong were imprisoned or worse, her own life would undoubtedly become arduous. The following morning, the incessant ringing of an alarm clock shattered the serene tranquility of dawn. However, after 3 consecutive rings, the soft white blanket remained undisturbed, as if someone's fervent declarations had been swept away by the northern winds of the previous night. When the alarm rang for the 4th time, a delicate white arm reluctantly emerged from the warm cocoon of blankets. Fumbling on the bedside table, she finally located the incessantly ringing alarm. Once she confirmed its position, her jade-like hand rose, smack. The previously raucous alarm clock fell silent in an instant. Meeting its demise, now flatter than a crushed soda can in the arm, content and satisfied, withdrew back into the warm cocoon of blankets, only to rest upon the head of someone who stirred instinctively at the blaring alarm clock. After a gentle embrace, as if to offer solace, a faint, muffled voice, reminiscent of someone whose mouth had been silenced, emerged from beneath the covers. "Great creditor, it's time to rise," the response came in a long, reluctant drawl. "Just a bit more sleep, there is no hurry." After a while, Chen Shua awoke first, with his head resting on Su Yan's soft arm. He hazily fumbled through the shadows of the room to find his phone, pressed a button, and brought it close for a glance. In that instant, he was wide awake. Good heavens, it's almost 10, Chapter 77, watching a movie, gazing at Su Yan, still deeply ensconced in slumber. Her serene expression reflecting the playful conversation from the previous night, Chen Shua couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. What had happened to the good habits they had promised to cultivate? What had happened to the vow of not repeating past mistakes? Sigh, great creditor, it's time to get up. Chen Shua nudged Su Yan's shoulder, calling out to her, after a considerable amount of gentle prodding. Su Yan finally yawned, rubbing her eyes, and in the softest, most languorous tone, she asked, "What time is it?" Chen Shua replied softly, "It's nearly 10. Su Yan seemed unfazed, smacking her lips, attempting to drift back into sleep. Observing her reaction, Chen Shua silently counted down. 3, 2, 1, wake up. What? It's 10 already? What is wrong with this wretched alarm clock? Why didn't it wake me up?" Suddenly she sprang from the bed, frantically rummaging through the wardrobe for clothes, while simultaneously lamenting the demise of the alarm clock, which lay lifelessly on the bedside table. Stunned into silence, she was momentarily at a loss. Had she done this, or had it simply broken down? How could the alarm clock have failed? With a fierce glare directed at the blankets, Chen Shua, sensing the impending storm, quickly pulled the covers over his head. Su Yan, much like a hurried worker late for her shift, scrambled to change clothes, brush her teeth, wash her face, and apply minimal makeup, neglecting the lovingly prepared breakfast by the housekeeper. After planting a kiss on Chen Shua's forehead and issuing a few instructions for his care, she dashed out the door. Yet, one must acknowledge that despite her frantic demeanor, Su Yan executed her morning routine with remarkable efficiency, transforming from a cocooned homebody to the poised CEO of the Su Corporation in less than 5 minutes. Her outfit was impeccably coordinated, her long hair elegantly styled, and her demeanor radiated vitality, leaving no trace of the sleepiness that had nearly caused her to oversleep. Only Su Yan herself knew the chaos that brewed beneath her composed exterior. As she had for the first time entertained the audacious thought of skipping work altogether, a notion she had never considered before. It was an absurd thought, one she felt she ought not to entertain. She could hardly blame herself though. The comfort of holding her simpleton had been overwhelmingly delightful. It was a sensation even more soothing than curling up in a warm blanket during winter, and that bed had felt almost enchanted, ensnaring her in its embrace and rendering her unable to rise. Yes, it was all that bed's fault. In stark contrast to Su Yan's hurried departure for a company meeting, Chen Shua appeared remarkably unhurried. After she left, he indulged in another round of slumber, ultimately awakening well past 11. Upon getting up, he took his time brushing his teeth and washing his face before heading downstairs in search of something to eat. Seeking to satiate his empty stomach, having been forewarned by Su Yan, the housekeepers greeted him with utmost respect. After a casual meal to fill his belly, Chen Shua, still clad in his dinosaur pajamas, wandered the villa like a specter, nursing a glass of milk. Ultimately feeling bored and unable to return to sleep, he made his way to the private cinema on the 3rd floor. As he perused the selection, he found himself stumped as to what film to watch. A film without a title. Upon flipping through the options, he stumbled upon several films devoid of names and covers, merely accompanied by a series of numbers and letters. Out of curiosity, he decided to press play. The moment he did, a vividly embarrassing scene burst onto the large screen, filling nearly 4/5 of the wall, accompanied by sounds that unmistakably signaled the arrival of spring. Chen Shua's cheeks flushed involuntarily as he spluttered out the milk he had just swallowed. This private cinema of the great creditor features such films? How exhilarating! No wonder the great creditor displayed such remarkable skill during our first kiss. However, it must be noted that this was indeed his first time watching such a film on such a grand scale. Setting down his milk, he grabbed a tissue from the nearby table to wipe his mouth, carelessly tossing it aside. Yet, his interest in the film began to wane. Even though the lead actress bore a striking resemblance to his ideal type, her beauty and figure were of no allure to him. As he had indulged in exquisite culinary delights these past few days, who would still crave instant noodles after feasting on a banquet of sumptuous delicacies, just as Chenchua prepared to turn off the film and retreat back to sleep. He remained unaware that danger was silently approaching. "Chen-ma, is Su Zong at home?" Knowing full well that Su Yan was likely at the company, Shen Yanqing feigned ignorance as she casually inquired of the housekeeper preparing lunch for Chenchua. Upon recognizing Shen Yanqing, the housekeeper replied with a warm smile, "Aunt Miss Shen, Su Zong has gone to the office and won't be back anytime soon. Oh, I see, that's good to know." After exchanging pleasantries with Chen-ma, Shen Yanqing ascended to the third floor without a hint of hesitation. As Su Yan's longtime friend, she felt perfectly at ease entering the space, treating it as if it were her own home. "I must quickly delete those films before Su Zong discovers that I've been using her private cinema for such purposes. She would surely be furious." Muttering to herself, Shen Yanqing made her way to the cinema on the third floor. It wasn't that she lacked a personal cinema, but hers simply could not compare to Su Yan's. One must acknowledge that Su Yan's private cinema was the epitome of luxury, boasting exceptional soundproofing without the constant worry of her mother barging in unexpectedly. Watching a film there was infinitely more enjoyable than in her own setup, thus she often seized the opportunity to commandeer Su Yan's private cinema while her friend was at work. "I'll watch a bit more before deleting." However, as Shen Yanqing prepared to execute her plan and gleefully pushed open the door, she was greeted by the sight of the film playing on the grand screen, hearing the sounds and noticing someone clothed in dinosaur pajamas lounging on the couch. She froze in place, just as Chenchua, who was on the verge of turning off the film, sensed something amiss and turned around. His gaze collided with that of Shen Yanqing, who had intended to sneak in and delete the film. Upon recognizing the figure on the couch as Chenchua, Shen Yanqing instinctively let out a piercing shriek. "Ah!" Chapter 78, Breaking the Mold. What are you doing here?" Shen Yanqing exclaimed, both startled and terrified by Chenchua's sudden presence. Her heart racing, Chenchua, relaxed and unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "This is the great creditor's home. I am the great creditor's boyfriend. My presence here is quite normal, don't you think? Weren't you pretending?" Shen Yanqing retorted, her breath still ragged. Leaning back on the couch, Chenchua supported his chin with one hand and smiled languidly. "I'm afraid not. As of the night before last, I was officially confirmed as her boyfriend, and it was the great creditor who proposed the transition." "Is that so?" Shen Yanqing was taken aback, wondering why Su Yan had not shared this news with her. What happened to their lifelong friendship? "I'm not sure. It seems she might have forgotten." "You could always ask her." Shen Yanqing couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Su Zong is rather hasty. Didn't she say there would be a 3-month probation period? How could she promote him in less than 3 days? What on earth does this simpleton possess that makes Su Zong so eager, almost ravenous?" Observing Chenchua lounging on the couch and glancing back at the film that she had scarcely watched, Shen Yanqing's mind began to whirl. Suddenly, she pulled out her phone and began snapping pictures of him. Chenchua let out a long and lazy yawn, seemingly unfazed by her filming him. Instead, he flashed a peace sign at the camera before finally turning off the movie, casually inquiring, "What are you up to?" He chuckled, "Now I've got some dirt on you, Haven Ti." Shen Yanqing waved her phone at Chenchua, teasingly declaring, "I've recorded everything." "Recorded what?" Chenchua asked, taking a sip from his cup of milk. Shen Yanqing settled comfortably on a sofa near the door, crossing her legs with a triumphant grin. "I saw you watching that kind of movie and doing those things. Just look at the mess you made, and the rest that pile of guilty tissues on the table. Just imagine if your family's creditor found out." Upon hearing this, Chenchua paused, not out of fear, but because the situation felt oddly familiar, unintentionally stumbling upon a good movie, getting caught by his best friend, and then facing threats. The leverage? Wait, it struck him. Wasn't this precisely the plot from that popular novel about the campus beauty? The corners of Chenchua's mouth twitched in disbelief. No wonder it felt so familiar. Back when that internet novel was all the rage, he had read a few chapters himself. However, due to the authoress' relentless dedication, writing for over a decade with no end in sight, he had stopped following it. One particular sequence had left an impression mirroring his current predicament almost perfectly. Slapping his own face in exasperation, he felt utterly speechless. Who would have thought such a ludicrous scenario would unfold in his life? Back then, he had found that part of the story ridiculous and had even mocked it, and now it had come back to bite him. How kitsch! This was far more outrageous than the trashy novels penned by that author with the surname Fong. Noticing Chenchua's silence and the rapid changes in his expressions, Shen Yanqing believed she had cleverly maneuvered him into a corner. Thus she proudly proclaimed, "Oh, I'm quite easy to negotiate with. My heart is soft. as long as you agree to 3 conditions and help me with 3 tasks, I may consider not showing that video to your family's creditor. Don't worry. My requests won't affect your relationship with them." Before she could finish, a dark object, ringing loudly, hurtled toward Xin Yanqing, abruptly interrupting her. Startled, she instinctively dodged to the side, and the object crashed beside her. "What the heck? What are you doing?" Xin Yanqing glared at Chen Shua, who had risen from the sofa, legs crossed, still gesturing as if throwing something. Angrily, she snapped, "You dare to attack me? Do you believe I want to send this video to your family's creditor right now? Let them deal with you." Chen Shua pointed at the object that had just struck her. "What is that?" Xin Yanqing looked down and realized it was the phone Chen Shua had thrown. To make matters worse, a voice she recognized all too well came from the phone. "Yanqing, why are you holding the idiot's phone?" Hearing her old friend's voice, Xin Yanqing quickly picked up the phone and flipped it over. On the screen appeared Su Yan, dressed in a suit and seemingly sitting in an office, her brow furrowed. Xin Yanqing was stunned. What on earth was happening? Why wasn't he the idiot following the script? And when did he make a video call? Chen Shua stretched, glancing at the bewildered Xin Yanqing, and said nonchalantly, "Aren't you going to tell your creditor that I was watching a movie and doing those things? Go ahead, I've set up the video call for you, no need to be shy with that." He flopped back onto the sofa, ignoring her. Xin Yanqing was left even more dumbfounded and a bit frantic. What bizarre turn of events was this? He wasn't following the script at all. Wasn't she supposed to have leverage over him, easily dominating him? How? This, at that moment, Su Yan, who had just finished a meeting and was preparing for a business trip. Listen to Chen Shua's words, her brow furrowing as her pen snapped in half from the tension. A cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes as she asked, "What movie? What were you doing? What happened?" Realizing her friend might have misunderstood, Xin Yanqing felt on the verge of tears. How could she explain? She had only been teasing the idiot, hoping to get a small measure of revenge for the last time Chen Shua had bested her during their dice game. She would never truly dare to send Su Yan that video. That would be like walking into a trap, if Su Yan discovered she had watched such things in her private cinema. Especially with her boyfriend witnessing it, she would be in serious trouble. Seeing Xin Yanqing on the brink of tears, Chen Shua stood up, retrieved his phone, and addressed Su Yan. "It's just that I accidentally watched a movie we weren't supposed to see as kids. And your friend caught me. She recorded it and threatened to share the video with you unless I agreed to 3 conditions. Oh, is that how it is?" Su Yan sighed in relief, realizing it wasn't as she feared. However, she quickly reacted, though not entirely processing it. "What do you mean by movies we weren't supposed to see as kids?" "Oh, it's actually..." After hearing Chen Shua's explanation, Su Yan's eyes twitched. After a long pause, she suddenly remarked, "Chen the idiot, who are you trying to insult?" Chapter 79, a truly unique oddity. What? Hearing the creditor's unexpected remark and witnessing the palpable frost enveloping her exquisite features, with her temples slightly bulging and her hands clenched, producing a cracking sound, Chen the idiot stood there, utterly bewildered. "What do you mean by that? Shouldn't you be the one explaining yourself?" Su Yan's smile was deceptive. Internally, her teeth were nearly grinding to dust. "Are you implying that last night, while you held me in your sleep, I lay there passively, allowing you to do as you pleased, and you didn't even touch me? Just caressed my leg, and then the next day, you went off to watch movies? You've got quite the filthy mouth, little idiot." Su Yan gritted her teeth, saying, "You better watch out, if you have any leftovers today. I swear I won't call myself Su Yan." Wait, realizing the creditor's sudden fury, Chen Shua finally understood this was akin to a man failing to satisfy a woman, or a woman facing a man but choosing to be self-sufficient rather than touch him. It was no longer mere insults, it was an affront to one's dignity. No wonder the creditor was livid. If their roles were reversed, any man would surely explode in rage. Meanwhile, Xin Yanqing, overhearing this exchange, was utterly dumbfounded. "Wow, this is getting serious. So not only did my friend manage to make the idiot official, but they also spent the night together. If my friend thinks they shared a night and the idiot just had a taste, only to choose instant noodles for breakfast the next day, this is a disaster." Given Su Yan's intelligence, if she caught sight of that video, she would undoubtedly realize it was fake. After all, Chen Shua had been dressed fully, and the milk stains on the floor served as evidence. While an average person might overlook these details, Su Yan was no ordinary person. Realizing she had gone too far, Xin Yanqing slowly rose and stealthily prepared to leave. "Wait, creditor, Before Chen Shua could explain, Su Yan, ready to unleash her fury upon the idiot, suddenly paused, her expression cooling. "Wait, idiot, first tell me where you watched this movie." Was it on your phone or your computer? Although Su-Yan rarely indulged in such content, having only seen it a couple of times by accidentally glancing at the idiot's phone, she still possessed some knowledge about it. Typically, if one were to watch such material on a phone or computer, they would close the curtains, lock the doors, and wear headphones to ensure privacy. If Chen Shua had watched it on his phone or computer, excluding the possibility of him leaving the door unlocked, there remained a rather outrageous possibility. As that thought crossed her mind, Su-Yan immediately dismissed it. If there was anyone she understood well besides herself, it was Chen the idiot and Xin Yanqing. They were practically a matched pair. Knowing these two, she was certain they were not those kinds of people. What? No, I watched it in your private cinema. Upon hearing this, Su-Yan froze in shock. Su-Yan looked utterly bewildered. Wait, you watched that in my private cinema? Yes. Would you like me to show you? Chen Shua pressed a button on the remote, causing Su-Yan's eyes to twitch in disbelief. No way, I distinctly remember my private cinema lacking such features. With an innocent expression, Chen Shua replied, how would I know? I stumbled upon it by chance. And I nearly spat my milk all over the floor when I saw it. I thought you were into such thrilling escapades. I barely got 2 minutes in when your friend barged in, caught me red-handed, and recorded a video. Upon hearing this, Su-Yan instantly grasped the situation. Taking a deep breath, her previously relaxed fist tightened once more. She struggled to maintain her composure and, with a gentle tone, inquired of Chen Shua, silly boy, is my friend still there? Chen Shua glanced over and candidly remarked, she is probably just about to step out. Just as Xin Yanqing took her first step out, she froze in her tracks. Silly boy, turn the volume up to the maximum and put it on speaker. Alright, done, Xin Yanqing. Su-Yan suddenly called out coldly. Xin Yanqing's legs weakened, rendering her immobile. Chen Shua instantly understood the implication and approached her, handing over his phone with a calm demeanor. The creditor is looking for you. Xin Yanqing accepted Chen Shua's phone with a look of despair. Silly boy, you go back inside the cinema, come on. Xin Yanqing, close the door, Su-Yan commanded in an authoritative tone. Xin Yanqing could already foresee her impending fate. If she dared to flee now, Su-Yan would undoubtedly seize her and exact punishment. Rather than fleeing and incurring further reproach, it was better to surrender voluntarily. Xin Yanqing closed the door. 5 minutes later, she opened it again. Here, your phone. Xin Yanqing handed back Chen Shua's phone with a deflated demeanor, devoid of the spirited confidence she had moments ago. Clearly Su-Yan had not been gentle in her reprimand. Chen Shua took the phone. My apologies, those movies were actually mine. I initially intended to learn something and alleviate my boredom, but I didn't expect. I'm sorry. Xin Yanqing suddenly bowed to Chen Shua, sincerely apologizing. Chen Shua yawned, shook his head, and said, it's fine. Since it was merely a misunderstanding, it's resolved now. Had it not been for Xin Yanqing's actions, Chen Shua would not have felt compelled to disclose the truth. It could be said that Xin Yanqing had truly encountered a formidable opponent this time, one who did not adhere to conventional norms. Who would have anticipated that he would be so forthright in such a situation? If it had been anyone else, 9 out of 10 would likely have attempted to conceal their misdeeds. Fearing their partner would discover their flaws, Xin Yanqing had merely intended to tease him. She had no intention of sending that video to Su-Yan. She wasn't foolish. If she truly sent that video to Su-Yan, regardless of the outcome, she would inevitably be seen as the instigator. By the way, your creditor asked me to inquire whether you wish to continue watching those films. If you do, I'll keep them. If not, I'll delete them, Xin Yanqing said with a hint of reluctance. Chen Shua chuckled and replied, forget it, I'm no longer interested in that. As for deletion, that's entirely up to you. I'm off to sleep now. With that, Chen Shua strolled past Xin Yanqing. What a ridiculous situation. Xin Yanqing sighed, my heart is heavy, but I shall remain silent. Can she really blame Chen Shua for being inconsiderate? After all, it was she who had acted without thought first. Though Xin Yanqing was not particularly fond of reasoning with others, she was not entirely devoid of logic. If she were to place the blame solely on Chen Shua, all her years of upbringing would have been in vain. If she were that sort of person, how could Su-Yan have remained her close friend for so many years? Perhaps Su-Yan was right. It might be time for her to consider finding a partner. As this situation was certainly not sustainable, in truth, Su-Yan had not scolded Xin Yanqing much. After a couple of remarks, she merely suggested that she apologize to Chen Shua and offered a few pieces of advice before leaving it at that. As Xin Yanqing's confidant, it was impossible for her not to understand Su-Yan's perspective. Su-Yan knew that Xin Yanqing's interest in such films stemmed purely from curiosity and an inability to release pent-up stress, leading her to resort to such measures. There were certainly better alternatives, such as engaging in a normal relationship, but Xin Yanqing was an extraordinary anomaly. She neither fancied men nor women, at least in the traditional sense. This peculiar disposition prevented her, a young lady from the esteemed Shin family, from living a carefree life akin to other women in her circle who chose not to marry or date. She also could not entirely disregard her natural instincts. Moreover, being a prodigious talent, such individuals often possess unique quirks, thus Shin Yanqing's proclivities could hardly be classified as faults. After all, she was self-sufficient, far superior to those who, despite appearing pure and innocent, secretly engaged in shady exploits to alleviate their loneliness. At least she was not reckless. Had it not been for Chen Shua's forthrightness in revealing the situation, and had Shin Yanqing truly sent the video to Chen Shua, she would likely have faced repercussions. Even if Chen Shua had acted inappropriately, he would have preferred instant noodles over her lavish meals, and it would have been considered a minor issue. It's only human nature. Who hasn't experienced such a thing? As long as one does not encroach upon others' territory, self-sufficiency is far preferable to those who, while feasting, also covet the meals of others. Conversely, those who seek to use this incident as leverage, believing they possess an advantage, are truly mistaken. Thus, Chen Shua's actions inadvertently saved Shin Yanqing. Otherwise, if she had truly sent it to Su Yan, given Su Yan's temperament, her fate would likely have been far more severe than merely enduring a reprimand. Chapter 80. I also wish to maintain a low profile, but the creditor's influence does not permit it. Following this minor incident, Chen Shua returned to his room, burrowed under the covers, and slept soundly until the afternoon. Initially, he intended to sleep until evening, but he was roused by an elderly man, who claimed that all procedures had been completed and inquired when he would attend class. Half awake and still groggy, Chen Shua belatedly remembered his prior commitment to attend a university. Yawning, he casually replied that he was available at any time, leaving the scheduling to the elderly man. The elderly man, seemingly afraid Chen Shua would back out, promptly arranged for the afternoon, scheduling 2 classes, one in mathematics and the other in medicine. Chen Shua looked perplexed. I don't recall a university offering a medical program, the elderly man responded with utmost seriousness. I merely instructed you to attend classes at a university. I never stated that you could only teach a university students. Chen Shua's mind momentarily lagged at the absurdity of this statement, prompting him to give the seemingly stern yet scheming elderly man a dismissive gesture. Subsequently, sporting a deadpan expression, he donned casual attire and a pair of pink slippers, nonchalantly retrieved a key from a drawer brimming with car keys belonging to the creditor, and headed to the garage. He drove one of the creditor's Bentleys directly to a university. Even before entering the campus, Chen Shua had already attracted a considerable amount of attention, particularly from female students. However, it was less about him and more about the car he was driving. Before he could even come to a complete stop at the school gate, several reasonably attractive female students approached him with confident strides, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the vehicle. The male students, witnessing this scene, could only shake their heads or murmur under their breath. Unfortunately, Chen Shua had not intended to be so ostentatious. He had simply chosen randomly. Moreover, this vehicle appeared to hold a moderate standing among the creditor's collection. Chen Shua sighed inwardly. He too wished to keep a low profile, but the creditor's influence forbade it. As the prospect of unnecessary trouble loomed, Chen Shua's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man at the school gate, clad in a suit, sporting a characteristic potbelly, and wearing thick glasses. He appeared dignified, likely in his 50s, and exuded an air of authority. Chen Shua surmised that this man was likely the principal of a university, come to greet him. As he approached, it became evident that the sight of the Bentley parked in front of the principal caused the female students, who had entertained thoughts of the passenger seat, to halt in their tracks. They could only watch as the window of the Bentley rolled down, revealing a face that rivaled today's top-tier young stars. As he exchanged a few words with the principal, known for his stern demeanor that had earned him the nickname King of Hell, afterward, he drove the car into the campus. To everyone's astonishment, the principal, typically so stern and demanding towards students, displayed a rare smile upon seeing Chen Shua. His demeanor shifted to that of utmost respect, akin to how they usually witnessed him, after handing something to the individual inside the vehicle. He even waved goodbye to the car as it entered the campus. This was something they had never encountered before. Consequently, the students began to speculate about the identity of the young man in the luxurious car, whose considerable wealth seemed to have elicited such deference from the president of a university. Some conjectured he might be a newly enrolled or transferred rich heir, while others suggested he could be a newly arrived teacher with a robust background. The room buzzed with a cacophony of opinions. Within a classroom that could accommodate over 100 individuals, a space typically occupied by students, today was markedly different. The seats where students usually sat were now filled with the university's esteemed faculty. or even their mentors. A total of several dozen individuals gathered, among whom were a group of elderly professors seated in the front row. They represented a significant part of a university's venerable heritage. Renowned for their integrity and holding a transcendent status even during major meetings or significant events at the university, it was rare for all these distinguished professors to be present, yet today, they had all convened in one room. In fact, there was hardly anyone under the age of 30 or holding a position below that of associate professor. There was, however, one notable exception, Xinyanqing, who sat beside a female professor appearing to be in her 40s. She was the only individual present under 30 and had already attained the rank of associate professor, a feat attributed to her exceptional talent in mathematics. Her abilities and knowledge in the field were undoubtedly on par with the majority of the professors present. Had it not been for the rather astonishing notion of someone under 30 assuming a professorship, her promotion would have already been a reality. Nevertheless, Xinyanqing was indifferent to such accolades. Her passion lay in mathematics, and she had no desire to inherit her family's business or become embroiled in familial affairs, which led her to take on the role of a teacher and secure an associate professorship. "Hey, Yanqing, who do you think will be the teacher giving us a lecture today?" While Xinyanqing rested her chin on her hand, gazing absent-mindedly out the window, a man clad in a suit, donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of refinement, suddenly sat beside her and inquired. Noticing his proximity, Xinyanqing instinctively shifted away, her beautiful brows knitting tightly, her eyes filled with resistance. She retorted bluntly, "Lu Mubai, if you come any closer, do you believe I won't throw you out right now?" Seeing Xinyanqing's unwavering hostility towards him, Lu Mubai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, unwilling to distance himself too much, he merely shifted slightly to the left, refusing to leave her side. After pursuing Xinyanqing for years without yielding, he understood that her demeanor was not just directed at him but at every man who dared to approach her. Others in the room were unfazed by this exchange. A man in his 30s, exuding an air of arrogance, adjusted his glasses and disdainfully remarked, "If someone is to lecture us, they should at least be an academician." Right. While this statement seemed rather hubristic, it held a grain of truth, for the individuals present had indeed earned such confidence. Merely sitting in the front row were associate professors, and the esteemed elder seated at the center, occupying the most prestigious position, was a rare full professor. Even within a prestigious institution like a university, such figures were akin to guardians of knowledge. Thus, aside from academicians, they struggled to envision anyone with the credentials to teach them. As Xinyanqing furrowed her brow, pondering who might be the one to lecture them, the sound of slippers scraping against the floor interrupted her train of thought, prompting an immediate hush to fall over the classroom. Even the elderly professor seated at the center, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, could not resist opening them to glance toward the classroom door. For this lesson, the vicinity had been cleared, ensuring that no one else would intrude upon their gathering. Making the hesitant footsteps unmistakably belong to the teacher arriving to instruct them. Amidst the curious gazes of Xinyanqing and her fellow teachers, a youthful figure gradually appeared at the entrance. Xinyanqing's expression morphed into one of utter astonishment as she beheld the very person she had encountered that afternoon, one who had left her feeling as solid as steel, nearly struck down by her friend wielding a stick. Her heart raced as if 1,000 alpacas were galloping through it. Her wide round eyes were filled with shock and confusion. What on earth, how could it be him? Chapter 81, It Is What It Is. And it isn't what it isn't. Before them stood a young man clad in casual attire, sporting pink slippers and holding a bottle of sugar-free soda, yawning as he walked, appearing as though he had just awakened. He seemed hardly older than the students. As he approached the podium, the collective reaction of the attendees was one of disbelief, followed by a glimmer of indignation. The oldest and most esteemed professor, upon recognizing the young man before him, instinctively rose to his feet, his weathered face betraying a mix of astonishment and incredulity. As others witnessed the elder professor's unexpected reaction, they too felt compelled to stand. An inexplicable sense of being played washing over them. A gentle-faced female professor in her 40s could no longer contain herself, gently interjecting, "Young man, have you perhaps entered the wrong classroom? We are not having a lecture today." Having just stepped onto the podium, Chen Shua had yet to set down his soda when he noticed everyone had suddenly risen, and someone was addressing him, covering his mouth with his hand. He yawned again and replied nonchalantly, "No, I'm indeed the one here to teach you." Upon hearing such audacious claims from this young man, asserting he would lecture a group of associate professors and professors, even the most composed individuals felt a surge of anger rising within them. They could accept being taught by others, but they absolutely could not tolerate a youth, seemingly their peer, presuming to instruct them. Even a genius like Xin Yanqing, hailed as the foremost mathematical prodigy of Guangfu and ranking third in Longsha, had only attained the position of associate professor at nearly 30. How could someone younger than her possibly have the authority to stand at that podium and lecture them? The associate professor, who had been seated behind Lu Mubai, couldn't help but scoff. You teach us? Do you even have the credentials for that? Do you know who we are? Each of us here could easily be your teacher. We could even teach your teachers, and yet, you presume to lecture us. How utterly naive! Get down from there. The older, more composed professors remained silent, their discontent evident on their faces. Lu Mubai couldn't resist a sarcastic quip. Dear student, are you here to teach us the basics of addition and subtraction, or perhaps the fundamentals of a linear equation? If that's the case, we wouldn't mind brushing up on our elementary knowledge. Laughter erupted in the classroom, save for Xin Yanqing, who furrowed her brow. Unlike the others, she was not questioning why Chen Shua was there or why he was their lecturer. Instead, she was puzzled by the elderly professor's seemingly excited demeanor. His hands and lips trembling with anticipation, his gaze never straying from Chen Shuai in the face of the uproarious laughter. Chen Shua simply yawned once more, unfazed, and calmly stated, "Yes, I am here to teach you the basics." "So, are you interested in attending?" The laughter only intensified, echoing through the classroom. Even the revered professors struggled to suppress their smiles, unable to comprehend whether he was jesting or genuinely attempting to amuse these elderly gentlemen. However, as most continued to mock Chen Shua, the elder professor at the front, seated in the most prestigious position, suddenly bowed deeply before him, respectfully proclaiming, "Student Fu Yuan humbly seeks to learn from your teachings." Esteemed teacher. At those words, the classroom fell into an astonished silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the venerable professor, who was so respected at a university that even the president treated him with deference. Now bowing to a young man who appeared to be a mere jester? What was happening? Gazing at the elderly professor bowing before him, Chen Shua pondered briefly but could not recall any memories of him. Thus he inquired, "Do you know me? Please, do not honor me with such reverence," Chen Shua replied, and Fu Yuan, visibly flustered, earnestly responded, "I had the privilege of attending a lecture by you at the National Academy of Sciences in the imperial capital. And I still benefit greatly from it to this day." At this revelation, every individual present, including Xin Yanqing, stared in wide-eyed astonishment, their minds reeling with the implications of this young man had lectured a professor held in such high esteem in Guangfu. Renowned in the field of mathematics? The esteemed old professor has greatly benefited from this young man, even going so far as to refer to himself as his student? In an instant, the faces of Lu Mubai and another individual, who had just moments ago been mocking him, flushed with embarrassment, yet they remained unwilling to accept that someone so youthful could possess a mastery in this field that surpassed their own, despite having spent years studying to attain titles of associate professor and professor. However, the mere fact that the venerable professor spoke so highly of him left them too intimidated to voice their doubts. Their unwillingness to concede and skepticism would not simply dissipate due to a few words from the old professor. Chen Shua merely held his head high and lightly nodded, clearly not recalling the identity of the venerable professor before him. Chen Shua chose not to speak further. Instead, he picked up a piece of chalk from the lectern and began to write a problem on the blackboard. The only sound that filled the classroom was the rhythmic scratching of chalk against the board. As Xin Yanqing gazed at the elegant characters being inscribed by Chen Shua, her eyes brightened instantaneously. What exquisite handwriting! Observing the neatly printed words on the blackboard, akin to printed text, the female professor who had just voiced a reminder could not help but nod in agreement, remarking, "Indeed, it is quite beautiful." Meanwhile, Lu Mubai, witnessing Xin Yanqing's rare compliment towards a man, felt a surge of displeasure. Having never experienced such treatment before, furrowing his brow, he irritably remarked, "What does it matter if his handwriting is beautiful? Does that mean?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Mubai's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the content on the blackboard. Abruptly silencing his words, Xin Yanqing promptly took a seat, opened her notebook, and began solving the problem presented by Chen Shua. Chen Shua casually tossed the remaining small piece of chalk onto the lectern and, gesturing towards the problem on the blackboard where he had already written the answer, spoke nonchalantly, "Since you all seem to know everything and can even be my teachers, I shall refrain from embarrassing myself by discussing the basic concepts and problem-solving strategies. I am inherently disinclined to slither about like a serpent. You may write down the steps to solve this problem yourselves. I have already provided you with the answer and the preliminary steps. It cannot be incorrect. Whoever can solve it may leave class. Those who find this fundamental question too simplistic or do not wish to answer may feel free to exit at any time and need not attend my class again." That is all. With that, Chen Shua picked up a bottle of soda and left the classroom without a backward glance. The professors and associate professors stared at the blackboard, absorbing the problem, the earlier steps, and the solution. Only regaining their senses once Chen Shua had departed. They had all stood up in unison moments ago, but now they sat down in unison, flipping open their notebooks and picking up their pens. The classroom was filled solely with the sound of pen tips gliding across paper. The associate professor who had previously mocked Chen Shua and Lu Mobai felt the heat of shame intensify on their faces. For upon a mere glance, they realized they were utterly incapable of solving the so-called fundamental problem. In truth, Chen Shua harbored a fondness for mathematics. Among all disciplines, mathematics was arguably the fairest of them all. In other subjects, if one faltered during an exam, one could resort to vague responses. In language arts, one could write freely in an essay. In politics, one could meander through major questions. In English, one could copy comprehension passages. Regardless of the approach, one could still salvage a few points. However, mathematics was like a steadfast companion that would never betray you. If you knew the material, you would succeed. If you did not, you simply would not. If faced with an unsolvable math problem, one might as well scribble down a solution, but even then, that solution would not garner any points on the exam. As chapter 82 unfolds, we find Li Tao, with a bruised and battered visage, encountering Chen Shua as he exited, heading towards the next classroom. Li Tao was in a profoundly disgruntled mood. He had never anticipated that his routine display of superiority over his neighbors, aimed at satisfying his vanity, would lead to such unforeseen calamity. Thus, he had not come to school to attend classes today but rather to resign from his position, despite the arduous relationships he had navigated to secure this job. He found himself compelled to leave, having offended the president of the Su Group. A single phone call from Su Yan had resulted in his cousin losing his job. That very night, his cousin had stormed into his home and delivered a beating, leaving Li Tao's mother humiliated by her sister-in-law's scorn, spending the entire night washing her face in shame, causing a rift between the two families. After being thoroughly punished, Li Tao's cousin had finally calmed down enough to warn him that he had wronged individuals he ought not to have crossed and should quickly vacate the premises. Running as far away as possible, fearing retribution from Su Yan, Li Tao resolved to hastily relocate from City 8. He had packed his belongings, ready to depart at any moment. The only thing left was to formally resign from a university. Initially, he had no intention of coming to resign, preferring to leave quietly, but fearing the implications for his future, he had been advised by the individual who had facilitated his position at a university to formally resign instead. Fortunately, he was still within his probationary period and had yet to conduct any classes, thus notifying that person would suffice for his resignation. When he unexpectedly spotted Chen Shua at a university, Li Tao was taken aback. Chen Shua? What was he doing here? Instinctively, he turned away, fearing that Chen Shua might recognize him. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Shua had already noticed him but was disinclined to engage after catching a glimpse of Chen Shua heading towards a nearby new teaching building. Li Tao breathed a sigh of relief, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Li Tao, encountering Chen Shua, felt akin to a mouse facing a cat. Terrified that the latter would remember the years he had spent undermining Chen Shua's family, inciting Su Yan to seek vengeance, regret consumed him. He lamented the folly of his previous actions, realizing he should never have persistently stabbed at Chen Shua's family from behind. Yet, his regret was futile. This was his comeuppance. Just as Li Tao resolved to expedite his resignation process and flee City A, he took a couple of quick steps before halting once again. Casting a glance at Chen Shua's retreating figure, Li Tao furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Wait a moment, what business does Chen Shua have at a university? Today is not Saturday, this area should be closed to the public. The more he pondered, the more he felt that something was off, and at that moment, he encountered the university president, Lu Rini, walking towards him. As president of a university, Lu Rini felt an immense sense of pride at having had the fortune to invite such a distinguished individual to teach. It was a point of pride he could boast about to his counterparts at other 985 and 211 universities for a year and a half. However, just as he intended to observe how the young luminary conducted his class, he noticed a teacher in a suit, sporting a name tag, approaching him and greeting, "President." Out of politeness, Lu Rini nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to move on, when the unfamiliar teacher pointed at Chen Shua's back and inquired, "By the way, President, is that teacher from our university? Why have I never seen him before, and what does he teach?" Upon realizing that Li Tao was referring to the young luminary, Lu Rini's spirits soared even higher as he proudly declared, "Oh, him, He is especially invited, a special teacher. He is here to instruct our faculty and teachers from other schools, not to teach students. Lu Rini initially intended to mention that Chen Shua was a distinguished academician but thought better of it. Fearing it might intimidate others or cause unnecessary trouble for Chen Chia. In truth, Lu Rini had not misspoken. After all, a teacher of teachers was still a teacher. Nevertheless, even with this clarification, upon hearing that Chen Shua was a specially appointed teacher, Li Tao remained stunned and incredulous. Him, a teacher, indeed, Lu Rini replied, his countenance radiant with enthusiasm. Is there a problem? And no. Li Tao mumbled inwardly, how could he possibly be a teacher? He hasn't even completed his university education. Yet he is here at a university as a teacher. At that moment, the only conclusion Li Tao could draw was that Chen Shua, like him, had gained his position through nepotism and connections. Otherwise, how could someone who had not even finished university be appointed as a university instructor, teaching not students, but teachers? Absurd, utterly outrageous. The more Li Tao reflected on this, the more he sensed something was off. After Lu Rini departed, Li Tao gazed at the vanishing figure of Chen Shua in the new teaching building. A flicker of malice and resentment glinted in his eyes. He recalled how, throughout his life, he had always been perceived as the exemplary child of someone else's family, supposed to bask in praise and accolades, yet was overshadowed by that insufferable brat from upstairs from a young age. Li Tao had harbored resentment, even animosity towards Chen Shua, for whenever they appeared together, the accolades that rightfully belonged to him were claimed by Chen Shua instead. He felt invisible, akin to air, overlooked by all. This was a reality he could hardly accept. In this day and age, it is quite a remarkable occurrence. Chen Shua has suddenly risen to prominence, finally able to stand atop his peers and mock them openly. This explains why Li Tao sought him out last night to deride him. He attempted to regain his so-called dignity by belittling Chen Shua, unaware that Su Yan's arrival would trample that very dignity into the ground. Why, he pondered, should he, who has always been more accomplished than me, be afforded such advantages? How is it that I, a distinguished university graduate, remain without a girlfriend, while he, someone who has not even completed his degree, possesses a partner so exceptional that she incites envy? Chen Shua, you have brought me to this state, and I shall not allow you to escape unscathed. Years of pent-up frustration and jealousy clouded Li Tao's judgment, prompting him to take out his phone and make a call. Hello, is this the Education Bureau? I wish to report that someone is impersonating a university professor at a university. Chapter 83, in truth, not dead. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. Class dismissed. Compared to the mathematics classroom, the medical lecture proceeded with much greater ease. While there had been doubts regarding his identity and capabilities, Chen Shua swiftly silenced them. By merely employing the most fundamental techniques of observation, inquiry, and pulse diagnosis, he was able to identify several obscure ailments afflicting established professors, earning their respect, notably when he confidently diagnosed a seemingly healthy middle-aged man with renal issues. The man was left speechless, particularly as the medical classroom also housed several female instructors. Just as the man was about to retaliate, Chen Shua casually produced a needle and made a couple of quick punctures, causing the gentleman to flush with embarrassment and rush to the restroom. Upon his return, he fell to his knees, addressing Chen Shua as teacher and divine healer. From that moment, skepticism vanished. Thus, the lesson progressed smoothly. Chen Shua's teachings were devoid of complexity, conveyed in straightforward terms, yet, it was precisely this simplicity that captivated the audience of educators, teachers, associate professors, and full professors, who listened with rapt attention, their eyes shining with admiration. They feverishly jotted down notes, fearful of missing even a single word, for in the realm of medicine merit prevails, and the pursuit of knowledge is endless, regardless of age. Even a mere child could earn the respect of venerable experts if they could cure ailments that confounded seasoned professionals. Excuse me, Professor, may I pose a question? As Chen Shua stepped out of the classroom, a female instructor clad in a white lab coat hurried after him, eager to inquire. He glanced at her. She wore gold-rimmed glasses and exuded a blend of innocence and a contradictory allure. In response to her query, he casually advised, in such a situation, simply note the 12th word from the second to last line in your notes, and you shall have your answer. The instructor paused, then glanced at her notebook. Her expression transforming into one of enlightenment. Overcome with excitement, she bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. I understand now. Thank you, teacher. With that, Chen Shua turned to leave, aware that the other instructors were now clamoring to approach him. He had no inclination to extend his hours without compensation, and he felt no obligation to nurture talent, for the material he had covered in just 20 minutes would suffice for them to ponder for months. However, just as he attempted to depart, the same female instructor called out, "Professor Chen, would you join me for dinner this evening? I have further questions." "Not convenient, not interested, no time," he replied firmly. The disappointment in Louis's enchanting eyes was palpable. Her pure visage evoking both sympathy and temptation. Most would find it difficult to refuse her request, yet Chen Shua belonged to that rare group of individuals immune to her charm. However, before he could distance himself further, he was intercepted at the entrance of the building. "Good day, we are from the Education Department and the Public Security Bureau. We received an anonymous tip alleging that you are impersonating a university professor. Please accompany us." Chen Shua was momentarily taken aback. The students nearby began to murmur among themselves. Can you believe it? In this day and age, someone would dare impersonate a university professor? What audacity! Wait, isn't that the person we just saw at the school entrance? A few of those who had spotted him earlier joined in the ridicule. I knew it, he must have used some underhanded means to secure a teaching position. Why else would the principal greet him personally? Look, he's been caught red-handed. Ignoring the jeers, Chen Shua caught sight of Li Tao, lurking in the crowd attempting to conceal himself behind a mask. Despite his disguise, Li Tao's distinctive features were unmistakable. Chen Shua sighed inwardly. Pondering the ceaseless presence of individuals intent on their own destruction, Louis and the medical instructors who had attended his lecture overheard this exchange. As Chen Shua faced the education department officials and police, Louis stepped forward, unable to contain her disbelief. This is impossible. How could Professor Chen be an imposter? He is undeniably talented, and the knowledge he imparted was genuine. The male instructor who had previously been treated by Chen Shua also intervened, adjusting his glasses. Indeed, officers, you must be mistaken. However, the officials remained unmoved. Ability does not equate to legitimacy. We must ask you to come with us. As Chen Shua appeared poised to be taken away, Louis and the others could only feel helpless. Surely this will suffice to verify my identity, he said, producing a small red booklet and a folded document from his pocket, which he handed to them. Upon a brief glance, the official's expression shifted dramatically. You are an academician of the National Academy of Sciences. The room erupted in astonishment. The students, who had moments ago mocked Chen Shua, now found their expressions frozen in disbelief. An academician? At such a young age? This must be a joke, Louis gasped, covering her mouth in shock, unable to fathom that the instructor she believed to be merely a professor was, in fact, an esteemed academician. The medical professors, while surprised by his youth, found this revelation fitting. At that moment, the officials from the education department and the police received phone calls, and after hanging up, their demeanor transformed entirely. They approached Chen Shua with newfound respect, returning the booklet and document, apologizing profusely. Our sincerest apologies, esteemed academician. It seems we made an error in our investigation. We regret any inconvenience caused. Chen Shua did not dwell on their misstep, his gaze falling upon Li Tao, who appeared pale and trembling, struggling to steady himself against the wall. Upon meeting Chen Shua's eyes, Li Tao felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: I am finished. This is the end for me. In truth, Li Tao had not anticipated that, despite this ordeal, he would still be alive. Yet, in the shadows of this world, a youth tormented by life emerged, his eyes devoid of spirit. Stripped of past pride. He lacked physical scars, yet he found himself reduced to begging on the streets, a figure of utter desolation. Chapter 84. Viewing properties. Having revealed his identity, Chen Shua chose not to linger. Nor did he seek to uncover the source of the anonymous complaint against him. He was already aware of the answer and deemed it unnecessary to take matters into his own hands. Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Chen Shua turned and departed, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Realizing that Chen Shua had noticed him but chose not to confront him immediately or inquire with the Education Bureau staff about the identity of the anonymous whistleblower, Li Tao felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Tao hastily exited a university, and his family fled a city that very night. Little did he know, his misfortunes had already commenced the moment he made that fateful phone call. Had he not been so self-satisfied and clever, perhaps he would not have suffered so greatly, and nonetheless, his plight was unlikely to improve. As someone fiercely protective and unable to bear seeing this fool endure any hardship, had no intention of letting him off the hook and had already begun to take action. Damn it, this mess was one he had created himself. Others had no right to interfere. Once Chen Shua left a university, he fulfilled the promise he had made to his parents the previous day and took them to the newly opened Tianshan mansion to view properties. The elderly couple was visibly anxious, searching for various excuses to avoid going. However, regardless of their current jobs, even if they were to save every penny for an entire year, they could scarcely afford a few square meters there. Chen Shua understood their apprehensions and urged them to put their worries aside. Wang Mei and Chen Shang, not wanting to disappoint their son's good intentions, exchanged glances filled with unspoken communication. Wang Mei, what should we do? Our dear son seems quite serious. Chen Shang, let us at least take a look. We can always find a way to decline later. Wang Mei, I suppose that's all we can do. Observing the unmistakable exchange between his parents in the back seat, a hint of helplessness and heartache crept onto Chen Shua's lips. Soon, they arrived at the sales office. Wang Mei and Chen Shang were taken aback by the opulence and grandeur of the place. With all the visitors appearing to be affluent business owners or elite professionals, adorned with gold watches and chunky necklaces, their feelings of unease intensified, entirely oblivious to the fact that the car they had just arrived in, driven by their son, was of a value that rivaled those of the so-called tycoons. Hello, I'm Xiao Zhou, the sales representative here. How may I assist you? Shortly after entering, a young woman in professional attire approached them. Upon noticing the two older individuals, whose combined clothing cost no more than 1,000 yuan, her smile faltered slightly. Although her expression remained cheerful, it lacked its initial warmth, and a glimmer of disdain flickered in her eyes. A seasoned salesperson could quickly assess the worth of a person through their attire and gauge their financial standing. If not for her string of unsuccessful sales days, she would not have felt the need to approach this trio. However, when she laid eyes on Chen Shua, her demeanor shifted slightly, tinged with regret as she mused internally, what a shame, he is handsome but doesn't he appear to be wealthy. If only he were. Although she could not ascertain the value of Chen Shua's casual outfit, the elderly couple's attire led her to assume he was likewise lacking in funds. Naturally, she dismissed them as mere window shoppers, those who came merely to gawk at high-end properties without any real intent. Chen Shua examined the model of the development and inquired, are there any units on the 10th, 13th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 19th, or 20th floors that exceed 200 or 300 square meters? The request for prime floors and spacious layouts startled Xiao Zhou. Regaining her composure, she noticed that Wang Mei and Chen Shang were equally taken aback, hesitating to intervene. The disdain in her gaze began to grow, yet she maintained her professional facade, reminding Chen Shua, we do have such units, but they start at a minimum of 200,000 yuan per square meter. You see, Wang Mei and Chen Shang were stunned by the price. Unable to contain herself, Wang Mei asked, wasn't it stated to be 180,000 yuan per square meter? Why is it now 200,000? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhou's previously concealed disdain surfaced fully. With a slight smile, she raised her chin ever so slightly, delivering her most condescending yet polite response, that's simply how it is. Our properties are positioned in the high-end market, and you've chosen prime floors, which typically command a higher price. I understand that you, sir, are considerate of these two elders and wish to choose a more suitable floor for them, but the pricing is fixed. I can't change that. Of course, you might consider this building over here, which is priced lower than our other developments at 168,888 per square meter, with the fourth floor at just 158,888. As she pointed to the least desirable building, Chen Shua frowned, especially when she mentioned the fourth floor. He realized he was being underestimated. TSK, the outfit I'm wearing is not cheap. It was custom made for me last night by a significant benefactor, he thought, feeling perplexed by the constant underestimation he faced. Just as he was about to respond, an overpowering, nauseating scent wafted through the air, causing him to furrow his brow. A voice, familiar yet tinged with mockery, echoed through the space. If you can't afford to buy here, I truly wonder what you're doing looking around. You can't even afford the cheapest fourth-floor unit. You might as well go back to your rundown old place. Are you here just to mooch off the free snacks and tea? How shameless! The unmistakable tone of disdain confirmed Chen Shua's suspicions. He recognized the voice of Zhai Jinfeng, the matchmaking disaster he had encountered just days prior, clad in an oversized black dress and tightly laced boots that seemed on the verge of bursting. Her legs, encased in black stockings, were an alarming sight even to a leg enthusiast like Chen Shua. No, when my benefactor returns, I must touch those legs for 3 days and nights or risk nightmares for the rest of my life. At that moment, Chen Shua realized he was not merely a leg connoisseur. He had a singular fixation on the legs of his benefactor, particularly when adorned in stockings. The cloying scent of cheap perfume, mingled with her natural odor, was enough to make even Xiao Zhou, standing nearby, nearly lose her composure. Onlookers recoiled as if from a plague, wrinkling their noses and retreating. Even the balding middle-aged man, held by Zhai Jinfeng's grasp, wore an expression of utter despair, caught between his reluctance and some unspoken obligation, unable to extricate himself from her grip upon encountering such a notable figure and listening to her words. Wang Mei furrowed her brows. As if recalling something, she tugged at her son's clothing and softly inquired, "Ah Chu, could it be that she is the one you mentioned, Bo Gang?" Chen Shua nodded, expressing a hint of resignation as he replied. "This is the prospective match that your so-called good relative introduced for you, Mom. See, I wasn't mistaken, was I?" Wang Mei cast a glance at the woman Zhai Jinfeng, who seemed to overshadow her with 3 times her presence. Bowing her head slightly, she fell silent, having resolved internally to sever ties with that relative upon returning home. Such an affront to dignity was simply intolerable. It appeared that Zhai Jinfeng, seemingly intent on avenging the perceived slight from Chen Shua's previous matchmaking experience, began to sway her body against the arm of the man beside her, pointing at a building and playfully demanding, "Oh dear, I want a flat in that building, pretty please." Wang Mei and Chen Shang's lips twitched in discomfort, their expressions more animated than that of a fisherman trying to catch a fish. The urge to excuse themselves to the restroom was suddenly overwhelming. They were not alone. Others who had cast their gazes in their direction also hurriedly sought the restroom or stepped outside for a smoke, fearing that remaining one more second would compel them to vomit. All right, bye. The middle-aged man, who was being clung to, felt as though his arm might snap from the pressure, his expression contorted in agony. "Then I shall take a 150 square meter flat." Upon receiving his agreement, Zhai Jinfeng joyfully bounced along, clutching his arm. The man's voice had morphed into a wail. "All right, bye." Despite the impending financial burden, it was preferable to being butchered by her brother or having his arm yanked off in public. He had no desire to be like Yanghua. One must understand that entangled with this woman, the happiness of his remaining life hinged entirely on that right hand. At this moment, the middle-aged man was filled with regret. Had it not been for the leverage that had inadvertently fallen into Zhai Jinfeng's elder brother's hands, he would never have considered such a woman worthy of his attention. Why was she so adamant about acquiring a flat here? Was this not akin to courting disaster? He possessed some wealth, a city was not devoid of affluent individuals, but he had not yet reached the point of casually tossing out millions as if they were mere trifles. Xiao Zhou, whose eyelids twitched nervously, kept his gaze fixed on the floor beneath her feet, dreading that it might crack at any moment. Are you not taking us to view the flats?" Zhai Jinfeng pointed imperiously at Xiao Zhou. Her face filled with disdain. Although he felt deeply reluctant, it was certainly better than lingering here with Wang Mei, who was clearly unable to afford anything, with the thought that he hadn't made a sale in several days. And fearing that if he continued to be unproductive, he wouldn't be able to repay his app debts, he steeled himself, for the sake of earning a living. It's not embarrassing. After a mental pep talk, Xiao Zhou finally donned a professional fade and led them to view the flats. As they departed, Zhai Jinfeng shot a mocking glance at Chen Shua, her face openly displaying her triumph and contempt. Chen Shua dared not meet her gaze, for he truly felt nauseated. Once Xiao Zhou left, another sales representative approached. "Hello, I am Lisa, the sales manager here. How may I assist you?" She offered a glass of water, encouraging them to take their time. Compared to Xiao Zhou, this sales representative exuded a seasoned charm, refraining from judging them based on appearances, nor did she dismiss them due to their ordinary attire. Chen Shua, still clad in slippers, was not met with disdain. Instead, she served them tea with a genuine smile that far surpassed Xiao Zhou's. "Thank you." Chen Shua took a sip of the tea, then inquired about the availability of flats on the 13th. 15th, 16th, 17th, 19th, and 20th floors, each measuring approximately 200 or 300 square meters. "Yes, indeed, we have sample flats available. I can take you to see them." Upon hearing that Chen Shua was interested in flats exceeding 200 square meters, Lisa's smile grew even more radiant. "Wonderful, let us proceed." Lisa guided Chen Shua and his family through an extensive tour of 7 or 8 flats, patiently explaining each from a professional standpoint, devoid of any hint of impatience. Even when Wang Mei and Chen Shang rejected several options, she did not exhibit the same annoyance as Xiao Zhou. Instead, she inquired about their preferences, diligently seeking what they desired. Even when Wang Mei and Chen Shang expressed interest in a flat measuring only 180 square meters, which was less than 200, Lisa remained unfazed. Ultimately, it was Chen Shua who made the final decision, selecting a 300 square meter flat. He understood that his parents did not dislike large homes, they merely feared he might not have sufficient funds or that it would impose undue pressure upon him. Only after he reassured them that purchasing this flat would not cause any strain did they finally feel at ease. Having secured his parents' approval, Chen Shua asked, "Where do we sign the contract?" Lisa paused momentarily, then beamed with excitement. "On the first floor." "Excellent, let us go sign the contract for this flat." "Very well, this way, please." Lisa had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary dressed Chen Shua and his companions would opt for the most expensive flat available. Should this transaction succeed, her commission would be substantial. Upon returning to the first floor and after calculations, it was determined that the flat Chen Chua was interested in was priced at 60 million. May I ask if you prefer to pay in installments or, Lisa inquired cautiously. Chen Chua smiled lightly and replied, in full. Can I pay by card? The mere notion that someone was purchasing a flat worth 60 million in full sent shockwaves through those present. Eliciting astonished expressions, other sales representatives cast envious glances, their eyes burning with desire, as if they wished to obliterate Lisa to seize this opportunity for themselves. The commission from such a sale would be significant. Especially after Xiao Zhou had just endured Jai Jinfeng's mockery and contempt. Nearly losing hope, he returned to find that the individuals he had previously dismissed had just purchased a flat valued at 60 million. Xiao Zhou nearly spat blood in disbelief, feeling an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall. Meanwhile, Jai Jinfeng, who had been grumbling about her newly acquired husband due to the high price, was flabbergasted to learn that the very Chen Chua, who had previously insulted her and caused her considerable distress, was now poised to buy a 300 square meter flat outright. Initially stunned, she then unleashed a scathing retort. Ha, a man, trying to save face by pretending to be affluent. I refuse to believe it. You a pathetic average man. If you truly can pay for this flat in full today, I will eat this table on the spot. Chapter 86, The Purple Gold Dragon Card. One must note that had it not been for her family's sudden rise in fortune, with her elder brother unexpectedly becoming one of the underlings of several notorious figures in Assidious Underground, she might never have been afforded the opportunity to be here. Yet, precisely because of this, Jai Jinfeng, already possessing lofty aspirations, believed herself deserving of even better prospects. Thus, even though her brother had found her a husband worth millions, she still felt that he was unworthy of her. This led her to cling stubbornly, even resorting to threats to compel him to purchase this flat so she could flaunt it to her friends who had married better and lived more lavishly. After waiting for decades, having dreamt of such a transformation, she certainly could not fathom that the seemingly lifeless man she had previously dismissed could possibly procure a flat valued at 60 million. In the face of Jai Jinfeng's derision, Chen Chua couldn't be bothered to respond. He rummaged through his pocket and produced a black card, presenting it to Lisa. Go ahead and charge it. The sight of the card embossed with a golden dragon design exuding a metallic sheen made Lisa gasp in astonishment. Others around them also cast incredulous glances. It is worth noting that nearly everyone present, including Lisa herself, had only encountered such cards in written materials. This card, a creation of Longxia from a few years prior, functioned similarly to an unlimited credit card, albeit it was exceedingly rare. It was said that even now, only a handful of individuals possessed one, and even fewer knew how to obtain it. Jai Jinfeng, lacking the discernment to appreciate its value, embodied the saying that ignorance often accompanies arrogance. What is a purple gold card compared to my card from a certain credit union with more money? She brandished her card as if to boast. This card has over 1 million. It was given to me by my brother. I have a stack of such cards at home, gifted by others. The onlookers could no longer endure the sight of this insufferable woman, whose poor temperament and inflated self-esteem were unlike anything they had ever witnessed. A card worth over 1 million, who among them could produce such a sum without risking their own demise? Especially now, as someone had just unveiled an exceedingly rare purple gold card. Any normal person would have been too embarrassed to show their face, yet she reveled in her own ignorance. After a moment of stunned silence, Lisa finally regained her composure, bending down to respectfully retrieve the purple gold card that Chen Chua had casually pinched between his fingers. Certainly, the esteemed guest, please hold on a moment, she said with deference. Shortly thereafter, several sharply dressed individuals, clearly high-ranking officials of the establishment, hurried over. They returned the purple gold card to Chen Chua with great respect and humbly invited him and his companions into a nearby VIP room. 10 minutes later, Chen Chua and Wang Mei emerged from the VIP room. Chen Chua waved the contract in front of Jai Jinfeng and casually inquired, "How do you intend to swallow this table?" Jai Jinfeng's complexion shifted through shades of green, purple, black, and white as she could scarcely believe that this individual had indeed purchased a property worth 60 million in full cash. She trembled with rage. Her face contorted in fury. At the same time, regret gnawed at her. Had she known of his wealth, she would have refrained from making so many demands. Otherwise, she could have been the mistress of a 60 million property. It must be said, in terms of confidence, Jai Jinfeng was unparalleled, a true rarity. As countless gazes were cast in her direction, she felt as though swarmed by a legion of ants, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Without a shred of hesitation, driven purely by instinct, Jai Jinfeng turned and fled. The man who had accompanied her had no shame left to linger, promptly following suit, however, just as Chen Chua finalized the purchase and completed the contract. Leaving the sales office amidst the farewells of the executives, he noticed Jai Jinfeng suddenly returning, flanked by several imposing figures. "A brother, that's him," Jai Jinfeng exclaimed, as if she had found her backbone, no longer the flustered individual from moments before. Now boldly pointing at Chen Chua with her short, pudgy finger, the leader of the group, somewhat smaller in stature than Jai Jinfeng but significantly taller, donned a fur coat and sported a thick gold chain around his neck. Twice the width of his thumb, along with an ostentatious gold watch. He approached Chen Chua menacingly. "Son, what now?" Wang Mei's face flickered with concern at the sight of their unfriendly visitors. "Should we call the police?" Chen Chua reassured them. "It's alright, Mom, Dad, you head to the car, I will handle this." Although worried for their son, Wang Mei and Chen Sheng understood that their son was no longer the fledgling who needed their protection. His capabilities had far exceeded their expectations. Thus, after a few parting words, they left. Glancing back 3 times, Chen Chua, hands tucked in his pockets, strode towards the unfriendly group. "Kid, were you the one who insulted my sister a couple of days ago? Do you still dare to embarrass her today?" Zhai Ling Tian glared at Chen Chua, who remained unflinching, even advancing towards them, a sinister grin creeping across his face, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Yawning lazily, Chen Chua stretched and replied, "That's a blatant slander. I didn't utter a single foul word against her. As for today, she came looking for trouble. I would prefer to never see her again." Zhai Ling Tian, undeterred, bared his golden teeth and retorted angrily, "Humph, my sister says you insulted her, so you did." "Exactly, you insulted me." With newfound confidence, Jai Jinfeng became increasingly brazen. "And what do you intend to do about it?" Chen Chua regarded the peculiar sibling duo with amusement. Their confidence was indeed a sight to behold, one fiercely protective of his sister, utterly unreasonable. "It's quite simple, since you've wronged my sister, you should marry her," Zhai Ling Tian declared, raising his chin in a patronizing manner. Chen Chua nearly choked on his own incredulity. "Marry her?" Zhai Ling Tian boasted. "What, is marrying my sister, who is as beautiful as a celestial being and possesses a lovely character, beneath you? I tell you, not only must you marry her, but you must also hand over your wealth to her, adhering to the rules she set earlier. Otherwise, should you refuse, you'll find it difficult to survive in City A." Chen Chua was utterly speechless. "Truly, birds of a feather flock together. I would rather remain single for life," he stated dismissively, spreading his hands coolly. "Is that so? Are you refusing my hospitality?" Zhai Ling Tian's eyes narrowed threateningly. "Listen here, in City 8th, in this territory, I am the emperor. Didn't you just buy your parents a house here? If you dare oppose me, should anything happen to your parents, don't say I didn't warn you." Upon hearing his family used as leverage, Chen Chua's movements momentarily halted, his eyes narrowing, a glint of coldness flashing within. This was undoubtedly a sensitive subject for him. However, he refrained from immediate retaliation, subtly halting the instinct to eliminate these two nuisances. He merely sighed. "Fine, I'm not interested in further debate with you. You've made your demands clear." The moment he spoke, Zhai Ling Tian's interest peaked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Oh, you understand the rules? Good, I admire your guts. So how shall we settle this?" With a nonchalant tone, Chen Chua replied, "As you wish." "Alright," Zhai Ling Tian exclaimed. "Tonight at midnight, at the abandoned buildings in the west of the city, we shall resolve our issues then. You'd best gather a crowd, otherwise, don't say I'm bullying you." As he spoke, Zhai Ling Tian seemed to have experienced a setback in this regard, issuing a warning. "Let me make this clear. Don't even think about playing tricks or calling the police. I know where you live and what your parents do. If you dare involve the police, I'll make sure it ends badly for you." Chen Chua smiled faintly. "Rest assured, I'm not so uncouth. I understand the unwritten rules. If I bring anyone tonight, not just the police, but even those with any connection to law enforcement, then I wouldn't deserve to be called a person. Good lad, you have guts. Let us settle this tonight at midnight in the west of the city. No excuses. If you don't show up, I'll annihilate your entire family." As Zhai Ling Tian and his crew departed, Chen Chua heard Hua's voice. "Boss, why didn't you let me shoot earlier?" With a serene smile, Chen Chua replied, "There are too many people here. If you had acted, it would have caused quite a stir. While someone might cover for me, it wouldn't be fair to burden them unnecessarily. Besides, how can you be sure they clean up the mess thoroughly? What if even a trace is left behind? The entire world would know. We must maintain appearances. We are not like them, mere thugs. We are not heartless murderers or assassins. Times have changed. We must act with civility and reason." Hua's voice echoed softly. "Boss, while your reasoning is sound, your delivery is a bit too coarse." Chuckling awkwardly, Chen Chua acknowledged, "Perhaps you're right. So should I deal with them directly?" "No need. I have plenty of ways to handle these insignificant pests without you having to get your hands dirty. With arms crossed, Chen Shua observed the departing figures, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Isn't it just about gathering people? I quite enjoy that. Brother, are we really going to take down that kid? His background might be quite formidable. He managed to buy a 60 million property outright. One of Zhai Ling Tian's underlings cautioned as Zhai Ling Tian dismissed the concern with a scoff. Indeed, had this been a few days ago, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on someone like him, but now it's different. I'm now under Long Go, one of the 9 pillars of the underworld in City A. I have thousands under my command. In this territory, I am the king. Just a few days ago, we've dealt with those worth over 100 million. Why should we fear him, as long as we aren't opposing the white factions? No matter how rich he is, he merely serves to bolster our coffers. His underlings erupted in cheers, affirming, Brother Zhai is right. With his vanity greatly satisfied, Zhai Ling Tian waved his hand grandly. Brothers, let us enjoy life now. When midnight comes, we'll deal with that arrogant little brat. Let him understand who is worth provoking and who is not. He should be more cautious in his next life. One cannot entirely blame Zhai Ling Tian for looking down on Chen Shui. For the events he has endured over the past few days have been nothing short of extraordinary, surpassing even the most fantastical scenarios. Just a few days ago, he was merely a small-time thug, commanding a group of 20 or 30 individuals, notorious in this region. As he himself stated, had this been a few days prior, facing someone who could casually spend tens of millions on a house would have him immediately kneeling and calling them grandfather. Yet, in this brief span of time, his superior, and all the higher-ups above him, for reasons unknown, have all been apprehended for educational purposes, and it appears there is no way to extricate them. This has led to a power vacuum in the underworld of City A, instilling fear among the remaining members, who dread being captured as well. The value of the underground world continues to plummet. Consequently, some individuals are eager to seize the opportunity to regain control of the underworld in City A, yearning to continue feasting on this lucrative pie. After all, while their dealings may be unsavory, the value they can generate is not insignificant. The individual seeking power is formidable, with a robust background, and in a single night, reshuffled the entire underworld hierarchy of City A. Among the newly elevated leaders, one happened to be a former inmate alongside Zhai Ling Tian, who thus introduced him to his superior. With a spectacular act of submission, Zhai Ling Tian successfully secured a patron even younger than himself. From that moment on, he became a trusted aide to his new patron. His rapid rise and expansion have been even more outrageous than that of a fishmonger over the past few days. Accompanying his patron in dealings with several individuals worth over 100 million, witnessing their groveling and weeping before his patron has led Zhai Ling Tian to conclude that, regardless of wealth, they are in essence just like anyone else. It is often said that one's status reflects their perspective and insight. However, it is evident that the suddenly elevated Zhai Ling Tian, much like his Nani sister, possesses none of that understanding. Otherwise, he would grasp what it signifies when someone can effortlessly produce tens of millions to purchase a home. He would never have imagined that those wealthy individuals kneeling in supplication were not doing so because of him. Ding dong! After returning his parents' home, Chen Shui arrived at Su Yan's villa, having just finished a shower and changed into a cozy rabbit-themed pajamas set. He sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, when he received a message from Su Yan. Raising an eyebrow at Su Yan's message, he opened it. Su Yan, I heard you bullied my best friend again, followed by a smirking emoji. Chen Shui inquired. What do you mean? Su Yan replied. She said you posed an exceedingly difficult question to her and her colleagues at school today, causing her and her co-workers, along with a few seniors, to work on it from the afternoon until now without resolution. Su Yan continued, so she messaged me to lament about it. Ding dong. Su Yan sent over her chat history with Shenyan Qing, chapter 88. How did I not realize he was so manly? Chen Shui examined their conversation, noting Shenyan Qing's grievances, which were as pitiful as if she were wrestling with a 200-pound child. He couldn't help but chuckle. However, he was somewhat taken aback to discover that even now, only 2 or 3 individuals had left the classroom. The others remained deeply immersed in tackling his problem, showing no inclination to depart. This, in another sense, demonstrated that while these individuals might possess a certain arrogance, it was largely fueled by their youth, which ignited their pride. After all, how many could accept that after dedicating a lifetime to their field, having finally reached the pinnacle, someone, particularly a much younger person, even younger than their sons or grandsons, would come along and attempt to teach them? Their pride is understandable, they have the right to it, yet they merely encountered a true prodigy and a cheat in the form of Chen Shui. Although they possess an inherent pride, their obsession and love for mathematics are evidently unmatched by the average person. Ding dong. Sun. She said they've been working on it all afternoon without a breakthrough. And even she and that esteemed old professor, known for his exceptional mathematical prowess, have only managed to solve a couple of extra steps. Moreover, they not only failed to find a better solution than what you wrote on the board, but they also couldn't even match it. A large group has been debating relentlessly in the classroom over your problem, with scrap paper strewn across the entire room. Even the principal's attempt to urge them to take a break and grab a meal was met with rejection. Chen Shui discerned Su-Yan's intent and asked, "What would you like me to do?" Upon seeing that Chen Shui had guessed her thoughts, Su-Yan's narrow eyes curved into a lovely arc. She said, "You should let them out of class. After all, some of them are talents in this field and need to nourish the flowers of our nation with knowledge. If they become too hungry or tired, it would be a loss for a university in Longxia." Chen Shui signaled with an OK gesture. He then contacted the principal and, through a video call, instructed those who were still debating and calculating to conclude their class. Initially reluctant, they had become immersed in the ocean of mathematics, faced with a problem that they knew had an answer and a solution, yet could not articulate, was akin to having a splinter lodged in their foot, clearly visible, yet impossible to extract. Regardless of whether they used their hands or nail clippers, the splinter remained. The discomfort of not being able to remove it was unbearable. However, upon hearing that Chen Shui would return next month to teach them and explain the problem, they finally agreed to dismiss class, albeit with a hint of excitement. After all, for those who love mathematics and are pursuing advanced studies in the field, the most gratifying and joyous thing is to solve one challenging problem after another, and to have someone willing to guide them to greater heights and deeper explorations. Mathematics is akin to foods like foldable ear roots, coriander, stinky tofu, intestines, and snail noodles. For those who enjoy it, they truly cannot get enough. While for those who do not, merely catching a whiff is enough to make them steer clear. Ding dong. Chen Shui, are you coming back tonight? A Cullinan sped along the highway, with Su-Yan sitting in the back seat. Upon seeing Chen Shui's message, her lips curled into a charming smile. Su-Yan, oh, are you missing me already? Chen Shui, yes, I do. This straightforward reply made Su-Yan's heart flutter, and her smile became uncontrollable. Uncle Chen, driving, caught a glimpse of Su-Yan's radiant smile in the rearview mirror, and it eclipsed the breathtaking view of the sunset outside. He finally understood why the term "a smile that can topple a city" exists. Indeed, some individuals can achieve this merely by displaying a natural smile that could enchant an entire city. Having been Su's family driver for so long, he had seldom seen Su-Yan smile so genuinely, so completely from the heart. As for why she was smiling at her phone, Uncle Chen could guess with reasonable accuracy. Su-Yan's lips curled as she replied, "But I'm still on a business trip. Even if you miss me, there's nothing I can do. I won't be back for at least 2 or 3 days." Ding dong. Chen Shui, that's fine. At worst, I'll just have a few nightmares for 2 or 3 days. Upon reading his response, Su-Yan's already beautiful brows arched in amusement as she asked, "What's that supposed to mean?" Chen Shui then recounted the events of the afternoon, when Su-Yan learned that he had encountered that peculiar blind date again and her overconfident friends. She was left speechless. No wonder the term "little fairy" has become a derogatory term. Not unjust, however, when Su-Yan discovered that Jai Jinfeng's big brother dared to threaten Chen Shui. The smile on her face noticeably diminished. A faint but pure glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ding dong. Su-Yan, how do you plan to handle it? Su-Yan, perhaps I should return. My matters can wait a couple of days. Lying on the sofa, Chen Shui, swinging his feet, replied, "Oh, there's no need for you to trouble yourself over such trifles, dear creditor, just those few insignificant characters. Do you really need to get involved personally? Su-Yan, I'm just worried about you." Followed by a smirking emoji, Chen Shui responded, "Rest assured, hasn't he already drawn a line? Then it's just a matter of seeing who has the better connections." He appended a playful dog emoji to his message. Su-Yan immediately recognized that this silly boy was concocting something mischievous and replied, "Just be careful. If anything happens, call me. If you can't handle it or it's inconvenient, wait for me to return, and I'll take care of it. Just make sure to look after yourself at home. Got it. Chen Shui shifted the topic with a sly grin. "I'm not worried about those little calamities. What truly frightens me is that without you here tonight, I might genuinely have nightmares." Su-Yan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Well aware of the mischief this rascal was contemplating, she replied, All right, once I reach my destination, I'll show you. Didn't you want to see the ones with letters or numbers? I've bought a few, and I'll wear them for you when I get there." Chen Shui hesitated. Maybe it's better to forget that." Su-Yan raised an eyebrow. "Have you changed your mind?" Chen Shui clarified, "It's not that. I worry that if I get too eager, I might end up parched myself while just watching." I'll wait for you to return, and then you can model them for me, and it won't just be for show. Su Yen covered her forehead with one hand, a hint of a helpless smile gracing her lips. Yet her eyes sparkled with affection. Alright then, I'll wrap things up quickly and return as soon as possible to keep you company. You better be ready for some serious pampering. Chen Shua chuckled. Hey, you're the best, my dear creditor. He added a grinning emoji to his message. Alright, my dear creditor, I'm off to catch some sleep, take care of yourself and stay safe. As Su Yen gazed at the messages from this silly fool, she felt a sense of helplessness. How had she not noticed before just how quintessentially masculine this goof was? Chapter 89. After tonight, a city without darkness. At midnight, in the western part of the city, stood a cluster of abandoned buildings. The night's weather seemed ominous, with dark clouds overhead and lightning intermittently slicing through the stillness, heralding the approach of a fierce storm. Suddenly, a procession of dozens or even hundreds of vans and off-road vehicles appeared on the horizon. Driving straight to the front of one of the derelict structures, with a cacophony, hundreds if not thousands of individuals descended from the vehicles, forming a dense throng, armed with steel pipes, cleavers, baseball bats, and even wearing brass knuckles. They bore scars on their faces and tattoos sprawling across their bodies, dragons, warriors, and other fierce symbols, each exuding an air of menace. At the forefront, alongside Zhai Lingtian, emerged a bald man clad in a leather coat. His head was adorned with ghastly scars, and his brutish demeanor suggested he was no ordinary individual. Zhai Lingtian, eager to curry favor, remarked, "Brother dog, why trouble yourself over such trivial matters? I can handle it myself." Slap! The man known as Brother Dog swiftly struck Zhai Lingtian across the face, his tone brusque. "Isn't it you who has stirred up trouble since taking this position? I turn my back for a moment, and you conjure up such a debacle. Do you really think those billionaires are easy prey? You think you can handle them so easily? Our elder has decreed that once this is settled, you're stepping down. Only when you've matured, proven your worth, and earned the right, will you reclaim your seat." Though nearly knocked off balance, Zhai Lingtian dared not protest. He merely shielded his face, replying meekly, "Understood, brother dog, I'll remember. As for tonight's situation, having shared a cell with the man, Zhai Lingtian was on decent terms with him." Brother dog sighed, rubbing his scarred scalp. "Since we've come this far, let us see if my old face or the elder's reputation can intimidate them. If they're wise enough to back down, this matter ends here. But if they're foolish, my double bamboo gang won't go down without a fight." At this moment, Brother Dog slapped Zhai Lingtian's face again, grumbling, "Where are they? Hurry up and resolve this. I still have to go back and deal with that she-dragon. If I'm late, you'll be right there with me to face the consequences." Just as Brother Dog finished speaking, a blinding beam of light suddenly illuminated their faces, rendering them momentarily blind. "Damn, that fool is shining a spotlight on me. Seeking death, are you?" Brother Dog and his gang erupted in curses. A figure emerged from the light, surveying the throng before him with a nonchalant tone. "Oh, impressive, you managed to gather so many people. This could be interesting, seeing only one individual approach in a vehicle." Zhai Lingtian's anger turned to mockery. "Just you? Are you looking down on us?" Brother Dog raised a hand to silence Zhai Lingtian, squinting at the young man before them, clad in rabbit pajamas and slippers, a mask adorning his face. "Friend, I am the Red Flower Double Sticks of the Double Bamboo Gang, known as Wolf Dog. Might I suggest we sit down and discuss this matter, perhaps find a compromise?" Chen Shua yawned lazily, his tone indifferent. "Discuss? The moment your companion tried to use my parents to threaten me, the discussion was over. I don't care who you are. Today he dies, and you all shall not escape." Upon hearing that Chen Shua was dismissing the Double Bamboo Gang, Brother Dog couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Heck, I've been in this game for years and haven't encountered someone so audacious in a long time. If you won't heed my warning, let us see how you fare against my 1,000 men. Attack, chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs." With Brother Dog's command, the throng surged forward, their weapons brandished, yet Chen Shua's expression remained utterly unperturbed. He merely raised his right hand, his thumb and middle finger touching, and with a hint of regret remarked, "Indeed, I can no longer single-handedly cut through 1,000 of you." However, the corners of Chen Shua's mouth curled upward, revealing a radiant and gentle smile, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor, who said I was alone. With a snap of his fingers, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky. And in that fleeting brilliance, dozens, even hundreds of figures leaped from the abandoned building behind him, landing swiftly and gracefully at his side. Clad in tactical gear, camouflaged faces, and armed with automatic rifles, they aimed directly at the advancing thugs. "Do not move, do not move, shitguns." The gang members were rendered speechless at the sight of the special forces appearing beside Chen Shua, particularly the frontliners who, upon spotting the weapons, froze in shock before scrambling away in a panic. colliding with their comrades behind them. A few who couldn't stop in time soon realized why the call for reinforcements was so alarming, resulting in utter chaos and frantic cries. The tranquil night was shattered by the whirring of armed helicopters descending from afar. Beams of light piercing the darkness. Not only that, but armored vehicles and transport trucks rolled in, thousands of well-equipped soldiers disembarking with weapons drawn, encircling the gang members. The artillery on the armored vehicles also took aim without delay. "Do not move, do not move, drop your weapons, crouch with your hands on your heads." The unified command resonated like a dragon's roar, instantly paralyzing the thugs with fear. These individuals, who typically preyed on the weak and engaged in petty street brawls, had never encountered such a scene. Faced with the elite special forces, the helicopters above, the armored vehicles surrounding them, and the well-armed troops on the ground, the notion of resistance evaporated. They hastily discarded their weapons, huddling down with their heads cradled in their arms. What a joke! If it were the police, they might muster some resistance, but against the military, if they didn't surrender immediately, they'd be facing dire consequences. Brother Dog and Jai Lingtian, who had stood proudly just moments ago, were now reduced to trembling wrecks on the ground, their faces as pale as sheets. Utterly shocked, they could never have imagined that this seemingly harmless individual, dressed in the most vibrant and adorable attire, would summon the military. In that moment, both Brother Dog and Jai Lingtian came to a grim realization: they had bitten off more than they could chew. And it was pure titanium armor they were up against. Chen Shua ordered the incapacitated Jai Lingtian to be brought before him, his eyes narrowing into a smile as he asked, "So what do you think?" "I told you I wouldn't call the police. If anyone I summoned had even the slightest connection to law enforcement, I wouldn't be human. So how about it? I'm quite principled, aren't I? I uphold the code of chivalry quite well, wouldn't you agree?" At this moment, how could Jai Lingtian utter a single word, gazing at the special forces soldiers beside Chen Shua, their dark gun barrels directly aimed at him? And recalling the motionless brothers he had seen on the ground, who had met the old matriarch, Jai Lingtian suddenly rolled his eyes back and fainted, his pants drenched. It was a direct embodiment of the saying that bullies prey on the weak. One of the special forces soldiers standing next to Chen Shua saluted him and respectfully inquired, "Sir, how should we handle these individuals?" "Handle them as necessary, following the proper procedures," Chen Shua replied, pausing momentarily. He pointed at the unconscious Jai Lingtian and the few individuals who had accompanied him earlier that afternoon, stating, "By the way, you all heard what they said. They intended to chop me up and feed me to the dogs. These individuals threatened me and my family this afternoon. One of them has a sister who has made similar threats against me. Do as you see fit, but remember to follow the proper procedures." With that, Chen Shua entered his vehicle, turned around, and departed. The special forces officer nodded in acknowledgement, saluting Chen Shua once more before reporting to headquarters, detailing the events and Chen Shua's remarks. Moments later, headquarters issued two commands that were as simple as they were resolute. This operation would no longer be classified as anti-terrorism but rather as a pacification effort. After tonight, no darkness would be tolerated in City A. Chapter 90, The Judgment Squad, Part 7. After Chen Shua drove away from the scene, from a distance and a higher vantage point, one could vaguely observe that something seemed to envelop that area entirely, preventing any occurrences within from being communicated outside. Of course, this was only perceivable to individuals like Chen Shua, who possessed extraordinary abilities or were adept practitioners, and only if they had attained a certain level of strength. Ordinary individuals or those lacking sufficient power in their abilities or practices could not discern what shrouded that region. Many passers-by on a nearby elevated bridge glanced in that direction, only to see nothing unusual. Everything appeared normal. Thus it was from that night onward that the underworld in City A began to decline precipitously. Not only City A, but the surrounding areas, even a large portion of Guangfu, faced stringent crackdowns. This was not merely a one-night affair. The crackdown on criminal elements was as if an unblinking pair of eyes had been established in the capital, relentlessly observing the events in City A, ready to uproot any budding threats. Not only did they not allow for a resurgence, but even the faintest signs of smoldering embers would be doused with cold water. Consequently, while the underworld still existed, it no longer retained its former glory. Even decades later, people would remark that they would rather sell barbecued pork than descend into the underworld. The severity of the measure stemmed from Long Xia's unwillingness to repeat past mistakes. Previously, the loss of an academician due to two petty criminals had set Long Xia back decades in the pursuit of advancements in a certain field. They had nearly been choked out of that domain. Now, the criminal forces in City A had become so brazen that those who could casually spend millions on a home no longer feared threats, leaving ordinary citizens vulnerable to being consumed alive. Therefore, that night anyone with ties to the underworld, regardless of their status or backing, was to be taken into custody without exception. No matter who wielded influence or what protections they had, anyone who dared to reach out would find their hand severed. Anyone who dared to show their head would face the axe. It was this unprecedented decisiveness and thorough eradication that led to the capture of numerous significant figures, particularly affecting the Zhao and Lu families, as well as two other prominent clans. Although their direct descendants would certainly disdain involvement with criminal activities, they could not escape the repercussions of their subordinates or associates who had overstepped their bounds. Among them, several major leaders were unfortunate enough to be from the collateral branches of the Zhao and Lu families. Behind these collateral connections lay their direct descendants, individuals seeking to consolidate underground power for their own purposes, which also had ties to the Zhao family's direct lineage. Thus, they were also investigated. Nearly half of the mid-level personnel from the Zhao Lu and other prominent families were apprehended. Astute and perceptive, Zhao Su, at the first sign of trouble, abandoned his vehicle to protect his own status, hastily distancing himself from those implicated in criminal activities. Regardless of whether they were his capable aides or key family members, he discarded them as if they were mere pawns. However, this action severely weakened the Zhao family, with Zhao Xiong unable to extricate himself and the elder Zhao shrinking away in fear. The Zhao family descended into chaos. At this moment, Zhao Su was left to handle these troubling matters with a gloomy expression. Despite exhausting all his mental faculties, he could not fathom that the source of the crackdown affecting the Zhao family stemmed from a seemingly unrelated little fairy. The Shen family also faced some repercussions, but they were of little consequence. As for the Su family, being involved in legitimate business, how could they possibly be affected? Meanwhile, Chen Shua became busy, and Su Yan was likewise occupied. Upon reaching her destination, she immediately convened a meeting, preparing for various tasks, working tirelessly until nearly 1 in the morning before concluding her day's endeavors and returning to the pre-arranged hotel, after using the exclusive keycard for the presidential suite to unlock the door. Su Yan did not enter immediately. Instead, she first scanned the room for any irregularities using the watch on her wrist. Once satisfied that everything was in order, she stepped inside. Su Yan half sat, half lay on a circular sofa, her bare feet, still clad in white socks, swaying gently. After engaging in a video call with Chen Shua, she managed to coax the dullard to sleep. Rising, she stood in a daze for a moment before approaching a floor-to-ceiling window in her room. Gazing at the breathtaking night view outside, Su Yan seemed lost in thought, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of emotion. Ding dong. Checking her phone, she found that this time it was not a message from the dullard, but rather an encrypted communication. Using her fingerprints and retinal recognition for dual authentication, a message adorned with a distinctive red seal appeared on her screen. The information displayed a photograph of a person, detailed personal data, and their current location. The individual in the photograph was dressed in a tattered robe, resembling a wandering fortune-teller, blind and with a noticeable limp. Above the image were the bold crimson characters, "Must kill." Accompanying this was a voice message. After putting on a Bluetooth device and connecting it to her phone, she activated the audio. Number 7, have you received the mission? This task is designated as must kill and has been approved by the tribunal. As long as you do not harm civilians, you are permitted to use any means necessary. However, remember, you must not let anyone discover this, nor allow any other sects to catch wind of it. There is no explicit requirement to retrieve the body. It may be disposed of on-site or taken back, but you must ensure the target is confirmed dead. This is the sole request from the Taishang Palace. Ding dong, another message arrived. By the way, regarding the intelligence you reviewed, there is currently a child who may still be in his possession. If possible, please ensure the child's safety. Su Yan remained silent, needing no response to the two messages. She simply raised her left hand. The expensive watch on her wrist emanated wisps of black light, enveloping her entire being. In the blink of an eye, a dark cloak concealed her figure, rendering her once perfect silhouette unremarkable. On her previously bare feet, she now wore a pair of oversized boots that suited her appearance. Across her chest, golden threads embroidered the prominent words, Judgment Squad, along with the number 7. Her exquisite face was covered by a dragon-patterned mask, revealing only her eyes, which had also been disguised. Instead of her usual dark pupils, her eyes now appeared as strikingly seductive yet chillingly cold red orbs. Su Yan drew the curtains but left a minuscule gap in the window. In an instant, she transformed into a stream of golden light, slipping through the narrow opening and deftly evading all surveillance cameras, hurtling swiftly in one particular direction. At that moment, beneath an overpass in a secluded corner, an elderly Taoist priest clad in tattered robes leaned against a wall. Resting beside him lay a large wicker basket containing 2 simple robes and a bamboo pole adorned with a weathered Tattered flag bearing the words fortune-telling, the old priest wore sunglasses, leaning on a cane, appearing blind, his right leg dangled motionless, unlike his left, which could stand, bend, and move occasionally leaning against the wall. He soon fell asleep. However, beneath the unseen lenses of his sunglasses, his eyes observed with an uncanny awareness, simultaneously capturing the sights on both sides, after observing for a considerable time and confirming that no one was around. The old priest retrieved his large wicker basket, opened it, and revealed a pale-faced child, seemingly not yet a year old, nestled within. Observing the child in the large basket, the old Taoist who had been amiable just moments ago suddenly morphed into a figure of grotesque ferocity. His eyes, which were not blind, were now bloodshot, and his hunched frame trembled with agitation. His crimson tongue flicked across his dark red lips, as though he had encountered an exquisite delicacy, his mouth watering in anticipation. If only he could siphon the child's essence, he would once again ascend to the level of calamity. Great Dragon Lord, you shall wait for me, and that group from Longxia, you should never have shown me mercy. Foolishly believing I would mend my ways. What is righteousness? Power is righteousness. Once I regain my strength, I shall exact my vengeance. I shall take revenge upon that wretched Great Dragon Lord who has reduced me to this state. I will drain the essence of everyone around you. I will ensure that you, Great Dragon Lord, experience the agonizing torment of living a life worse than death. Ha! From the eerie silence beneath the bridge, a raspy, unpleasant voice suddenly echoed, reminiscent of a demon's wail, sending shivers down one's spine. After the old Taoist finished laughing, he lifted the large basket and, with his toothless, darkened mouth agape, prepared to consume the child's essence. In that fleeting moment of bowing his head, a grotesque scar became vaguely visible beneath his tattered robes. At that instant, just as the old Taoist was about to devour the child's essence, a streak of golden light, swift as lightning, darted in from the distance, cutting through the air with astonishing speed and slicing past the old Taoist's arms. Before he could comprehend the situation, he watched helplessly as the nourishing feast he had been anticipating suddenly tumbled downward. His hands followed suit, dropping down on the old Taoist, momentarily stunned, struggled to grasp what had just transpired. Bang! Just as he regained his senses, a booted foot struck his shoulder with brutal force. The old Taoist, unable to evade in time, was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a nearby trash bin. Blood, tainted with fragments of his internal organs, spewed forth, causing him to bleed from every orifice. Upon glancing at his left shoulder, he discovered that the force of the blow had shattered and caved it in, exposing glimpses of his innards, while his hands had been severed. Strangely enough, despite the devastation wrought upon his shoulder and the loss of his hands, no blood flowed forth. Instead, a viscous black liquid began to ooze from within his body, bubbling and shifting until it solidified. Ultimately, it not only filled the cavity of his collapsed shoulder but transformed into a pair of black hands, replacing the ones he had lost. The old Taoist gazed at the figure that had materialized before him. Cloaked in a black robe, masked, and holding his precious basket, his eyes widened in fury, and dark energy enveloped him. In a voice hoarse and deep, he bellowed, "Who are you? Cunning and stealthy, how dare you thwart my endeavors?" The figure in black, examining the condition of the child within the basket, exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the child was not dead, merely unconscious. The black-robed individual placed the basket on the ground, and from beneath the mask, a pair of crimson eyes regarded the old Taoist, whose legs were crippled and whose vision was impaired yet not entirely blind. A voice, cold and devoid of emotion, emerged from beneath the mask. Ghost Taoist, originally named Lu Liang, entered the Taishan Palace at the age of 16 to become a Taoist, known as Liang Daoist. You have toiled for 20 years without grasping the fundamentals of Taoist magic. Subsequently, you turned to the soul-devouring technique, which allows you to enhance your power by consuming the essence of others. Discovered by the Taishan Palace, your abilities were stripped away, and you were expelled. After being cast down the mountain, you resorted to selling the teachings of the Taishan Palace to join a band of miscreants, gaining a modicum of power while continuing to practice the soul-devouring technique by preying on others. Thus, you came to be known as the Ghost Taoist. Within a mere decade, you have drained the essence of over 100 individuals. However, most of your victims hailed from remote areas or desolate forests, never daring to commit your crimes where people congregate. Consequently, those whose essence you consumed suffered a mysterious and agonizing demise, leading to your survival during the reckoning. At that time, the state remained oblivious to your malevolence, treating you leniently as they did with other cultivators, sparing your life in hopes you would repent. Little did they know you would escape from prison. Your actions have only grown more heinous. Now targeting children, in just a month 8 children have had their essence drained by you, you heartless beast. Upon hearing these words, the Ghost Taoist felt no remorse. Instead, he cackled with a sinister glee. What can I say? If I hadn't escaped, you would have discovered my deeds, and I would have met the same fate. Besides, I had no idea the essence of children was so rich, more potent than that of adults. You see, I have only drained 8, and I am already close to regaining my strength. Had I known earlier that consuming children's essence was superior to that of adults, I would have done so long ago. Perhaps in that battle, I would have reached the pinnacle and would not have been nearly cleaved in two by that great dragon lord, witnessing the lack of remorse and the growing audacity of his opponent. The black-robed figure's gaze turned icy. Without further ado, her left hand opened slightly, and a staff, as dark as ink and matching her height, materialized in her grasp. In that very moment, the old Taoist seized the opportunity. His body shifting into a swirling mass of black mist, within the mist, 5 grotesque heads flickered in and out of view, charging at the black-robed individual with a ferocious roar. However, the black-robed figure instantly discerned his intent. Humph. A mere parlor trick. Just as the black mist was about to reach her, one of the heads detached, its objective clear, the basket containing the child. Without hesitation, the black-robed figure acted decisively, swinging her staff with precision. With a resounding crack, she struck true with the blow, landing squarely on the old Taoist concealed within the mist. The impact shattered his spectral form, distorting his face as he was flung backward, disbelief etched across his features. How is this possible? My 5 ghosts technique was so easily seen through? Before he could hit the ground, a pitch-black staff, quicker than his descent, pierced through his chest, obliterating his heart. The ghost Taoist's face twisted in terror and despair as he emitted one final anguished cry. No, this cannot be. I was so close to achieving my goal. Before he could finish, his eyes rolled back and he breathed his last. His body was impaled against the wall beneath the bridge by the staff. The black-robed figure approached, retrieving a vial of potion from seemingly nowhere, and splashed it upon the ghost Taoist's corpse. Within seconds, his body dissipated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind, vanishing like a wisp of smoke. The black-robed figure dialed a number to summon assistance and, after retrieving the staff from the wall, casually flicked it to rid it of any remnants before stowing it away and disappearing into the darkness. Before long, a police car and an ambulance arrived, their sirens blaring. They discovered the child in the basket and swiftly transported him to the hospital for emergency care. The remaining personnel began to erase any evidence of the incident. In truth, there was little to cleanse, primarily the basket and the hole left by the staff. Their deft movements indicated that this was not their first encounter with such matters. Ding dong. After concluding the task, the black-robed figure's phone chimed again. She glanced at it to find yet another mission, this time a lethal one. Accompanying it was a voice message. After comprehending the details and pinpointing the target's location, the black-robed figure vanished into the night. By the time Su Yan returned to the hotel, it was around 5 in the morning. She shed her black robe and sat on the bed, reflecting on the tasks she had executed that night. In total, she had completed 6 missions, 3 lethal and 3 capture. She accrued nearly 700,000 points, drawing closer to her ultimate goal of 30 million points. Now just shy of a million away. Su Yan remained as inscrutable as a still pond, her expression devoid of emotion, as though she had grown accustomed to this life, perhaps even numb to it. Only when she achieved her goal would a flicker of joy grace her heart. After checking the state of her room, finding it unchanged since her departure, she finally felt at ease. She then entered the bathroom to wash away the weariness that clung to her. The pleasantly warm water cascaded over her exquisite visage, gliding down her long fair neck and smooth delicate skin, bestowing upon her a tantalizing flush. The droplets traced a perfect S-curve before finally falling to the floor. TSK, I wonder if the silly boy has awakened. Did he dream of me while I was away? Did he miss me? Alas, for the first time I find work and tasks so excruciatingly tedious. I have never felt this way before. Never mind, I shall hasten to complete my arrangements and return to accompany the simpleton. It has barely been a day since we parted, yet I find myself yearning for him. Chapter 92, An Assassination? Who would believe it? After showering and drying her hair, Su Yan had just settled onto her bed, hoping to catch a moment's rest. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes, which had been closed, snapped open, a flicker of coldness shimmering within their depths. Has it finally arrived? Moments later, in another room of the same hotel, Uncle Chen, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed, abruptly opened his eyes. A glimmer of golden light flashed within. Without hesitation, Uncle Chen leapt from the bed, flung open the window, and jumped out. Speed talisman. At the instant of his descent, he affixed 2 talisman papers to his feet. With a swift motion, he flipped over, his feet pressed against the wall as if he were running on solid ground. Moving at an astonishing speed, continually changing direction, heading straight for the presidential suite where Su Yan resided. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside her suite. He noticed the window was ajar. forcibly pried open, and from within came the sound of commotion. "This is bad," Su Zong, sensing an anomaly within the room. Uncle Chen was about to enter through the wide-open window when whoosh, before he could step inside, a shadow rushed towards him, followed by Su Yan's voice resounding from within. "Uncle Chen, restrain him." Hearing Su Yan's voice, Uncle Chen instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, for this indicated that she was unharmed. After all, the Su family had shown him kindness, and now Su Yan was the girlfriend of that individual. Should anything happen to her, who knows what consequences might ensue. Uncle Chen retrieved a talisman, swiftly forming a hand seal, then invoked his technique, Thunder Law, Thunder Lock. Crackling bolts of lightning erupted from his palms, ensnaring the shadow hurtling towards him. Sensing that the shadow did not carry Su Yan's aura, Uncle Chen held nothing back. The lightning transformed into chains, binding the intruder and adding a paralyzing effect that rendered him completely unconscious. Upon securing one, Uncle Chen peered inside, only to find Su Yan's delicate hand grasping a towering figure, a man whose physique resembled that of a muscle-bound demon. Her hand radiated golden light, morphing into an immense golden grasp that tightly held the intruder. Despite the brute's desperate exertion, his muscles straining and his face turning purple, he could not break free from Su Yan's grip. At that moment, Su Yan was no longer clad in her earlier night attire but in the business suit she typically wore for her work trips. With one hand firmly gripping the hulking man, her gaze was icy, her red lips parting to release a voice as chilling as eternal ice. "Speak. Who sent you to assassinate me?" The burly man, caught off guard, could scarcely fathom that he and his companion had barely entered before Su Yan had subdued them with such swiftness. However, he merely scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. "Who would have thought that the illustrious president of the Su Corporation is, in fact, a calamity-level supernatural being? It appears my brothers and I have underestimated you. Spare me the pleasantries, speak." Su Yan's grip tightened, and although the man's body was forged like steel, he was unable to withstand the immense pressure that enveloped him. The force exerted by the golden hand felt akin to a hydraulic press, gradually crushing his muscles and bones. The distinct sound of cracking bones echoed clearly within the room, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. The formidable man could not suppress his groans. "I shall grant you 1 second to contemplate. If you refuse to speak, I shall not hesitate to gradually shatter the iron sinews you have painstakingly honed over countless years, along with your brother, and then deliver you to the Dragon Group's tribunal for judgment. If you confess now, I may consider this as a voluntary surrender." Upon hearing Su Yan's intent to dismantle their years of hard work and consign them to the Dragon Group's tribunal, the hulking man's expression shifted dramatically. As a member of an ancient martial arts faction, he understood well the gravity of being summoned to the tribunal. Not only would they face punishment, but their entire faction would also be implicated, facing severe repercussions. Yet, he quickly found a loophole, smirking as he replied, "Even if you send us to the tribunal, what does it matter, since you, Su Zong, are also a supernatural being and not an ordinary person? This incident can merely be deemed a matter between supernatural beings and chi cultivators, according to the regulations set forth by the Dragon Group. If a supernatural being or chi cultivator harms an ordinary person, or targets one, they face severe penalties. However, if it is merely an affair between supernatural beings or chi cultivators, any punishment will not be overly harsh. At most, my brother and I will bear the consequences. It could only result in being crippled or killed." Su Yan snorted coldly, clearly taken aback by his familiarity with these matters. "But do not forget, what my grandfather does, what my elder sister does. To dare assassinate the family of an active duty soldier who has received first-class honors, a crime of this magnitude, I would very much like to see if your faction can withstand the repercussions." In an instant, the previously smug burly man turned pale, his robust body trembling as if struck by lightning, his face etched with terror. He knew all too well the gravity of this matter. Had they successfully completed their mission without leaving a trace, fleeing into the distance, it was likely they would have faced no consequences, but now they had been caught red-handed. If this matter escalated, the fallout would be something even their formidable faction could not endure. Even if their orders were to merely teach Su Yan a lesson and not to assassinate her, who would believe such a claim? Should Su Yan insist that they intended to kill her, it would avail them nothing, no matter how many excuses they conjured. Ultimately, after a moment's hesitation, the burly man let out a bitter smile and ceased his struggle, confessing, "In truth, we are from the Lu family, dispatched by Lu Jiangqing. My brother and I serve the Lu family and are merely following orders. However, we did not come to assassinate you, we only intended to give you a lesson." Though he knew it was futile, he still attempted to resist in whatever small way he could, for even a freshly caught frog would kick its legs before being tossed into the pot. "Humph, With such an imposing entrance, who would believe your tale? Su Yan coldly inquired. Were the individuals who attempted to assassinate someone named Chen Shua in the deep mountains also from your Lu family? Or perhaps members of Lu Jinmen? The burly man nodded, his mouth feeling as though it were filled with bitter gall. Indeed, she is also one of the Lu family's offerings. However, unlike us, she is not from Lu Jinmen but from the affiliated sect. Ghost Shadow Sect. A glint of cold light flickered in Su Yan's beautiful eyes, just as she suspected. It was indeed the Zhao and Lu families behind this. With a swift motion, she cast the burly man to Uncle Chen. Understanding her intent, Uncle Chen swiftly bound the man using the same method, sealing his abilities and closing off his acupoints. Thus, even if his martial prowess was remarkable, at that moment, he was as defenseless as an ordinary person. Having completed these actions, Uncle Chen respectfully inquired, Su Zong, how shall we handle these two? Please be so kind as to make a trip to the Dragon Group's branch, delivering them and informing them of the events that transpired here. I recall there is one located less than 12 kilometers away. Let us send them to the tribunal for the Dragon Group to handle. Su Yan waved her hand, instructing. Understood. Uncle Chen, whose physique was neither stout nor slender, effortlessly lifted a man twice his size as if carrying a mere chick, and gracefully jumped from the window. Minutes later, Uncle Chen called, Su Zong, the matter has been taken care of. Very well. Prepare yourself, we shall depart in 30 minutes. Su Yan replied with calm composure. Understood. Su Zong, Chapter 93, turning the tables. Hello, Shanwan, how are preparations on your end? All is well, I am currently en route to the airport and should arrive in about an hour. Alright, excellent. After hanging up the phone, and Uncle Chen, who was driving, suddenly chuckled, saying, I never would have guessed, Su Zong, that you are indeed a calamity-level supernatural being, capable of subduing two peak martial artists from Lu Jinmen with a mere gesture. Such prowess, even among our ranks, would only be slightly inferior to my master and second master Uncle. In terms of combat and lethality, you may even surpass my master. It seems that Chairman Su South's decision to place me by your side for your protection was somewhat superfluous. Su Yan remained unfazed, her expression as tranquil as water, showing no sign of emotional fluctuation in response to his exaggerated praise. Uncle Chen, you flatter me. But I am not merely flattering you. I speak the truth. Uncle Chen chuckled and remarked, one must understand that the practice of horizontal training is fundamentally about strengthening the physical body through relentless forging akin to iron beating and the refining of extraordinary energies. The flesh becomes ever more formidable, while its defensive capabilities may not be unparalleled in the world. The resilience of the body can certainly be considered second to none. This is especially true for the Lu Jin sect. Outsiders or certain practitioners may not grasp the depth of this discipline, but as members of ancient martial arts factions, we are well aware of the formidable nature of horizontal training. It is said that merely reaching the introductory level allows one's sinews and muscles to become as flexible as willow branches. Exhibiting remarkable resilience and impact resistance, this description does not even account for the influx of extraordinary energies upon reaching the pinnacle. I have heard that the defensive power of one's flesh can rival that of a practitioner of the Great Diamond Sutra from the Buddhist tradition. Capable of manifesting the Golden Bell Shield, its resilience and capacity to withstand blows may even slightly surpass that of the Buddhist Akalanatha. Thus, although the Lu Jin sect lacks a master of cataclysmic caliber to preside over it, it can still be regarded as a first-rate power. Those two peak practitioners, even when confronted with minor cataclysmic entities, possess the strength to engage in battle. The outcome may be uncertain, yet they are unlikely to face defeat. And yet, you, President Su, can vanquish two individuals with a single strike. Such lethal prowess could likely stand against even the most formidable cataclysmic entities. Su Yan refrained from responding to his inquiry and instead countered. Uncle Chen, did you suspect my strength all along? Not at all. Uncle Chen shook his head and replied, although my perception is significantly sharper than that of my peers in the realm of energy refinement, it has not reached such an absurd level. I am certainly not at the level of my master uncle, who can effortlessly discern the essence of things with just a glance. I could at most sense that you, President Su, are not an ordinary person, but I could never ascertain the true extent of your power. Otherwise, witnessing your prowess today would not have left me in such shock. Su Yan nodded slightly. Withholding further words, excuse me, President Su, may I dare to ask a question? Uncle Chen inquired. Ask away. Uncle Chen spoke, somewhat perplexed. The route and purpose of our journey are known to very few. It wouldn't be that. Su Yan replied nonchalantly, I deliberately leaked that information. Uncle Chen's expression shifted to one of realization, and he chuckled. So that is the case. Indeed, the reason for this assassination attempt was orchestrated by you to lure out those who previously targeted Chen Shua. Regarding the ambush Chinchua faced in the mountains that day, Su Yan had already deduced that it was likely orchestrated by the Zhao or Lu families. After all, the enmity between these two families, from her perspective, was the most pronounced. Moreover, she surmised that the mastermind behind the attack on Chenhua was probably that woman from the Lu family. She understood that neither Zhao Xiong nor Zhao Su would be foolish enough to employ such a clumsy method for revenge. However, the woman from the Lu family was different. While she was indeed shrewd and decisive, her methods often ruthless. Whenever anything happened to her precious son, even the slightest injury, she would lose her wits. Devoid of any rational thought, once Shen Yanqing had been provoked by Zhao Mingtian, who persistently called her sister-in-law and had even teased her, claiming that she belonged to Zhao Su while Shen Yanqing was his friend. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she kicked Zhao Mingtian, nearly inciting a direct conflict between the Shen and Lu families. In the end, it was Zhao Xiong and Zhao Su who restrained that woman, while Shen Yanqing's brothers held her back, allowing the matter to fade away. That night, when Zhao Mingtian, under instigation, saw trouble with Chenhua and was soundly defeated, Su Yan knew that the woman would inevitably lose her composure, descend into madness, and become utterly unreasonable. Since that fool had already suffered, the instigator would likely not escape unscathed. Thus, she laid her trap, and indeed, the woman fell into it with alarming ease. Of course, the success of this scheme hinged on her knowledge that her foolish son was being protected. Otherwise, she would never have left her son's side. After all, it was uncertain whether the woman would attempt another assault if the first one failed. Su Yan gazed out at the scenery, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. In that case, the Zhao and Lu families would find themselves with one less weapon, and the Lu family would temporarily pose no threat. She only needed to focus on dealing with the Zhao family. What? An academician? You mean to tell me that the under-30 Chenhua is actually an academician? Zhao Su, already overwhelmed with a plethora of unresolved issues, sprang to his feet upon hearing this news, seizing the collar of the person before him, his eyes wide with shock due to his excessive force. His otherwise cultured face bore a hint of savagery, with bloodshot eyes that appeared quite fearsome. Is this news confirmed? Faced with Zhao Su's low growl that resembled a beast's roar, the one he had seized trembled, stammering, It's true. A university has already spread the word, saying that Chenhua is an academician, teaching classes to those professors and teachers, and someone reported him for impersonating a teacher, prompting the Education Bureau and police to come confirm his identity, only to verify in front of so many that he is indeed an academician. Zhao Su released the man's collar, collapsing onto the sofa as if all his strength had been drained away. His eyes reddened as he gasped for breath. Damn it, I never expected him to be an academician of the National Academy of Sciences. While Zhao Su seethed with anger at the emergence of such a formidable opponent, a flicker of relief surged within him. After taking a few deep breaths and exhaling a long sigh, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and mused, Thank goodness we haven't made an enemy of him. Otherwise, damn it, forget about my brother's matter for now, let him stay put. It's best not to pursue it for the time being, let him languish for a year or so. To offend an academician for the sake of retrieving him would not only jeopardize him but also put our Zhao family at risk. As Zhao Su wiped his cold sweat, he failed to notice the increasingly troubled expression on his mother's face. Lu Jiangqing's countenance was rigid, her eyes filled with panic as she stammered, It is just an academician, it can't be that serious, can it? At that moment Zhao Su's head throbbed painfully. If it were an ordinary academician it might not be a big deal, but he is not even 30. Not even 30 and already an academician of the National Academy of Sciences. What does that signify? He is the first of his kind in Longxia in a century. To suggest he is merely an ordinary academician is absurd. However, this could explain why Chenhua. Suddenly Zhao Su's tone faltered as he turned his gaze toward Lu Jiangqing, who was visibly shaken, unable to meet his eyes, her body trembling. An ominous thought sprang to Zhao Su's mind. For the first time in his life, he raised his voice to a thunderous roar directed at his mother. Don't tell me, you've secretly sent someone to act against him? Chapter 94. The inept ally. Zhao Su's thunderous shout startled even Lu Jiangqing, who was typically so domineering. She broke into a cold sweat, her body trembling as she stammered, I didn't know he was an academician of the National Academy of Sciences. I checked the information, he clearly was just. Seeing his mother in such a state, Zhao Su realized that things had taken a disastrous turn. Grinding his teeth, he restrained his fury and growled, An academician under 30. Of course, their identity must be kept secret. There is no way they would leave a trail for you to follow. It's absurd to think that upon investigation you would find nothing or a blank slate. Any fool would recognize that something is amiss. In this day and age, there is no such thing as personal information that cannot be uncovered. If they are out in the open, they certainly wouldn't make it so blaringly obvious that you couldn't find any information. They would fabricate a profile that even someone like us would find believable. How many times have I told you, do not resort to such methods lightly, there are myriad ways to make someone disappear. Stop thinking of the most overt methods to eliminate this one or that one. How do you know you won't inadvertently provoke a powerful adversary? In these times, there are many who masquerade as simpletons. Especially in our territories of Guangfu and the imperial capital. Wait, Zhao Su seemed to have realized something, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Mother, tell me, did you send someone from the offerings or from the Lu Jin sect to take action against him?" Lu Jiangqing lowered her head, unable to speak. Slap. Zhao Su slapped his own face with such force that a red mark appeared on his otherwise refined visage, demonstrating just how exasperated he was with his mother's actions. "How many times have I warned you, do not recklessly use those extraordinary practitioners or energy refiners at your disposal, do not casually call upon the individuals from Lu Jin men to assist you in committing murder or engaging in unspeakable acts. Do you think this is the same as it once was?" Zhao Su was so enraged that he felt as though his lungs might explode. "The state has explicitly stated that neither ability users nor chi refiners can recklessly act against ordinary people. Should such an act be discovered, the consequences would be dire. If the target is an ordinary person, it may be manageable if they remain undiscovered, but if exposed, the repercussions would still be severe. Not to mention individuals like Su Yan and Chen Shua, one has their name on high, and the other is affiliated with the National Academy of Sciences. The likelihood of them being uncovered is exponentially greater than that of targeting an ordinary person. Chen Shua became an academician before the age of 30. He either possesses a significant backer or has some unique ability that warrants special attention and protection. Do you believe he wanders about without any covert guardians? Regardless of the scenario, do you dare to dispatch a chi refiner to assassinate him? Are you hoping the Zhao and Lu families will perish that much faster?" Lu Jiangqing quickly interjected, "Rest assured. There should be no issues. The person I sent will absolutely remain undetected, regardless of success or failure. She will not fall into anyone else's hands. She possesses the means to eliminate traces, whether through active initiation or passive demise. Her body will dissolve in an instant, leaving no clues behind, and certainly no leads back to us." Zhao Su furrowed his brows and inquired, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, absolutely certain. Do you still doubt your mother's words?" Lu Jiangqing hastily assured him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su finally exhaled slightly. He grabbed the coffee on the table and drank it in one gulp, then plopped back into his previous seat, suddenly, as if struck by a thought. Zhao Su frowned and gazed at Lu Jiangqing, who seemed to have relaxed, tremblingly reaching for her teacup, and asked, "Have you taken action against Su Yan?" Lu Jiangqing's hand, reaching for the cup, suddenly froze. Crack! A muffled sound emanated from Zhao Su's mouth. The tension in his jaw was palpable, indicating that it was highly likely he had bitten down on his own molars. His eyes were bloodshot with rage, appearing rather fearsome. Just as Zhao Su was about to erupt once more, Lu Jiangqing hastily interjected, Son, you need not worry about this. The two individuals I dispatched are at the peak of the earthly difficult realm, possessing formidable strength. Moreover, I specifically instructed them not to use lethal force against Su Yan. It is merely intended to teach her a lesson." Zhao Su, typically well-mannered, spat a mouthful of white fragments onto the floor. His fists were clenched tightly. Had the person before him not been his own mother, Zhao Su would have sworn he could deliver a punch that would send her back to a new life. Yet, he dismissed his mother's reassurances, consumed by unbridled fury, on the verge of losing all rationality, his tone no longer respectful. "Do you know if Su Yan is surrounded by bodyguards exceeding the peak of the earthly difficult realm? How can you be sure that Su Yan does not possess cataclysm-level abilities? Currently, there is not a shred of evidence, not a single clue to prove that Su Yan is not a cataclysm-level ability user. If you send someone to teach her a lesson and she catches them in the act, your person could be apprehended, and she might send them to the Dragon Group, firmly asserting that they were there to assassinate her. Even if you plunged into the Yellow River, you could not cleanse yourself of this stain." Lu Jiangqing felt a pang of guilt at her son's words, her voice significantly diminished, no longer exuding her usual dominance. "But still stubborn, how could that be possible? There can't be that many coincidences in this world. I refuse to believe it." Before Lu Jiangqing could finish her muttering, a servant rushed in, flustered. "Young master." "Madam, this is bad." Seeing the servant in such a state of panic, Zhao Su, already irritable and furious, lost his usual temper and snapped, "What is so bad? Why the urgency? Close your crow's mouth, the sky is not falling." Speak, what is it? To his dismay, the servant's next words sent a chill down Zhao Su and Lu Jiangqing's spines. The Dragon Group, members of the Dragon Group have arrived. They specifically request to see the madam. Upon hearing that members of the Dragon Group had come, Lu Jiangqing's face, already pale, drained of color, her breath hitching, eyes rolling back as she nearly fainted on the spot. In that moment, Zhao Su cursed his own mouth. He truly did not know whether to marvel at his accurate predictions or to lament that his crow's mouth was too potent. Truly a self-fulfilling prophecy. Lu Jiangqing was indeed taken away by the Dragon Group right before his eyes. Accompanying the Dragon Group was the current leader of Lu Jinmen, Lu Danji. He had come to escort away the offerings originally left to protect Lu Jiangqing and Zhao Su, ultimately, after Zhao Su's pleas. Lu Danji, seeing the face of their family elder, permitted Zhao Su to retain one capable protector. Before leaving, Lu Danji specifically instructed the protector to only intervene if Zhao Su faced danger and not to heed Zhao Su's commands. He also discreetly informed Zhao Su that Lu Jinmen had paid an unimaginable price for this incident. It was not just about helping him. Lu Jinmen itself was on the brink of collapse. Sitting on the couch, staring at the empty hall, Zhao Su felt hollow, his eyes devoid of spirit. A sense of helplessness he had never experienced before washed over him, rendering him numb and unfeeling. Chapter 95, Thoughts abound, yet clarity eludes. In just a few days, his surroundings had undergone tremendous upheaval. First, his father Zhao Xiong was taken for investigation, followed by the upper echelons of the Zhao and Lu families, along with various associated individuals, being taken away for myriad reasons. His grandfather and maternal grandfather, due to the arrival of individuals from the imperial capital, dared not act recklessly. His grandfather, who doted on his descendants, was unable to rescue his only son, which underscored the depths of the situation. Now even his mother, due to a momentary misstep, had been taken by the Dragon Group, along with the protector who had been handling special matters and served as their sharpest blade. Along with the backing of Lu Jinmen, now rendered immobile. Although Zhao Su had consistently opposed his mother's use of this blade, believing it should not be employed lightly, it did not mean it should be entirely absent. Having no sword and having a sword are two entirely different matters. At this moment, Zhao Su felt as though he had inexplicably lost both hands and a leg, left to struggle with only one leg to support him. Sitting on the couch, Zhao Su rubbed his face vigorously with both hands, occasionally delivering himself a resounding slap in an attempt to quiet the turmoil within. His once keen intuition told him that the events of these past days seemed to be directed against the Zhao family. No, not just the Zhao family, but also the Lu family. It felt as if there was an intent to eradicate them entirely, yet, he lacked concrete evidence, even hints suggesting that these events were specifically targeting the Zhao and Lu families. In light of the recent upheavals, not just the Zhao and Lu families but all of Guangfu's 8 great families were suffering. The Su family, though weakened from past events, lacked the capability to regain their former standing. Yet even their remaining connections in the bureaucratic realm faced some repercussions. Even the Su family, one of the prominent families, faced some consequences. All these incidents occurred without any apparent indications, and despite the connections of the 8 great families and major clans, they could not glean any information or whispers. This was what truly instilled fear in Zhao Su. Could it be that the imperial capital was plotting something monumental, a complete eradication of families and clans like theirs? That shouldn't be the case. Zhao Su understood that their value provided them with sufficient confidence. As long as they did not push their limits, they would not face significant issues. Moreover, they had learned from past experiences about the consequences of crossing the line, making them even less likely to do so. But why did he always feel this was specifically aimed at the Zhao and Lu families? The Zhao and Lu families had no enemies in the imperial capital. Could it be him? The only individual Zhao Su could think of that the Zhao family had offended, who still had connections in the imperial capital, was Chen Shua, the academician. However, logically speaking, the Zhao family had already sent his younger brother away and even taken his father. Surely his anger would have subsided by now. It was unreasonable for him to seek revenge on the Zhao and Lu families for such a minor grievance. An academician under 30, while enough to inspire caution, surely could not possess the ability to uproot both the Zhao and Lu families entirely. What kind of energy and resources would that require, even if he became an academician before 30? In just 6 short years, how much power could he amass? How many contributions could he achieve? Would such forces act on his behalf? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even Yi Buchan, a figure of legendary experience, could not shake their families. At most, they would merely regard him with greater esteem. Even if, hypothetically, Chen Shua sought to retaliate because of that incident, it could not possibly extend to a blanket attack. Even the Su family was affected. If Su Yan were to discover that it was he who had done it, with her temperament, wouldn't she slap him so hard that his head would spin 3 times on the spot? The enmity between our Zhao family and the Lu family runs deep. They harbor intentions to uproot us entirely. This grudge is certainly not insignificant. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Zhao Su. Could it be that the Su family has already uncovered our actions? Or perhaps Su Yan herself has realized what we have done. The very thought sent a ripple of unease across Zhao Su's face. It is well known that the Su family underwent a significant upheaval in the past, which on the surface appeared to be an internal struggle for power that nearly led to their demise. However, in reality, that internal conflict saw various families, including the Shen family, explicitly siding with Su Yan's parents, while others, including our Zhao and Lu families, were also involved to varying degrees. Although they ostensibly supported Su Yan's parents, they were, in fact, betting on both sides, driven solely by the pursuit of profit. The fall of a prominent family could yield bountiful rewards for others, allowing them to diminish competition for future gains. Moreover, such internal strife required minimal effort on their part. They merely needed to position themselves, stoke the flames, and add fuel to the fire, watching as both sides clashed. Should the Su family falter, they would reap the benefits. Should they endure, they could still withdraw with their gains intact. Initially, the Zhao and Lu families had envisioned a joint effort to absorb the venerable Su family, subsequently targeting the Yin family, which was once merely one of the 8 prominent clans, to ascend as the 4th family of Guanfu, surpassing all others and attaining the strength and status to pursue the 3 mightiest families of the southern territories. To this end, the Zhao and Lu families meticulously orchestrated a grand scheme, implementing numerous measures. Even when Su Feima emerged to stabilize the situation, or when the Yin family unexpectedly ascended to prominence, they had contingencies in place. Those contingencies included the Su sisters, Su Yan and Yin Cheng. It is worth noting that Su Feima's 2 sons perished during that internal strife, leaving only his lineage to carry on. The future of the Su family was destined to rest upon the shoulders of Su Yan and Yin Cheng, a fact that Zhao Su Xiong and their patriarch had deliberately orchestrated. The deaths of the Su brothers appeared to be casualties of infighting, yet in truth, they fell to the machinations of the Zhao family, with the blame deftly shifted back onto the Su family. Once Su Feima took a stand, they withdrew. The Zhao and Lu families had paid a substantial price, ultimately gaining little in return, which may seem foolish, yet it was part of a grand strategy devised by Zhao Su and Zhao Xiong, with the Su family no longer feasible for absorption and the Yin family rising as a prominent clan. They turned their attention toward orchestrating a marriage alliance with the Su family. With Yin Qing entering the military, Zhao Su had no opportunity to engage with her and thus set his sights on Su Yan. By marrying Su Yan, they could effortlessly absorb the Su family and leverage the Yin family connection to ultimately become a prominent clan themselves. This explains Zhao Su's persistent pursuit of Su Yan. To enhance their chances, they even enlisted Yi Buqing's involvement. As long as Su Yan could be won over, whether by him or by Yi Buqing, it would be deemed a success. Should all else fail, sacrificing Yi Buqing could serve to bridge the gap between him and Su Yan. In fact, Zhao Su had already taken such measures. However, who could have anticipated that Su Yan would not only be impervious to this strategy but would also suddenly introduce a formidable figure? Chen Shua. It appeared that this individual had done nothing yet had effortlessly breached Su Yan's defenses, becoming her boyfriend and achieving what Zhao Su had failed to accomplish over the years. Consequently, a series of events unfolded, yet, upon further reflection, Zhao Su began to doubt. No, Su Yan lacks such capability. The Su family currently lacks the strength, although Su Yan has achieved remarkable commercial success, rising at an astonishing pace and even surpassing us for a time. She possesses no political acumen and her connections are limited to the Yin family. Merely having wealth is insufficient to challenge our Zhao and Lu families. Even the Yin family could not possibly dismantle us in mere days. If the Yin family possessed such capabilities, we would have long since been eliminated. Zhao Su felt a severe headache, overwhelmed with confusion, despite having contemplated the possibility of Chen Shua and Su Yan collaborating on such endeavors. He returned to the realization that 6 years is insufficient time. Additionally, Chen Shuai's humble family background made it improbable that he could have established connections with such formidable allies early on. Thus, relative to the notion of Chen Shua becoming an academician at the National Academy of Sciences, Zhao Su leaned toward believing that it was due to some unique ability that caught the institution's attention. However, through these events, he gleaned certain truths. Firstly, I and Su Yan are no longer a possibility, all due to my mother's dreadful blunder. Secondly, I must separate Chen Shua from Su Yan, although it remains unclear whether these events are orchestrated by Chen Shua or Su Yan. Their alliance ultimately poses a threat to me. After all, who can ascertain whether he possesses an overwhelmingly powerful force backing him? Today's incident has made it clear that Su Yan may be protected by a formidable ability user. Or perhaps she herself is an ability user far beyond my imagination. Given that Chen Shua is an academician at the National Academy of Sciences, I cannot afford to confront him or his family directly. Otherwise, I risk igniting a conflagration. Thus, in dealing with them, the only viable approach is to adhere to the previously devised plan and exploit the emotional angle. A glimmer of determination flickered in Zhao Sua's eyes as a coherent plan began to take shape in his mind. Though simple, it holds great potential. Emotions can be both the most steadfast and the most fragile of bonds. Once a rift forms in one party's heart, that relationship may very well reach its end. Ideally, they would become irrevocably estranged, positioned as adversaries, making my task considerably easier. Although he had discerned his next steps, Zhao Su still felt a throbbing headache, accompanied by an unsettling sensation. The headache stemmed from the predicament involving his parents and younger brother, for which he currently had no effective solutions. The discomfort arose from the sense that he was akin to a mere toy held captive in someone's grasp. At any moment, they could sever a limb or dismember him with ease. An unseen, intangible force, more potent than he had imagined, was slowly tearing him apart, methodically dismantling the Zhao and Lu families. It mirrored his dealings with those beneath him, the low-level employees in his company. Their lives and futures were held tightly within his grasp, subject to his whims. He possessed countless methods to shatter a seemingly perfect family, whether instantaneously or gradually. Moreover, those families he had dismantled, leaving them in ruins, would likely never suspect that it was he who had orchestrated their downfall. Driven by a capricious sense of malevolence, presently Zhao Su found himself engulfed in this very sentiment. Perhaps the mastermind behind these recent events had not crafted a flawless scheme. Or perhaps no scheme was even necessary. Simply relying on sheer power, they gripped the fates of both families, much like the Buddha pressing down on the Monkey King, with a single blow, rendering him unable to lift his head to gaze at the heavens. Alright, today's lesson concludes here. Should you have any questions or uncertainties, I encourage you to explore them independently. If you remain perplexed, we shall address them in the next class. In Su Yan's room, Chen Shua leaned over a desk, his gaze fixed on a computer. He was conducting an online class, not for just a few individuals, but for many across various fields simultaneously. After completing one session, he would transition to the next, and then on to yet another domain. Within a mere half-day, Chen Shua had instructed individuals from diverse fields, addressing the challenges they encountered. The participants were not ordinary individuals, they were academicians and scientists from the National Academy of Sciences. Should the outside world catch wind of a young man in his 20s teaching so many esteemed scientists and academicians, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Chen Shua, slumped at the computer desk, still bore a bleary-eyed expression. He chewed on a piece of overcooked salted fish, while beside him lay an ice bucket containing a large bottle of soda, of which he had already consumed a significant portion. Although he had no strong feelings toward the alcoholic beverages favored by most men, he held a particular fondness for this happy drink. It wasn't that he couldn't afford canned drinks. Rather, he found the larger bottles to be more economical. After announcing the conclusion of his last class to the final group, an elderly gentleman, well into his 60s, appeared on the screen. An outsider. This stern and exacting president of the National Academy of Sciences wore a beaming smile in the presence of the young man. Thank you for your hard work, I have immensely benefited from listening in. The elderly gentleman exclaimed with a grin. Indeed, regardless of the field, those who excel are recognized irrespective of age. Chen Shua, however, was not swayed by his words. He rolled his eyes and, without any preamble, stated quite bluntly, "By the way, old Zhong, do you happen to have an extra photolithography machine? I'd appreciate it if you could arrange one for me." Upon hearing Chen Shua's straightforward request for a photolithography machine, Old Zhong paused for a brief moment before responding. "There should be some available. The Northern Military District is in the process of upgrading to several new models, so the old ones, I'll see if I can negotiate for one. However, since it's an early version, it can only produce at 1 nanometer. What do you need it for? Planning to start a business? Are you in need of funds?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Old Zhong realized his mistake, quickly clearing his throat and awkwardly apologizing. My bad. Yet, Chen Shua did not take offense. Chewing on a piece of salted fish, he replied, "Yes, the 1 nanometer version will suffice for now. Once the military transitions to civilian use, it can be put to good use. I have no intentions of starting a business. I'm far too lazy for that and would prefer to lounge in bed all day." However, my girlfriend has expressed her desire to engage in a business war concerning chips. You know as well as I do that the greatest challenge in chip manufacturing is that photolithography machine. Old Zhong was taken aback, not primarily due to Chen Shua's desire for a photolithography machine, but rather because of the revelation that he had a girlfriend. What? You have a girlfriend? Since when? Which family is she from? Let's refrain from such comments, Chen Shua replied. I just found her a few days ago, from the Guangfu Su family. Su Yandao, the granddaughter of Yan Shiji. I've heard of her. Her company had previously collaborated with the National Academy of Sciences. Old Zhong's expression changed as he recalled the talented young woman who had recently risen to prominence. It was now Chen Shua's turn to be surprised. The National Academy of Sciences collaborated with her? How come I wasn't aware of this? Old Zhong's lips twitched slightly. Aside from research and teaching, you never bothered to involve yourself with the affairs of the academy. Moreover, the collaboration with her happened several years ago when you were merely an honorary member. It was hardly necessary for them to keep you informed about such minor matters. Chen Shua grimaced, realizing that he had inadvertently brushed shoulders with a significant creditor over the past 6 years. However, Old Zhong was correct. His focus had not been on the academy back then, thus he had little knowledge of its affairs. His title as the so-called vice president of the academy had been bestowed upon him by Old Zhong, who had no shame in doing so. He had primarily devoted his time there to research and innovation, enjoying the privileges of his position without actively managing the academy's affairs. At this moment, Old Zhong suddenly connected the dots. Are you planning to target the Guangfu Zhao family? There are only a few capable of engaging in chip manufacturing. Given who your girlfriend is, it isn't difficult to deduce your intentions. Well, if you wish to confront the Zhao family, you could simply speak up instead of complicating matters, Old Zhong added. Chen Shua sighed lazily. I would, but my girlfriend intends to handle certain things herself. I am merely here to provide support. Besides, the chips currently available in the market are significantly outdated. We've been held back for far too long, and it's high time for us to strike back. We must act sooner rather than later, and it would be better to collaborate with the Su family than the Zhao family, considering their current situation. Additionally, the Su family's research in the chip sector is not vastly inferior to that of the Zhao family. With her grandfather overseeing matters, we are less likely to encounter the same issues that plagued the Zhao family. Isn't that more reassuring? Without much thought, Old Zhong readily agreed. All right, since you've asked, I'll make inquiries with the Northern Military District to see what I can arrange. After all, these machines are products of your research. Whether you need an early version or a newer model, I believe they will accommodate you without hesitation. Indeed, the current state of Longxia had long since surpassed previous limitations in this area. The inability to produce photolithography machines in the past stemmed from industrial inadequacies, as creating one necessitated the collaboration of multiple nations. However, this issue had been resolved years ago due to a series of clandestine reforms that significantly enhanced Longxia's industrial and military capabilities, reaching unprecedented heights. Thus, manufacturing photolithography machines was no longer a daunting task. Moreover, Chen Shua had previously led efforts to not only solve several challenges related to optical systems but had also upgraded them. Consequently, the problem that had plagued Longxia for countless years had been resolved years prior. With continued dedication in this field over the past few years, their technology had reached the pinnacle of global standards, achieving a remarkable breakthrough. However, for various reasons, including the prioritization of military needs, these advancements had remained concealed from the public eye. Everything aligned with what Chen Shua had stated. It was indeed time to sound the horn for a counterattack in this realm. Yes, thank you for your assistance, Chen Shua replied. By the way, please calculate the costs involved and transfer the funds from my account when the time comes. Old Zhong chuckled and retorted, who are you scolding? If I were to ask you for money over something so trivial, I'd be out of a job. He waved his hand grandiosely. When the time comes, I'll arrange for them to send you a complete set of the Qianqiu system along with 3 specialized teams to significantly reduce the assembly time. I'll also provide a second-generation system. Then Old Zhong rubbed his hands together with a sly grin, resembling a crafty old fox, as long as you make an effort to return a few times and offer them some guidance. Money will always be a minor concern for them. Chen Shua signaled an OK gesture. Once my girlfriend finds a suitable location, I will inform you, and you can arrange for the transportation. Very well. Grateful for this rare opportunity to learn from Chen Shua, Old Zhong took the time to discuss a challenge currently faced in their field. Familiar with the old man's opportunism, Chen Shua was unperturbed. After contemplating for a moment while chewing on the salted fish, he promptly provided a solution to Old Zhong's dilemma. Upon receiving the remedy, Old Zhong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly thanked Chen Shua before logging off to resume his research. After resolving this matter, Chen Shua, now at a loss for what to do, made his way to the rooftop pool, reclining on a sunbed to bask in the sun, intending to catch a quick nap. It was then that a soft, melodious voice broke the tranquility. Boss, the tasks you assigned have been completed, there will be no unexpected developments from Miss Su. A petite figure suddenly appeared on the rooftop. Kneeling respectfully before Chen Chai was none other than Hua Hua, one of the individuals covertly protecting him, who had nearly eliminated Yi Buchan and his master just a few days prior, without opening his eyes. Chen Shua raised his hand, allowing Hua Hua to rise. She blinked her sparkling eyes and inquired, by the way, boss, there's something I don't quite understand. Go ahead and ask, since you and Miss Su are set on confronting the so-called Zhao and Lu families. Why is Miss Su going to such lengths? Hua Hua questioned. While the Zhao and Lu families hold significant power here, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to handle them, right? If I were to take on the Zhao and Lu families, it would be a piece of cake, Chen Shua replied leisurely. However, there are certain matters she intends to handle herself. I inquired about it last night. She has her own ideas and wishes to personally eradicate the Zhao and Lu families. Ah, why, isn't that more troublesome? Hua Hua seemed perplexed. Rather than providing a direct answer, Chen Shua slightly opened his eyes, wearing a bemused expression. Hua Hua, do you believe that since Miss Su is my girlfriend she should merely flourish as a delicate flower in a greenhouse, serving as a decorative vase, receiving my care while doing nothing, and that all her wants and needs can be fulfilled by simply charming me? Unfamiliar with such concepts, Hua Hua expressed her confusion. Isn't that how it should be? I've seen numerous videos on my phone recently claiming that boyfriends should pamper their girlfriends, allowing them to do nothing but focus on being a little princess. That is indeed possible. Should she desire it, I could certainly cherish her, treating her like a delicate flower, a so-called little princess. Chen Shua shook his head, scratching his cheek, but it appears she is not particularly inclined to assume that role. As she had previously mentioned to me, she has never been a delicate queen. She possesses her own thoughts, her own aspirations, and her own desires. She is not the type of woman who merely clings to a man. She carries her own pride. Had she been that kind of woman, she could have pursued that path long ago to achieve her goals. Whatever kind of person she wishes to become, I wholeheartedly support her. Whether she desires to be a sheltered little princess under my protection or a formidable domineering queen, it is entirely her choice, since she wishes to seek revenge personally to eradicate the Zhao and Lu families. Then let her do so, for I shall be there to catch her fall just as before. I can pursue my own ambitions, and she will always support me, whether I strive diligently or take a more relaxed approach. She asserts that as long as I am content and willing to act, she will stand by me, unlike others who, under the guise of acting in my best interest, would forcefully dictate my actions or interfere with my choices. She has always respected my decisions. It has always been my choice to make, with her support, rather than her imposing choices upon me. At this point, Chen Shu paused, smiling as he remarked, moreover, she has been preparing for revenge for so many years. Even without my assistance, she could accomplish it on her own. My sudden presence merely adds an extra layer of assurance, allowing her to expedite her vengeance. I only need to provide some support. Revenge must ultimately be executed by the individual seeking it, for that is the essence of retribution. Hua Hua suddenly realized, so Miss Su's involvement with the adjudication team, continually executing the Dragon Group's tasks, was indeed part of her plan. Indeed, Chen Shuhua replied, in truth, the most formidable opponents within the Zhao and Lu families are not the likes of Zhao Xiong or Zhao Su. If it were merely them, the great creditor alone could easily subdue them. What truly challenges the great creditor are the two patriarchs of the Zhao and Lu families. Both of these elders hold high positions and boast extensive networks. To confront them, mere wealth and military might are insufficient. The great creditor possesses ample strength, but if she were to rely solely on force for her revenge, even if successful, the repercussions for both her family and the Yin family would be dire. Therefore, the most effective strategy against power is to leverage power itself. Should she pursue a conventional political career, even if she were to enjoy smooth sailing with the assistance of benefactors, it would take at least a decade or two to reach a level where she could contend with those two old codgers. Conversely, becoming part of the adjudication team represents the quickest and most direct shortcut for her. After all, by accumulating a certain number of points, she can secure an opportunity to become one of the 3 deputy leaders of the Dragon Group, specifically overseeing adjudication and judgment. If she can ascend to the position of deputy leader responsible for judgment and adjudication within the Dragon Group, she will wield sufficient power to challenge and even suppress those two elders. Once they are subdued, the rest can be gradually eradicated. Hua Hua nodded. However, according to Miss Sue's original plan, it would still take at least 7 or 8 years, right? Indeed, after all, to completely eradicate the two influential families is not simply a matter of burying all members of the Zhao and Lu families. The followers and factions associated with those two old men must also be dealt with thoroughly or managed delicately, otherwise the repercussions could be endless, Chen Shuhua remarked. After all, to repay the emperor's golden platform intentions, one must risk their life for the Jade Dragon, has been a common occurrence both in ancient times and today. Chen Shuhua then smiled slightly. But now that I am aware, and I am providing support, this timeline can be significantly shortened. The actions taken can also be executed with greater precision. Hua Hua's lips twitched slightly, silently mourning for the two local tyrants. One possesses absolute dominance, while the other excels in scheming and digging traps. Either way, when they strike, it is with the intent to completely eradicate their foes. She could already envision the tragic fate awaiting these two families in the near future, during these past few days. With the great creditor absent, Chen Shuhua found himself with little to do aside from eating and sleeping. Waiting for the great creditor to have time to engage in video calls, there was no need for him to attend classes daily. The material he had covered was sufficient for others to digest for some time. Occasionally, he would venture out to enjoy a cup of milk tea. However, after 6 years of being either embroiled in battles or engrossed in scientific research, leveling up his technological skills, he found himself relishing this newfound lifestyle. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Alas, it seems I too have fallen into the throes of infatuation. The great creditor has yet to return. And here I am, thinking so much about her. After waking up, Chen Shuhua donned a dinosaur onesie and ran out to procure some milk tea. With little enthusiasm, he opted not to sit at the milk tea shop as he had previously. Instead, opting to take several cups to go, sipping one while walking back, he chewed on a straw marked with his bite marks, muttering to himself and occasionally sighing. Who would have thought he would find himself in such a predicament? He had always believed that given his character, such a situation was unlikely to occur, yet here he was. Oh well, if being lovesick is what it is, so be it. As Chen Shuhua kept his head down, contemplating whether to initiate a video call with his beloved great creditor to alleviate his longing, he suddenly encountered a figure stumbling towards him around a corner. Fortunately, after several days of rest, Chen Shuhua, whose body had previously been on the verge of exhaustion, could at least muster a semblance of reflexes. Though still gazing down at his phone, he slightly shifted his body to avoid the somewhat unsteady individual. The person hurriedly rushed forward, not anticipating encountering anyone, and the sudden appearance of Chen Shuhua caused her to instinctively hit the brakes, her steps faltering. Just as a collision seemed imminent, Chen Shuhua made way, and they narrowly avoided crashing into one another. The individual stumbled a few steps before regaining her balance and reflexively apologizing. Sorry, I'm in a hurry, my apologies." Chen Shuhua paid little mind and simply nodded. Turning to leave, however, the girl, having observed the figure clad in a dinosaur onesie, furrowed her brows, feeling a sense of familiarity. Upon taking another look, she suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Chen Shuhua, is that you?" Startled by the sudden call of his name, Chen Shuhua instinctively turned back to see a petite girl in professional attire, her face alight with surprise. Biting the straw in his mouth, he hesitantly inquired, I am Aishua, Chen Shuer, your high school classmate. I used to sit right next to you." As he gazed at the oval-faced girl with large eyes and skin so pale it appeared almost ethereal, standing at about shoulder height, Chen Shuhua strained his memory and eventually unearthed a vague recollection of this person from his faded high school days. Fragmented and hazy, "Oh, you are Aishua, that little snowman." Upon hearing this, Chen Shuer couldn't help but chuckle. "Really? After all these years, you still remember my nickname?" "Well, it lingers in my memory a bit." Noticing her professional attire in the document folder she was holding, Chen Shuhua asked, "What are you up to?" At this question, Chen Shuer suddenly recalled, "Oh, I need to deliver some materials to my boss. I must be going, let's chat later tonight." With that, Chen Shuer turned and hurried off. Her urgency evident, Chen Shuhua shrugged, not particularly concerned. He had little recollection of this high school classmate. In fact, his memories of high school were rather scarce. Due to certain circumstances, he had suffered from severe depression during that time, rendering it the most dismal and least motivated period of his life. Throughout his high school years, he primarily oscillated between sleeping and eating, rarely attending classes and hardly interacting with others, while others enjoyed vibrant high school experiences. His was spent in slumber, rather than dreaming of the Sandman. One could say he dreamt of the great creditor. He distinctly remembered one summer day in high school, dreaming about the great creditor playing rock paper scissors with her. If he won, he could touch her leg. If he lost, he would be punished. In the dream, he ended up getting beaten up, leaving him as bruised as a pig, after finally winning a round. He recalled how the dream version of the great creditor cheated, refusing to let him touch her even after losing. In a fit of frustration, he bit her leg clad in purple gradient stockings. And then, he woke up in pain with bite marks on his arm. Perhaps when the great creditor returns, I should ask her to wear those purple gradient stockings. She cheated me in the dream. So I must reclaim what is rightfully mine in reality, Chinchua mumbled to himself, biting down hard on the straw as if it were the only thing keeping him from drowning in his frustration. His expression one of sheer disbelief and reluctance. Miles away, aboard his private jet en route to Yunzhou, Su Yan inexplicably sneezed. Oh no, could it be that the silly fool at home is missing me again? She thought, having sneezed 3 or 4 times already that day. Su Yan picked up a silk handkerchief from beside her to dab at her nose, murmuring to herself, I didn't expect to be away for this long. I must make it up to that silly fool when I return. It's quite a burden on him, becoming my boyfriend just as I had to leave for such an extended business trip. Perhaps in the future I should bring him along on my work trips. After all, it matters not where he sleeps, and it would be better to wander around the world together while I hold him close. This way he wouldn't have to suffer from missing me so painfully, nor would I have to endure his complaints about the food not tasting good or his restless sleep. However, after some contemplation, Su Yan felt a twinge of conflict. She worried that the journey might be too bumpy for him, or that he might grow bored. She found herself reluctant to leave him behind. Beside her lay several boxes containing an array of stockings, one of which was a pair of purple gradient tights. Su Yan gazed out the window, resting her chin on her hand, mesmerized by the enchanting view above the clouds. She couldn't tell if it was due to her lack of rest these past few days or her growing fondness for that silly fool. But she couldn't shake the feeling that a distant cloud resembled him. Oh dear. Su Yan sighed deeply, recalling how just days ago she had mocked those love-struck individuals for their foolishness, only to realize that she had become one of them in such a short span. How could it be, after merely a few days apart, that her longing for him surpassed even that of 6 years without seeing him? Well, if being love-struck is the price of affection, then so be it. After all, I have indeed fallen for that silly fool. As soon as Chenchua lay down in his room, his phone rang. Upon checking, he accepted the call with a yawn, asking, Hello, Along, what's up? Are you free tonight? Chenlong inquired. We're having a high school reunion. Will you come? Hearing this, Chenchua recalled what Chen Shui had mentioned earlier and realized why they had been eager to see him tonight. Not going, he replied firmly. Chenlong expressed surprise. You're not planning to attend the reunion? Not interested. You and your wife can go. I'm dead tired, Chenchua responded, but they insisted on seeing you since you're back. Chenlong said. We're all classmates. You've been away for years. It would be nice to catch up, he added. Chenchua scratched his cheek thoughtfully, clicking his tongue. By the way, what makes you think those classmates and I were close? He queried. This left Chenlong momentarily speechless. It wasn't that Chenchua had a poor relationship with his classmates. Rather, he had been quite the invisible presence throughout high school, rarely engaging or conversing with others. Thus, when his old classmates insisted he attend, Chenlong found it odd but couldn't pinpoint why. And now, thanks to Chenchua's reminder, he recalled that no one had ever mentioned Chenchua during previous reunions. Not even his deskmates or nearby classmates, highlighting just how unnoticed he had been back then. Now, suddenly someone wanted to invite him. Alright, since you don't want to go, I'll find an excuse to let you off the hook. Chenlong said, Fine, let us leave it at that. I'm going to sleep for a while. Okay, bye. After hanging up, Chenchua turned over, wrapped himself in his blanket, and promptly fell into a deep sleep. He didn't stir until his stomach growled with hunger around 11 or 12 at night. As he sat on the bed, pondering what to eat, Chenlong called him again. Hey, Achu. Are you at home or somewhere else? At home, just woke up. What's up? Chenchua rubbed his eyes and replied, Want to go out for a late night snack? Chenlong asked. Chenchua smacked his lips and touched his empty stomach, saying, Sure, where? Come to Yuan Village, near Bing. Chenlong instructed. He got it. I'll be there shortly. Alright, hurry up. 10 minutes later, dressed in warm panda pajamas and sporting a panda hat, Chenchua arrived at the restaurant Chenlong had mentioned, driving a Rolls-Royce. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he heard Chenlong calling Machu, over here, here. Following the voice, he spotted a quaint little eatery adorned with numerous round tables, all bustling with patrons, the aroma of delicious food wafting through the air. Chenlong was seated in a slightly secluded corner, waving eagerly at him. As Chenchua approached, he noticed that besides Chenlong and his girlfriend, Luo Xiuxiu, there were several unfamiliar yet vaguely recognizable faces among the group, including Chen Shui, whom he had encountered earlier. Upon seeing Chenchua, who had seemed disinterested throughout the evening, Chen Shui's eyes brightened, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Come, sit down. Chen-long urged, beckoning Chen-chua to join them. Chen-chua took a seat next to Chen-long. Achu, do you remember these high school classmates? Chen-long teased, keen to jog Chen-chua's memory. Wang Xiong, Tianlin, Zishen, Ming Tian, and Chen-shua now. Tell me how many you can remember. Chen-chua understood Chen-long's intent and smiled politely, replying, of course, I remember them all. After all, we were classmates. One of the well-dressed individuals, Wang Xiong, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, jested, wait a minute, Along, now that you've named them, of course he remembers. As he spoke, Wang Xiong poured a glass of liquor and handed it to Chen-chua. Grinning, Hachu, Along mentioned you couldn't make it to our reunion, which made us quite disappointed. You'll have to make it up to us. Chen-chua politely declined the drink, saying, no, I don't drink. I drove here, and I'm not feeling well. Oh, that's no problem. We drove too. We can just call a designated driver later. If you're not feeling well, it's because you haven't had enough to drink. Once you do, you'll feel just fine, Wang Xiong insisted boisterously. I really can't. I just took some medicine. This Wang Xiong's expression faltered. Chen-long quickly intervened. Alright, no drinking. It's fine to have something else. We're all classmates here. At that moment, Chen-shua also chimed in. Yes, we're all classmates. It doesn't matter what you drink. With everyone voicing their agreement, Wang Xiong reluctantly sat back down but wasn't ready to let Chen-chua off the hook. Since you can't drink, how about some cola instead? Hey, Achu, didn't you like drinking cola back in high school? You can have a bottle of cola while we drink some liquor. Chen-chua frowned slightly, glancing at Wang Xiong, who seemed to have ulterior motives. Before she could speak, Chen-chua replied, sure, I'll have one. This is to apologize for missing the reunion tonight. Chen-chua picked up a 1.5-liter bottle of cola, twisted off the cap, and tilted his head back, drinking it down without pause. Hey, Achu, don't. Chen-chua attempted to intervene upon witnessing this. Wang Xiong, however, wore a look of amusement. As if his cunning plan had succeeded. He wanted to see Chen-chua embarrass himself in front of everyone. After all, he had organized this reunion and had insisted that Chen-chua attend. So it was more than just a matter of pride. He had also noted that Chen-chua had driven himself, meaning he wouldn't be drinking alcohol. Since he wouldn't drink, let us see how he handles a bottle of cola. Yet, as Wang Xiong watched, his smile faltered. Chen-chua raised his chin and downed the entire bottle of cola in one go, without even pausing for breath. The sight left everyone around him utterly speechless, unable to find their voices for quite some time. After all, while many can down a bottle of water in one breath, downing a bottle of beer in one go is also common. A person who can down an entire bottle of baijiu in one go may sound exaggerated, yet it is not entirely unheard of. However, the feat of consuming a 1.5-liter bottle of cola in one breath, without pausing for air or spilling a drop, is undoubtedly a rarity. Burp. After finishing the bottle, Chen-chua slightly curled the corners of his mouth, merely letting out a gentle burp, with a playful smile gracing his face. He turned to the stiff-faced Wang Xiong and uttered a profound remark. By the way, you mentioned earlier that I drink 2 cups of cola while you drink 1 cup of liquor. Right? Chapter 100. Without the courage to take the first step, one is destined to miss out. An hour later, the restroom housed a person on the brink of expelling their bile. Meanwhile, Chen-chua sat at the table, engaging in light conversation with Yi Long. Beneath his feet lay several empty cola bottles. Aside from an occasional gentle burp, he appeared utterly unfazed. The others were left in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Chen-chua's remarkable consumption of cola. If given the choice between drinking until they vomit bile or downing such a copious amount of cola, they would undoubtedly opt for the liquor. Overindulgence in alcohol may lead to a bout of bile, but excessive cola consumption could very well be lethal. Witnessing someone like Chen-chua effortlessly consume such a volume of cola without frequent restroom visits was a sight they had never encountered before. Little did they know that the beverages Chen-chua had previously consumed were far less palatable than cola, making the latter seem almost pleasant in comparison. Tap tap tap, the major creditor is calling. Tap tap tap, the major creditor is calling. A somewhat peculiar ringtone echoed, prompting Chen-chua to glance at his phone. He then flashed a slight smile to the others and said, apologies, my spouse is looking for me. I must take my leave. However, I've already purchased the drinks, so please enjoy. The others nodded in understanding, save for Chen-chua, who momentarily froze at the mention of my spouse before quickly grasping the implication. Her once bright eyes dimmed slightly, and her delicate hands clenched tightly. Alright, you should head back. Don't keep your sister-in-law waiting. Otherwise, she'll have to deal with you. Chen-long teased. As Chen-chua rose to leave, Chen-chua gazed at the back she had observed for 3 years during high school. She bit her lip, fully aware that she had missed her chance, yet she could not help but ask, Chen-long, does Chua really have a girlfriend? Upon hearing Chen-chua's unexpected inquiry after a night of relative silence, Chen Long was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. Yes, he has a girlfriend. They just started seeing each other a few days ago. Oh, the realization that Chen Shua's girlfriend had merely appeared a few days before her deepened Chen Shua's sense of disappointment. However, recalling that she had watched that solitary figure for 3 years yet had refrained from speaking due to the opinions of others and some gossip, she understood that even if she had arrived a few days earlier, she likely would not have made it into Chen Shua's heart. During high school, she had harbored feelings for him, yet throughout those 3 years she had never mustered the courage to take that crucial step. Perhaps if she had just taken a half step forward back then, the outcome might have been different. What about his girlfriend? Is she good to him? Chen Long discerned the underlying feelings in Chen Shua's question and chuckled. She's quite good to him. She dotes on him immensely whenever she has time. They are inseparable. He added, and that Rolls-Royce he drives now belongs to her. He can use it whenever he likes. They've known each other for quite some time and have always shared everything. Except for pairs, while such words might sting, they served as an effective deterrent, having known each other for years, enjoying a close relationship, and now exhibiting affection, coupled with material advantages that most could not compete with, were more than enough to dissuade 99% of people. The remaining 1% were either obstinate or excessively confident, believing that regardless of their average circumstances, their affection alone could compel the other party to abandon everything for them. Clearly, Chen Shuai was not among them. As Chen Long spoke, the last flicker of hope in her heart extinguished, leaving only regret, her own solitary regret. Beside her, Zi Shen could not resist making a jest. That car, could it be that it was purchased for Chu's rich girlfriend's birthday? Though he feigned humor, it was evident that envy colored his tone. After all, they were all struggling to manage mortgages and car loans, barely scraping by in the city, while their peer, Chen Shua, had already attained such luxury through his girlfriend. Not at all. His girlfriend won't be celebrating her birthday for another 30 years at least. Chen Long shot back without hesitation, defending his cousin. After all, she's only 3 years older than Chu.At. This Zi Shen's expression froze, and the other's faces shifted subtly. 3 years older. Did that mean Chen Shua's girlfriend was under 30 and already driving such a car? The conversation quickly shifted, with no one mentioning the earlier topic again. No one felt the need to showcase their own accomplishments, flaunting luxury cars or opulent residences at this gathering. Hey, major creditor, are you done with your business? Gazing at the phone screen where Su Yan, clad in a white camisole, lounged on a soft bed, Chen Shua couldn't help but tease, "You're showing a bit too much skin. See, you big fool, it's not like you've never seen it before." Su Yan replied with a gentle smile, her tone unconsciously filled with affection. "I just finished up. Have you eaten yet?" "Yeah, I just had a late-night snack," Chen Shua responded from the car. "Late-night snack?" Su Yan's lovely brows arched slightly in inquiry. "Where did you go? Were there any beauties? Compared to you, how could there be anyone else?" Chen Shua sighed, feigning exasperation. Su Yan lightly huffed, but the curve of her brows and eyes revealed her delight. Naturally, she deserved such compliments. Chen Shua then recounted the events of his late-night snack, the people he encountered, and his unexpected meeting with Chen Shuai, without omitting a single detail. When Su Yan learned that Chen Shua had run into a high school classmate, she did not react much. She was intimately familiar with his high school life, knowing all too well what he wore and how he felt during that time. After all, during those years, he had battled severe depression and anxiety, and she was ever vigilant, fearing that something might happen to him if she didn't keep a close eye. She was also aware that Chen Shuai had harbored feelings for him during high school. Initially, upon discovering this, she had felt a twinge of anxiety. At that time, Su Yan could not comprehend why the knowledge of someone liking her big fool would make her nervous. Now she understood. As for what followed, she realized her anxiety had been entirely unwarranted, because this big fool led a life so monotonous, consisting of little more than eating and sleeping, that it far surpassed her own routine. In fact, the number of words exchanged between Chen Shuai and this big fool during their 3 years of high school likely paled in comparison to the conversations she had with him in just half a day.